adios. Love is love. Love is love. Adios. Love is love. Love is love. Adios.
Like, ride with me if you ride with me, you can slide with me if you feel like 550 on the 5 sticky, come get high with me, that's a deal, right? Ride with me if you ride with me, you can slide with me if you feel like 550 on the 5 sticky, come get high with me, that's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? That's a bet, right? That's a bet, right? That's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? That's a bet, right? That's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? That's a bet, right? That's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? Ayy, coming down like precipitation. I ain't never met a limitation. Hate plotting my elimination. Gotta go to Google for the information. I'm a superstar, so I gotta shine. Top dollar be the bottom line. Bottom feeding out of line. Turn your heart rate to a dotted line. Yeah, my zodiac probably dollar sign. Got the energy to win in my I'm feeling great. Got a date with destiny, focusing on my fate. I don't give a what you rapping, you been a fake. I'm everything that they ain't, it can't be, it won't be. Wanna see me fall, I can't go, I won't leave. Coming from the block with plain clothes and police. Straight up to the top with bankrolls and rollies. Ride with me if you ride with me, you can slide with me if you feel like 550 on the 5 sticky, come get high with me, that's a deal, right? Ride with me if you ride with me, you can slide with me if you feel like 550 on the 5 sticky, come get high with me, that's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? That's a bet, right? That's a bet, right? That's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? That's a bet, right? That's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? That's a bet, right? That's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? Ayy, 12 can't really stop, so I'm still pushing like a mosh pit. Ice dripping, think I'm hot. In a yellow bucket with the mop stick. I've been jugging jams like wholesale. Everything must go sell. Hitting with the old well, need 100 milli on the low scale. On my worst night, I'm the best. Wouldn't mess with you, couldn't cap to him. Homie spotted me like 700, brought 1100 right back to him. If I can't do it, then it ain't real. I just make dollars, I don't make deals. I've been going hard in the paint, still blowing kush clouds till I can't feel like. Ride with me if you ride with me, you can slide with me if you feel like 550 on the 5 sticky, come get high with me, that's a deal, right? Ride with me if you ride with me, you can slide with me if you feel like 550 on the 5 sticky, come get high with me, that's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? That's a bet, right? That's a bet, right? That's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? That's a bet, right? That's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? That's a bet, right? That's a deal, right? That's a deal, right?
10 o'clock, you're feeling wavy. Way too early to be easy. Start a 10 job cause you crazy. Yeah, you back in the D. Start a 10 job cause you crazy. Yeah, you back in the game and you don't feel ashamed. Always want me at your party. Like me next to a Bacardi. Cause you know I'm spinning faster than a Harley. Yeah, you're still in the game but you don't feel ashamed. You just close your eyes when you wish to be free. You look up to the sky and call on me. Let me put color in your sky, take away the gray. Turn the roof to a floor on a Saturday. Up it tall in the night, you do what I say. I'm just a getaway, I'm just your getaway. I'll make you warm if it's chilly and I probably make you say things you wouldn't do normally. I'm like a 9 to 5 job, and you work for me. I'm your getaway, cause you can get away. I got no perception. What is real, what's your projection? I make you dizzy in your head, got no protection. You're lost in the game, can't remember your name. Calling on the horn and now she will come to play. You can get no sleep, stay awake to numb the pain. Make you save your problems for another day. I'm your getaway, but you can get away. You just close your eyes when you wish to be free. You look up to the sky and call on me. Let me put color in your sky, take away the gray. Turn the roof to a floor on a Saturday. Up it tall in the night, you do what I say. I'm just a getaway, I'm just your getaway. I'll make you warm if it's chilly and I probably make you say things you wouldn't do normally. I'm like a 9 to 5 job, and you work for me. I'm your getaway, cause you can get away.
Hello and welcome everybody to day 2 of week 4 of the Rainbow Six North American League. I'm your host Doa. Along with me, our Caliber Jacob as usual, and our special guest this week on the analyst desk and the pre-show, Pro Gamer Tommy. How you doing, Tommy? Did you have a good time yesterday?
I had an amazing time. I mean, Jacob just saw me. I just landed when the show started. I just flew down from the ceiling again.
Yeah.
So I just landed.
You've been living up here the entire time, but specifically for these 2 play days because Nick wasn't here.
Exactly. So I
you know what? We can give him a
really
job.
Amazing.
We can help him out a little bit. I mean, what's it like being unemployed?
Oh, what's it like having a
How you gonna do that?
0.78 KD?
Nah, what's it like not having a job?
Spider.
Yeah. Well, my job's not legit, obviously.
There's a lot of love going around the pre-show this morning, obviously. Why wouldn't there be, right? We got a lot of great Rainbow Six to talk about as well. We're going to talk about yesterday's matches, though, because we're getting closer and closer to determining the teams that go to the major. And yesterday's results played a big part in that. Let's check out what happened.
Yeah, so, we started off the day with probably not a game, more like a glorified T-Hunt, because there wasn't really much effort put into this one by one side. It was Parabellum getting a 7-1 victory over your former organization. And they did a fantastic job of getting themselves back into a top 4 contention spot. After the end of the day, they would currently sit down below in just 5th, but they are putting themselves now at a point where 3 points over Mirage gives them a massive boost over several of the other teams that are struggling now at this point in the NAL. Astralis and XSET back on Villa. This might look like a bit of deja vu from when they played back in stage 1, because not only did Astralis win again, but it was on the same map as before. And this is where we saw XSET have a little bit more of that attacking struggle that we were talking about during the pre-show yesterday, hoping that they are able to clear that up for today and their last game next week. And then we had Beastcoast Soniqs, which was also gone in the blink of an eye, where it felt like Beastcoast probably would have had more of a chance, and no, Soniqs were able to clean this one up very, very quickly.
Yeah.
What we're looking at for
surprising.
it's getting weird now to a point where teams like DarkZero also might not qualify, like straight up. There is a very real possibility that the Charlotte Major Champions will not be attending Berlin based on their result from earlier, because this OXG squad put them in the dirt over this second game on Villa that we had from yesterday, and that'll be most of the same. And I think as far as this is concerned, DarkZero's chances now no longer rely on themselves. They're looking for teams like TSM to kind of fall out of the top 4, which didn't happen because this game went all the way back to overtime. Only the second time we've seen Clubhouse the entirety of this stage, and it was a TSM dub. It went to OT. It would have been nice for them to get the 3 points out of it, but getting the 2 puts them back in the top 4 now.
Neither team wanted that. But Tommy, what jumped out at you the most after yesterday's matches?
Honestly, I would say Parabellum and Mirage. Obviously, just because Mirage had just recently beat Beastcoast on Skyscraper.
Right.
But they didn't really put up a fight towards them on the defense side, which they're really good on, especially coming from Mirage, really good defensive team. So I'm really surprised it was just one round. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, you'd expect it to be a bit closer, but hey, maybe now the pressure's off. We'll see if Mirage does a little bit better today. But let's talk about someone who did extremely well yesterday. It's our MVP of the day, and it's none other than, once again, Astralis' own Iconic. Second week in a row, this man has claimed an MVP, and it was well-deserved. He was lighting people up on the map.
He was. Now, as we can see, he was just smoking kids, especially on XSET. I actually had XSET going in for the win. I was kind of surprised when they didn't, close it out, but
We all
it's
picked
iconic.
it, didn't
We all did pick XSET. But yeah, I just hope today against Beastcoast, he just performs the same. Even though the homie's on Beastcoast, but iconic is iconic. Is he back? Do we know? Do we not know?
I feel like he's back. Can we say he's back, Jacob? Would you agree?
2 MVPs over the course of a stage, I'd say so.
I think he's back.
And it's also nice that we're not talking about Astralis in the context of their very early stage 1 slump. From those first couple of weeks onward, he's been a massive reason for why it doesn't exist for them anymore. I don't think he's the top-rated player on Astralis yet. I think Forrest still holds that honor.
He's just a little.
It's not by very much, though. Yeah,
he got positive though. He was negative, and he's +3 now.
True. So he's good on the overall KD front for the year. But Forrest is right there. And honestly, it's not even a bad thing that a team as strong as Astralis has both Iconic and Forrest performing at such a positive level. It looks really good for this team. Only question is, can they find a way to actually get back into the top 4?
Well, it's so vital round to round to have someone who can step up in case someone else is having a bad round or a bad game, right? when Iconic is playing poorly, you know, someone like Forest, someone like DB Fire is going to be able to step up. When they're a little bit down, someone like Iconic's going to be able to step up. And that's why Astralis, you know, made it as deep as they did in Charlotte, and why, you know, we hope to see them in Berlin. We'll see. It's a little bit iffy. Let's take a look at today's schedule, though, to see how the matches line up. That's going to give us a little bit of a clue when we talk about who's going to go to the major, because we do have a chance, I believe, for up to 3 teams to qualify today. Is that right?
Yep, that's the idea.
Yeah.
So OXG are the one team that absolutely can lock everything in, but their qualification is also something that both XSET and the Soniqs will be paying attention to. So let's just say, in a hypothetical, because none of those 3 teams play each other, if an XSET beats DarkZero by 3 points, or an OXG wins at all, no matter if it's overtime or regulation, or a Soniqs win, if all of those happen, then so long as the other teams within like 4th or 5th then start getting knocked out, 7th or 8th or 9th, the guys way down below.
Yeah.
So long as they don't have positive results, then that's where we're looking at all 3 of those teams potentially qualifying today. There's not a scenario where all 4 of them get locked in today. So Playday 9 will still see probably the last team. I think at least 2 teams are qualifying today. I don't know if that's something you agree with.
I think 2 teams are qualifying for today, but we got to realize, even though SSG like has a grim chance of making the major, I still think they're gonna play OXG for the invite points, even though, like, you know, they might be like, oh, we might not make the major, but like invite points are still on the line.
Right.
Yeah, very true. Let's talk about some specific headlines out of the matches for today. The first one that we're going to zero in on a little bit is going to be DarkZero taking on XSET. And we call this one, the headline for this one is called Kingslayers, because XSET have a chance to knock out the champs from Charlotte. DarkZero, meanwhile, they're kind of fighting for their lives, aren't they?
Yeah, I mean, they aren't doing the best that they can do. But, I mean, if you look back at them stage 1, that was the same thing they were doing. Pretty much similar, and then they fought their way to 4th, and then, you know, they qualified for the major, and then they won the major. So is DZ going to come out again and do the same thing and then win Berlin? Who knows?
I mean, that would be the most DarkZero thing for them to do, wouldn't it? Yeah,
it would.
It would. Sadly would.
It's on script, yeah.
But I'm looking at this DarkZero squad too. It's not that it's like a trend breaker or a trend setter. There have been some teams, whenever they win a major, going into the next one, they qualify and like they make playoffs. I'm thinking like Team 1 when they won Mexico, they went to, I think it was the quarterfinals of Sweden. But that doesn't translate for some teams like TSM winning SI and then going into stage 1 and not even qualifying for Charlotte. So it's not like there is a consistent major buff or even an SI buff these days anymore to then go on and even make the next event. So if DarkZero don't, there's not really a historical precedent to say this is good or bad.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, that's the NAL this year, though, right? I mean, it's just so competitive, it's hard to really carry any sort of, like, presumed buff or debuff from previous major championships. It's kind of like Canadians said after Charlotte, right? I mean, a win only lasts a day, right? You got to start over.
Yeah, true. Yep. I mean, that's the winner mentality and the grinder mentality. You can't really focus on the past because, I mean, look at TSM. If they focused on the past, they would have still been in the past. And now look at them in Soniqs. If they stayed with the same mentality stage 1, we would not be seeing them in the top 4 placements.
You know, I'm glad you brought TSM up because they are one of the teams in our second headline of the day. And the headline
Look at you
is
segueing like a pro.
Right, there you go. The headline is, who is the dark horse? And I know it's a little bit weird to describe TSM as a possible dark horse, but with the way stage 1 went so poorly, with the way stage 2 is going well, but there's been bumps along the way, you know, they are still a bit of a dark horse, in my opinion, to get to the major and possibly do well there. But Parabellum, that is the true contestant for the dark horse, I think, in NAL, because that's a team that's looked so good at times, but clearly still has a little bit of a ways to go. So can they summon the skill, the cohesion to make it to the major? A lot of questions about both of these teams coming to the match today.
I think they can. I will say that Gunnar is playing one of his best stages, even though it's his first Pro League stage or NAL stage.
He's still number 2 overall right
He is still number 2.
He's having a great start.
He's like plus 22 in KD, I believe. But this like tells me, because it goes from Gunnar having plus 22 to Blaz plus 4, and then everyone else yellow and red in their KD. And it's like, will they all show up to help Gunnar finish out and, you know, make Berlin, or will they be playing against TSM, who have 3 people who are consistently playing, and now Achieve coming back in from the leap he had from being at a Valley recently, not being able to frag on attack, to being yesterday against SSG going positive and talking to us and telling us, hey, I'm back.
I think they're both, well, what are they at now? Like, I think 4th and 5th on both attack and defense or
Yeah.
something
Right,
like that.
right.
They have shot up over the past couple of days. Obviously, getting a win that massive over Mirage yesterday is going to help them statistically in a very big fashion. But they had a bit of a lull this stage to start off with.
For sure.
Even though we had good performances from Blaz and Gunner, and we were looking for how Penguin was going to incorporate. Then Kool-Aid has the game that he has yesterday, kind of evens the stats out a little bit more. They're doing pretty good, but they're right now in 5th, looking to crack up, and it's just a matter of how other teams are, like, you're relying on another one of them somehow to mess up today in addition to you doing good.
Yeah.
It's without looking at the numbers specifically, it does feel like kind of like a win or you're not in scenario for both of these teams today. Based on the numbers, it could go a number of different ways, but that's a general sort of scenario. So that'll be a good one to keep an eye on too. And you know what else is good to keep an eye on? Social media. Well, sometimes. But in this case, when we're talking about Rainbow Six Esports social media, then absolutely, obviously. Let's check out some of the tweets that we had come in yesterday around the league and see what people had to say. Starting things off with Achieved.
That's me.
Oh,
That's
adorable.
Look at him smiling.
Did you end up talking to Achieved after this at any point yesterday? Or was
No,
it
it was just that, and then I said what's up to him, and then he said, I'll see you tomorrow as well. I was like, okay.
Find someone who looks at you the way Achieved looks at Tommy during that
Achieved is
interview.
a snack.
through the camera?
There you go. Yeah. Let's move on. What's tweet number 2 today? Oh, there you go. Look how adorable.
Kylo and Kino, that's like, I think that dog represents Kino in Laxmi's life. It's just one letter difference. Kylo and Kino.
I mean,
My question
he
is-
only has one of them in his life now. So
Oh, yeah, that's true.
He's got to make do with it.
Is the dog's last name Ren?
Oh.
Yeah, was it a Star Wars reference?
See,
That's my question.
I guarantee it
Always
is
my
a Star
question.
Wars reference, but it's one of those things where it's like, I wouldn't name my kid Kylo. I would absolutely give my dog a Star Wars name.
I would name my muscles like Kylo and Ren, like, thunder and lightning.
That's all right. Well, now we know. Now knowing it's happened.
You know
now.
what Tommy
Yeah.
names his guns?
Yep.
There you go. Let's move on to tweet number 3 from. Hey, that's you. I think you're doing
Look at the
great.
picture. Look at the picture. Let's see the profile picture. You see Troy,
very blurry.
myself, Bolo, and Achieve. I taught 2 of them how to nade. Troy and Achieved.
Wow.
Okay, cool. But the tweet
Achieved
is
does have very good
the
grenades.
tweet is, am I
So,
doing good? Not was I a good teacher?
Yeah.
Both. Am I teaching them, on the R6 chat, and then am I doing good in the pro scene?
I mean,
Like,
maybe.
is he doing good in life in general?
Exactly.
Instructing people, being a star on the broadcast from time to time.
Am I teaching you to be like a 1.0 KD?
you
No,
go.
you have to do better at that.
a man
yeah.
of many talents.
You can't help a lost cause.
My 0.6 is on you, dog.
0.72.
Let's separate these guys between the pre-show and the pre-match. Let's go on to the next tweet here. It is going to be from Soniqs. Leak the. Oh!
Dude. I saw another variant of this that was Least Coast.
Yeah,
I
that's
thought
what
was
I
pretty good.
I feel like Least Coast is the more obvious
Yes,
one,
yeah.
but I feel like Weak Coast is that's a little bit of a weak rebrand. Come on, like Sonic. Least Coast is the
I
better
don't really
one.
know the Sonics Twitter account to throw barbs like this, honestly.
I didn't know they let Super run it. That's a shock.
Oh, that's a good one. That's a good one. +1 on that.
Let's move on to our final
You
tweet.
just said +1 on that out loud.
Hey, why not? It's what the kids say these days. That's Bunny who brought us all those great stats yesterday.
Thank you, Spur Bunny, and
Yeah.
Wrath, both of you. Thank you
Excellent
very much
job.
for all that.
Yeah, Wrath as well. Yep. And that's cool. And see, this is what I love. And this is what I keep telling people. It's like everyone asks me like the quintessential question: how do I get into esports, right? And the answer is you just do it, right?
Yep.
You can't wait for opportunities. If you want to be a content creator, create content. If you want to be a caster, create opportunities for yourself to cast, whether it's, you're hosting your own little matches with your friends you put on YouTube and all that kind of stuff. You can't wait and be like, hey, I'm really good. Trust me, hire me. You got to prove it, right? So this kind of thing too. I've known multiple fans who were into stats who are now working for game developers and leagues because they just made stuff like that.
They were doing it as a hobby.
Yeah.
They just posted online. They made sure it got someplace.
Exactly.
I got here because I was making YouTube content. You got here because
There
you
you go.
ground the game out, but we all just did it, and now we're here.
Ground?
There you go. Yeah.
Ground?
Ground?
Grounded
You want to
out.
get right here and
Ground.
have Jacob say really rude things to you? Well, you can do that if you work hard and you can handle it. We know Tommy.
Unemployed.
1.7 KD.
Unemployed.
There you go.
1.7 KD.
At R6 Esports NA on Twitter and Instagram, and then the hashtag R6NAL on Twitter. Let us know what you are thinking as we go forward throughout the day, throughout the rest of stage number 2, because it's ending fast. We only got one more day after today, so not much more to get to enjoy before the long break, and the Berlin Major is going to be good. But we got a lot of matches coming up today. We're going to start things off with Astralis versus Beastcoast in just a few. Do not go anywhere. The Rainbow Six North American League kicks off right after this.
I've really been addicted to you. All of my attention I've been giving to you. Caught up in my feelings, I got feelings for you. Caught up in my feelings, I got feelings for you. On my mind, I can't lie. On my mind, I can't lie. Pull you down till you dry. Pull you down till you dry. All the time, ease my mind. All the time, ease my mind. I know that you're dangerous, I'm addicted to you. I might rent the Lambo and go drive it like it's stolen. I've been living wild, I'm just going through the motions. Stumbling out the Uber, grab my hand, gave me the notion. Swimming in your water, but it feels just like the ocean. I can't lie, I've really been addicted to you. All of my attention I've been giving to you. Caught up in my feelings, I got feelings for you. Caught up in my feelings, I got feelings for you. On my mind, I can't lie. On my mind, I can't lie. Pull you down till you dry. Pull you down till you dry. All the time, ease my mind. All the time, ease my mind. I know that you're dangerous, I'm addicted to you. I was sipping more for 2 years straight to the face. Champagne belly bubble still won't go away. Last year my best man hit a stain with bad face. Now he's got a L behind the water's cold case. I wake up with pain sometime and never go away. Wonder why I bow down to my knees when I pray. In my city gritty, gotta keep it on your waist. Or you might be a victim, they'll find you DOA. I can't lie, I've really been addicted to you. All of my attention I've been giving to you. Caught up in my feelings, I got feelings for you. Caught up in my feelings, I got feelings for you. On my mind, I can't lie. On my mind, I can't lie. Pull you down till you dry. Pull you down till you dry. All the time, ease my mind. All the time, ease my mind. I know that you're dangerous, I'm addicted to you.
You said hello and I lost my control in just one tiny second.
And Beastcoast put another one up. An easy closeout for Astralis. flawless. Round 4 goes their way.
DarkZero in full control. Grabs one hell, but Foxy so good. Foxy absolutely popping off right now.
This team is sitting pretty right now.
Great teamwork. Soniqs take the lead again. A big victory for the Spacestation.
XSET.
They play it out perfectly.
And the challenge now, quite simply, is just survive.
Congratulations to TSM.
This is the NAL.
Welcome, everybody, to the Rainbow Six North American League Analyst Desk. I'm your host, Doe. With me, Caliber Jacob and special guest pro gamer Tommy here to help break down the action that we're going to see in all 5 of our games today. And it's gonna be a good day because the major is on the line. We could have up to 3 teams qualify. We'll probably have, you're guessing, 2 teams qualify. But we're gonna start with Astralis versus Beastcoast. Before we get there, though, we're going to take a look at the standings so we can kind of set the stage, let you know what the teams are really kind of fighting for. Let's take a look at that right now, because this could still move around a lot. Remember, there's still only 4 points separating Soniqs at number 2 from Beastcoast all the way down at number 9.
Yeah, we've never had a point spread between 1 and 2, by the way, that has ever exceeded 3 points, I think, for this whole stage, which means that even though OXG look pretty comfortable up there right now, nothing at the moment is guaranteed. The minimum points threshold for last major was 17. They are right below that, so all they need, theoretically, is a win, overtime or regulation, and they are already locked in for Berlin. That's all they need today. As far as the Soniqs, XSET, and TSM are concerned, it is a much tougher road because they are not nearly as close to that 16 points that OXG already have. And if OXG aren't confirmed, then they definitely aren't. So all of those teams are going to need a lot over the next 2 play days to really lock it in.
Yeah, I mean, to talk about Oxygen, like, even though they are first, and we've already said it, but they can lose both games, and Soniqs, XSET, TSM, and Parabellum can win both of their games, and Oxygen won't be able to make it.
I think I'm honestly a little bit worried about TSM the most because they're the ones sitting at a 0 for round differential.
Yeah.
So if it comes down to tiebreakers, that's going to be something that might come back to haunt them a little bit too if they end up, really, really closely matched with teams like Parabellum, Astralis, who have that positive round differential and could still do well today. I mean, we're going to see Astralis in our first match against Beastcoast in a moment. That would be a big opportunity for them since Beastcoast seemed to be in a little bit of a slump after the last 2 losses. But remains to be seen. And, then you've got the outliers, right? You've got Charlotte Major champions DarkZero. They still have a shot, even though it seems like a remote one. Spacestation Gaming, maybe Beastcoast. Maybe. The only one we know for sure is not going is Mirage, so it's still pretty wide open. Although it's narrowing quickly.
Yeah. I mean, I just hope to see, it be as much competitive as it was last stage towards the end.
I'm sure
and,
it will be. Yeah.
the second to last game and last games are always the best because everything is so close.
I'm really, really hoping that we see at minimum like 2 teams, but I don't want this entire day to all of a sudden be qualification day. I want there to still be something to look forward to in Playday 9. So that's, a little bit selfish on my part, obviously, because it'd be nice if we had all 4 teams qualify for North America on one day, but honestly, this is cool.
I want to stretch it out. I want to build the suspense, You
want there to be a main event play day, right?
Exactly, yeah. I'm like, are you not entertained? I'm like, well, I won't be if everyone qualifies today. I
True.
will be
Let's
if we go
let the matchups for Playday 9 simmer for a week, and then we'll get
We
there.
got to go to the last one. But here's our probability, again, provided by Bunny and Wrath R6. And you know what? As you can see, there are a lot of opportunities for teams to qualify today. OXG, like you mentioned earlier, Jacob, all they need is a win. Doesn't matter if it's regulation or overtime, that'll punch their ticket to Berlin. You've got a lot of other teams that are very close.
I think right now the big problem is looking at the teams who are kind of in the middle of the pack here. Obviously, OXG, Soniqs, XSET are the 3 teams that could go today based upon these results. For teams like TSM, look at how drastic it suddenly becomes. This is why it being so close is a problem. A regulation victory puts them at 81%, which means they then have to go into Playday 9, get all the points possible, and that's also based upon what the Soniqs and XSET do today. If they lose and get no points, suddenly it drops from 81% 10% to 18%. And that exact same thing carries over for Parabellum, who could get knocked out today. Same thing for Astralis, and same thing for every other team in this race. It is nuts how close this becomes and how many teams have the possibility of getting knocked out. We could very, very soon see like another 3 to possibly even 4 teams get knocked out in one go today.
Yeah, I mean, as a pro, when I used to be a pro, like, and during the Mirage Stage 3 of year 1, we said we control our own fate. A lot of the teams here, their fate's not in their hands, and they have to rely on other teams winning. So it's kind of hard to like rely on that because everything has to go your way.
It's always fun to be in those kind of odd situations, though, as a fan sometimes, where, like, I mean, I know this from being, like, a big football fan over the years. Like, you find yourself cheering for other teams because, like, your team is in that situation, right, where they kind of need help from other results around the league.
You start cheering for them, you're like, yeah, let's go!
Yeah, exactly. So you got, like, you know, situations where maybe you have TSM fans cheering for Beastcoast or something like that. You know, you got weird stuff going on towards the end of stages like this.
There's also something just to note, because we're heading into first matchup, we should probably mention what this exact implication is. Astralis and Beastcoast, first game of the day. If Beastcoast lose in regulation, they're done.
They're out.
They suddenly become the second team knocked out after having so much time spent over the course of this stage, hyping them up, talking about the things that they do well. What are they going to do from stage 1 to 2 to, I guess, really lock in their play style? Suddenly, a regulation loss to Astralis today means they're gone and they have to wait until next stage to try it all over again.
Dude, if they lose today, I'm convinced Mirage just broke them.
Oh, like that's a good one.
I mean, it's true, right?
To go on a 3-game losing streak and have Mirage be the start of it would be crippling for this team's mental.
And to have it be the second stage in a row that Mirage, you know, keeps them out of the major.
Gatekeepers in quotes, obviously. It's not statistical, but that's kind of what happened.
They're paid actors. Mirage's paid actors only for Beastcoast.
Dude, only for the sake of it's an NAL plot device.
Keep Drip out of the majors.
Apparently that's the plan. It's working well. Everything's going according to plan, I guess, if you're on the
And even if it goes in his own dollar, it's not a guarantee that it'll stay there.
That's right. Yeah, that's right. They took down Beastcoast, and I'm pretty sure then, like, Marm whispered in Drip's ear, Tommy sends his regards.
We're writing a book about this now.
Well, let's talk about our first match of the day in a little bit more detail. We mentioned it already, but it's going to be Astralis versus Beastcoast. And like we were kind of already talking about a little bit, I mean, Beastcoast needs the win today. I mean, Astralis does too, but, you know, Beastcoast, it's either, you know, win or you're basically eliminated. Because remember, even if they lose in overtime, they're not technically eliminated, but their percentage chance of going through is like about 0% anyway. It's not good.
Yeah, as we can see, like, you know, obviously they're playing today. Last stage when they played, Astralis beat Beastcoast 7-4 on theme. Yes, it was 7-4, but you have to realize during that match, Drip got a total of 5 plants out of 6 rounds. So are their attacks bad, or was his teammates trolling? As well, I will say this, their map pool recently, picking maps against their recent enemy teams, have been weird. Are their analysts trolling as well? Because they're taking some teams to their best maps or their hidden maps.
Well, we saw yesterday, too, it seemed like their map choice was kind of just based on that one good individual performance by Sweater. And, like, that's something, I mean, Sweater's a good player, don't get me wrong, but you can't rely on that being a reoccurring thing against different teams. It's such a different scenario, you know?
It's a weird thing to kind of just throw into the middle of it when you probably should expect a team like the Soniqs to already be good on a map like Chalet. Yeah. I do kind of agree with what Super's theory was in the interview, being like, why exactly did we go here? No one really knows the answer. But as far as Beastcoast goes, they're a weird team because they've always had 3 permabans. There's 3 maps every single ban phase they will ban every time, to a point where I wonder if that gets a little bit stifling for what their options can be. That might mean that a big reason for why their attacks don't do nearly as well is because they're confined to like the same couple of maps over and over again, but yet still haven't been able to crack through and figure out what that necessary formula is to exceed on that side of the ball. It's weird looking at this Beastcoast team from a map point of view, but today against a very known Astralis quantity, maybe there's a way to kind of crack that open.
Well, let's zero in on 2 players in particular. We're going to look at the comparison on the stat side of things between Forest and Drip, and we'll see how things line up there. Now, obviously, Drip, struggling a little bit in the KD, but he does have those plants. Like you're saying, the diffuser is going down.
Yep. And as a Pro League player, the rules are, as a planner, because you don't get as much kills, one plant costs 5 kills. So Drip has 40 kills, and Forrest adds another 25 to his.
All right. So still kind of puts Forrest a little bit ahead.
Yeah.
But Drip is in the conversation anyway.
Yeah. I will say this is actually a good matchup because Drip is more of a traditional support, while Forrest is more of a, hey, I'm looking for a frac support.
Yeah.
Like, he is an opener. He plays stature. He is literally like entering. He's getting opening kills. So it's actually nice to see this matchup.
Yep, that's right. He's got that. Forrest has that higher EPS as well, which is kind of that new stat from Ubi that sort of combines a lot of different things into one. So there you go. Basically, over 100, you're good. Under 100, it's not that great. So let's talk specifically about Astralis. Again, this is a team that went as far as you can possibly go in the Charlotte Major without winning it. They went all the way to the final map against DarkZero and just couldn't quite punch it across the finish line. Now they're back, trying to get back to another major, but this stage has been a bit of a struggle.
Yeah, but I think they're out of the struggle bus portion of the stage overall.
Starting to feel that way.
Yeah, we're at a point now where I don't have concerns about this Astralis team. I have concerns about them getting to Berlin because everybody else above them is doing so well, not because they're doing poorly. I think even though they sit in 6th place right now, it's not an accurate representation of where they could sit if they had a fully healthy team to start the stage. They had a fantastic game yesterday against XSET. Overall, we didn't pick them to win that game, but those defenses were locked in. They were highly developed. They were strategized. They knew the zones they were meant to be playing in and only made one mistake on defense, letting XSET have a free site, which DP Fire himself said we didn't play our zones correctly, and then shored up everything after that to a point where the game was no longer competitive. They stormed back into the lead after a 4-2 half on Villa, got back into a defensive stranglehold on the map, and XSET were completely choked out. If that same thing happens here and that same amount of flexibility plays in, which it usually does on most maps where Astralis can get that kind of space, they're probably going to do the same thing again here against a Beastcoast team that has had those exact same or like very similar attacking struggles. Even if they're if Beastcoast aren't an objective-oriented squad, this team seems very poised, depending on the map, to take full advantage of that.
Yeah, I mean, something we got to realize about Astralis, they have obviously been at a major. They've played multiple stages already, and second stage with call out. So they are a team that will go back into a VOD and fix their issues for the next game or next day. Beastcoast, on the other hand, I think they instead of changing like zones and positions, they just switch players out. I don't think they really fix it and go in depth. So that's something I really want to focus on for Beastcoast.
Well, can you expand on that though? Like, what do you mean they just sort of switch players out?
So with if we go back to a week, SSG, when they beat SSG, Slash was playing in stock, while Sweater was playing somewhere else. Then against Soniqs yesterday, they just switched out Sweater in Slash's place and Slash in Sweater's, and didn't change anything. Master Wall's still reinforced and not holding office.
So you're saying they're basically executing the same strategies. They're just changing what people are in what position.
Exactly.
I see. And so the thing is even if it's a different person in that position from last week, it's still a readable strategy. And it's still something that's predictable if you've done any VOD review on the opposing side.
Yep, agreed.
Yeah, that makes sense. Well, speaking of Beastcoast a little bit, I do think it is going to come down to Beastcoast's ability to attack into Astralis, because we did see statistically they were like the 7th best team in the league for attacking against Astralis being the 2nd best defensive team. That's a tall order for Beastcoast. So if you're BC right now, Tommy, I'm going to ask you the pro gamer question here. Do you want to attack first or do you want to attack second?
Wow. I would want to attack first because I feel like you get the momentum up on attack.
Okay.
Because you expect more on attack than defense.
For sure.
Yeah, if you're able to set the tone, especially knowing that you're going into a very good defensive team for Astralis, who, by the way, 2nd overall, they played that lockdown style, which Beastcoast will probably, they should at the very least recognize and play around it. But if you're able to get, let's say, like a 3-3 half on Villa or something, you set the pace, then go to defense, which most players have acknowledged. It's not that it's easier to play defense, but you're not worried nearly as much about the coordination aspect of it as you are when you can roam a little bit free, you understand where side is, you know about defensive timings. You might as well just play defense to a point where you can play around the clock, whereas on attack, you have to be even more coordinated to know exactly what the setup is and how to counter it. So if you start an attack and do well, then you can go into defense with a good mental. But if you start off on attack and do poorly, it's a much different story.
Yep.
Yeah. And it feels like it's more over at that point anyway. So
yeah,
let's see what map we're going to, because this is another kind of point about Beastcoast specifically, where it seemed like the map selections didn't end up favoring him that much in the last few times out.
It's true, and you might be able to read into Beastcoast's bans a little bit more because, again, they've got 3 perma bans. It's Border, Clubhouse, and Cafe. Every single ban phase, they have taken off the board this entire stage, which means if they were to ban those same ones again, Astralis can kind of manipulate this a little bit more, because even though we're in a best of 1 territory, you still want a wide berth of maps here, and then when you go into the major, you might be able to break out some of the ones that you have 100% ban rate on and do well there. So no Border, no theme park, which is curious because this is out of order, so to speak, for Beastcoast, but they're taking a good Astralis map off the table with this one. And then they take Skyscraper out of the pool, which is, again, not a map that they themselves have ever banned so far. Funnily enough, when it comes to we're looking at both a club and a cafe that are both still technically left on the board, both of which are maps Beastcoast still have not played so far this stage. So for these last 3, we either go to a map that they haven't played before, so they take off the cafe, there's the club, they suddenly get all of their maps taken away, and they go back to what, Astralis had a fantastic game against XSET yesterday on. So what's the strategy here?
So will I say that Astralis will ban Finca, but will that also decapitate Iconic?
I mean, I don't know. I don't know. I think you could take a little bit off the top. I mean, he did hair-wise, right, coming into the stage.
Yeah.
I still think his operator pool isn't going to be that cut down by it, you know?
No, I wouldn't say so. I mean, again, the concern for Astralis is more about whether they're able to do more on attack. On defense, given the way that XSET played, I'm not really that concerned. But we're still looking at a Beastcoast team that in the late game still has issues with executes. In the mid game is still looking for ways to take map control that isn't just let Sweater do his thing and then kind of move in from there. So I look at this and I say, there's no way I don't see Astralis taking this game. And I really, really want to understand the mentality for Beastcoast going to this map.
Well, I mean, we'll have to see what happens, but it does kind of flavor our sort of ideas of prediction, right? It does affect that. Let's talk about predictions. Let's talk about it first, though, with our casters who will be calling the action. It's Antero and Jesse once again today. How you doing over there, guys? You ready to make some predictions?
I think so. I think we're ready to predict a little bit in this game. We've actually managed to color coordinate our predictions. I'm in the red, Parker's in the blue. That's why I'm going Astralis and Parker's going Beastcoast.
Oh, wow. Who would have guessed?
Yeah.
Blue isn't a part of Beastcoast's color palette.
Oh, there you go.
Well,
it's on the graphic now. It's too late.
It's against my will.
Well done.
I wanted to go Astralis.
I'm sure they'll do great. I'm sure Beastcoast
I wanted to go Astralis. I didn't want to go Beastcoast.
I don't know if we have the technology to change that. I'm sorry.
I think
hold on, let me check.
It's on the internet. It's there forever, Parker.
It's not even blue. It's green.
That's what I was saying.
That's like an aqua.
Well,
Jesse, are you okay?
I think it's a little blue. I think
what kind
it's a
of
little
colors
blue.
they teach you in
It's a
Alberta?
I think it's a bluish.
I think it's more blue than green.
I think it's more blue.
Shade of blue.
It's more blue than green.
It's more green than blue.
For the record, I think Astralis.
It's teal.
Teal, aquamarine, yeah.
But I will stay with Beastcoast for the bit, but I want it on the record that I think Astralis will win.
He's sticking with it.
I mean, I have to.
It's on the graphic. Can't change that.
No technology.
Well done, Jesse. That was a shrewd move, picking for your co-caster there.
I got to get ahead of him. We're tied now, right?
That's right. This might help, or you might have played yourself.
I wonder what this means for the DarkZero XSET game coming up next. By the way, I wonder if that's already predetermined.
I'm not letting him pick. I'm picking.
We'll see.
We'll check back in with our casters in just a moment. Now it's time to find out what our analysts have to say here today. Tommy, let's start with you. I'm curious.
Obviously, I have friends on Beastcoast.
Sure.
But let's be honest. Astralis for the win today.
Got to call him like you see him.
Got to call it like you see him.
It's a job.
Especially with Iconic being back.
Yeah. I don't like immediately striking down someone's chance to go to an international event. I don't like that. I think it's a really
deal with it.
It's not that it's a cruel thing to do, but you got to do it. I don't know why this map was picked. I don't like Beast Coast attacks. I think Astralis is back on a roll. And if it came down to it, I think that Astralis win this game, not in overtime, but in regulation. I think we see a 7-3, maybe even a 7-2. So, sorry, Beast Coast, you're going home today. You're staying in Vegas and you're not going to Germany, unless you buy for your own plane ticket.
That's true. It's a little bit rough, but you're not deciding this. It's up to the players.
True.
So don't put too much on yourself.
Prove me wrong, gentlemen. Prove me wrong.
There you go. Let's see what the coin has to say. As per the graphic, Astralis shall be heads, Beastcoast shall be tails.
It's in the middle.
Oh my gosh. The coin says tails. The coin's saying Beastcoast.
Oh boy.
Oh, well, GG's Astralis go next.
What is a coin?
What do you mean?
Coin's just an object anyway.
I mean, because Parker's pick got locked on it, it means no curse is actually active here.
Yeah, that is true. That is true. But I don't know. The coin's trolling itself today, I think. Let's find out what the fans have to say. Astralis. No surprise there, I think. I think, you know, you go by the numbers. You got to pick Astralis.
You go by who has momentum, which is usually how these polls go too, unless you're TSM, in which case it's just always TSM.
Right. But Astralis looked great yesterday. Beastcoast looked the opposite yesterday. You know, we'll see if they can change around. I mean, any given day, you never know what's going to happen. But looking at Astralis for the moment, let's find out what the community poll is as we go into map number 1 of the day here. Who would you consider that guy? Iconic or drip? Well, you know, I love the questions. They're so interpretive, you know? You can really read into them as much as you want.
Yeah, I mean,
decide what you want.
I feel like that guy will be drip this game because of his plans. But I will say Iconic has been going crazy.
What's the better stat, more plants or more kills? Which one do you?
More plants is actually nice to see because
Depends
if you're
what the plants lead to.
Exactly, but also like if you get a plant down and your team just throws a post plant, that's not your fault. Like, when you get the bomb down as a planner, you're expected to die within the next 5-10 seconds because you're in that spot that they're aiming to retake.
That's true.
That's right.
So what's happening within the rest of the area?
If you plan, it means you followed your plan through most of the way to perfection.
Exactly.
That's true.
Yeah.
It's not on you then. Well, we're going to take a quick break, and when we return, the action begins here at the Rainbow Six North American League. Astralis versus Beastcoast, a trip to Berlin on the line. Don't go anywhere. We'll return with that map right after this.
I'm Forrest, and this is an NAL.
Everybody, it's time for our first matchup of the day, and we got an exciting one to start you off. Astralis going up against Beastcoast. You chose for me that Beastcoast was going to win. I don't agree with that.
Yes.
But I am here, either way, to follow through on something that you've decided. I'm in Taro. This is Jesse. We are tied in predictions, but one of us will emerge as the victor today because we have chosen 2 different teams.
And we're back casting together. My second day here on the cast. And I do want to address something. You know, yesterday, a lot of people were saying that I really carried the cast. Now, were they right? Yeah, I think that was pretty clear if we listened to it.
Nobody said that?
Did they have to say it?
Nobody said
yeah,
that. I mean, even saw a single
they gotta
person
bring your ego down a little bit. So I do appreciate that you said that already.
On Twitter.
If we can keep that up
don't
today.
Know where these people were
That'd be
saying
great.
these things, but
thanks, guys. Nice.
You mean not carry the cast?
Yeah, kind of did.
It's been enjoyable sitting next to you, I will say that much.
Oh, thanks.
We've got 2 more matchups today to go with our 3 from yesterday. You and I are doing matches 1 and 2 today before Blue and Stokes come in for the
Wait,
final.
really? I prepped for 1 and 4. That's not good.
Why do you do this?
What do what?
Why do you do this?
We walked in today and you asked me what games we were playing, and I kind of forgot, but I did remember what games we weren't covering. I remember the games that John and Stokes were casting.
I don't really
ones.
I don't understand. These teams are 1 and 2 in the league.
Yes, this is actually a mad important game. I know we're kind
Teams
of
are 1 and
around.
2 in the league phonetically.
Oh. Yeah, I guess.
I love how you were so eager to just go along with it. I'm like,
well,
these teams are 1 and 2 in the league, and you're like, yeah.
Well, I honestly didn't hear what you said, and I was just going to say my stat because I thought it was more important than whatever the hell you were talking about. Habana Band's pretty sick, coming through immediately from Beastcoast here on Villa.
It was production that told me that phonetic joke, by the way, so I was just relaying what they said to me, but
pretty
alphabetically, phonetically, whatever.
Pretty common band. Flores as well. Flores
production's
banned out. Flores from Astralis, one of their most banned operators, tied with Thatcher for their most banned attacking operator. Valkyrie also tied for Astralis' most banned attacking operator, so no surprises coming through in the bans from Astralis. If Beast Coast banned their most banned defender operator, it'll be Azami, and it is.
There you go. Absolutely correct. Azami was actually left up in the Villa match that we witnessed yesterday, which was the DarkZero matchup, which did not go very well in their favor, even though Azami was available. So Beast Coast are gonna. Beast Coast are really,
what are they gonna do?
They're really gonna start on Living Room Library.
Oh, I love the site. I think the site's really good.
I saw it and I was like, there's no way.
The site is great. I mean, I think the site is underrated. We did see it once yesterday in our Villa game, which was the second Villa game of the day.
OXG versus DZ, which was the 4th match of yesterday. Our second one casted it.
Yes, and the setup didn't work, but I want to say it was a really good push from Oxygen. OXG, they didn't clear top floor, which is what most people do. They went in from the north. They kind of snuck their way in. I'm not sure how the Vault guy missed it, but they got in with great drones, took down the smoke instead of library, and then had control of the site from there, clean it up. It was a great push from Oxygen. Straw's going to be trying to replicate that, or at least have an as successful push. The setup on this site is typically pretty standard, where you've got a strong control of that top floor. AVG as well as the Vault are going to be your key points that you want to be holding on this top floor. The angles that you can create in the Vault floor, which we saw just a moment ago, can look down to the north side of Living Room. You see Drip creating those right now. And those angles are very difficult to challenge if you're an attacker. So if you're trying to just run in, usually it doesn't work. But with Oxygen, sometimes it does.
Well, we don't really see anything that outside the norm at the moment. Warden is a not-so-common pick, but can be used effectively to look through said smokes. You've also got an Osa on the board, and I want to say that we don't see Osa that much on Villa. She has her pick rate on certain maps. Skyscraper seems to be the most common map for Osa, but I feel like on a map like Cafe and on a map like Villa, there are certain areas where you can put those Talon shields very effectively. I think Study is a good opportunity for it. I think you can also do it over on Landing if you really want to. Maybe put it on the 90 window and clear out that part of the map. But that doesn't look like where Forrest wants to go.
No.
Still has access to both of the Osa shields downstairs.
Yeah, he's clearing through clearing through kitchen. Oftentimes we do see roamers playing over on that side of the things. Not for Beast Coast. Usually you'll have a roamer who just kind of runs around kitchen / basement and tries to be as annoying as possible. Nobody there at the moment. Could see a late rotate from perhaps Anthony, who currently plays on the red stairs. As we see these players getting ready to breach on in, the Selma charges go off. Talk to Babes from Surf as well, starting to slow things down here. Forrest watching in through the angle. The rest of the players on Astralis, I believe, have taken control of that top floor. There they are on the outlines. This Osa shield starting to come into effect now. Surf has to talk to Babes to counter it, but he dies. Iconic gets the opening pick, and that's going to really hurt the hold for Beast Coast.
And there was a lot of damage that was done to the Osa as well. DP Fire follows up onto Anthony. Beast Coast defense, not the start that they want with a minute still on the board. Astralis can walk into the bomb site, but Slash is there to greet them. Iconic goes down for the count. No more for Slash as J90, nice double piece, and it'll leave Sweater alive to then die. Nobody from Beast Coast able to stop the early advance of Astralis. and they just walk right in. And they were in the midst of getting the diffuser down as well. Turns out Living Room Library, maybe not the defensive stronghold that some teams are hoping for.
J90 comes in through the front door and hits the library from the back. Nobody on Beastcoast was expecting it. We weren't even expecting it. We didn't catch it. But it was a really nice pinch play that came in right at the same moment as those north side attackers were committing the brunt of the push into Living Room. So really well done from J90 to be that cleanup crew coming in from the back. Otherwise, again, I like that entry. Being able to take down the Smoke early was huge because Smoke was supposed to be that main counter to the Osa. Osa can be very, very powerful when you're going for kind of direct pushes like that. It's a great response to those vault angles up above that typically cause teams so many troubles. But unfortunately, with the Smoke dying so early, only being able to use, I believe, 2 of those Toxic Babes before being taken down, weren't able to get any more value out of that. So nice little push from Astralis. And yeah, unfortunately, I mean, I like this bomb site a lot, but it's just, you know, it doesn't really win a lot of the rounds, which is probably its biggest problem right now.
I'm kind of bummed that the Osa experiment on that particular bomb site didn't really show all that much. I mean, yeah, Osa went to the double panels in the back of Living Room, but you still had to deal with Library, which is where J90 came into full effect. That said, I really like Osa as an operator. And I feel like she doesn't see enough play. I think that's for a number of reasons. The big one is that you need to bring explosives right now, especially with the zombies prevalence. But obviously when she's banned, it kind of frees it frees things up. And then if you just bring a Finka, you've got the Gon 6 and you got the nades. Bring a Yana alongside that if you don't want to bring a Sledge, and you're pretty good at that point. But I feel like even outside of Tier 1 play, if you go down to Tier 2, Tier 3, if you go to ranked gameplay, for crying out loud,
yeah,
you don't see a lot of Osa, and I always wonder why. I said the same thing about Warden, and I will continue to harp on that with how often we see teams bring smokes or concussions and whatnot, especially now that Sens is around, even though their, I guess, importance in rounds is very limited. And you don't see a lot of influence from Sens, but either way, I'm a bit surprised that you don't see more Warden. That's it. First entry point is going to be J90, and it looks like it's the same game as yesterday from Sweater, where he couldn't hit the broadside of a barn. Suddenly, Sweater is losing his ones, and Astralis entry is good enough to give him the opening pick yet again. They're going to continue to rack him up. Anthony dies second for the second round in a row. Forrest has gone to Slash, holding down this position by 90. The Alda in hand, lots of bullets to fly down that corridor. I don't know what
DP fire.
Trip was standing by the window. Unlucky.
This hole that got opened up in the wall, Surf failed to impact trick it. He didn't have a hole above the wall that he could throw the impact grenade through. Small little mistake, but it costed him a pretty important angle into the bomb site. We've got Slash holding over by landing / the A-bomb. J90 has the defuse kit over in 90 himself. Surf trying to challenge this. If J90 goes down, that's the only player playing with defuse kit. They could rotate a player or two over, but they'd have to cross a sight line, which could get dangerous. The nade not finding its mark there, and a big kill from DP Fire for Slash. 1v4 now, Surf all alone. Can't do it. Iconic cleans him up.
Another easy entry for Astralis, and a terrible spot to be in. Slash tucked behind the statue. Well, guess what? The Alda is a very long gun. You cannot hide it. This is an early one. Timeout from Beastcoast called after those first 2 rounds.
Sheesh. That is not a sign of confidence, I'll say that. Of course, Beastcoast have Mark the Shark behind them. He knows when to call those tack timeouts, clearly sensing something is going wrong with the team. It hasn't been very promising rounds. I will say that Living Room Library defense was hard to counter. Maybe some better play from the smoke could have kept them alive a little bit longer, could have stopped that Osa shield from having the impact and the push from having the impact that it had. But that second round as well was just not very strong at all from Beastcoast. Those roamers got kind of shredded, and then when they came to the site, just kind of falling apart. Again, that angle from the master bedroom from Surf, failing to impact trick that. I mean, it's a small thing. I don't think it really mattered in the end of it, but it's like, it's so easy just to have that hole open, right? Above the wall, you have it open ahead of time. You could have thrown the impact. It would have been all rosy, would have been fine. But instead, he had to settle for, just getting the second charge of the Selma through the initial hole that was open in the wall. And I don't know, it just limits the areas that you can play in that site. It limits what you can do with your movement. Ultimately, not going to be what Beastcoast want to do. And hopefully with this tack timeout, they're able to sort some things out. Living again.
I was just about to say that, okay?
Well, you should be faster.
Your pause was like 2 seconds long.
You should be faster. I don't know, man.
I was going to say, does the tactical timeout work? And then you go to Living Room Library again. They know something that we don't know, by the way. but I don't know if I like this from Beastcoast as much as you might see a more standard Aviator defense up top, or even going back over to Trophy Statuary.
When Beastcoast played this map last against Parabellum, Aviator Games was the only bomb site that they lost. They did play it twice. They won it once, lost it once. But they were flawless on Kitchen, they were flawless on Trophy. So maybe it is just their worst site and they don't feel like it's that good.
Oh, sweater, sweater, sweater. How do you lose that? Okay.
It's tough.
You think they talked about that in the timeout?
Yeah, it said sweater, spawn peek, study door, and just don't die. Whatever you do, don't be the opening death. I like the Nook pick from Forest. This is Beastcoast's most banned operator, is the Nook. They chose to go for the Habana this time around, and so this is clearly an operator they don't love to play against. I'm excited to see what Forest can do. The intel from cameras has been really important for Beastcoast in the late clutches of the round so far. This stage Drip with a jump out. Actually, Chain, I know, falls to pieces. Drip making it happen. Very nice with the SMG-11.
Well, you've got some bite back from Beastcoast. I do wonder if this early aggression was something that was actually discussed in the timeout. I said it in a bit of a cheeky manner about Sweater spawn peeking early, but I will also say that when you are down, you want to frustrate your opponents. Not that Astralis is a team that is easily frustrated, but spawn peeks from Sweater, jump outs from Drip, that sort of thing can catch you off guard. Don't let Astralis play their game. Anthony is very close to death, but he ends up winning the gunfight against Iconic. All right. That's a nice shot for him. Safely inside of Bar. Watching intently. Slash now the one under fire, taking damage. I think that might have been a nade that was tossed out, but no, there's been no damage. So I'm actually quite curious unless that was just a single shot. Slash finished off. It was the Nook. Forest as cheeky as ever. Now it's Anthony still in this position. Oh, Anthony goes huge with 3 kills. Still there. Suddenly the Nook. Forest in a 1v3 all on his lonesome. And they'll hunt him for sport. Up on a cam. Spotted. Where do you go? That's the real question. Nade available. It does not connect. Tough position to be in. No intel, no teammates, not a lot of hope. But still plenty of time left, Jesse. 1 minute to go. And you can continue to creep around until Surf finds you and gives Beastcoast the very first round as they get on the board.
Anthony MGS has been one of the lowest rated players in the league this stage. He's currently 30 and 55 heading into this matchup, minus 25, 0.39 KPR. Again, one of the lowest in the league. The only person, or the only people I should say, that have worse stats right now than Anthony are 2 coaches that subbed in for games, and Drip, his teammate. So it's not been a great stage for Anthony, but that was a fantastic play. Him roaming up on that top floor had a huge amount of impact, was trading his teammates really well at the start, and then playing that little rat corner just inside of the bar, doing a great job having a big kill there that really did equalize or tilt the numbers in their favor. So nice little play from Anthony. I'm glad to see him getting on the board. We never like to see players underperform, but certainly both Anthony and I would say Drip as well, having big plays that round, making things happen for Beastcoast, and well, starting this comeback from the 2-round deficit they initially started with.
Who do you consider that guy? Well, community has spoken. That actually might be one of the most lopsided polls that we've seen in quite a while. You want to talk about Aviator in games now as it shows up for the 4th defense from Beastcoast? You talked about it earlier on, by the way, when I said, you know, why didn't they go to more normal site?
As I mentioned, it's the only bomb site they lost against Parabellum. Kind of a small sample size. I don't think it's actually like a bad bomb site for Beastcoast, but perhaps they do feel that way. Look at this mirror window from Slash. Not a common position being placed towards the classical hall. That's going to be an interesting one to look out from behind the bar. That makes that smoke position behind the games bar very, very powerful. Anthony currently playing kind of the top main stairs, but when he falls back to the games bar, that'll probably be where he's playing. Depends how the round goes, of course. If he dies, then likely not. But yeah, it's a very strong site. Obviously, this is the primary for most teams. The fact that they're going to it for the first time in round 4, it means that if they win this, they will only be able to play it once this half. They will not get another chance on it. So they better be confident here.
Sweater again off-site, wanting to take an early engagement. He's 0-3. So far, no good on those duels. It's left his team at a deficit all 3 rounds. And despite that, Beastcoast were able to salvage 1 of those 3. need to get back. Holding this part of the map that he was on over by master bedroom side of things is not that unorthodox. Sweater has so much room to play off of, and he actually takes out the Finka. Down goes Iconic. That high rate of fire in the hands of Sweater can do so much damage. Finally, Beastcoast get the opening pick.
Many people say Sweater is better, and over this week, that has not been the case. Sweater's had a rough game yesterday and didn't start too hot here on Villa, but that's a nice pick to open things up for Beastcoast, get them that man advantage. C4 from Drip doesn't follow up for anything. Forrest has the defuse kit on that window, and now it's dropped to the floor. Sweater, once again, proving he's better. All of a sudden, coming alive in round number 4.
Is it a kitten game that we're about to see? No kitten coast this time around, but I don't think he's wearing a collar nor the cat ears.
Not today.
Doesn't seem to matter. He's powering up. Forrest and Iconic, the 2 players for Astralis, who have led the way in terms of the standings for this team over the last 2 stages, are no more. Astralis have their clutches around the bomb site. Their focus will be over towards 90 and the back of gaming, which is exactly where they are at the moment. Down goes J9O to Drip. Suddenly, Beastcoast have found some new motivation. Out goes a nade, and a flawless round could be had if Shuttle is incapable of getting a single kill. Punishes none other than Anthony before getting taken out himself. And Beastcoast, after the timeout, have matched Astralis' tally beforehand. Mark seemingly knowing that it was the right time to call it for his team, and we have a 2-2 ball game.
So obviously Sweater's going to get a lot of credit in that round, and rightfully so. That second kill was so important because it killed the guy that was on the 90 window. It killed Forrest, who then dropped the defuse kit to the ground. It meant it was outside. Nobody was really in a position to go pick it up. They didn't grab it for the entire rest of the round. So that was a big, important kill from Beastcoast. And then following that, they just kind of kept swinging. Drip swung the study doorway for the 3rd kill on the round. Anthony swung 90 for the 4th kill on the round. And then it was just one more guy in 90 who was trying to clean up following that. Got the trade on Anthony, but ultimately the numbers of disadvantage was too powerful. So I'm kind of of 2 minds about this because I do like, it worked out for Beastcoast, the fact they kept on swinging. Typically in a 5v3, that's when you want to play a little bit more reserve. That's when you want to kind of stop those swings. But for Beastcoast, it worked out. And I do think, like, if you're in your opponent's heads, if Astralis are not going to be expecting these types of plays, then hey, go for it until it stops working. I just hope that this isn't the entire game plan for the entire match, and that if Astralis start to counter those swings, Beastcoast are ready for it, they adapt, and they kind of slow down with that play.
Well, we'll see. I mean, having a big game from Sweater, I think, is the win condition for Beastcoast. Not to throw shade onto this roster, but when you look at the landscape of the North American League, there are some teams that are more top-heavy than others, and I think Beastcoast is among the toppest, heaviest teams of them all. And that's a term that I will use, and is not an actual term that others
not
normal.
A word.
Yeah, well, I mean, it would be 2 words. Toppest and heaviest are separate words.
Okay.
Again, byproduct of the Alberta education system, we understand. Anywho. If Sweater has a bad game, the likelihood of Beastcoast being able to keep pace with some of the top teams in North America really does disappear quite fast.
Yeah.
And you need a good performance from him. He was 0-3, gets a 3K in the previous round. That's great, and obviously almost single-handedly wins the round. As you said, he's going to get a lot of credit for it. But you need consistency out of Sweater. He's been consistent in games in the past. You got to unlock that on a map like Villa. But you'll see what Sweater can do as he goes on to attack, because he'll be playing that Finka role, I assume, as he is wont to do. That's Iconic's role at the moment. And Iconic is actually not performing up to his usual standards, but it's still quite early.
Not a lot of utility being brought in from Beastcoast on this setup. It means that they're probably going to be wanting to take a lot of gunfights here. Of course, you've got Drip on the mute, which can do some stuff with the C4s. Didn't quite find it. Sweater, again, looking for those opening picks. Didn't find it through the window. You've got a Malusi up here as well, Legion on Surf. So they're definitely wanting to stall with their guns, stall with their positioning, and try to slow down Astralis' take of the top floor that way. Currently, Astralis are pretty comfortable here up above. They're inside of Master, they're inside of Bathroom, and there's really not a lot of pressure other than kind of up by landing up around red stairs from Beastcoast. So there is a lot of potential for late flanks if they want to pressure this later in the round. But for now, if Astralis want to start working on these floorboards, it's all on Shuttle to do so, and he's doing it for free right now.
And some sledging away. This round has flown by. Blink and you miss it. There's a minute left. It certainly doesn't feel like it's been quite that fast. Shuttle decides that, he's unable to get the very first target. Forrest does instead, though. Astralis back to their opening kill ways. And Slash will walk in. Diffuser goes down. Quite successful. Anthony, the first kill for Beastcoast. Only 4 more to follow that up as the timer works against them. Astralis repositioning now in the post plant. Anthony suddenly on the Diffuser. Nobody from Astralis seems to know this. Can Anthony get taken out, or is he going to actually sneak it? Oh, J9O gets him at the last second and gets 2 for his trouble. Sweater's the last man standing upstairs. Hasn't found a single kill in this round, and as he drops to get back to the Diffuser, he's got very little time to work with. On the ground is J9O, and the final 3 kills are all his. The savior of that round for Astralis, as they manage to get another round on the board, and that tie between these teams short-lived.
Very cool push. They had a lot of pressure up above. They were opening those floorboards, and I think Beastcoast were kind of distracted by that fact again. They had a lot of their players over around red stairs, over around landing. I think they were kind of talking amongst their comms, maybe how are we going to disrupt this top floor pressure? How are we going to stop these guys from doing the classic kind of top down and be going through laundry type of push? And then 3 members of Astralis just walked up pantry. Surf was the only player around there, and he wasn't watching for it. A lot of teams play a pulse around that area to try to catch stuff like that, as well as contribute to stopping the players up above. But of course, Surf was on the Legion instead. And when they came through, took down Surf. There was nobody else in that kitchen area, nobody else around the bomb site to stop the kit from going down. So Astralis got that plant on the ground. And then the post plant, it was a little shaky. They kind of like fell off the area and didn't have very much control, but they did still have those top floor players trying to do some damage, and they did come back in. Surf falling earlier, and J9O helping out there to win the post plant. So nice little play from Astralis. They've got at least a 3-3 half here, and very much potential for 4-2 as we're now back onto the trophy saturated bomb site, which Astralis won last time.
I don't think people realize how close Beastcoast was to actually getting that diffuse off, or counter diffuse / disable. We really do need to clean up some of that terminology that we use. But anyway, Anthony was just a sliver, a nanosecond away from being able to get it. J9O was really the one who saved that round for Astralis, and it was...
Nanosecond's kind of an exaggeration. Speaking of cleaning up terminology, nanosecond is like an unrealistically small period of time. I don't think the game can even track it in nanoseconds. Maybe 1/10 of a second.
Shut up.
All right, just want to.
Oh my God.
Just trying to make.
Listen here, math boy, who doesn't know that there are multiple words, and what did I say? Toppest, heaviest. Ooh, that's one word.
Listen, I'm a math major. I'm a stats major. I don't know how to. I don't need to know how to speak. I just need to know how to number. Round 6, 3-2, 2:09 on the clock.
Yeah, you can look at those numbers. They're very obvious. They're on the top of your screen. All right, go back and look at the nanoseconds that it almost took for Anthony to get the counter disable off. Either way, a minute already off the board. These rounds really are going quite quick, and Surf roaming down below, and Art Studio gets the very first kill. Beheads Shuttle. Beastcoast have not been the team to get the most opening picks. That's been Astralis. This first half, 4 for Astralis, 2 for Beastcoast. And yet still, Beastcoast have been thriving and sticking with it. Much closer first half for these teams. I will say, though, that again, as we noted in yesterday's Villa matchup, this is a very defender-sided map.
Much like the last time Astralis were taking on this bomb site, they're coming from the south side. They've got a lot of control over an AVG. They've got that entire area controlled. Drip down below in the bottom floor, and Sweater kind of holding up here towards the bomb site. Drip was kind of that only player that was extended. Surf now going to get a kill on the Forest as well, so maybe this push not going as well as they wanted it to. That makes it a 2-man advantage favoring Beastcoast, and with your Finka and Sledge off the board, a lot of your firepower is gone too. You still have the F2, you still have the LMG on Zofia, so you definitely still can fight back, but with the positioning from Beastcoast, passive in the site, it's going to be hard to find these kills before they go for their execute.
Still in this position, J9O can walk right into the bomb site. There's a silhouette of one of the players of Beastcoast inside a bedroom. It's Surf. Started things off. Has another opportunity for yet a second kill. Sweater gets one onto J9O. There's Surf's pivot. Suddenly, it's a flawless round for Beastcoast. Well done by Surf. What an impressive performance by Beastcoast across the board on that one. And they end up salvaging the first half, just as Astralis salvaged the previous round. Flawlessly done. Round number 6 goes in Beastcoast column. That's a 3-3 first half, Jesse.
I said in round number 4, I don't want to see Beastcoast going for these like kind of aggressive swings when they're in man advantage all the time, and they absolutely didn't. They were in the 5v3 there. They played so far back in the bomb site. They had a guy inside of Master, they had a couple of guys over by Astro, and sure there were swings, but those swings didn't happen until Astralis were actually pushing into the site, where you have to deny that ground, because if you don't, they're in the site, they're going to plant. So loved that hold from Beastcoast. Wasn't too aggressive, wasn't too crazy. They were playing very, very smart siege towards the end of that round and closed out a round that they absolutely deserved to win after those opening picks. So beautifully done, a nice 3-3 split. This feels like a very competitive game, and both teams playing very, very well. Parker, your Beastcoast pick today that you very much wanted to pick might actually not be too bad.
Yes, my quote-unquote
Your
beast.
pick.
Yes, my pick.
We all saw the
doing a
graphic.
lot of heavy lifting in that sentence. We had a graphic.
Yeah.
Did you say?
Yeah.
You mean that the
graphic?
Yeah, you said that I was going to go with Beast Coast. You probably arranged this with production ahead of time, and they suddenly threw the Beast Coast logo up on the bottom of the screen.
Production's got my back. I don't know what to tell you.
You're a silly little goose, okay?
Stop insulting our producer, Jasmine.
First, Jasmine is not the one who decides where the predictions go. Second, I have not insulted Jasmine. I have saved all of that ire for you on yesterday's broadcast. I'm trying to be nicer today, but you started off with this opening salvo against me by picking Beast Coast, which I would never pick in a million trillion years.
I think Beast Coast are a fine team, and I don't think that was a bad pick at all.
Then why didn't you pick them?
Well, I think Astralis is better. I don't think Beast Coast is like terrible, you know?
I would have picked Astralis on this one too, but I gotta really give a nod to the man so nice they named him twice, Spencer Oliver. He and his team, they're making up for my prediction, okay?
It's true. Your prediction. I'm glad you're owning it.
People wonder, why do you call him the man so nice they named him twice? Because he has two first names, Spencer and Oliver. They gave him two.
Oh, I was just wondering that.
Slash Mom, I believe she is, on Twitter. I don't know if you're responsible for naming him, but kudos to you for that one.
Very nice. Jaina, I know, extended on to the AVG side. Once again, this is a trophy stat setup, just like we saw previously in round number 6. We swapped sides, so this gets opened up. And this extension's wasted a good amount of time. They have started to give it up. We see Astralis falling back now. Janino and Iconic both falling back into the A bomb site. So this is ground that's been given up. But again, you didn't lose any players. You wasted a good, minute 15, minute 10. Very much going to be happy with that. And again, the site utility's pretty strong from Astralis. They got mirror windows. They got deployable shields that we're seeing right now. They've got Banshees. They've got a lot of utility stat back here on the site. So if this all comes down to a funnel in through the execute, it's going to be very hard for Beastcoast against all this utility.
Open up some of the wall, alleviate some of the pressure, a word that means many things and nothing at the same time. It just essentially forces the defenders off of that position. Slash knows the flank from Shuttle is coming. Up the stairs. Shuttle has to be very careful here, very, very careful.
Don't give his position away.
Slash might still be in the same position. I don't know. Slash is coming back for more. He wants seconds. Shuttle hasn't moved yet. He lays in wait.
Yeah, Shuttle's going back down the stairs. He's not actually going to engage for a while, probably.
He's on.
Okay.
Creeping up very carefully.
That's Surf.
Surf's got the juice. Look at that. A little bit of extra HP.
Slurping up.
No, slurp juice.
Oh, my bad.
This is going to be a nice minted kill.
Shuttle's right behind him. Shuttle's right behind him.
Look at this. Uh-oh. Shuttle needs to go, but where is he? He's dead.
Oh,
down goes Surf. First kill goes to Astralis. Stands her back immediately. Beast Coast guns finding their marks. 30 seconds left, and all of a sudden the kill feed is lighting up. Just like fireworks on the 4th of July. Diffuser being planted by Drip. Sweater tosses out a nade for some area denial. Nice shot by Drip as he falls off of the diffuser. Guess who's the last one alive? DP Fire. Back up Astro stairs. Now Sweater the one to take a ton of damage. DP Fire will need some crafty shooting as the diffuser goes down, and both players from Beast Coast are in great positions. DP Fire sees one lighting up Sweater. Just a single point of HP. One Adrenal Surge still left. This will give some staying power to Sweater, but it's not available just yet. Still positioned. DP Fire has no idea where to go. Clock is running against him. There goes the Finka Surge. DP Fire will play around the corner. Down goes Sweater, but Drip has his teammates back. And Beast Coast will do something that they haven't done all game, which is take the lead.
You call Beast Coast very top-heavy, and by that, you mean the supports are very much hard supports. They don't get a lot of kills, and the fraggers get a lot of the kills. They really do.
Guess who got kills there?
Line things up. Drip had a fantastic round there, and I think Anthony's been having a really good game too. I don't think Drip necessarily gets the credit that he deserves. That round really was a smart one from him. Sweater was a little frantic in that 2v2. I was watching it from the top-down POV, and he was moving a lot. He wasn't 100% sure where he was supposed to be aiming at. It felt like he was almost panicking a little bit. But Drip got that kit down. Drip was able to stand up and take the gunfights when he needed to. Drip got 4 kills throughout the entirety of that push. It was a beautifully done execute by Drip. And again, you love to see it. These support players of Beast Coast, Anthony and Drip, who typically are very quiet when you look at the stats, popping off now. Drip 29 and 59, minus 30. Anthony 30 and 55, minus 25. Coming into this game, both of them, I believe, positive or at least neutral. I think they're both positive. We'll see. Really well done. Really, really good game for both these players so far. And so I'm very excited to see if this keeps up. If we have a game where Beastcoast have 5 guys shooting back against Astralis, this might be over for AST. And keep in mind, Parker, if Astralis don't win this game, their major chances go way, 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 way down.
Would you like to pull up the graphic, or even just reference those numbers?
I will.
Stat boy.
So if Astralis win this without overtime, 5% odds. Terrible. Basically not going to the major. If they win in, or if they lose in overtime, 30%. If they win in overtime, 48%. None of those are good results. Astralis really need a regulation win to be still comfortable, still in a pretty decent position, and then, of course, next week is still going to matter for them. 62%. Beast Coast, the situation's even more dire. A regulation loss for Beast Coast means they're done, they're out, they're just like Mirage, they have 0% chance, and realistically, anything other than a regulation win means they're out. I mean, an overtime win is 3%. So realistically, both these teams need regulation wins. It's not as drastic if Astralis end up in overtime one way or the other. But given how competitive the field is right now in the NAL, both of these teams really need those 3 points.
The odds have been shown during the intro segment to this broadcast and was also shown at the tail end of yesterday's broadcast. We've brought on 2 wonderful people, both of whom I believe you know.
Yes, Sprabunny and Wrath, 2 amazing statisticians in the Rainbow Six Siege scene. Sprabunny, big moderator in the Big Brain Club Discord, a Discord channel ran by a man with a very big brain.
I'm sorry, are you plugging your own Discord right now?
Sure am.
That's tasteless.
Join up. Well,
that's tasteless.
I get 2 days to cast. I gotta plug something.
That's tacky. That's tacky. That's loser behavior.
Well, my Discord's cooler than yours.
That's factually incorrect. But you know what I haven't done? I haven't lost a gunfight to Sweater. That's actually a fact. I don't think Sweater's ever killed me in any game of Rainbow, and that's because he is a champion and I am a gold one. So, yeah. But you know what? Forrest is not so lucky. First death goes to Astralis. Beast Coast opening things up. DP Fire getting
oh wow,
the twofer. Slash walks in, takes out DP Fire. Shuttle can't get the Nitro Cell off in time. Actually, no, he did. But look at the kills. Anthony and Drip. They're the ones carrying the team. Janino at the top of the stairs can pivot, but he's last alive. Beast Coast looking to extend their lead. Janino still on the hunt. In study. Has he done his homework? He's getting stunned out. Can't drop away. We'll look for some safe passage by the fireplace, and there's nowhere he's going to go. Down he goes. Surf. The waves are too strong. Slash is fired up. I haven't seen Slash that red since the Rogue days.
Yeah. Beast Coast are looking really good this game.
To be fair, Slash has been babysitting on almost all of his teams post-Rogue. All the teams Slash was on, with the exception, I think, of like OXG. All the teams that Slash was on were all filled with youngsters. This time around, still babysitting, by the way.
Yes.
He is the father figure on the team. Either way, Beast Coast up 5-3, excelling on this attacker-sided Villa as of right now.
Yeah, I think that round, they really were just like willing to take a lot of gunfights. They managed to hold that W, got a lot of those kills early. It wasn't really focused around the execute. Wasn't a big utility round. There was a big, there was a C4 that was nice, but ultimately Astralis just losing in a lot of those close range gunfights. And Beast Coast, I mean, this is that confidence that we've talked about a little bit in the past, right? We've talked about with players like Newers who've used that confidence to be so strong in the league so far. I think we're seeing that from Beast Coast. It's very clear that mentally they're in this matchup. I don't know that that's been true for all of their games. They lost to Mirage. I think that Beast Coast right now in this matchup are firing on all cylinders. It feels like they're having a good time. Vibes win games, and I think that's especially true for a team like Astralis. I feel like it's especially true for a team like Beast Coast, and right now, BC have the vibes.
I feel silly making that comment about how, oh, Beast Coast is so top-heavy, because statistically, the worst player in the league who's not a coach heading into this game was Drip.
Yep.
And now he's lighting it up.
Yeah.
He has a diffuser planted, almost had another diffuser planted.
He's top fragging.
He is top fragging. That is indeed correct. Good for him. And good for Beast Coast. Ideally, for both of these teams, you want to win Astralis. We might not see them at the major, and we might not see DarkZero at the major either, which is just so perplexing. Imagine the 2 teams that finished at the finals of the Charlotte Major would not be present for Berlin, and again, just shows you that it is very tight here in the North American League. I do want to note one thing. Sweater on the Finca, now obviously on the Twitch.
Oh yes.
We talked about how Finca can be so critical. Drip, first kill onto Iconic. The Thorn down.
Try.
Iconic is not having a very good game at all. 3 kills, 7 deaths. Drip is just A man on a mission today. But yesterday, you did get subtweeted a little bit.
Did I?
Because you made the mistake of criticizing Panbazoo after he had been put on Finca, and you got chewed out on Twitter for it. It's a trade back and forth from both Shuttle and Sweater. J9O gone, Slash is done. Still an advantage in favor of Beastcoast as they look to continue this entry towards Kitchen. But I just wanted to say, there's a lot of credibility here, too. Somebody goes on to Finca, and suddenly they light up the scoreboard.
Yeah.
I'm not going to subtweet you. I'm just going to make fun of you on a broadcast, but...
It's fine. I mean, listen, Finca's still a very strong op, and whether you need the LMG or not, the best players play Finca, and that's just where the meta's at right now. Pamba, I think, did great with the operator. Eventually, you know, once he got onto the attacking side, started to light up a little bit more, and for Beast Coast, we're seeing that as well. Once they switch over to attack, they're starting to really light things up. The attackers in Rainbow Six Siege have better guns than the defenders. Just in general, that tends to be what we see.
What are you talking about? You mean you don't like that 2 potentially meta defenders might be running the Roni, and then another 2 meta defenders will be running the SMG-11? What's wrong with that?
Hey, Roni's a good gun. I will defend the Roni, but SMG-11 is not something I use very well, I'll say that. But
I don't know if Anthony stunned himself or was a victim of the Gizmat from DP Fire's Ella, but either way, a little bit of a stun going on over by Bike. Astralis are just holding on to this position, still at a numbers disadvantage. There are frost mats on the board, and they become infinitely more deadly as the time goes on. Surf a pick on the Forest. So those frost mats will be the 3rd, 4th, and 5th man for Astralis, as it's a 2v4. Diffuser getting planted by Drip. He's already got a kill in the round, and now looking for the execute to go forward. Shuttle will close in on him, and not fast enough, though. Shuttle gets taken down. Suddenly, it's DP Fire in a 1v2 with Beast Coast waiting out the clock, and nothing will happen as Sweater unleashes the beast. It was a drip or drown round, and guess what? Astralis, they drowned. Match point for Beast Coast.
That was such a close round because he killed the planter. It's nanoseconds, some would say, after the kit went down.
And you know that nanosecond, it's very unrealistic to say nanoseconds.
If he had killed him before he got the kit on the ground, the coverage from Beast Coast was really passive. There was a guy like in laundry / outside of laundry, and there was a guy way back in Memorial who's trying to hold a long angle. And like they both had angles to defend, but neither of them would have been able to go run in and pick up that kit, at least not for a long time. So that would have been a really clutchable round, despite it being a 1v3 for Astralis. I believe it was DP Fire left in that position. If they had just denied that plant from going down, that was like definitely winnable for Astralis. It would have been tough still, but that would have been so much closer. Now Beast Coast are on 6, which means Astralis, the best they can get is an overtime win, which means no matter what, Astralis will end this match with a less than 50% chance of going to the major.
Absolutely correct. How low? Well, only 48%. Technically, still below 50%, but not that dire. It will be out of their hands, effectively, at that point. A regulation loss, 5%.
Yikes.
That's not good.
Yikes.
So if you're Astralis, you need to win the next 3 rounds in a row, go to overtime, and then come what may, a victory or a loss, doesn't matter. A regulation loss for Astralis effectively dooms their chances. Not totally dooming them, but then they will be at the mercy of others and could potentially be knocked out today, depending on what we see from the other teams towards the top of the standings. Beast Coast, a victory in regulation, gives them only 28%. So they will still be on the outside looking in, with a very low probability of making it to Berlin. Essentially, Beast Coast are fighting for the perfect storm to happen at the top of the standings, but also playing spoiler to Astralis.
Yeah, I mean, Beast Coast, if they win this regulation, about 1-4. Not terrible, especially if they win their next game next week. Still not in their hands, but pretty close to it. So definitely lots to play for from Beast Coast. They're inside a bathroom, pushing in on Astro. Jane, I know, is going to have a lot of pressure focused on him, but Iconic as well. Dies to Surf, and Jane, I know, follow us up. There's the LMG that we're talking about. One player after another, both of them headshots. Surf, so good so far in these opening kills.
Well, the Seas are angry today, my friend, and Surf picks off 2. Sweater and Aid from below to do more damage and destroy the chances of Astralis making a trip over to Germany. Forest on the roam takes out Sweater. Say goodbye to the Yana. It's a second kill from Astralis, now suddenly there on the board on this Aviator defense. Most of this action occurring far removed from the bomb site. That's only the halfway point of the round, and almost half of the server is dead. I think that was Beast Coast looking for a knockout blow, and it was quite an impressive entry from Surf on that Finca to do some damage, as he and Sweater have now jumped to the top of the team in terms of kills, as is tradition.
Astralis know they're fighting for their lives here as the Major hangs in the balance. Forest is all alone on that north side with just a sliver of HP left down in the basement. It's going to be Drip who's hunting for him to try to stop this play from happening. He's watching the staircases. Forest right now is in the basement. He'll be walking up those stairs at some point, more than likely in this round. How long will Drip be holding that angle? He's got the defuse kit, so he can't hold it forever. He's got to get up to sight, and he's got to hold. He's got to get in and plant that defuse kit. Plants a Claymore and will back up instead. Probably the right call. Good chance that Claymore catches him if he tries to move him through Piano. And as he gets towards the bomb site with that player down in the basement, it's going to be a 3v2 when they go in for the execute, and that will be numbers advantage as Forest is kind of trapped in this basement.
There's no heals for either team, right? Because the Fink is gone as well. So for Beastcoast, you just sit at your full HP. It's a good thing that those adrenal surges went out because Slash had taken some early damage.
Oh, no.
And now Anthony taken down by Forest. Drip in the hunt. Nice shot onto him. I mean, there was only a single point of HP for Forest. Anybody could have really made that shot, but Drip makes it count the most. All three players from Beastcoast at the top sitting on 9 kills. They'll need some more. Drip taken out by a Nitro Cell. It'll be all on the shoulders of Slash to clutch. He doesn't have much information. Out goes the grenade, and he walks into a crossfire. Astralis keep their chances alive with their 4th round. They've got 2 more to go if they want to realistically go to Berlin, go to the Major, and defeat Beastcoast in overtime.
I hate to suck hype out of a room, but Shuttle almost had no way of losing that 2v2 with his team. He had the C4 perfectly lined up. It was in his hand the entire time. He was just waiting for that plant to start. It's pretty hard to mess that one up. He tossed it out, did great, exploded it, killed the planter, and then they played the crossfire really nicely into 2v2. I think before that 2v2, it was definitely a scary situation. The fact that they let a player survive down in the basement for so long, they knew he was there. They knew he was lurking down in the basement, and he still got the kill on Anthony. Was very, very scary. But ultimately, Drip got that trade. They were able to push back on the top floor, and they had that 2v2. But ultimately, it is the start of the comeback for Astralis, potentially. 4-6. This is okay. This is okay.
We've talked a lot about the 2 top players for Beastcoast. Drip now joining them, as was pointed out. 9 kills between Sweater, Drip, and Surf apiece. 27 in total, not too bad. As for Astralis, we're used to seeing Iconic and Forest on the top, but we've got one of those games where the star players have been shut down, and Shuttle and DP Fire, who have provided a ton of value. DP Fire and J90 in particular, I think have really stood out. Shuttle's had a lot of important kills, but I think in terms of impact, DP Fire and J90 have single-handedly won some rounds. And even though J90 is 7-7, those 7 kills, most of them have actually been huge for the team. So sometimes you don't need to be, 19-8 in a losing effort. Sometimes 7-7 in a winning effort can be just as important.
Yeah, you talk about highlight players, and the community poll was talking about who is that guy, Iconic or Drip. And currently, Iconic is that guy at the bottom of the leaderboard. 3-8 is the worst KD that we have right now. Lack of star power, definitely not showing up for Astralis. They need him back in this game if they want to start clawing these rounds back. He's going to be playing Iconic by himself, kind of over down in, I believe he's down like boot room right now. Yeah, living room over there on the bottom floor, not engaging with anybody at the moment. Surf perhaps at one point in this round will fight him, but currently the action's kind of happening over around those Astro windows, around the bathroom windows. It doesn't look like it's going to be a game side takeover. It seems like Beastcoast just want to take this simply through the Master and Astro side.
Get some information, that nade from below. There's a good conversation on the Reddit about why we refer to them as depth charges, even though a depth charge is actually dropped from above down below, but this one it lies in the deep. It's just a different type of, I guess, like mental illustration and imagery.
I like it.
It came from Lycan, by the way, who used to be in the Navy. I'm sure he knows what depth charges actually are. Probably more than most of us do. Either way, that nade from below does not go off. More of a focus now from the attacking lineup of Beastcoast on to the side of Master as Iconic roams very deep down below, and he heads to the basement. Perfect time to do so as you can retake the bomb site with a minute to go. The Alibi is a 3-speed operator, very mobile, high rate of fire. Iconic can do some serious damage if there's no dedicated flank watch from Beastcoast. Sweater dies first, but it's traded off right away. DP Fire is not able to do too much. Drip dies, and that means that the diffuser drops for Beastcoast. Astralis with the advantage at the moment.
Iconic's going to walk up those Astro stairs and take down Anthony. Very nicely done. J90 with another one. Surface chasing behind Iconic, though. He's going to walk up behind him and likely find this kill, unless Iconic's looking back. They don't know where he's at. One for free, but it's so hard, and he doesn't do any more than that. Downed. Just disrespect.
That is Disgusting! What a display of disrespect between peers. Astralis win their second in a row. They're one round away from pulling off the unthinkable, which is a comeback to push overtime. The one thing I will give credit to this Astralis team, they are never out of the game. It doesn't matter who they are. We saw it in Charlotte. We saw it in Stage 1 of the NAL. We are now also seeing it through Stage 2. And yes, this team doesn't look as formidable and as scary as they did in Stage 1. Doesn't look as scary as the team that we saw play in North Carolina. But they're looking pretty scary through these last couple rounds against Beastcoast. And this has been as close of a match as the scoreline would suggest. There have been some very chaotic rounds, both in the first half when they went 3-3, and now in the second half where a 3-3 seems to be quite likely. Kudos to Astralis for sticking with it. They took a timeout. They lost the next 2 rounds, but they seem to have found something, and that something is working out very well for them.
Well, as we enter into the final round in regulation, we've got Surf going from the Glaz over to the Nook. Again, as I mentioned, Nook, the most commonly banned operator from Beastcoast. It's not one they've got a lot of experience on. Can't say Glaz is either, and actually Surf switches it up anyways, goes to the Zofia instead. IQ, the other interesting operator being played by Anthony. Again, Anthony, typically more of a support player, but getting on some of these stronger weapons is not a bad thing by any stretch of the imagination. I'm sure he'll do well with it. There's a lot of stuff that you can find here, right? Banshees you can find even if you don't shoot them out. There's ADSs, there's magnets, there's those thorn gadgets as well, so there's a lot for him to find with that scanner, and likely this is going to be a top-down take. They have the sledge, they have the IQ that can find a lot of value from up there as well. It's obviously going to be on them to take control of that top floor, and Astralis will likely contest that. They've got likely some frost mats up there and such, but should be pretty good for them.
The IQ will be an interesting one to watch, and I don't know how I feel about bringing in IQ to deal with this lineup. When it was the last time that we saw Beastcoast take this on, they didn't really have a huge problem with any type of gadgetry.
Right.
Could just be that maybe they like the commando that comes with it. I honestly don't know. I mean, I don't actually think that's the real reason. You're not just going to bring IQ on a very pivotal round for a gun. There's other guns available. That said, deployable shield goes up 1 minute in. Discovery phase slowly closing on this matchup. A kitchen defense means that Astralis will hold up above because they do not want to relinquish control of that part of the map, lest you get a hard breach or a soft breach up there to make your life miserable. Open up some hatches, tear open the floor. That will be Beastcoast's intended target. They've got a sledge on the board. That's Slash. Hasn't had statistically the best game, but his leadership hopefully paying dividends for this Beastcoast team that is 90 seconds away from potentially ending Astralis' hopes of going to Berlin.
5 players were on windows on the north side of the map on the top floor. Now 4 of them have jumped in. The first one was Drip, and he's in bathroom challenging Astro. DP Fire takes down Sweater first, though. That was over by landing, walking in towards the site. There we go, DP Fire, another on to Drip. This is starting to fall apart. Beastcoast, this will be overtime if they lose it. There's another one from Iconic who takes down Surf. Now it's just Anthony and Slash all alone by the bathroom. They've got so much ground to recover.
They absolutely do. Diffuser to be picked up, nades in hand, will go on over towards the stairs, but there's nobody home whatsoever. Forrest has gotten out of the vicinity quite quickly. Astralis sitting pretty with everybody at full HP. Can't say the same for Beastcoast, as Anthony's taken a little bit of damage. This is the soft destruction that we spoke of, but you typically don't want that to be the only thing you have going in your favor at the moment. If you look at the lineup from Beastcoast, that's exactly it. They've lost their 3 most potent threats on the scoreboard. Leaves this wrecking crew from above. Diffuser will be shepherded in by Slash. You expect Anthony to cover, but there are 4 players from Astralis who will be out for blood, and none of them are going to give an early pick. We've talked a lot about patience from Astralis. It's showing up in spades. One of the players might be doomed. Slash pulls off the nade. Iconic drops Anthony. Can Slash pull off a single kill? Yes, he can on the Forest. 2 more to go, and it's Iconic to hold both positions. Astralis go to overtime against Beastcoast. Both teams guaranteed a single point. That does kind of muddy the waters when it comes to the major. But right now, the focus is a victory for either team. They're 2 rounds, potentially 3 rounds away from crowning a winner again.
I noticed when they had just dropped down to 2 players that it didn't look like they were playing with a lot of intel. They couldn't tell who else was up on the top floor with them. They didn't know where those defending players were when they were opening the floorboards. And I looked at the drone count. A single drone still alive for Beastcoast when they were in that 2-man position at the very start of it. And it wasn't on either of the living players. So it wasn't being able to drive it around. They couldn't move it wherever it was on the round. It might have even just been outside, or we don't know where it was. So it wasn't finding them any impact, or it was finding them very little impact, if at all. that's a lack of intel that's definitely going to hurt Beastcoast in these late rounds where they're trying to hunt down those kills. I think they used a lot of them when they were kind of outside on the windows. They had 3 players on the master windows, 1 player on Astro window, and 1 player on the bathroom window. A lot of them were droning. They were trying to gather that intel, but the problem is once they were into the building, once they were going for those kills, the drones were all already dead. So they didn't really have that intel to know where players would be swinging them from. They got caught off guard, and they lost a bunch of their teams. So tough one for Beastcoast. They're going to move to defense, though, and hopefully, for their sake, this can be a bit of a stronger side for them because they were really slipping. 3 losses in a row on attack for Beastcoast. And after seeing some pretty solid attacks, after seeing some great rounds, it did hurt to see those last 3.
Well, they lost momentum. In terms of that second half, by the way, Astralis dominating in the opening pick. By my count, Beastcoast only had the first pick in a single round. There were 2 trades, and then Astralis had 3 opening duels breaking in their favor. So I don't want to say that's a dominant first half, but those are some good numbers for you when starting this off. Forest on this Nook yet again now as we get underway with the first round of overtime. Logic Bomb has already been called, and Forest is on the hunt, but he pulls trigger a little bit too early. DP fire the first pick. Down goes Sweater, that potent force that we talked about before. No more. Last Logic Bomb goes off, and Astralis capitalizes off of this entry very quickly. 50 seconds into the round, and 2 kills for the team born in the stars, leaving Beastcoast in a perilously bad position.
The teamwork was there from Astralis. It wasn't for Beastcoast. Force and DP fire, pinching that trophy statuary side of the bomb site, and then Sweater and Surf, 2 disconnected. Sweater dies first. The trade from Surf is attempted far too late. He ends up dying. Now it's a 5v3. Beastcoast at this point are looking very, very rough. They've got Toxic Babes, but those are only going to deny for so long. They know this. They're going for swings, but Astralis are expecting it, despite the intel on the side of Beastcoast. These swings, I mean, they are so hard to accomplish, especially long range with the SMG-11. Shout out to Anthony for giving it a shot, but he's just wasted 3 Toxic Babes in his pocket, and now it's going to be even more dire for Beastcoast.
Exactly the spot they want to find themselves in, especially with how low Drip is, and Slash is not at full HP either, yet there's not been a single lick of damage to Astralis. We've seen 1 flawless so far. It was Beastcoast all the way back in round number 6. Will 1 follow from Astralis' side of things?
Kind of looks like it here. Drip's going to try to make a play main stairs. His last play didn't quite work out. Both Forest and Iconic are holding this angle, though, and he gets down from above anyways. It doesn't really matter who's below. It's the study window. J9O, 1v5. Slash to be the best clutch of his career if he got it.
He's had some pretty good, Slash had some pretty good clutches. Shuttle a team kill, so technically it might not be flawless. I mean, I'm still going to give it to them anyway.
Yeah.
Because of the fact that Slash didn't get a single kill. Nobody on Beastcoast got a pick. Slash tried his best, but couldn't pull it off. I also want to say now, as Astralis moves to match point, just issue a small correction. I had my numbers flipped around. Beastcoast actually did better on opening picks in that second round, or the second half. That's it. Doesn't really matter either way. That round, Astralis gets the opening pick, snowballs. I'm going to consider it a flawless because the only death came from the hands of somebody from Astralis. I don't know how it works stats-wise.
That would not be a flawless stats-wise, so the stats people will correct you.
I'm going to give it to him anyway.
Okay, sure. I mean, your stats don't matter. Nobody tracks those, so it's fine.
Those are my own stats.
Yeah.
Those are stats that I can talk to you, the listener. We don't need to rap about them. We don't need to whisper about them. None of that funny stuff. I guess you could consider it wasn't flawless because one of them did die. But either way, not a single kill from
Killless round. There you go.
Killless round from Beastcoast. Funny that. Back to Aviator we will go.
Yeah, Aviator games coming in from Astralis. Keep in mind, Astralis, the second best defending team in the league right now. 58% is quite high for them. It was their attacks that did them so well at the Charlotte Major, very similar to DarkZero, but it's been defense this stage has been good for them, of course, with a 3-3 split. Both the percentages are going to average out a little bit for Astralis. Beastcoast definitely need to turn something around. They've lost 3 attacks in a row, plus an extra defense means that this is match point for Astralis. They've got the mirror window still being set up inside of AVG. Shuttle putting the last one in just now. To look over towards study side, extremely common from him, nothing out of the ordinary there. I'm excited to see maybe what these roamers are able to do. Forest on the Legion can be a bit of a scary operator, but it's Iconic who's a little bit more extended towards the north side.
And Sweater searching for an opening pick. He's gone a little bit quiet. Was, I think, 9-5 at one point, 0-4 since then. Again, we talk about this team being a bit top-heavy. Surf and Drip have only found 2 kills since we referenced their stats many rounds ago. That's not good enough. The supporting cast from Beastcoast has not been able to pick up the pace. That leaves you in a major deficit, especially against an Astralis team that has powered up themselves. Iconic has closed the gap on his bad early game, as has Forest, who's now drawn even. The only player on the entire team who's actually in the negatives is Iconic, and he's a -2 right now.
And he was much worse earlier.
He was like 3-8 or 3-7 or something like that, which is not an ideal spot for one of your star players to be in either way.
He's recovered, and that's what's important, right? He's definitely been coming alive these last couple of rounds, so it's nice to see that from him. Lots of work being done from Beastcoast down below. Popping open that mirror window is huge. Going to be opening up a sight line basically for free. You don't need to use hard breach for that. It's just going to be given to you. Now it's a two-way angle instead of a one-way sight line. We've got Shuttle top and main stairs. We're going to be trying to coordinate with those players inside of Aviator to try to make a crossfire. DP fire here as well to use those toxic babes. They're stalling quite well here, but this is wasting a lot of utility that's not going to be available for them later in the push.
Those are the ADSs going off.
Nice.
Shotgun out. Nicely played by DP Fire. Sweater down, but able to bring himself back to life. And it's going to be a risky gamble from Shuttle, but it pays off at least for a single kill, not for more than that. Anthony answers back. Suddenly, it's just flurry of blue and orange on the top right of your screen, leaving us into a 3v2. But with J90 down, technically a 2v2. J90 recovered, so now there you go. Advantage goes for Astralis. Beastcoast fighting for their lives in this matchup. It's Drip and Surf. That's it. That's all you can go for. J90 holding inside a vault, 40 seconds left. It's a long angle. Drip walks in. Does he know that there's somebody inside a vault? Drip spraying in either direction. Surf to watch his back. Diffuser still in the hands of Drip. He gets a kill onto J90. Could potentially go for the plant. He'll do just that. Bullets will whiz over the head, but actually connect. No impact to follow up. That leaves Surf to clutch out in a 1v2 against Iconic and Forest. He has an idea of where they may be, but an idea is only so good. You need to find those targets. To retrieve Drip, there's Forest to walk right in and get the final kill for Beastcoast. Or against Beastcoast, and Astralis takes a big victory. Their chances still alive, but not as good as it would have been in regulation. 8-6. The scoreline for Astralis.
The map's plant spot from Drip, not the play. If he'd gone over to the bomb chassis itself, might have been able to stay alive. Unfortunately, the angle existed from over inside of games, though, and he died, making it a 1v2 that was cleaned up from a nice little study flank. Unfortunate way for it to end. Momentum really did leave the tank of Astralis. We saw Iconic starting to heat up big time there. Drip and Surf, the last two alive in the 2v3 and 2v2 as well. The two top fraggers from Beastcoast, but of course could not get it done. Overtime win is not the end of the world for Astralis. Technically under 25, or technically under 50%, but still in the running. We still got to talk about them for Beastcoast. Those odds are effectively 0. They're not mathematically out, but it is not realistic.
The likelihood of Beastcoast making it to the major is gone, as you said. I mean, there is still a window, but the craziest set of circumstances would need to happen. I will say that as Beastcoast, as a roster, has not performed poorly, I don't think anybody really had on their bingo sheet them making it to the major.
No, not really. Not at the start of the stage.
This is still a younger team as well, with younger players that are finding their way. It's unlikely that a team that young, that new, is going to have these players vault their way up to the top of a very competitive North American league.
Exactly.
Instead, it's a learning opportunity. Astralis keeps their chances alive with an overtime victory, but they're going to wait on the sidelines for the next 4 matches today to see how big or how small that window of opportunity is, because now they are at the mercy of the other teams in the North American League. What's going to happen with OXG? What's going to happen with teams like XSET? We'll find out, because we've got more matches coming your way. But first, a break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
what a game. We are back here at the analyst desk of the Rainbow Six North American League. Doing your host here along with Caliber Jacob and Tommy. And over in Vegas, we have Iconic standing by to chat with us a little bit about that win. Iconic, like I see the smile on your face already, man. Like you guys had to be sweating a little bit with that one. What a comeback, huh?
Yeah, I mean, wasn't really sweating too much. You know, we were down 3-6, but it was, you know, we just took some time to adjust to their attack tempo. And once we did that, we made the correct adjustments, and we just kind of took the control back after that.
All right.
How's it going, Dave Dog? How's it been?
It's going good, Tommy. How are you?
Good. All right, bro. I just got to ask a question. Why is the sudden switch from you off of Finka and you onto Thatcher? Because that actually just blew my mind. Because I feel like your guys' attack half would have been in your favor.
I mean, with me, like, I'm comfortable to play anything, so like I just take whatever's needed in the moment. And you know, we were bringing some Thatch, and I just brought it. You know, I feel like everyone on our team could do anything.
Okay.
You mentioned like the attacking tempo specifically. Well, why couldn't that have happened like a round earlier? Like genuinely out of curiosity, as opposed to needing 3 rounds to kind of get into the rhythm. Why couldn't it have happened sooner?
I think it was just the feel for what they were doing, because they were kind of doing like they were fast some rounds, slow some rounds. So you know, it just took time to like really decide what we wanted to do and find that solution that worked. And then once we did, you obviously saw the result of that with the 6 rounds straight.
So we talk about the in-game stuff a lot, but a lot of times we don't talk about the mental momentum that can get built up for teams, either, you know, on attacking or, you know, when things aren't going as great. So as a player in-game, are there times like during this one when you could start to sense that maybe things were collapsing a little bit on the other side, and that's something you can take an advantage of?
For sure. You know, I think it was like 5-6. I told the team to like right now, like we're in control of this game. Or no, it was actually when we went to overtime, because like, you know, I just felt we were in control of this game, that like they had kind of slipped their attack scheme and what was working, and they couldn't really find something that worked against us. So they weren't trying to that hard, I don't think. Well, they were trying to, obviously, but like nothing was working for them. So, you know, we just took control of the tempo back.
So a quick follow-up with that, how do you take control? What are the calls that are made where it's like, how do you take advantage of that, basically, is kind of what I'm asking.
I mean, it's all about just getting a read of what the enemy's doing in game.
Oh, okay, sure. So it's like you know where people are going to be. You can kind of play around that. Yeah, okay,
Yeah.
Cool. All right, well, hey, thanks for sitting down and chatting with us a little bit. I'm sure your heart's still pounding after that one, so we'll give you a chance to go and chill out a little bit, but congrats on the win today, and good luck next week in the final game of the stage.
Hey, thank you. You guys have a good one.
Love you, Dave.
See you, homie.
See ya.
Love you too.
A lot of love. So much love. You love to see it, and we love games like this, right? Because this came down to the wire, and what a comeback for Astralis, right? To have that fortitude, that mental fortitude to be on match point, come back, win like, I don't know how many in a row, 4 in a row, 5 in a row,
yeah,
to bring it back to OT, crazy stuff, but they got the job done.
See, you say we might like games like this. I don't like games like this that make me feel like my prediction was about to get put in the dirt when it was so clear cut at the very beginning. I'm happy that it was still correct, but it still shouldn't have happened in this fashion. Even to a point where it was 6-3 and Beastcoast only had to win 1 more round. I said out loud, I still think Astralis should be the ones winning this game, and they found a way to get back into it, but still, you gotta win a game in regulation. If it goes to overtime, you're not getting the full reward out of it, even if you put the work in to do it.
Yeah, agreed. I do remember on that round too, you were mentioning that Serve got the 2 opening kills, and I was like, man, my predictions down the drain.
Like, come on, bro.
Well, I mean, the thing is like, I feel like the first 2 rounds of the game, right, was actually Astralis just bodying Beastcoast, right? And you're like, oh, okay, well, maybe it's going to be a short one. Then Beastcoast comes storming back. And frankly, we could see in the stats, Surf having a really great game. They really seemed like they had Astralis' number, and then it was only when Astralis were kind of pushed back to the limit that I think, you know, kind of what Iconic was talking about, where everyone was able to stay calm, they were able to reorganize and mount that huge comeback. That was able to happen. But, you know, Beastcoast definitely looking better than we've seen them look in the last couple games, but ultimately, it seems like some of those same old problems started creeping up once things got a little bit tense.
Yeah, I mean, I will say that we were talking about Drip before the, you know, obviously on the pregame, and we said he would be planting a lot, and he was planting a lot.
He was.
You can't deny it, even though they lost, but he was planting.
Well, let's take a look at some individual rounds from that particular game because there are a lot of cool ones to talk about. It's hard to pick, actually. We're going to look at round 10 first. This was when the comeback started for Astralis, and we're going to go through kind of how that happened.
Yeah, we'll look at the way that they started the comeback and then the way that they won.
Right.
So most specifically, we already noticed a massive deficit. Drip's already gotten the opening kill in this round, and J9O has also fallen by the wayside in that time frame. So now we have to look at how Astralis are about to pull this one back. Forest has this roam downstairs, which hasn't been discovered by Beastcoast. DP will even the odds, but now Forest's roam is something that Beastcoast have already noticed, and they have to prioritize this to start with. So Forest immediately gets back in another engagement, nearly dies, and then scampers off to a completely different part of the map. Look at where he is now. About a minute left into the round, flanking right back up the main stairs. He's not droned. No one knew exactly where he went because he hung out in the basement for a long time. And now we see Beastcoast try to scramble back into position to worry about a 2v2. And when you've got Shuttle with a Nitro Cell there, it's just not a possibility at all.
Yeah, you kind of see it like Slash kind of missed a shot on the C4 and it was on the floor. And then obviously in a 2v1 with Slash, you can't really do as much in that position. So, you know, Astralis ended up coming back and won 5 straight rounds.
Yeah, I mean, coming back in individual rounds, coming back in the match itself. The next round we're going to take a look at is the final round of the game. It was round number 14, and here's where Astralis kind of sealed the deal. But this one got a little bit crazy too, didn't it?
This one was good. Did you see Shuttle off the top ropes? Ooh.
Right? Yeah.
He didn't have to vault over it, but he still did. So it's all centered around this exact main stairs push. Not only does DP swing with the Mossberg and down sweater, but here comes the mirror. Boom! Right there, prone, immediately kills one, takes Surf down to nearly all of his HP, pushes right in, finds one more with the shotgun before he's finally removed from the field. That kind of misdirection play, not only was it set up by the fact that DP Fire stalled for all that amount of time, used Toxic Babes on main stairs, then you get the mirror to come in there and actually do the rest of the damage.
But you have to also see Iconic on top main from the hallway, the pool hallway. He comes in and clears the guy on main stairs. So instead of it just being a 2v2 with one guy, or a 3v2 with one guy down, or a 3v3, I'm sorry, he makes it a 3v2 with one guy down. Right. They pick up J9 and then they end up winning the round.
Yeah, wow. And the very, very end of this was a little concerning because Drip gets this one kill on J9, and then watch Iconic. As soon as they understand that it's a 1v something scenario, Surf has to come back in. Drip is going to make the pushback. Surf will maybe retrieve Diffuser here, but then watch Forest. He'll swing all the way from bar back into study. Drip's already moved back there. Surf can't go anyplace else because the cross is being held to vault, and he just kills him right there.
I kind of will say this is hindsight from our end, but Drip's plant spot was really bad in that position. He planted on the wrist table where he could have hid behind the bomb, because if you saw how it was, the bomb was right here and the other two players are on this side, so they don't have vision on the bomb.
Yeah.
So he couldn't have died from getting shot, but I kind of like, it's hindsight, so yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's easier for us when we can get the full picture, right? When you're in the heat of the moment, you know how it is. Like, as a player, you have incomplete information. As much as everyone's communicating, like, you can't know everything all the time. So,
exactly.
That leads to situations like that, unfortunately, for Beastcoast from time to time. It was an OT win, though, for Astralis, so not the points they could have gotten. Still 2 points. Better than none, better than one. We'll see where that leaves them in the standings a little bit. For now, we're going to take a break, and when we come back, we look ahead to our next series of the day. It's going to be XSET taking on DarkZero. DarkZero fighting for survival in NAL for that hunt for the Berlin Major. See what happens right after this.
feeling wild, I'm just going through the motions. Stumbling out the Uber, grab my hand, gave me the notion. Swimming in your water, but it feels just like the ocean. I can't lie, I've really been addicted to you. All of my attention I've been giving to you. Caught up in my feelings, I got feelings for you. Caught up in my feelings, I got feelings for you. On my mind, I can't lie. On my mind, I can't lie. Pull you down till you dry. Pull you down till you dry. All the time, ease my mind. All the time, ease my mind. I know that you're dangerous, I'm addicted to you. I was sipping more for 2 years straight to the face. Champagne belly bubbles still won't go away. Last year my best man hit a stain with bare face. Now he's gotta help behind the water's cold case. I wake up with pain sometime and never go away. Wonder why I bow down to my knees when I pray. In my city gritty, gotta keep it on your waist. Or you might be a victim, they'll find you DOA. I can't lie, I've really been addicted to you. All of my attention I've been giving to you. Caught up in my feelings, I got feelings for you. Caught up in my feelings, I got feelings for you. On my mind, I can't lie. On my mind, I can't lie. Pull you down till you dry. Pull you down till you dry. All the time, ease my mind. All the time, ease my mind. I know that you're dangerous, I'm addicted to you.
You said hello and I lost my control in just one tiny second. You do to me what I've seen in the movies, but this really happening. My mind explodes. I can feel my bones shaking to the beat of my bleeding heart. An overload. Don't know how this goes, but I'm pretty sure you just made my world stop. I can't believe my eyes when I get close to you, close to you, close to you. So pretty I could die. I can't be close to you, close to you, close to you, close to you. Close to you, close to you, close to you. Close to you, close to you, close to you. My walls are down, they've been burned to the ground by the voice of an angel. Don't say a word before someone gets hurt, it's just too much to handle. My mind explodes, I can feel my bones.
And we have returned to the Rainbow Six North American League analyst desk, Doa Jacob. Tommy here with you as always. Well, as always this week anyway. But we're about to go in to DarkZero versus XSET. It's going to be great. But before we start talking about that, we need an update on the standings. That's right, because I know it seems like we're looking at this a lot, but every result is so meaningful now that we're looking at who's got a chance to go to the major, who doesn't. And you can see with that last result, Astralis jumps up to third, and now Beastcoast with 1 point is still sitting in seventh, so not totally eliminated, just mostly eliminated. Astralis, though, still in it.
Yeah.
If you're at a point where you're only just above single-digit points at a margin that Beastcoast is through 8 Playdays, your possibility of qualifying is already exceedingly low at this point. Astralis, a nice bounce up, sure, but you're still, it's so back and forth. Still, even 8 Playdays in.
Let's take a look at probability here. Let's break this down to more minute detail.
So, with that previous result, all Oxygen needs is 1 point today. They don't even have to win. They just have to get to overtime. All they need is 6 rounds to confirm that they will be going. Funnily enough, remember back when TSM played Mirage in Stage 3 of last year and all we said is that they needed to get 6 rounds that they didn't even have to win? They couldn't pull it off. So the pressure is now on Oxygen when they play later today to get that last point. Meanwhile, for Beastcoast, because of that result, approximately 0%, it's got to be like 0.00 something. Like, it genuinely needs a miracle now.
It is, yeah. 0.0001. That is
so you're
crazy.
saying there's a chance.
True, but there is not a chance anymore for XSET to qualify from this game. It's been removed from the field. They needed Astralis to do worse than 2 points. They didn't get it. Now they have to wait for this result and for Playday 9 in order to see if they go.
It's so interesting because it really is looking like, you know, Oxygen, Astralis, Soniqs, XSET. But that said, you look at TSM, you look at Parabellum, there's still chances out there. Even DarkZero, even the team we're about to see play against XSET, if they win in regulation, they have a 27% chance. I mean, that's higher than 1 in 4. That's pretty good. It's not terrible, but it's not great, but it's not awful. It's not 0.001% at least.
It's not, yeah, it's like you said, and then plus imagine if they do win, and then TSM does win, and then they, you know, they get placed higher than XSET, and then everything works out in favor. All balances restored to the world, like they said, TSM back in top 4.
You never know. Let's talk about that matchup. Let's talk about XSET versus DarkZero. Obviously, DarkZero, if they lose today, then they're out. That's one thing we know for sure, is if DarkZero loses in regulation, they have no chance to get to the Berlin Major, which is shocking considering they won the last one. And XSET is the type of team that could put you away. Like, it's a scary match for DarkZero, no lie.
Yeah, I mean, you know, their previous matchup, they did play them on Clubhouse last stage, and they got, or DZ lost to XSET 7-5, and it was a really attacker-sided match. If you guys remember that, you know, the whole system was actually crazy.
Yeah.
And then also, you know, it's actually a friendship rivalry battle. You got, you know, DZ and Co. and, you know, their teammates. You can see Kino on Twitter saying, "We're playing Troy Comedian today, not Canadian." So, yeah.
I love it. The thing is, too, is that both of these teams coming into this one off a loss as well. Oxygen taking out DarkZero in their last time out. And then yesterday, Astralis did beat XSET. 7-5, beat them in regulation even.
Yeah.
So both teams kind of looking to get back into the swing of things, too.
On Villa.
It's nice. Well, I mean, yeah, Villa, but we're not going to see that played here. I don't see a world in which DarkZero goes back to Villa. I don't think XSET tries out their luck, even though they had a pretty devastating loss on Villa themselves. So that won't be on the table as far as I'm concerned. It's also a very interesting matchup because on paper, I'd say on attack, it's not as though the stat is perfectly even, but it does still feel like they've got some struggles, whereas on the opposite side, XSET took the title of the #1 defensive team from DarkZero progressively as this stage has gone on. It used to be DZ 100%, and now the script is totally flipped.
Yeah, I mean, so let's talk about DarkZero a little bit more in detail here. Obviously, this is a team that people had high hopes coming into this major. Their start this stage was not good. Even some frustration expressed by Canadian on Twitter saying that the results were equal to the effort that was being put in at the time. So it seemed like maybe just some players, you know, just weren't able to quite summon what they had in stage 1 in the maps here in stage 2. They're still in it, but it is a win or die situation for them.
Yeah, I mean, we're going to call a lot of these games must-wins for some teams. For XSET, the possibilities of qualification, even in a loss today, still exist. But for DarkZero, it's far more dire. Let's just envision a scenario where somehow we get a repeat of what happened when XSET beat them in stage 1, and it's a regulation loss. They're done.
Yeah.
The Charlotte Major champions could get knocked out of contention for Berlin today, which a lot of people are saying, let's say you win a major and then you don't make the next one, or you can't progress far at the next one. What does that say for you? It doesn't make the victory in Charlotte any more sour, but it does mean that you can't really find that same level of consistency, or trying to stay at the top in Rainbow Six looks like it's considerably harder than most people would have assumed. Finding a dynasty is not something that any team bar Penta G2 has ever been able to do, and it looks like DarkZero, if they lose this game, that chance for a dynasty suddenly, or just a run, a good streak, goes out the window, and they can't go back to land until stage 3 starts again.
Yeah, I mean, as we can see, like, I've been preaching that DZ brings back the whole counter-strat system, and I'm really hoping it for this game. I don't care what map they're on. I want to see the whole DZ Troy aspect of, all right, if they push here, we're in their face, or we're holding them here and we're pressuring here. And I think that's an aspect, as we got to see, that DZ brought to the field, especially when bringing on Troy and winning the Charlotte Major and, you know, preaching that and practicing that. So hopefully they can pull out these last 2 games like they did stage 1. And we keep on saying it, but that's what happened when they played DZ, or when they played SSG on Villa and they won and made it to the Charlotte Major and then won that.
I think it just goes to show how hard it is to stay on top in any esport, you know, and Rainbow Six obviously no exception, right? The game is going to change, and you add to that, other teams are improving, they're making roster changes, they're making strategic changes. It's really tough to stay on top, you know? And I mean, sometimes like when you're up there, right, it's hard to deduce what you need to do to stay there too. When you're on the bottom moving up, it's easier to identify things that you need to, you know, improve upon, right? But when you're on top and you're winning, it's a little bit trickier to figure that stuff out. So I think any team on top has that kind of extra burden laid upon them. So DarkZero, you know, just kind of one of those teams that was struggling with that a little bit stage 2, but you know, one last chance to turn it all around today.
Yeah, and something I want to touch up on, you brought the influence of G2. Like, we're in a generation where, or in a time of Siege where every new player is capable of playing at the top and or showing that aspect. And we're not in the EG G2 area anymore, where EG and G2 are always top 4 in their region, always making the majors. So it's actually nice to see, but also sad to see, because we do want to see a dynasty that we can always be like, oh, okay, they're going to be top 4. Let's get this.
This team will dominate.
Exactly. You can go,
So let's talk about XSET now. XSET has been exciting to watch all year long. Obviously, the full roster change after the organization was relegated at the end of 2021. They were unrelegated when we moved to 10 teams in the league. They got the new roster coming in. These guys have been on fire. Made it to the Charlotte Major, made it deep in the Charlotte Major, all the way to the playoffs. And here they are with another opportunity to go through. But like you mentioned earlier, Jacob, they can't do it today, even with a regulation win. So they're not quite out of the woods yet as far as punching that ticket to Berlin.
Yeah, it's very true. Like, I'd still say their fate is in their hands, though, which is nice. Their position at the leaderboards and the amount of points they've got with their round differential means that they don't have to concern themselves with the actions of lesser teams. It's more about how many other people can vault over them at the same time. If they were to get 6 points over these next couple of play days, then theoretically they should be fine. But even if they were to get that today, it's still only a 92% chance heading into and play to number 9. If they were to lose out, then they still have a better chance of qualifying than currently a TSM would. Like, if TSM didn't get any points and XSET didn't get any points, XSET's chances would still be higher. Same with Parabellum, same with DarkZero, same with SSG. So when it comes to clearing the field, they've already done most of the groundwork, but it's about a strong finish, which they did very well through their last 2 games of last stage, because they got the 2 points to get them over the hurdle, but they also lost both of those games. So there is a bit of a weird paradox happening with this team.
Yeah, I mean, I will say this. I did not mention it yesterday, but I got to mention it today. And a star player we need to look at on XSET, he's been continually fragging out during this whole stage, is Yaga. And I mean, let's just be honest. He's plus 21, he's plus 3 on entry, and he doesn't play the Finka, doesn't play the Jaeger, doesn't play the Alibi, he plays the Sledge Valk. He's an opener. He is the find and opener player. He's not on the first entry. He is, hey, all right, we need to win this round. I'm going here. Let's do this.
He's a big reason for why those early games for XSET work in the first place. If they have early map control, or if they've got an early lead, sometimes it's off of the impact he creates, even if he's not the one lighting up the scoreboard to find the first frag. It is kind of that first in mentality, I think, for Yaga.
It's like situational, but I think of Yaga like a mini vertical.
That's high praise, actually. Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, they're on the same team.
Yeah,
he learned from one of the best finding opening players in the right time at the wrong places for the other team.
I do see it, because there was a time back when Yaga and Vert, sometimes you were like, who's meant to be playing where on this team? Like last year. I do absolutely see the point, and to his credit, he's also taking over Vertical's old stage 1 MVP stack, because he's like number 2 or number 3 in the league still right now. He's doing great.
Definitely coming into his own this year for sure. Guess what? It's time to find out what map we're going to. The bans are in. DarkZero, XSET banning back and forth. To find out where we will travel to. No theme park, no skyscraper to start things off.
Yep, DarkZero, no sky, makes perfect sense. XSET, no theme, so nothing here is any different. Those are the only 2 maps that either team have a 100% ban rate on those, so everything from here can get a little bit more convoluted. I'd say
You don't want to take DZ to Cafe.
No, you never want to take DZ to Cafe. I'd say XSET would love to try to push this maybe towards an Oregon, and I think DarkZero might meet them halfway on that marker just because of like their respective strengths and weaknesses here. No border I thought would have been interesting because I don't know, DZ on border.
DZ on border, XS kind of, always all over the place.
Right. I mean, and DarkZero have played that twice so far this stage and haven't won it. So it looks Oregon. Ooh, a little bit of a change up. We were trending towards that. I thought we would hit it, but instead it's Club. Remember the last time these two teams played, Tommy? What was the score? What was the map?
5-7. DZ lost to XSET.
On Clubhouse.
On Clubhouse.
We're seeing a deja vu moment. There's a reason we're repeating this. There's a reason why DarkZero had the option of Oregon go to Club instead. It's a slight curveball, but I don't know, dude.
Hold on.
What are the odds we see a repeat of stage 1?
There's a huge repeat. I said it yesterday. Yaga, XSET, all of them. Let's just be honest, they're like a mini Brazilian team on NA.
Sure, yeah.
And that is a good Clubhouse team or Clubhouse map for that type of region and playstyle. I think XSET might go through with it. I don't know.
You said you wanted to see more of the DarkZero counter-stratting style.
Yeah, I want to see
do they have the counter-strat? That's the question.
For the playstyle, I don't know.
On Club, you better, dude.
We'll find out. Time to make some predictions, though, and it might be a little bit of a tough one. I think a lot of us leaning towards XSET, but let's find out first what our casters have to say. Jesse and Intero over there waiting to let us know. Jesse, are you going to pick for Intero again? It didn't. Nope. It almost worked out.
Yes,
it almost worked out for on Parker last time. Yeah.
I'll dump an entire bottle of water all over you.
That's so rude.
I believe him too.
That's so rude. Why is that done?
Don't make me.
But isn't this the color coordination thing? Doesn't Jesse pick XSET?
Good point,
This was not planned.
That's a good point. That's why I'm going with XSET and Parker's going.
Nope. I'm not going with DarkZero. Look, we didn't even try to color coordinate. We didn't talk about what we were going to wear at all. Jesse, when he's done casting, is immediately going to his bowling league. So he's prepared.
Who told you
ready.
vertical stripes was a good idea?
Clothing. Honestly, I want to go with DarkZero because I think they're going to bounce back. But with how much is on the line and the fact that they can effectively clinch their spot to Berlin, I honestly think XSET is going to win.
All right, I think that's pretty reasonable. I think 2 picks for XSET from our casters. We'll check back in with the two of you in just a moment. There you go. Rep the set right. Now, you did yesterday, Tommy. You picked XSET yesterday, I believe.
Oh, yeah, I did. And I also picked DZ, but, something was just coming down. Oh, there it is. Once again.
Not again.
Oh, rep the set. We're going with XSET. We're going with XSET. They will be the ones winning the smash.
You came from the roof. The set came from the roof. I'm noticing it. Marco, do you live in our rafters?
You have to, what? What's up, Marco? How's it going?
What the hell is going on?
It's kind of warm up there. I wouldn't want to be up there. Jacob, what do you think?
I mean, oh, wait a second. It's the same thing. It's the same thing. Wait, he does live up there. The XSET gods do exist, and yeah, they're going to win this match.
Can he influence the coin flip, though? That's the question. Another one for XSET. We'll see what the coin has to say. DarkZero will be heads, XSET will be tails. That was a meaty slap.
Yeah,
that worked. All right.
Meaty
oh, it's tails. The coin says XSET. All right.
Uh-oh.
Now since Jesse's going to his bowling, place after, is this going to be a strike with all of them on XSET?
Who knows? Or will it be what's the opposite?
A gutter double, a turkey.
I haven't bowled for a while. XSET for the fans as well. Everybody's saying XSET. Now, there was a curse that existed where when everyone, including the fans on the coin, picked a team, they would be doomed to lose.
It might even be specific to XSET because last time this happened, Astralis won. Remember that?
Maybe. I feel like to a certain extent that curse has been broken, though. We've had instances where that has not been proven true. So XSET fans do not despair quite yet. We'll see what happens. But in the meantime, community poll. What's the question? What were we talking about? Canadians UMP or Kino's Pump Shotty?
Ooh, yeah. Well, which one do you have more faith in?
Ooh, good question.
The UMP or the Mossberg?
Okay, hold up. Troy, UMP EG skin. Use it. Bring back the old Troy.
I don't think he can hear you right now. I think he's prepping for the game.
Oh, yeah.
I agree.
I don't think he's listening.
Troy, you listening?
Bust out the EG drip.
Yep.
Isn't that what he was using when he killed Geo in that one?
No, drip is not on EG. Drip is on Beastcoast.
Sorry, I'm going this way.
We're done for the moment. We're only taking a break. The desk is done for the moment. We're taking a break, and when we come back, our casters will bring us the action between these two teams. DarkZero versus XSET. DarkZero, can they survive? Can they give themselves a shot to get to Berlin, or will XSET close out their hopes? We'll find out right after this.
she black, wife too. Don't turn this to no controversy, it's my boo. I can make $250,000 off a haiku, and I can make another quarter off it ×2. If it's money on the table, I'll be on it like Bobby or Epic. You peep the aesthetic, it's hard to forget it. I hear you talking, but you're hardly right. I'm the voice of your prototype. Summertime and then why? Summertime and then why? It's too cool. Get the dry tops out. Summertime and then why? If it fits right. Bottles over here. Summertime and then why? Summertime and then why? I'm talking 6 a.m. tea times. 18 with the mayor talking land banks. I waited for it, gotta get mine. Snag a seat up at the table if my man can't. Heading to a meeting, we're familiar with no briefcase. Just my mind in a free state. I got a plan through a vision, but it takes time. I'ma make mine. Summertime and then why? Summertime and then why? You know the drill by now. Summertime and then why? Get everything together, get the squad together, get the gang together. Summertime and then why? Summertime and then why? Started in the back office, now I run the front. Call the shots, make the deals, know the deal, know what's up. Too much for the books, then I put it in a tuck. Too much for the tuck, then I give it to my love. Once I make $1 million, man, $1 million won't be enough.
I'm NJR, and this is the NAL.
It's time for matchup number 2. We're going to rep the set against Going Dark, if you just want to go by their hashtags. XSET versus DarkZero. XSET's in prime position to make it to the major. That's what's on the line for all these matches today. Yes, obviously you want to do well in the NAL. You want to do well for SI points, but immediately there is the Berlin Major.
Yes.
And XSET are in position to go. The defending major champs. We'll say it every single time until there's another major. DarkZero are not currently in a position to go. They're fighting for their lives.
DarkZero in a very similar position to Beastcoast last game, something we all expected to say at the start of this stage.
Nobody expected to say that.
DarkZero, basically, if they win in regulation, about 25% chance of getting to the major. If they don't win in regulation, basically they're out. They gotta go home. No shot for them anymore.
That is correct.
It is also our final cast together.
Thank God.
It's been so fun. I've enjoyed my time here. It's been a good time. There are some words of encouragement from I don't know if you know this Twitter user, @InteroMom. She says, "You guys are doing great. Tell Parker I said to be nice." So I think you should listen to @InteroMom and please be nice.
Production agrees.
You have to be nice this cast because your mom said so.
It's like the ultimate trump card.
Yep.
Like a good son. You gotta listen to your mom.
Thanks.
Thanks, Mom. Appreciate it a lot. She's been a fan. She's a fan of yours. She's been a fan of yours since the beginning. I feel like that's just her country bias. She likes every Canadian caster except for Flynn. She didn't like him, which is great. Shows
Nobody did.
Shows that she's a woman of character and good taste. I like how he's catching strays, even though, like, not only is he not a caster anymore, but he's not even, like, in the scene. He's, like, left.
Flynn, dude, I caught strays from Flynn. He hit me with the breakfast wrap tweet.
Well, that's because
a couple of days ago.
For people who don't know, before we get into this match, by the way, so we cut to a shot of the teams in Vegas. Jesse doesn't understand what the word sans means, which means no in French. Without.
I can't speak French.
No. So he wanted to order a breakfast wrap from a certain fast food restaurant and saw sans and thought that it meant extra. So he thought he was getting extra eggs, extra tomatoes, and instead what he got was actually none of that. He got literally a blank burrito wrap. That was it. It was a pita and nothing else.
You know what's worse? I didn't think it meant extra. I just thought it meant add. I, for some reason, thought that you just had to pick what you wanted in the wrap. I thought it was like Subway style, you know, where you get to pick what's in the thing.
He spent a small fortune to have delivered to him
like $20
a pita, and nothing was in it.
It's just a little tortilla, and I was so hungry.
Enjoy your carbs.
Starving.
I just found that, like, what do you like? There's fonts that use like sans, like Comic Sans, the greatest font of all time.
I don't know what Comic Sans. I don't know what the sans and Comic Sans mean. What's a comic?
Sans serif, no serif.
What is a serif? I'm a math major, Parker. I don't need to know these things. All I need to know is that DarkZero banned out the Thatcher, which is their most commonly banned attacking operator in 3 of the 7 games they've played so far. XSET's most common attacking operator ban is a tie between Thatcher and Ying.
I wonder if they're going to ban Thatcher too.
Probably not, and I also don't think they'll ban the Ying. Steezy don't play it a ton, and it's not huge on Clubhouse. I mean, maybe. Nah, Habana makes a lot more sense.
That's going to be a hard breacher.
Yeah, that makes, that's a better Clubhouse.
There's probably going to be a Kaid ban from DarkZero, so what do you think from XSET here?
Wamai.
Probably Wamai?
They've banned Wamai in 6 of the 7 games so far. I think Wamai ban on Club is pretty solid. And DZ loves to ban Azami, so it's not like XSET needs to ban that. We've talked about how good Azami is on Clubhouse. We had a game yesterday where Azami had a lot of impact. Won't be Wamai, it'll be Kaid.
So I thought DZ was going to ban out Kaid. So now they can target ban one of the operators. Could they potentially get rid of a smoke against Kino? That would be fascinating.
Yep, that's exactly what they
I
did.
am the smartest man alive.
That's what you say, that's for sure. I believe another team, I gotta check this, so you're gonna have to give me a sec, but I believe another team counterbanned Smoke against Kino as well.
Wasn't it yesterday?
I think it was. I'm double checking, but XSET yesterday banned Smoke against Kino. So yes, yesterday we had a counterban against Kino
XSET banned
as well.
Smoke against Kino.
So my point doesn't matter. Moving into round number 1, I was incorrect on that one. Wait, hold up. No, Astralis banned Smoke. Liquipedia is wrong. Okay, CGG backs me up. Astralis banned Smoke against XSET, which is what Kino is at. Liquipedia.
I'm sorry.
Somebody can fix
People
that.
who edit Liquipedia do so without any pay and out of the goodness of their hearts, and you are besmirching the good name of our Liquipedia editor.
There's a good chance the person who edited that was Super Bunny, the guy that does like all.
I was going to say they're both. You were
stats.
literally praising our 2 stats people for the major chances, and they are both Liquipedia
Parker,
contributors.
I keep it real, okay? They get praised when they give us good stats. They get flamed when they give us wrong stats.
Unbelievable.
Unbelievable indeed. We're going down to the basement for the first time. For the first round here, DarkZero choosing to go down. They played this bomb site 7 times at the Major through, I believe, 3 different plays. They won it 4 of those 7 times, positive win rates. And Clubhouse as a whole, DarkZero played and won 3 times at the Major. They were undefeated here, so it's going to be a tall task for XSET to upset them.
Well, you upset them. You know, Liquipedia is the best thing ever. Anyone in the world can write anything they want about any subject, so you know you're getting the best possible information.
Well, they have to write it on esports, but otherwise,
What's the difference between Liquipedia and Wikipedia?
Yes.
Also, I'm trying to figure out what charm Hyper is running.
I didn't catch it. Sorry. It's not the Intero.
Sorry. No, that's old news. New news? New news, by the way. The Super Charm. Anyway.
It's been a big power-up for a lot of players in the league.
Has it?
Yeah, I mean...
It's been a big power-up for Super's bank account as well. He gets money for every person who buys one.
Does he really? Wow.
Yeah, I keep missing out on what this is. I'm always fascinated by the drip that teams decide to use. And, of course, the player cams are very much concealing that charm. First kill goes to NJR. Kino down for the count. He won't have to tussle with that smoke ban until he moves to defense. In the meantime, Kino playing one of the hard breachers. Voted by you on the Rainbow Six game account as the single best hard breacher, Ace, which, by the way, is incorrect. I'm sorry if you voted in this favor, but if you think that Ace is the single best hard breacher and is a must pick all the time, then I have some beachfront property in Iowa to sell you. Either way. The Ace is down for the count. Panbazoo on Azami, unbanned, flourishing right now. As NJR baits in spirits, they were trying to take out Panbo, but the party comes from none other than NJR. DZ still holding on the main floor of this basement defense.
NJR, they call him N Junior where I'm from. He's been fantastic on the roam. He's gotten the first 2 kills, and a lot of it comes out of Azami. Great Azami play coming in from Panbazoo, NJ's partner on the roam. NJ eventually does get traded out. Yaga cleans that up, but still, it's a great advantage to start things out with for DarkZero. That's going to put them up in a 2-man, now a 1-man advantage. And again, with this time starting to tick down, we still got the stock hatch closed. We still got the stock hatch open. We've still got the moto hatch closed and the kitchen hatch closed, so there's not a lot of angles for XSET. They've got to come in through blue. That's where 3 of their players are located, and they've only got 3 alive. So this is an entirely blue push going on right now.
Yaga, whose name affectionately is the Yog Dog, is the first point of the spear down below. Realizes that over by dummies doesn't have any much of a contest and can keep walking up. Canadians Nitrocell takes him out, and the last one left. Diaz there to walk on in. It's Gomez now in a 1v4, and he's done and dusted. Hyper, who spent most of the round playing upstairs before heading back to the main floor, makes his reemergence to the bomb site and gets the kill. DarkZero on Clubhouse take round number 1.
Yeah, so man disadvantage push is already bad when it's a one-dimensional, low-time man disadvantage push. It's never going to really favor you. XSET had a really tough hand going into that execute, of course. A lot of that coming from the roam. It took them a long time to take control of that top floor, and it took them 2 bodies. Typically, when you're roam clearing, you want to get some kind of advantage, right? You want to either get a man advantage or you want to clear things out really, really quickly. XSET did neither of those things. So very difficult to make that push work. They couldn't do it. Unfortunately, if they had some more times, I'm sure they would have worked through some other angles, but that wasn't the situation they were in. So rough first round. They can chalk it up to just not being able to roam clear against NJR and Pamba. They can go again when they come back to this bomb site, most likely in round number 4. For now, though, we go to CCTV and Cash. And this is one that DarkZero, through their 3 games at the Major, played twice and were undefeated through those 2 rounds. Small sample size, but still a good showing from DarkZero.
You love small sample sizes.
I like small sample sizes when it's specific. I don't like broad small sample size stats. But this is a DarkZero specific stat, so I think it's fine.
Okay, well, thank you for clarifying. I'm glad that we have that on the record now for everybody here.
Yeah, I told you that multiple times yesterday, but it's okay. I know listening's hard.
Yeah, just don't listen.
Didn't you have to be nice? Didn't your mom say that you had to be nice today?
Yeah, me not listening to you doesn't mean that I'm being mean to you.
I would consider that rude.
I would argue that not listening to you is actually much nicer because it gives me fewer things to then roast you and critique you on.
All right, well, Taro Mom, let us know what you think on Twitter about that statement.
I don't care.
That's definitely rude.
We'll talk about the stats as they continue to roll forward. A regulation victory for XSET gives them a 95% chance of making it to the Berlin Major. The only team today who can outright clinch on their own is OXG. They'll be playing in the next matchup, actually, against Spacestation, whose chances of going to the Major suffered a very crucial blow yesterday, and really poor timing for the fans of SSG. As for DarkZero, they've still got an outside shot, but they're honestly not that much higher than what Beastcoast would have been at had DZ or Beastcoast won in regulation. Moot point is Beastcoast lost. So DZ have a really tall task ahead of them. 1 minute off the clock. Upstairs CCTV defense.
Bandit being brought out here. The Maverick's going to mean that's not super impactful. The batteries on the platform wall, I don't even know if there any were there, but if they are, they're deleted. Pamba deleting Spirits as well. A nice little headshot taking him down on the roam. Playing Thorn down around the lounge area, helping out Hyper, who's trying to play Garage. This has been a great little combo for DarkZero. In the past, Kino almost punishes it, but escaping with his life is Pambazoo. He's a little lucky there.
Saw a little bit of Thorn earlier on Villa in our first matchup, and Thorn's pick rate has actually been creeping up a little bit on some of these defenses. The Razor Blooms that are brought from the Irish defender allow you to use them for information more than for damage, and you can also use them for displacement too. If somebody hops in a window and suddenly you hear the Razor Bloom start to go off, well, you're going to have to scurry away, just as Pambazoo did with the nade, but not successful. Diaz XSET's very first kill sets up with a final minute here in round number 2, with both teams sitting at 4 players apiece.
From downtown, Diaz Lucas. They've still got to work Hyper out of rafters, and this is no easy task, especially as they're using up most of their frag grenades. Only 1 left on Diaz, and he's dead from Hyper, so it's no longer going to be an impactful kill. Hyper all alone in this top area of rafters, opens up one of his own zombie barriers. They do kill him, though, so it's going to be so hard for DarkZero to hold on to the site.
It's Gomez to take care of him, and look at this. Canadian, he doesn't miss that shot. He's missed a couple in his career, but that's all right. Down goes Yaga. XSET with 2. DZ with 2. 30 seconds to go. Rafters no longer in control of DZ, so instead you'll have to coalesce around the bomb site. XSET march on in, and they'll find that it's vacant. There's nobody around. So Kino grabs the diffuser, drops it. Gomez will watch over top. A vault in, and Gomez just cannot connect, and he lets NJR run right over Kino. He gets flattened. Could there be more for the Bandit? No, Canadians there for the added benefit, and DZ play that so well.
Yeah, Gomez just has to have better coverage there. Of course, it was a good plant spot, I thought, from Kino, getting in deep inside of CCTV. They could have just tried to plant like right in the default spot behind the server rack, but they knew that the Orcs was down below. That could have caused a big problem. Canadian was actually sprinting all the way up the main stairs, so he wasn't going to do anything from beneath there, but they recognized that was a realistic threat, so they tried to push deep. They were looking for the kill onto the Bandit. They were looking for NJR so that they could make it a 2v1, because, again, they knew Canadian was not going to be on site for a long time. time they didn't find him, they said, all right, screw it, we're just going to go for the plants. And then, yeah, that coverage from Gomez just not quite there that round. So that's 2 in a row that XSET are going to lose here. Kind of tough for them. They entered this week as the second most likely team to go to the Charlotte Major. They had over 75% chance. They lost yesterday. If they have another regulation loss today, those odds are going to be looking very, very bad from 0 to 0 for XSET if this goes poorly.
Well, good start now for DarkZero through these 2 rounds. A scamper on over. Just a little scoot across the top floor of the map. Just a zip, zap, zoodle, whatever you want to call it. I'll go over to gym and bedroom. The gym component, often referred to as weight room, if you hear us call that. That's why it's over there. We were hoping for a bar stage defense on the clubhouse match that you and I casted yesterday, and by Jove,
for it.
I was hoping for it, and I don't care what you want. And I was very excited, and we got it, and then we got a clutch as well. Don't know if it'll be brought out, but a team that likes to go to different bomb sites is DarkZero, so they could just pull it out of their back pocket and decide that that's the place to go. Either way, I don't know if Panda had his controller disconnected or not. Just sitting waiting. Oh, I want to see what the charm is.
You'll get there one day. DarkZero actually don't have a very good win rate on Gym Bedroom from the Major. 1 win in 3 plays. So actually I wouldn't mind them if they did go down to the main floor there, just because this hasn't been their best bomb site. They'll try it now though, and perhaps they'll find success. The Azami being the big difference. We didn't have that back at the Major. Now of course they do, and NJR. We talked about how important this Azami has been on Gym Bedroom. Really does allow for some cool cache extensions with allowing you to retreat and cover your spaces. However, this is going to be a Jacuzzi side execute and a basement clear as Gomez finds Hyper for the first frag, taking down Hyper on the roam. This Nook has been so impactful. It's one of the highest win rate operators in the game right now.
There's a good post on the Rainbow Six Pro League subreddit about why Nook has seen such a high pick rate. And it's basically that in a meta right now, with attacker repick being as strong as it is, you can essentially tailor your whole setup, and that leaves you that flex pick to go however you want. And of course, an operator that works against the intel that the defenders bring, Nook can very easily fly in, get a kill, fly out, and that's exactly you see a lot of teams using it. It's not like a concerted entry, it's get a pick and go away. Gomez showing exactly how that works, and that leaves DarkZero in a bit of a hole. It's also the first time that XSET gets first blood. DZ answers back. It takes quite a while, so no trade. The advantage that was born from XSET's kill is now gone, and that's Kino to die first for their team yet again. This is not a good spot for Kino to be in on attack. They'll need more from the rest of his team.
Down and below, an easy little pickup from NJR, who dropped down the hatch and found 1 kill, but the trade easy from Gomez coming out of the kitchen area, taking him down with a nice little headshot. Second for him on the round, makes it a 3v3 with 45 seconds to go. All DZ players inside the site. 1 Jacuzzi, 1 main stairs, 1 elsewhere.
There goes a nade that'll do some damage to DZ, the Clips in particular. Gomez at the top of the stairs. He's got 1 player not too far off, but Canadians inside a weight room. He can just play and, quite literally, wait. Different spelling. Completely different meaning, but still, the pun is there. Nade for Diaz, but the moment that it gets pulled out, there's an audio cue that Eclipse can play off of, and a jump out from Canadian. Silences Yaga. DZ 3-0 to start off Clubhouse.
Nice way to play that 3v3. I also like just how they were able to move man advantage back in their favor. You saw that DarkZero weren't afraid to get aggressive and go for swings. The first time that they equalized the man count was a nice little swing onto the Jacuzzi breach, and then NJR in the 4v4 dropping down, saw an opportunity, took it. Unfortunately didn't know where Gomez was, but still it was a nice little play to keep those the man count equal or keep it in DarkZero's favor. Once they got to that 3v3, again, the angles were a little bit better from DarkZero. XSET were kind of funneled around that gym area where they were trying to come in from Jacuzzi. They had 1 player up above trying to play the windows, and then everybody else tried to walk in through gym and kind of had to funnel. So really nicely done from DarkZero to play that one, trading off of each other. We talked about the Nook that round. I'll give you the full stat. The highest win rate operator who has played more than 10 rounds.
Wow. Wow.
So very good. Lost that round, though, so maybe that stat's outdated after that.
Well, we'll see.
We'll see.
Just like the stat yesterday when we did predictions and I was able to catch up to you, and then, of course, you sabotaged me in the very first game.
Almost didn't work out for me, though.
I know. It was very close. And then I started to root for Beastcoast, which is something I don't usually do. I don't usually root for a team in the middle of a match, but I started to shift my allegiance from neutrality towards Beastcoast solely to rub it in your face that you threw me under that proverbial bus. Either way, We're both united that XSET's going to win this. Not looking so good for them right now. Full site rotation for DZ as they're successful on their 3 defenses, starting on Church, then going up to CCTV Cache, rotating over to Gym and Bedroom. Now back to the first bomb site where it all began. Only difference is that XSET just used their timeout. Their lineup doesn't look that odd as I say that. An operator who used to be so deep in the meta that you'd see her every single game. Not the case anymore. Ash getting picked by Gomez at the last second to complement the rest of their roster.
Curious why, perhaps, I don't know why picking Ash over the
Claymores too.
Here. Yeah, Claymores are pretty big. I mean, they don't have Claymores otherwise, and they do already have 6 flashes, so perhaps just feeling that is the better way for Ash to go right now. Fair enough. I mean, it's a good gun. If Gomez is more comfortable on it, I'm not going to question him. He's currently 3-3 right now, so he can play what he wants. He's top frag and XSET. Already, we've got the platform wall being opened up. It's Church setup, but there is a Valkyrie, and I think Hyper's looking to get a little aggressive. Pambazoo's up here as well. Those are typically the 2 most banned defending operators, Azami and Valkyrie, but both left up, both being utilized by DarkZero as they roam this top floor around CCTV Cache.
Oh, early pick by XSET. They get another first blood. Yaga punishing Hyper. His roam will not be that successful. Hyper was first to die for DarkZero on the previous round. He was spotted out down in the basement by Gomez. Another from DZ will add to the pile of bodies. Pambazoo is no more. We're only a minute in, and DZ have fed 2 kills to XSET already.
Needlessly aggressive. Both of those swings, I mean, Hyper, especially the first one, out in the middle of CCTV, gets caught from the window from behind them. Unfortunate. And then I get that Pambazoo wants to trade. I get that he's trying to do something unexpected to catch them off guard. Doesn't work for him. Canadian as well. As we get more and more desperate in this round for DarkZero, these kind of like wild plays get less and less poor.
What is happening?
When you're in man disadvantage, you've got to go for like crazy stuff to try to like catch your opponents off guard. But XSET have been ready for it 4 times, not 5, and that's the Fuse Kit. So wait a minute, this is clutchable.
I would argue that they were very ready for it, but it was just that Eclipse won what was a sloppy gunfight. Doesn't win the second, and that's it for the round. XSET get on the board, and I understand, Jesse, that when you are in a man disadvantage, oftentimes you need to swing because if you're just sitting on the bomb site, the 3 of you, and there's 5 closing in on you, you're going to get picked off in those trades. You got to get brazen. You have to try to even the numbers out. I understand that. I meant more as what is happening is why is DZ getting thwarted on their roams so quickly? Because usually, at least on this matchup, DZ have been quite strong on it. Good round from XSET. More normal for XSET. I think the first 3 rounds were a little uncharacteristic of XSET entering alone, not getting droned inappropriately, not using utility to flush out these defenders. And on a map like Clubhouse, that yes, it allows you to roam depending on where the bomb site is, you can clear out Clubhouse pretty fast with 3 to 4 drones and 1 or 2 people entering alongside that, depending on how many you're using. So, bit of negligence from XSET. Maybe they just needed to settle down, and whoever is behind them, coaching them, should be able to do that. Either way, they pick up the very first round, and they've done all of that without Spirits getting a single kill yet. The only donut / goose egg on the board.
It will be Vivas behind XSET, calling those sack timeouts, trying to calm the boys down. Bodega not there. So Vivas has stepped into that role and has done very well for XSET so far. The players speak very highly of him, both as a strategic coach and somebody that can kind of calm them down when needed to. Not his initial position, but he's filled it well so far. We see XSET attacking here now onto the Cache bomb site. DZ switched up. Pamba still playing down below. That's where he was last time on the Thorn. Very aggressive, though. They haven't droned this. This is big. He's not going to get a kill. He'll back off. No harm, no foul. Pambazoo back into lounge.
This really isn't that different in regards to the way that the teams are holding, though. And Pamba had been in this spot before. If you remember, XSET actually didn't have that much difficulty sweeping through the garage. They had Pamba, and then I believe it was Hyper who was playing up top on the rafters as well. It really came in the mid-round where DZ was able to help, and then, of course, the final 2v2 that broke in DZ's favor because of bad coverage after the diffuser got planted. So XSET will need to be a bit more proficient as we hit the halfway point of the round. We're not there just yet. We're closing in on it. The start for the round, though, previously went well for XSET. They're having some difficulties opening up this wall.
Yeah, they've got the hardness of the off the wall on the left-hand side. They'll open it with the Flores drone now. And that's a nice little hole they can walk on through, so that's going to be good. 3 players over the platform side, Spirits outside of Garage on the left, and then fifth player, not sure, probably on the roof at the moment, droning or something. We'll see where they end up playing at the actual executes. A couple of those players rotating over to Garage. Definitely Hyper is going to be the next target, but Pambazoo is really able to have a lot of impact, helping out Hyper, get a couple of kills from down inside of Lounge. I'm interested to see once again if he tries to play kind of aggro, if he tries to go for some picks. The fact that he's all the way at the top of Red Stairs means probably not, but Canadian looking to sneak in and have that impact anyways.
Canadian's been a high-impact player, as you talk about, and getting impactful frags has been the name of the game. Can he do anything to try and assist Hyper in this position, who's still playing up top? Nades might be there with his name on it. Just a small jiggle peek, lighting up Diaz, but cannot connect. XSET walk into Garage, and with a minute to go in the round, secure the very first pick. So now DZ will swing back and fire back, as an Adrenal Surge is enough to keep Diaz alive. The rest of the team of XSET all topped up.
40 seconds, they're outside. Hyper kind of had to swing that because they don't have a Jaeger. They do have a Wamai, but didn't have a lot of grenade protection, so Hyper knows he's got to get aggressive when players are swinging at him with the rafters. Loses the fight, though, and Diaz has retaken this position. With this pinch coming in from both Garage and the platform wall, this is going to be a very nice push from XSET. As soon as they get this zombie barrier off, they should have a nice little angle into the bomb site.
NJR is a very strong position, taking down Spirits. Still no kills. They'll elude the Frenchman on the team, or the French-Canadian, I should specify. Some of that wall's been opened up onto rafters, but it's a long-range gunfight that XSET wins off of. Canadian tries to retake. The players from XSET not particularly close, so NJR will be the last line of defense, tossing out a Nitro Cell quite literally, and he stops the plan and wins the round for DarkZero with a double. Beautifully played by DZ, even if they're way down in numbers. They take their fourth round.
NJR, the Banana King himself, coming in huge at the end of that round. It was looking very rough. Again, the rafters play didn't work out for Hypers. There was a little bit of pressure from the master side that NJR was able to do, but the site players all collapsed, and then the C4, as you called it, really, really nicely done to go through. Sometimes it's just that timer that does tick down. XSET had everything done correctly. They went through the checklist. They got control of Garage. They got the wall open with Maverick. I think the fact that it took them a little bit longer to get that wall open with the Mav and then with the Flores probably did contribute to the fact that it took them so long to get into that plant position. The clear of rafters was pretty speedy, so it almost made up for that fact. But then when it comes to your execute, the 1C4 denies the plant. You win it on time. It's just one of those rounds where small things slips past you, and XSET end themselves with this 4-1 round differential. They could get it a little bit better. They could make it a 4-2 split, but they are not going to be neutral or winning when they come out of this attacking half.
No, not the start that XSET wants, and they put themselves in a position where 5-1 halves are so rare that XSET will almost certainly need a 4-2 half of their own on the second side of things to push us to overtime, because they cannot win on that half. So that's particularly damning, and XSET doesn't have the start that they wanted. Yeah, they used their timeout, and they were able to get a single round off of that, and it was a good round on that church take, almost flawless. There was a single kill for DarkZero. Outside of that, I think the numbers really do speak for themselves. DarkZero, as a team, have been quite strategic on their roams and have been good in the final moments of a round. That's the second time that DarkZero has won that CCTV cache site on a last-second clutch. Obviously, strategy sometimes means a little bit more than just brute forcing your way on in, and DZ shows why.
Hyper on Rafters has been favoring this position in a lot of rounds so far. He's not done amazingly. You can see he's 2-4 right now. He has delayed a lot of time, but still, I mean, this is still a player that you want to be seeing getting all those kills. He has historically been the top fragger for DarkZero. Pamba kind of took that title away at the Major, and I do like how they're able to work together on the roam. But still, this nade could end things, and it does. It's not the nade, but it's the nade pressure that forces him out and into the crosshair of Gomez.
Earlier on in the game, you'd seen Hyper swing a couple times on those nade plays with no real backup from XSET. They correct that error this time, and because of that, they find their first blood in a row. I know that might be a little confusing, but being able to start things off and give your team an advantage is huge. XSET have benefited from that through 4 rounds, but they've only been able to convert it once so far. Will a second follow? DZ still have some players off-site. They need to be found out by XSET. First half in the books, and Spirits will not find a single kill through the first half. That's not ideal. Drone scoots by NJR. I don't think he's been spotted, but he shoots it and then rotates either way as Canadian gets picked off. XSET closing in on this bomb site. DZ realizes that they need to start to form up and fortify their defense on site.
I like the way that Gomez has played around his teammates. The second kill that he just got there was a trade onto Canadian. The first one was being forced off by the grenade. Beautifully done by him. So far, DarkZero not looking ideal throughout this round. It's going to be a push coming in from Dirt, and almost a kill for Kino as a wild swing comes forward from Pambazoo. Doesn't quite get the frag that he was looking for, though. Eclipse down here. Most of this push is coming through blue right now.
And Eclipse watches one that goes by, gets a easy bullet pen onto Gomez, traded back by Diaz. XSET keeping close with their numbers, and there's another for Diaz as well. Who said harsh support can't carry the way? Last man standing for DZ is NJR. He gets a gun down, pulls out the shotgun. That's Diffuser surrendered too. He'll get pushed from 2 separate angles, but he takes the shotgun to it. Suddenly Yaga is down. Kino will need to clutch out. He's against the weapon that he's made a name for himself on, and he manages to outduel him. XSET, it's close. It was a 1v1, but XSET prevails in the first half, still goes in favor of DZ, but XSET pick up a big round before we go to the second half.
NJR back breaking. He can only carry so many rounds. He clutched last time, couldn't do it this time, but was in such a good position when he flanks down blue, gets the kit down in the ground. No idea on the side of XSET where that flank was coming from. He found 2 kills and had a very good chance of getting that third. Just lost the gunfight. It's unfortunate for him there, but man, oh man, he gave it a great shot. Ultimately, it's not a bad half for DarkZero. I mean, they can't be upset about this. NJR 8-4, dominating the server statistically, but XSET have started to find their footing. Even that one round, if that hadn't gone to a clutch of NJR, if that C4 hadn't flown through and allowed him to win the 1v4, this would be an even 3-3 split. So we're once again seeing a very close game. We're once again seeing a game barreling towards 13+ rounds, and that is horrible for both of these teams who desperately need to avoid overtime if they want to make it to the major. XSET less so. But even for them, regulation win is worth so much more than an overtime one.
Absolutely, and I mean, again, XSET are in good position no matter what the result of today's matchup is. They built up a nice cushion for themselves, but they are far from secured. And again, you've got a couple teams that are nipping at their heels. Parabellum suddenly went from being one of the basement teams at the start of the stage to having an outside shot that could become an inside shot, depending on what DZ does to XSET over the course of this match. So again, just something that we will keep tabs on and continue to go back to. First half, by the way, tail of the tapes. DZ got 2 first bloods, XSET 4. XSET burned their timeout after round number 3. They went 2-1 after that. So they managed to pick up 2 rounds. It stopped some of the momentum that DarkZero had, but DZ built up that good nest egg by taking rounds 1, 2, and 3. 3 bomb sites played, no bar and stage showed up. So we're still looking to see if all 4 will be played here on Clubhouse.
Odd for DarkZero, of the second best entry record as a team in the league right now. They're 38-32, +6 on entry heading into this matchup.
Are they the best statistical attacking team as well?
They were at the major. They really fell off at the start of the stage, but they're getting better as we go.
They were either the best attacking team or one of the best defending teams yesterday.
They were the best defending, yes.
There you go.
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you for correcting me. Thank you for having my back.
You're welcome. That's why they brought the stats guy into the cast, right?
Sure, we'll go with that.
Thanks, man.
Only small difference that we see here that might be worth noting out of the ordinary is the Thunderbird, an operator, the Canadian operator, who doesn't have the highest pick rate, but does have some use on certain bomb sites, especially if you want to play on a roam. A lot of teams like to put down 2 of those Kona healing stations in the bomb site and then keep one in their pocket so that they can either juggle it or play somewhere off-site and hold that map presence and potentially survive a nade, etc.
They want to get this kitchen hatch open, and with Selma charges, despite the impacts, I think they will. There's the first one, not quite opened yet, and there's the second Selma charge. That'll do it. They're using those Kiva barriers to try to block off some sight lines. I do like that a lot from XSET. Just make sure that these angles go a little bit more in their favor, and make it so that they can play a little bit more safe towards the back of Armory, where Diaz is right now.
Gomez at the bottom of main stairs, watching that door, barricaded up. Flashes coming in, his Spirits just evades them. Still blinded either way. 45 seconds for DZ to get into the bomb site. XSET just needs to sit and wait, as right now it comes onto the shoulders of the attackers. Gone 6 goes out, cannot capitalize off of a down Diaz, so instead go for the nade, but Pambazoo just right now having a calamity of errors. No. It will open the barrier though and allow them to waltz on in, but Diaz could potentially be recovered. If he can get back over to the Kona station, he'll get rezzed right back up. Instead, it's now Gomez to go down. Diaz follows. NJR and the rest of DZ dominate the kill feed, leaving Yaga in a clutch or kick scenario, and he's kicked by Hyper. The final 2 kills go to DarkZero, and they stretch their lead as they now march towards victory. They're 2 rounds away from putting XSET into the dustbin.
I don't think there was an angle DarkZero weren't pushing there. They had a guy coming down main stairs. They had, I believe, 2 players on the kitchen hatch. They had a 4th player coming down in through dirt, and then they had a 5th player pushing oil pit in through blue. The only doorway they weren't walking through into that bomb site was Moto, and that was just fine because it was a armory side take coming forward from DarkZero. So really nicely done from them. Very well coordinated. Everybody was pushing to the bomb site at the exact same time. Those Kiba barriers seemed so strong. They blocked off so many of those angles, but once they started to get opened up, the angles still were favoring DarkZero. They were able to pinch in and get a lot of those kills. Nice call for them to be able to spread out so much because there was a lot of early focus on that kitchen hatch. They did get it open though, and it worked out very nicely. I think you're starting to see like the effect of the smoke ban as well. Once we've moved DarkZero over to the attack, of course, XSET probably not fully prepped for a smoke ban. It's not super common. I'm sure it's something they've considered and something that they've planned around, but it is always difficult to adapt like that, especially for a player like Kino, who can kind of be static on his defensive operators at times. Not that he can't flex to other ops, but he's just played smoke for so long. He's played smoke for so long that he's now decided that the best play for him is to instead go Mira with the double Mira window on the platform wall. Parker, what do you think about this?
Well, this is one we haven't seen in...
It's been a minute.
Quite some time. This reminds me of consulate defenses downstairs where teams would put both black mirrors on the consulate garage wall, but it's been quite a while, so yeah. It's been a minute is absolutely correct. Despite this, and despite that setup being the main focal point for DarkZero, you'll want to do what you do on every single CCTV cache take, which is clear out the areas of the map that are far removed from that, and that includes gym and bedroom. Exothermic charge has already gone off. I think that's on the panel leading into construction. That is correct. Wow, that is actually a clean break. I don't think I usually see it where it's so clean.
Yeah, the entire wall is open. And
not dirty.
It's not.
That is not a dirty wall.
I will say in Taro, it's no mistake that XSET brought 6 impacts with these mirror windows. You saw the effect of the first one there. It's going to be very tough to open up this entire wall just because with those mirror windows, there are angles to throw impact grenades through. Diaz threw the first one, and it did manage to get the first hard breach off the wall. Spirits with the second. It's so difficult, actually, at this point for DarkZero to open this up. They could technically Mav it. Mav can't be impact, but Mav can just be killed with those angles open on the wall as well. So this is very difficult for DarkZero. I'm interested to see how they adapt.
It's a poor nade tossed out by NJR. As a small error can cost a lot later on down the line. Those nades are usually so hard to come by. There was also a late mute jammer put down on that wall in CCTV that thwarted one of the Selmas from going off. Whether it was taken out by a follow-up impact nade, I'm not sure, but I mean, it doesn't really matter because unless you clear out the mute jammer, the Selma's not going to be effective. Anyway.
So they got the wall open, I do believe here. We'll see if Diaz tries to peek it a little bit. No, I believe they got a walkable hole in through this wall. But they wasted so much hard breach. That said, Pamba with the nade takes down Spirits up inside of Raptors. Canadian down to the bottom floor, helping out with that a little bit thanks to a nice nade. They've got control here. They got the wall open, and this is actually everything that they need to start going in for their execute.
Spirits the first to die for XSET in the first one in this round. Still searching for his very first kill. We'll have to find it in round number 9. All the rest of XSET set farther back. 30 seconds to go for DarkZero, holding onto that diffuser in the hands of Eclipse. DZ still spread out down below. There's a nade ready from Canadian. It doesn't work. NJR's gun finds Gomez. Diaz fires back from the top of red, but his position known. Kino one of his own as well. DZ will lose their 2 players downstairs, but Eclipse just walks right into the bomb site. NJR not too far off. Down goes Yaga, and the diffuser will need to be planted. Can Eclipse pull it off? Kino will head back to the top of red stairs, but he's gunned down by Panda, and that's all she wrote for that round. Match point DarkZero.
It's the same style of take where they're going in through every single doorway into the bomb site. They had a player coming in forward from construction. They had a player coming in from the CC window. They had a player coming in from garage. They had platform wall open. They were really all over that site. And again, they're all pushing together. The coordination is perfect. You can tell somebody is counting down those pushes. 3, 2, 1, go. And DarkZero were all in at once. I was a little worried that Eclipse had taken the defuse kit and was all alone moving over towards the CC window construction side side of things. If he'd gotten swung on and dropped that defuse kit outside, could have been a disaster, but they didn't know where he was, so they couldn't have swung it, and ultimately it was DarkZero that were in control of that. XSET just sat still in their bomb site. They weren't going for anything aggressive. After they lost that opening death, they just sat and waited for DarkZero to enter into their site, and because they came from so many different points, it was so hard for XSET to look at all directions at once, and they ended up falling in that execute. I think the entire desk and casting panel picked XSET in this game.
I think so, yeah.
Kind of foolish there.
Oh no, it's going to be one of those Rainbow Six images that precede unfortunate events. Again, it's going to be the same as, what was it, TSM last week? I think it was TSM versus XSET, actually. And everybody said TSM, and then XSET ended up winning.
I think so, yeah.
Is that correct? I think it was.
There was definitely a Beastcoast game where that happened, where nobody picked Beastcoast.
Playday number 5 was TSM versus XSET, and XSET won it. So I'm going to imagine that that was the one. I remember everybody picked TSM. And I'm trying to remember who their opponent was. I thought it was XSET, but again, I'm getting old.
It happens.
I'm getting old.
You are.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Anyway.
42 as of last weekend.
The age always changes. You just continue to joke about my age. But thank you. I appreciate you for at least remembering that one of those 2 digits is correct, and it's not the 4. Either way.
52, my bad.
Could this be the final defense for XSET? Will Spirits find a kill? He's at games like this before, by the way.
Yeah. Spirits has been so good in some of those, in some of the rounds that he's played, some of the games he's played for XSET, and so bad in some of the other ones. He's an extremely hot and cold player.
No, hot and cold plays for Spacestation.
Yeah, okay. Waiting for that one.
Tommy's been doing that
Tommy's done it a lot.
day. Tommy's been doing that all day. It's always reminiscent of when I used to do it way back in the day, but it's been quite some time. Anywho, despite the fact that every single bomb site is open, XSET have not wanted to repeat mistakes of the past, so instead they will go over to Weight Room. Look at that, Kino just swung, by the way, but they're going to go hunting. Diaz gets the first kill, XSET finds 2. Spirits breaks the goose egg before Hyper puts him in the grave. Yaga answers back, down goes Pambazoo, and suddenly it's Hyper in a 1v3. It looks like XSET are going to stay alive for one more round as Hyper has a single point of HP. You could blow him a kiss. That's what it would sound like.
Aww.
That's you blowing the kiss, and guess what? Hyper would die. Nade in hand. What do you do at this point? Spotted on the cam. They know you're down below. There's 3 players. You can just swing off of them. As good as Hyper is, on 1 HP, no way in the world that you're able to come back from this. It's just not going to happen.
Yeah, they know where he's at, down at the bottom of the stairs. You can play around it, but of course out of nades now, blindly firing through the floorboards. You can see Eclipse is on a drone. It's not that they have 0 intel, but most of the players on DarkZero just watching Hyper in this moment because there's not a lot that they can call that's going to help him out. He walks up the stairs, zombie barriers blocking his way into sight, even if he had the kit, which he doesn't. There he goes.
It was over.
Yeah.
That round was over about 30 to 40 seconds ago. DZ decided to go for broke, break into the bomb site, start with the bathroom, move into weight room, move into bedroom. What they didn't account for was the ability for XSET to fire back inside of weight room, inside a bedroom, and as well over in logistics. So just in the previous rounds, the strength of DarkZero attacking from all these different angles seemingly disappears in that round, and DZ do not have the map control, I guess you could say, to punish the remaining players from XSET.
When DarkZero lost the title of best defending team in the NAL Stage 2, it went to XSET, who have a 62% defensive win rate heading into this game. It's the best in the North American League, and when they started off losing every single defense for the first 2 rounds, I was worried that we weren't going to see it. I think the big reason why XSET have done so well in the defenses has been their site play. I think Kino's been an amazing anchor for XSET. I think both Gomez and Diaz have done a good job kind of moving around in the site. Typically, Spirits and Yaga can be a little bit more aggressive on their own, but again, when they come back, I think their site play has also been good. Really, for XSET, I haven't seen that at all so far today, and I think that is because of the multi-dimensional push DarkZero have been going for time and time again. That time it got very chaotic, got a little sloppy, and DarkZero weren't able to chain kills together, and ultimately XSET did win those site engagements. So I'm hoping we see more of that. I'm hoping we see XSET inside of the bomb site, playing a little bit better, able to go for some swings that catch some players off guard. It's tough though, when DarkZero pushing from so many different angles. Playing as a site player, playing as an anchor-focused team can be very, very difficult.
Correct. Very
Thanks.
correct. Still holding out hope for a bar stage here. Can't find it. Pambazoo first to go down. Gomez. The Thunderbird has been a staple of these XSET defenses, not just in terms of gadgetry. But also, Gomez has been lighting it up on this team, and now will recover some of that remaining HP or missing HP with the Kona station. Gomez is actually back over where he was before. Spirits, who had broken the goose egg that he had previously with 1 kill to his name, now finds himself in a tricky spot, losing some of the protection over towards the CCTV wall, and also the Logi hatch gets blown open. So, where do Spirits go? Towards the top of main stairs over by the bedroom. And I don't know if he's going to persist for too long, as the rest of XSET seem quite safe, bunkered down in the bomb site.
It actually seems as though XSET have recognized the way DarkZero push, and they've recognized that they're not going to be able to beat these multi-dimensional swings that are coming in from DZ, so they say, screw it, let's win on the roam. And I like that change up a lot. Spirits has been a player that has been struggling to get engaged with this matchup, but now with 1 kill, starting to turn things around perhaps. He is still up above, got a good angle down into kitchen, but very much vulnerable as well if DarkZero are interested in clearing him. It looks like they're more focused on the site right now. Spirits is all over the map, currently in gym, could drop down to billiards if he pleases, but not currently the idea that he wants to go for. DarkZero aware he's up here. They're not going to forget about him, but it's just a matter of can he find an opening, and just quite can't find it on the Hyper, and now he's droned out. This is going to get a whole lot harder.
Spirits is just not having a very confidence-inspired day, and NJR drops through the Logi hatch, and there goes the remainder of the XSET roamer. Spirits gone before Hyper had taken a lot of damage in that gunfight. Still, DZ have opened up the top floor. They'll find very quickly that the rest of XSET is all comfy down on the bomb site below. So continue to drone that out and take the necessary steps before you can push in and get the diffuser down.
And I think a 4v4 is better than a 5v5 because, again, that's fewer angles DarkZero can use to push down. They've got players around blue, they've got players around kitchens, likely to be a 2-pronged push here. We'll see how it goes.
1 Nitro still remaining, by the way. That's Kino. Gomez has now taken on opportunity to get up to Moto, watching the bottom of main stairs. If DZ don't see this, that's an easy first pick for XSET when the execute comes in. Yaga takes out Canadian. That was one of the players from DZ up top. Next one lined up inside of blue. It's Gomez amidst the smoke to try to pressure Hyper. That's where the focus is. But XSET have their eyes turned towards all the different players at DZ. And the beautiful thing is that when you push from all these different angles, it's easy for the defenders to engage you in 1v1 from all these different angles. That's exactly what XSET does. They've picked up their 4th round. DZ still sit on match point, but slowly that lead is disappearing.
There was some really late rotation from DarkZero that did kind of speak to the fact that maybe they were scrambling in those last 20 seconds. We saw Eclipse move from the blue hatch over towards Kitchen to try to drop in there and have some impact with the defuse kit. We saw NGR moving from Kitchen down the main stairs, trying to pinch and supply some pressure from that side of the bomb site. Ultimately, none of it was enough. Both those players got cleaned up, and the blue pressure that still existed also ended up being ineffective. So DarkZero, again, maybe panicking a little bit without that full 5-man roster, not able to go for as clean of a 5-man push that they went for the last time they were on this bomb site. And because of that round, they're going to call attack timeout. They've only lost, 2 in a row, but they still feel like this is the time to call it.
Well, I mean, it was a very late timeout called up from DarkZero, at least from what we heard, and I was speculating if it would pop out now too. You don't want to be the team that calls it when it is a 5-6 game or a 6-5 game against your opponents, because you've at that point given up 3 rounds in a row and they have momentum heading into overtime. Obviously, the momentum that exists in a game like Siege is not in the server. There's no economy system. There's no finances you need to manage. You don't need to worry about guns disappearing or anything like that. The only real momentum, quote unquote, is the bomb site rotation if you're on either attack or defense. Because you could end up getting an unfavorable rotation and then your opponents end up playing on a bomb site that you're not going to win, period. And that is that's momentum that goes against you. Either way.
I mean, that's kind of where we're at right now, right? We've had 2 bomb sites in a row that XSET have done pretty well on, Gym, Bedroom, and then Church Arsenal. Now they've got to go to a 3rd site. If XSET want to stay alive because they had such a rough first half and they had such a rough start to the second half, they've got to be flexible and be winning on every single bomb site in this map, except for the terrible bar stage, so thankfully that won't be played out. But otherwise, they're going to have to win on all 3 of the primary sites on Clubhouse. They've done it twice so far. This is the one they have yet to find any success on.
Might have used the word motivation in place of momentum a couple times, but low blood sugar, it happens.
Yeah,
Either way, timeout taken by DarkZero. One thing that we do tend to see from all teams across every single level of Tier 1 play and every region of Tier 1 play is that a timeout is usually good enough to get you 1 or 2 rounds relatively quickly. That's all DZ needs. And again, there is no momentum here. DZ have already triumphed on this bomb site. It's a CCTV cache defense by XSET. And DarkZero, using their 6th pick, have brought in an operator that another member of DarkZero, that was a content creator, has talked about at length, which is Kali. Kali being brought in place of Thatcher, in place of potentially Flores, or a Twitch, can do some serious damage. And I mean, it's not on the steadiest of hands for DarkZero, I will say that much. But Canadian can make some serious damage done with a shot or two from that sniper rifle.
Yeah, and it's brought out to counter this double Mira setup that we saw XSET running last time, right? They ran at the exact same time today, and this time they used the first little Kali Lance to deal with any of those mute jammers that might be on the wall, and then they just had the angle to open up that they could really wash in deep into the bomb site. Turn that angle from an impact hole to a Kali hole, right? And then all of a sudden, it's very dangerous to play inside of that room. It's very dangerous to play those impacts. Now look how open the wall is. DarkZero can walk in anytime they please, and that's all because of the Kali.
Spirits is the first one to take some damage, playing on the top of rafters, 1 and 9. This is a terrible game for somebody who usually is much better in the clutch. They'll need a bigger performance out of them because the top frag from XSET is the first one to die. Gomez is down. Spirits left on catwalk all alone. All he has are those Kiba barriers there. But he gets a nice pick on the Hyper. That's a great long-range shot. Another could be head as well, with he and Diaz sitting up on rafters. I'd forgotten about Diaz in that position, so maybe not completely on his own. A nade from below, but there's nobody there to receive it, so NJR tosses it out, and the damage that could have been done will have to go elsewhere. Kino picks off Canadian. There's the Kali gone from the equation. Spirits looks for one, but Diaz refrags, gets the kill. Panbazoo is there, another for Diaz. Goodness gracious, all of a sudden XSET have rebuffed DZ, and the clutch master on DZ, Eclipse, will have to find the remaining 2 kills. He does it, but he can't get Kino. 1 kill to start off with, and the 1v1 breaks in XSET's favor. They continue to stay alive, and we are a single round away from overtime.
Spirits didn't get a ton of kills in that round. He got 1, but he did have a ton of impact. He really allowed Diaz to get 2 of those big kills playing from bottom garage. It was the attempt of DarkZero to get into garage late in that round, clear out rafters, clear out lounge, and then push at a 2-pronged angle into the CCTV bomb site. But instead, Diaz really ruined their day playing bottom garage around that lounge area, took care of 1 player that was swinging to take care of the rafters guy, and then when the second player was coming in through the garage door, he managed to take that guy out too. Very nicely done from Diaz to work around his teammate of Spirits, who again, 2 and 10's not great, but these last couple of rounds, he's been starting to heat up, and he's been having impact even when he's not getting those kills. If this is the moment where Spirit starts to heat up and XSET start to win rounds, and they can push this to OT and perhaps get 2 points today, this is, well, couldn't have come any later. So nice to see it now.
This is a much tighter matchup than we anticipated. I mean, hey, it's just following the trend line of what we saw out of match number 1, Jesse.
Yeah.
For those of you that didn't watch it, I apologize for the spoilers. You can cover your ears for the next couple seconds if you don't want to hear them. Beastcoast versus Astralis was match 1, and Astralis 8-6. But Beastcoast was actually in control for quite a while. And it's almost a mirror matchup in terms of the way these rounds are playing out. The first half for Beastcoast and Astralis was 3-3, which is different obviously from the 4-2 that we see here. But Beastcoast went on a match point in round number 9. DZ did the same in round number 8, but then it was squandered. And Astralis provided a very fun comeback and ended up winning 5 rounds in a row to put them away. XSET have won 3 in a row. A 4th in a row means that not only do we go to overtime, but it denies DZ those 3 full points that they need. And it also means that XSET give themselves much better odds of securing needed points for them to go to the major.
Yeah, I'll remind you of the stakes. DarkZero, if they lose this round, their realistic chances of the major slip away. It's a 6% chance or less if they lose this round right here. And if they win it, it's still only about a 1 in 4. But this is what they need to keep their stakes alive. XSETs, overtime would be fine for them. Over 50% no matter how OT goes. So they definitely need to win this round. It is extremely crucial. We are on Gym Bedroom, the site that XSET have not lost so far.
You know what they call stakes when they're alive?
What do they call them?
Cows.
That's true.
Halfway through the round, and NJR sees some bodies from below. The Banana Man himself, you said, and he's got the appropriate charm on the gun just to match it. Why not? Nobody's died yet. Gomez taking a lot of damage. That's about it. Adrenal surges from DZ, as you will come to hear, because Finka is played almost every single round, will allow DZ to heal themselves back up. We touched on Thunderbird being a key part of XSET's defense. Well, it's not Gomez playing this operator this time around, it's Yaga instead. Either way, there's still healing to be had. Adrenal Surge comes in, not too late for NJR to pick up the kill onto Gomez. DZ with the first blood. They've been mighty good at it. They will continue to rack it up as Pamba's in the midst of the bomb site, finally shut down by Spirits. He's got the shoddy out. What damage can he do to Hyper? Quite a lot. Keeping the numbers close. Canadian bleeding out as well. No Finka to get you back up, so it's a 2v2. XSET, the improbable comeback. It was DZ to answer. It was DZ to start. And now DZ are in a position, a very precarious position, where they'll need to find these last two players from XSET. Can Canadian be retrieved? That's the question. Diffuser goes down. Canadian will play for Intel. I don't think anybody from DarkZero is too punched to try and pick him up. Spirits gets the kill. XSET will retake. Diffuser is down inside a weight room. 30 seconds left on the clock. Both members from XSET over by the bathroom, and there's NJR for the lineup to pick up both of them. Well, he peels away at the defense, and despite the 3 rounds in a row, looking like overtime was on the menu, XSET falls short. DZ make things work in round 12. And that's tough for XSET's Berlin Major chances.
It was a nice entry from the Charlotte Major MVP, Pambazoo walking in through the bathroom to get 2 big kills in onto the site, and the trades looked good. Spirits and Yogg started to claw that round back, but at the end it was NJR who capitalized on those 2 players playing so passively that was able to clean them up when they were going for that retake. I don't know if they wanted that kit to go down or they wanted to play the retake, or maybe they were just assuming that DarkZero would be playing that a little bit more passive. They would keep their guns up. Either way, they didn't play it the way they should have and then ended up losing it there. So that's it. DarkZero staying alive, except this is a pretty devastating loss for them. Again, second most likely team at the beginning of the week to go to Charlotte, or sorry, to go to Berlin, and then a 7-5, 7-5 loss game or week.
I mean, how can I blame you, to be honest? Berlin is the Charlotte of Europe.
Many people say that.
Many people, you know, I've actually heard people say it's crazy that we are going to the Charlotte of Europe. And I feel like every Berliner who's going to hear that is going to absolutely hate that we said that and compared it to Charlotte.
2 great cities.
2 great cities. DZ's chances of making it are still very much there. They're small, though. XSET, not as certain as we thought. It was a pleasure having you on the cast. The last time we cast together would have been Canada Nationals
2019.
In Toronto, Ontario, Canada, back in 2019. And then before that, it was a month before that, I think, in Montreal
DreamHack
in 2019 too. So we'd only ever casted on Canadian soil. Fun fact for everybody. Thanks for joining me.
It was a pleasure.
You did great. You're like an upgraded Lynx.
I appreciate that. You know, it's the all-Canadian cast worked out. A lot of people say we have accents and that we sound funny.
You sound Canadian. I don't think I do.
I have no idea what you're talking about. It's pretty much just like American English, but either way, I thought it was a fun cast. Fun couple days of cast.
Horrendous. But no, thank you for joining me. I appreciate it. Nick should be back next week. But it's been, honestly, it's been a blast this stage to be able to cast with Nick, to be able to cast with Lynx, and now to be able to cast with you. It's been fun. Find a new groove. And I think you did a great job if you ever want to step off the desk. I think you do a pretty good job as a caster, too. But I would never say that. I'd never say that out loud. That's it for both of us.
You were nice in the end.
I had to be.
Terra Mom can be proud.
My mom told me that I had to. I, a 32-year-old man, being told what to do on a broadcast by his mother. That's it for myself. That's it for Jesse. Blue and Stokes will take you the rest of the way. And there's still more to go. 3 more matches. We'll be back in just a couple minutes.
tell them read it. Been the one since the fetus. Don't sleep on me, Tempur-Pedic. That's a no, no, no. Spending dope for no reason. Got a ball head, Mr. Cleaner. Heard the big bags overseas, then we gon' go, go, go. Whoa, I press the button and the doors go off like, whoa. That money clip us now, the new now looks like, whoa. Upgrade her diamonds, now her girlfriends are like, whoa, 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 whoa. I press the button and the doors go off like, whoa. That money clip us now, the new now looks like, whoa. Upgrade her diamonds, now her girlfriends are like, whoa, 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 whoa.
Hey. They been on it, drum on the rail. I wrap it, I bag it, I pack it for sale. Got feeling on speed out, hit me to chill. I give it a thrill, I put it on film. Facade get applaud, that ain't real. Come to my section and flex, we can tell. I got a show where she dipping them nails. I'm flipping my L's, I know they could tell. I did it too major, they hit me for favors. Been him since the cable was cut in the cradle. What's up, only right that I do it. Colossal until I'm a boss, so they want me to fail.
Welcome back to the Rainbow Six North American League. Doe here along with Jacob and Tommy. We've got an interview lined up for you. That's right, over in Vegas we have NJR standing by from Team DarkZero, getting the win today over XSET. It was a little bit close. It got a little bit close at the end there, but you got it done. And now I'm really curious because DarkZero, since winning the major, obviously, it's been a roller coaster. You've had high highs, you've had kind of low lows this stage. So I'm curious, like, what has the team sort of like learned going through this stage 2 that was maybe a little bit more difficult than you anticipated originally?
I think it sucks to say, but I think we got a little bit comfortable, and like, I think that's the biggest thing we've learned. I think we just some of us got a bit comfortable, weren't putting as much effort in, and that's probably the biggest lesson we've learned.
Okay.
How's it going, NJ? Long time no see. Hopefully all's been
What's
well.
up, man?
How's it been? Quick question. Last stage, you guys have lost to XSET 7-5. What did you guys do in order to prepare you guys selves for this map, especially it's basically a redo? And then also, how you been?
I've been good. Thanks for asking.
Good.
We didn't prepare for them specifically too hard. It's just our mindset. The past couple like map ban phases have just been going to maps we're comfortable with, and that's been about it.
Okay.
So you're looking at, for your very last Playday, you're looking at Mirage, and you're on the cusp of actually being able to go back to Berlin. A big thing that I know you guys are obviously looking for is saying, hey, we won one major, but we're looking to see if we can't have a strong showing at things after that. If for some reason this Mirage game doesn't work out or you're not able to go to Berlin, what is kind of the next step for you from that point?
I think just getting more reps and like developing our map pool more would probably be our biggest focus. I think a break would also do us well, or a more drawn out break. Obviously, like, we don't want that. We want to go to Berlin.
Right.
But if things don't work out, then not the end of the world.
So building on that, then, like, what do you think it takes to keep your focus going into a game like that? Obviously, Mirage seeming like a softer opponent this stage, but you can't really underestimate anybody in the NAL. I mean, Beastcoast learned that last week. Obviously, you guys don't want to be the next team to end up in that situation. So going into that match, that's going to be so crucial now because it could mean going to the major or not. What's the approach going to be? How do you keep that focus?
I mean, we all know how to conduct ourselves and handle our own mental however we feel fit. Like, I don't think we're too worried. Just going to stay focused and keep doing what we've known to have worked before.
All right, yeah, it makes sense. I've compared DarkZero to like a Super Saiyan in the past, where like you take a little bit of time to power up, but once you do as a squad, then it's hard for anyone to take you on. So obviously mental fortitude is a big part of that. There you go. Thanks for stopping by. Thanks for chatting with us, and good luck next week.
Of course, thank you. We love keeping things close.
Well, we love it
No
too. It's
Kazap.
exciting, so we appreciate it.
That is no Kazap.
Stop saying that, bro.
All right, well, NJR, a man of few words, but a player that contributed a lot today with DarkZero's win over XSET, and a crucial win as well. Now, XSET not out of the running yet. They still have a lot of points, but this does make things a little bit scary for them looking at the major, doesn't it?
It does. So technically, because of the way things stand right now, XSET only have a 33% chance of qualifying for Berlin, which, considering where they were, was like in the 90s if they got a regulation win. But no points today, and DarkZero getting 3 points means that they are now far closer than XSET themselves would like. So nothing is a guarantee. Right. No one's actually managed to get to the major yet. DarkZero's chances are still lower than XSET's, though. They have a a considerably harder statistical mountain to climb. Again, they do have Mirage to play next week, which a lot of people might see as a given, but it's still not set in stone yet.
Yeah, and you can't underestimate them, right? I mean, like, this thing, Mirage is Mirage, right? But you can't go into that one without taking it seriously. Otherwise, like we talked about in the interview, you don't want to be Beastcoast 2.0, right?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, especially for a team like Mirage, like you said, like, look at Beastcoast. They knocked them out twice. Me, the first time I was with them, you get it? Grip, loser.
Oh, boy.
But I will say, I am bummed out because you guys promised me eliminations today. None have been eliminated.
We've only had 2 games. Come on.
You know, like
there's more time for this.
We need dreams shattered, bro. And I'm not talking about OXG.
Why are we focused on the negatives? Let's get teams going to the
It's my last day here. Like, you know, like I got to become the villain.
Theoretically, you could say whatever you want on this broadcast, and they wouldn't be able to fire you because it's your last day.
There you go. You're like, you can't fire me.
So if you have something to say,
before you go though. We have some replays to take a look at. So we'll have to do that at least first. Let's take a look at round number 8. First of all, this was one where there's just some good rafter clearing going on, right? Some good preparation, if you will.
Okay. Well, I mean, as you guys can see, Spirits is literally on an island on rafters. And just get ready. Hyper comes in through, or droning them in. He's just waiting there. Like, the Raptors players is always just set up to die. No matter what, you're supposed to waste time. Just wait until the last second you're alive, because the moment you lose Rafters is the moment your team is going to lose the basically round, because Rafters is literally the whole site. You take Rafters, you are able to plant, and look, flash, nade. Beautiful. There you go. That is what pro teams do. They drill until they get that perfect scenario. And knowing a team like DZ, Troy is telling you to do that 10, 20 times.
Yep.
It does not matter. You do that in drills, you do that in scrims.
Once you've got rafters clear, everyone else can then splinter off and do their own thing.
Yep.
If you want one guy up rafters, and in this specific case, up rafters, plat wall, looking at red, looking at con, looking at server window, they had somebody in one spot all around the map at the entire time, and they were able to just move in and constrict. But you only do that after you've got the rafters clear. So if you get Clubhouse in your ranked games, clear rafters. And if you're not playing rafters, play there or you're trolling.
There you go.
With utility preferably.
With utility, and then you gotta applaud XSET, because in order for them to fix that round, they put 2 people there rafters and won that next round. So yeah.
So put 2 people rafters with utility, with shields, mute jammers, ADS, all my discs.
Yeah, make sure one's hidden. So like when one dies, one gets up.
Do all of this in ranked.
In ranked. In FPL. I got you guys.
I don't play FPL, but do that.
Yeah, you're not invited. You're a go-to.
Final round.
Plat 3.
Round 12 is the one we're going to take a look at next. This is the final round of the game. This is one where, the Panda Party took a while to get started.
Yeah.
This time, but when it did, it happened at just the right time.
It's true, because, well, mostly it's just him walking right into bathroom and finding 2 kills. It's Diaz and Kino who are both playing this gold vault rotate back into Logi. They've also got a little bit of cover with Spirits, but he's not going to do anything. Because just watch Panda. He'll walk straight in to 2 different rooms, take control, look at the window, make sure there's no one there. Boom, 1, 2, immediately. Wow. As soon as he creates that space, Yaga then comes back and, Spirits is the one with the refry, because he's actually still back in the same rotate. And once Panda clears those 2 players, he's actually not watching it, but he's already done the damage. Thing about this is NJR actually ends up being the one who pulls off the perfect cross and wins, because XSET then have to move in. Yaga's like, he's on his own completely. Spirit still maintains logic control, but they all have to come back. They eventually do coordinate, but then look at where NJR positions himself. Like, Eclipse is planting right now, and all NJ has to do is sit here in showers, and XSET can't clear him.
I mean, that's a big deal. Like, getting the plant down and forcing XSET to come with them, come to them rather with the remaining players is kind of what ended up giving DZ the edge.
Yeah.
Ended up getting them the win. A much needed win for DarkZero. That's 3 points for them. The Charlotte Major champions still in the hunt for a trip to Berlin, a chance to defend their crown somehow, some way. I mean, it's the most DarkZero thing in the world too, to like leave it to the very last day to try to get through. Yeah, I mean, it's wild, right? So we'll see if they can complete that next week. For now, though, we're going to take a quick break as we get ready for our third game of the day. It's going to be Oxygen taking on Spacestation Gaming. You wanted elimination matches. You might just get something close to one if Oxygen can take it. But Spacestation, you know, not quite dead yet. We'll see what they can do when we come back here on NAL. Hey, we're back at the Analyst Desk. That's right, your host Doe here, along with Tommy, our special guest this week, and Kelber Jacob, who is around all the time, pretty much. Yeah,
I've never left.
There's a sleeping bag under the desk. That's where he stays.
I live
He
here
has food
essentially.
delivered.
Which is how I knew Tommy was also living here, is because I also live here.
There you go.
Every single time there's been somebody absent, it's not been me. I think John, Sam, and I all have perfect attendance so far for the whole year of the NAL.
You're on your way to getting your gold star sticker by the end of the
I want
stage.
my participation trophy, yes.
Well done. We'll have that. We'll whip that right up for you. Don't worry. Let's take a look at our standings after that last game. I know we're looking at them a lot. I know that, but it's worth it. It's worth it every single time. And after that last series, now, well, frankly, things are even closer than they were before.
It just means XSET and DarkZero are tied on points. That's the problem. There is no actual definitive winner from DarkZero getting 3 points and XSET getting nothing, because it just means XSET sit at the exact same point, and it just pushes TSM and Parabellum all the way down. If anything, Parabellum is pissed. Then now they have to worry about somebody else probably cracking into that last place spot. OXG, Soniqs, Astralis, they all sit right up there at like a completely different points total from everybody else, but it's that last spot that like 7 teams are going to be fighting for.
I think you really, really got to look at the map differential here. You know, I mean, and DarkZero, while yeah, sure, they've jumped up to 12 points, they're still sitting at 0 map differential along with TSM now. So the nice thing for them is that in theory, there is a world where they could jump up to a very good map differential with a very good win over Mirage.
It's true.
You know, if they can't do that, though, their hopes of going to the major, I think, are going to be a little bit tricky, even with a win.
Yeah, I mean, it will be tough to say. I will say, like, we did know that Nyx did do the analytical work for DZ during the Charlotte Major. Yep. So he might have some insider info for DZ.
That's true.
Like, will like he be able to take out his own team? Because he was part of, you know, DZ when they won it.
It's a good point. That's a really good point, actually.
Yeah.
Is that, you know, obviously DZ has had to evolve a lot this stage since that time, and so Nyx's information is probably not the most up to date. But that inside insight does tend to serve teams well. So see what happens. Let's check out the probability, though. As you can see with that Oxygen, all they need to do is at least overtime lose. If they get a single point, they're in. Meanwhile, Soniqs, look at that. A win for them in regulation later today could put them at a position where they're basically guaranteed.
So this has actually gotten even more interesting as the day's gone on. We went from OXG just needing a win to qualify for Berlin, to getting a point to qualify for Berlin, to there even being a way for them to qualify without winning another map, essentially. Without getting another point. There is a possibility for them to do that here, but the basic cut and dry answer to this: Spacestation need all 3 points. Even if they get an overtime win, I still think a 10% chance of qualifying isn't anywhere close to actually being able to make the major. If they lose, they are essentially done. If OXG win, then congratulations, I get to make my tweet about this is the first team going to the major.
There you go. It's not going to be easy for Spacestation. That is our map coming up in just a little bit, in just a few minutes. Oxygen taking on Spacestation Gaming. Now, Spacestation obviously coming off a bit of a heartbreaking loss to TSM yesterday. They lost it in overtime. They played it really close. They looked probably better than Spacestation has looked in a few weeks, but they just couldn't get it done. And now you're faced with the situation where it's like, you got to find a win over Oxygen. Even if you do, your chances are still slim, and Oxygen has just been looking fantastic.
Yeah, I mean, I'm the type of guy who likes to look a stage behind, because, I mean, and that's what I did with the XSET and DZ game. DZ had lost 7-5, and now they won 7-5 on the same map.
Right.
And look at Auction. Auction lost to SSG on Cafe 5-7. So what will they do now, and what map will they take them now in order for them to succeed with this and actually qualify for the major?
Dude, honestly, I'm warming up more and more to OXG, like, consistently. Obviously, the way that they play in best of ones is kind of a spoken for thing, but that game against DarkZero yesterday, that Villa game, it was textbook Newers, it was textbook Foxay. Like, there's not that many things to, like, I find less and less things to critique about this team constantly. Yes, Laxing was doing his thing cross map. It looks very much like everyone's still dialed in the same way they were at Charlotte, barring that semifinal. It's that same kind of like crossover play, because this is still where Vertical is playing and Newers is still the one top in the scoreboard, and it feels like this OXG team is very much on pace to keep up what they're doing. And Spacestation, given that loss yesterday, very clearly their mental is not where it needs to be.
I find it. Oh, go ahead.
Oh, yeah. I mean, but it's like we talked about. They're going to be playing for the invite points, because at the end of the day, the major is what matters during the stage. but everyone wants another shot at invite, and especially a team like SSG who won it back in 2020, they will 100% want it. I will say, even though OXG won yesterday, I do want to see Vert come back and make an appearance.
You know, this is a team where, like, you look at a lot of teams and you imagine, like, their different strengths and weaknesses, the different things you need to be good at Rainbow Six is sort of like different, you know, sliders on a soundboard, right?
Sure.
Usually a team will be, like, having one or two of those go up or down at a certain time. With Oxygen, it feels like everything is either going up or going down equally, you know? And lately, it's been going up. Everything this team does looks good.
Even without Vert this stage, they have been performing lights out. So it's actually nice to see, like, because Vert used to be the guy stage 1 bailing them out. I will say, I think Vert is one of the main reasons they got to the Charlotte Major. But at the end of the day, I still want to see my dog Vert back. Like, I want to see him, like, take the throne back and just frag out.
4 wins in regulation, 2 wins in overtime, only 1 loss that came to the Soniqs. That was a 7-4. They've kept everything close. It's a +10 round differential for the entire stage. They're looking pretty. They're looking to lock in their major spot here against a Spacestation team that honestly has been struggling more often than not. This team can totally cleave through the problems that Spacestation have been presenting over the past several weeks. And they're not worried about confidence. They don't lack for any of that. The mood has always been high. It feels like when they were kind of down on themselves a little bit after SI, it feels like Newers was the kind of mental bump to kind of give them a little bit more like laughter in the comms, which is something that I'm not saying that they lacked that with Kino and Yaga on the team, but it feels like the vibes are always right when they play NAL games. And very rarely do you ever see them down on themselves, which I think is a massive contributor to their performances. Foxay and Newers are funny dudes. Like, it is a joy to spend time around them, but when they bring that to a lobby, it's great.
And let's be honest, like, Foxay has a career in Siege and has been for a long time, you know, still playing.
True.
And I take what he says, like, to heart. Like, I actually respect the guy. He actually knows what he's talking about within his, you know, streams, interviews, within anything he says. But yeah, so shout out to OXG, you know, and we'll see you guys soon.
Hopefully.
I mean, the thing is, too, with a player like Newers on your screen there, that's a stylish shirt he's got. I like it. I like it when teams do more than just
repping the new merch.
And I was going to say, I like it when teams do more than just, like, put their logo in different sort of, like, colors and arrangements on it. You embellish it. You put things around it. I like, well done, Oxygen. Well done with your new merch. But anyway, Newers, what I was going to say is that you don't see a player with, I think, as much poise as he has in game compared to his age, right? This guy came out of T3, jumped right up to NAL, and he's been proving over and over that he's earned it. You know, he deserves to be there.
He totally does. Through 7 games, I think he has the most kills of any pro since we've been in this format. Through 7 best of ones at 92.
Very impressive.
For context, Vertical was only at 87 last stage. He's already broken that record, and he's on pace to break 100 kills if he were to get just 8 or 9 here. He'll tie it at 8, or he'll get exactly it at 8. He'll break it at 9.
That's wild.
That's the kind of thing that you don't see from somebody who doesn't have that much experience in this kind of context, who is this young, who has this kind of poise. It's nuts to see this kind of trajectory. It's translating. He hasn't faltered since Charlotte.
Yeah.
I'm kind of wondering when he's going to fall off the wagon, but he hasn't yet.
Even when he's had missteps, he's been able to bounce back quick. So definitely a player to watch. On the other side of the arena, we have Spacestation Gaming. This is a team, of course, that has been, you know, around the NAL for a long, long time. They've got a storied history in Siege, but this stage is probably one of their darkest moments, it feels like.
I will say about SSG, they've always, like you said, they've always been an NAL team. They've always, you know, like, they want to invite. Like, 2022, obviously, it was their core, Rampy, Foltz, Bosco. But, like, to say, like, they're doing the best, they're not. But a team like SSG, you got to realize, like, yes, they want invite, but they're going to have valleys and peaks. And right now they're going through a valley. And hopefully soon they can get to their peak again, because the peak is where every pro player enjoys.
Of course. I mean, you like winning.
Yes.
I mean,
it's fun, you know?
Yes.
What can you say? At the end of the day, winning is more fun than losing. But this Space Station team, you know, despite their best efforts, have not quite gotten the W's on the board the way they wanted to. And again, I think, I feel like yesterday kind of typifies the Space Station gaming experience for stage 2. Would you agree with that, Jacob? Where it's like, they definitely show strength. They show that they are not a bottom of the barrel team, but they also show that they just quite can't take the top teams out right now.
On one side side of the ball, they're great. On the other side of the ball, they crumble. When they're trying to stop advances towards site, that is where we see the most problems. We're not seeing Rampy win these fights that we're very accustomed to seeing him always hit these shots, and he's not doing it. It's the same thing with Fultz, or sometimes it's a misposition. There's something on defense that doesn't click. They are dead last in the league on defense at the moment. By comparison, are second in attack. So that's fine. You don't have to concern yourselves with it. Keep on innovating, keep on being creative, think outside the box, think one step ahead of your opponent. If you do that on attack, that's a sign that I think the IGLing part on that aspect of the game is really good. Is working. But then you shift it to defense, and why can't you make the same difference there?
I feel like, especially with this new meta, I don't feel like they're really utilizing or expecting a lot coming from the attacking side. Like, they're doing a lot on attack. When it comes to defense, I don't think they're prepared for what's coming to them.
Is it that they're not responding to attack or repick appropriately?
Well, I mean, we'll find out. But for now, let's digest where we're going to go map-wise. The bans are in. And it's time to see where the game is going to be played. No Villa, no Cafe, the first couple bans.
Yep, I was looking for Villa to get taken off the board immediately, and Cafe is one of those maps that, I mean, Spacestation banned it for the first time last week. They are traditionally a team that likes Cafe, but OXG just say no.
I mean, they did lose to them last stage to it, so.
That is also true. So let's not do a rematch on the same map as XSET learned just last game. No Clubhouse, which is obviously where Spacestation tried taking TSM yesterday, and that fell in an 8-6, so not the kind of thing they want to attempt to repeat on. No Border, which is a map that Spacestation have shown some proficiency on in the past, so it's a smart ban for OXG. We're getting to a point where for Oxygen, there's not really a map on the table that they still really don't like, except for Oregon. They've banned it almost every single time. Chalet is obviously gone, so they're getting to like more maps that they are showing a higher willingness to play, and now Skyscraper and Bank, so it actually is Oregon. I don't know what to feel like this.
I don't know. I feel like it's going to be a good show. I mean, I was hoping OXG would take, SSG to Border, because I want to see one of the best Border teams play Border.
Yeah.
But, I mean, it's Oregon. I think both teams have capability of 1v1 fraggers, where I say like Vertical can kill Skies, or Rampy could kill Newers and stuff like that. Like they always cancel each other out.
And so far, Space Station have played this once. They've lost it. OXG have not played it yet this stage. Big difference, though, is they both ban this a lot. So it's the kind of thing that it's nice if both teams have a very consistent level of readiness to play it, but how it develops in the server is a totally different question.
Well, find out, but no matter the thoughts on that, we have to make predictions. That's right. We have to put our data where our mouth is and guess. That's how the phrase goes, right?
That sounds disgusting. I don't want to do that.
And guess who's going to win? An educated guess, of course. And we'll start our educated guesses with our casters, swapping things over to Blue and Stokes. Welcome. How you doing?
Pretty good. How about you?
Good.
Hanging in there. Yeah, this matchup is going to be, I mean, again, we've kind of been knocking this point home like crazy. These are going to be some very close matches. This game is no exception. Yeah, it's been a bit of a rough season for Space Station Gaming, but still, there's no reason why this game shouldn't go the distance, especially with us going to Oregon, which is like got to be the most played map we've had in quite some time here in NA. A lot of teams have been going back to it, so it has been played out to an extent. I do think, though, that Oxygen has been, despite the issues with Vertical, a really strong package this season. I see no reason why that's going to drift away today, so I feel like Oxygen is going to claim this match.
There you go. Oxygen for Blue. Stokes, agree? Disagree?
I think I got to agree here. I think Oxygen all the way, honestly. SSG, they just haven't been looking too hot, and I don't think it's going to change up here on Oregon.
I agree. I think a team needs to prove to you that they're capable of beating a team like that. There needs to be, like, indisputable proof. But I don't think we see that from Space Station. It's not impossible.
I just noticed something, though. I'm actually beating everybody in pick record again. Look at that, Tommy. It's so strange.
I wasn't looking.
Oh, man.
But
nobody say anything, and maybe he'll stop talking.
It's like a T-Rex.
Apparently
maybe
you're tied
if you
with
don't
someone
move,
else.
you won't.
If you don't move, apparently it's probably Jesse.
Yeah.
Is it
someone
Jesse?
Someone who's
Hold
not
on.
on this screen right now. You're tied with
Jesse is tied with you.
Is Jesse J Chick among us? I think he is, actually. Yes, him and I are both at 57% at the current moment.
Spirit of Jesse J Chick watches over all of us from right over there. He's just watching the games from backstage right now. Well, let's see. We'll check back with you guys in a second. Let's see what our analysts have to say.
Listen, when I used to play on Cold, I remember that Oregon was not his favorite map. But then he played TSM on it, Stage 3 of NAL 2021, and he dropped like 22 kills. But even though he might have a lights out game again on a map he doesn't like, I will have to go and say Oxygen for the safe pick.
All right. Seems safe to me.
It's a lack of confidence thing for Space Station. I think after the response that a very emotional guy like Rampy had, it's like after that kind of performance against TSM yesterday, I do think that kind of thing is difficult to shake off in spite of him still being, a very decorated player. And the hole that SSG have been in collectively points towards OXG for me. And then you factor in OXG's strengths, and that makes me think they're going to win even more. Map doesn't really factor that much in for me on this one, so I'll still take the boys in green.
It's true. There you go. And so that means it's time for the coin to see who's going to pick Oxygen for heads, Space Station Gaming for tails.
It's going to be Oxygen. We're going to have the curse again.
We need Space Station.
We're going to have the curse again.
It's heads. Coin says Oxygen.
Oh.
There you go.
Fan vote's going to say Oxygen, and we're going to lose.
All right.
We're going to lose.
I would imagine the fan vote's going to say Oxygen. Yeah, you'd expect it to at this point. What's it going to be? Oxygen? Yeah, exactly.
Oh.
Now,
not the curse again. My prediction's going to keep going down.
I thought we were done with the curse.
Okay.
I thought that was over, but it happened last game.
So
it happened last game.
Let's just remember something.
Yes.
OXG don't have to win. All they have to do is get 6 rounds in this game, and they qualify for Berlin. So even if they lose, it doesn't matter because they need the 1 round, and they are locked in 100%, cannot get knocked out.
And even if they lose, it's still like 99.9% chance that
exactly.
they get through.
It's based on what other people do. Right.
Yeah. You don't want to put yourself in that situation. There's that 0.001%.
You don't. You might as well lock it in today. If you have a chance, do it. But if the curse is still a thing, all OXG need to do is win 6 or 7 rounds.
Yeah, I would say they want to win it all because the seeding.
Yeah,
true.
You don't want the seeding. That can come in very handy. Community poll. What do you have to think about? Who will get more entry kills? Newers or Rampy? I mean, lately.
Stats say Newers. So
lately it'd be Newers.
I will say Newers. He is 18 and 16 on entry.
That's right.
I'll do one collective double check. Newers
18
and 16. Rampy. Oh, I have to scroll way down to find him.
Oh my gosh. We're going to take a quick break. When we come back, it's going to be the match we've been waiting for. Or some people have been waiting for anyway. Oxygen versus Space Station Gaming. Do not touch that browser. We'll be back with Rainbow Six North American League in just a few.
Once again, ladies and gentlemen, to the North American League. We are getting ready to jump into our very exciting third match. Space Station Gaming going up against Oxygen, and it's a must-win for Space Station Gaming if they still want to keep themselves in contention for a major at some point this year. Here, obviously seeing Charlotte evade them. They don't want to have the same fate befall them for Berlin, so they have to come out with the win. But even then, things are going to be looking bleak. Stokes, will they be able to do it, or are things just looking a little too good for Oxygen right now?
Oh, you're putting me in the hot seat right off rip.
The tough questions.
Oh, man. See, that's why I wore the SSG gear yesterday, because I saw this match and I was like, Do I want to wear it when I have the potential to cast them against Oxygen? Probably not. So I didn't. And there's a really good reason why. I really don't think that SSG is going to be able to get this game over on Oxygen. They're just looking too spicy right now. That's the big thing. For Space Station, it hasn't been the best of straights either. I mean, they have so much talent on this team, but it just feels like they can't get on the same page.
Feels like there's a little bit of hope considering we're going to be going to Oregon. Obviously, that map's been played out pretty well by a lot of teams here, so Oxygen, as well as Space Station, should really know the ins and outs that what their opponents are going to bring to the table, but that's a bit of a double-edged sword for Space Station because that same negative kind of applies to them too, and that they're not really going to be able to do anything super crazy here, super innovative from a strat perspective to try and get a win, nor would they probably want to, because if they did have something in their pocket, more than likely going to be wanting to save that for a major. So it's going to be a little tough for them to be able to make it happen, especially considering the recent success we've been getting out of Auction. There are some weak points, namely Vertical, who is kind of the go-to fragging player on this team, having a little bit of a soft stage so far. But the good news is everyone else, especially Newers, has been picking up the slack to a huge degree, so it doesn't really matter that much for them.
Yeah, and honestly, past that, if your weakest point happens to be one of the best players inside of North America, then you're probably doing a pretty bang-up job, I'd say. And Oxygen have definitely been doing that. If you guys didn't see, they're practically already going to the Berlin Major. All they need inside of this game, 6 rounds, as Caliber Jacob was saying on the desk. They don't even need to win the thing. They just need to make it to overtime. So SSG has a lot to do, and it starts off on the offensive side of Oregon.
Yep, but even if they lose, I think I saw the graphic before, they have a 99.9% chance of still going, even if they outright lose this game.
But you're saying there's a chance.
There is indeed a chance that they might not make it. I feel like it's a pretty far stretch, though. So either way, Oxygen's looking pretty safe, but they've got a chance to make it absolutely safe by locking in the win here. Let's see if they can get it done as we go live onto Oregon first ban. Not going to be a surprise. Those Ying basement executes are still far too bothersome for a lot of defensive teams to deal with, so Oxygen is going to be knocking that right out. Meanwhile, SSG just doesn't like the current meta, so they're going to get rid of Finka.
That's good news, because that means that Newers has to play anything else. So we'll see if it has the same effect as we saw yesterday in one of our later matches. Zami is going to end up getting banned out by SSG as well. Just so potent with the current meta. We've seen her time and time again, at least within the recent play days, as people have gotten looser with her ban, but I'm sure that that's about to be tightened back up as we get closer to Berlin. Mira is going to be the one to round out the rest of the defensive end here for Oregon.
Does mean there's going to be a lot left in play for the defensive side specifically. All mitigation operators are left in the pool, so you could triple stack that. A few other dangerous things will be left in play as well, so we'll have to see how SSG is going to deal with it now as we get themselves onto their first attacking round. Not going to see any huge surprises here off the initial pick, but keep in mind, folks, we do have attacker repick now, so at least the bottom line up there could change quite dramatically before the round actually gets started. Site choice as well, not going to yield us anything crazy here as Auction go to the expected start in the basement.
Yes, indeed. And with these offensive and defensive bans in, we are going to have access to a lot of things that we don't normally see. The big one for Oregon being Kaid, if we ever see that on the defense. But as John was just talking about, attacker repick has made it to where some of these super influential defensive picks aren't as strong just because you can adjust over to another offender accordingly, like Thatcher, to be able to get rid of an Electro Claw or something like that that's holding up a hatch or a wall. So Oxygen more than likely won't be prioritizing that all that often unless they can catch SSG off guard, but we'll just have to see. As of now, they're going to be starting off in the basement. They've opened up some different avenues to actually work their way back to site, the big one being the freezer hatch here inside of security.
For that, we are going to see at least a little bit of presence maintained by Oxygen on the first floor, continuing into the actual round now, of course, as SSG has spawned out. In their operator department, not going to see any major departure from what they had initially selected here. In fact, I believe mostly everything is going to stay exactly the same. We'll see a small thematic shift for a few players here, mainly just bringing in the secondary hard breach there for Skies. Other than that, Bosco will be taking care of most of the duties in that department. However, it's going to take some time for SSG to even get to those hatches. As you can see, OXG has quite the spread of a defensive push upstairs even to try and fend off the pushes from SSG here as they try to take initial control.
SSG has built themselves up around this top floor, but Vertical, he's been flirting back and forth with Hot and Cold, and Master will finally dust him. It's going to be the opening kill going the way of the defense, but Rampy's found a hole here in the roam game. They were holding down Kitchen for some time, but actually at a second glance, Auction is backed off due to the fact that they got the pick onto Hot, and they really don't need more than that, and they know that they can more than likely play this off of site with their utility game, and, well, that's what they're going to choose. back off and see if they can continue to allow Laxing to add more of these my discs, as SSG will be forced to clear out the rest of this mid floor and start getting control of these hatches.
Yeah, I love the second floor play from Vertical. Generally speaking, it's going to be a little bit risky just because of how far you have to extend yourself out from the site, but he plays it perfectly. He's able to obviously knock out the presence of Hot and Cold. Thankfully, the sledge top downs aren't going to be a make or break thing for SSG in this round, so the loss of the operator itself is at the end of the day for our attackers, but the big problem is going to be that 5v4 that they're now forced into, as well as the kind of hesitation throughout the rest of SSG's clear that's going to have to come as a result of that deficit that they'll be fighting back from.
I mean, yeah, usually even on a West clear, like, the offense would already be getting hatch control right now. SSG is just now starting on things. This is just going to be really off on timing. Another unfortunate event here is the Flores drone will not be allowed to progress. The mute jammer being played on by Foxay will actually hold it back. Another one of those Rotero drones will get eaten up by the Alibi, as SSG's been stunted for growth already in round 1. And past that, I mean, just remember, they're down one of their members. Fortunately enough, Rampy will be able to clean up Dream with a frag grenade, but that doesn't mean too much just yet until he's able to go 2 for 2. Make it 3 is Rampy. Warming up here today, hasn't had the greatest of stages, but now taking it to Oxygen when SSG needs it most.
Beautiful execute from SSG. Bit of a mistake back over on the Harry Potter position. Dream had been droned out. Not sure if he noticed it or not, but it led to him getting naded into that corner. Bosco now with an open plant opportunity. He's going to take it. Doesn't look like any interruption coming in from the Oxygen camp either. Foxay barely sneaks the kill off on Disguise. As you can see, very low HP after finding it. But Bosco looking away. The timing's not going to play out for him. Foxay takes down nearly another member of the squad, and Laxing will be able to steal out one more, but that'll be it. SSG make the execute work despite the deficit at the beginning of the round, and they claim the first as a result of that.
That is Ramp Dog on a quad with the G36C on Yana. 2 for 2 on the frag grenades and got the rest done with the rifle. A highlight play to kick us off here on Oregon, which usually is a map that's decently slow. That's what we saw initially there up until the pick from Vertical. I love the call from Oxygen to back off and try and play it from sight, but some of those forward positions really punish just with the lack of utility from Oxygen in those positions. They only had the Wamai to try and prevent throwable utility, and it was exploited immediately by Rampy. So unfortunately, they lost those bodies in a situation like that, but they have an opportunity to try it yet again.
So let's see if they're going to be able to repeat the same amount of success, especially when it comes to the construction entry. That's where SSG was able to finally fight their way into the round here. For Oxygen, though, did a good job of delaying things down to that final minute, of course, where SSG thankfully was able to bring things back under their own control. But now the question becomes, does Oxygen double down on the aggression we were seeing, especially in areas like the upstairs portion of the map, or are they going to pull it back a bit, play more into a traditional bunker that we tend to see teams play out on this site? Maybe a little bit of extension into areas like Freezer, but aside from that, not going to be trying to play out too aggressively. It seems like they're going to double down on it, though, as Vertical still maintains that second floor positioning here, so they'll try to waste out the time in the first minute for a second round in a row.
Well, if we're going off of what we saw from the first round, Spacestation's pretty slow at getting themselves into the building to try and contest any of the roam game from Oxygen, so OXG might be leaning into that and hoping that they can soak up more of this clock. Viewers will be playing down the stairs near security for the time being. See how long they can hold on to this. Foxay will be back over inside of Kitchen. And remember, SSG tried to deal with the top hold initially. That's how Houghton got punished by Vertical in this exact same position we see him in at the current moment. So Laxing's going to actually throw himself into Armory. And it is quiet around the map right now. Space Station, no forward progress, all except for the drones. And now trying to focus themselves over on the small tower's side. We'll have one of the drones discover a player inside of Kitchen, and Laxing will get found out on top. So now SSG has to pick and choose their battle. Will be forced to try and push himself forward here. And oh no! Laxing with the sauce in round 2. Oxygen have the opener again, but does that mean they get the round?
Lucky on the timing for SSG. They're going to lose down the player again, but as Soniqs was just mentioning, already been able to make up for that deficit once back on the previous round here. So it's already a problem that SSG have solved once. They're going to have to see if they can do it 2 times in a row, and with them losing that initial player much later into the round as well. Not to mention the fact that Lion has also been taken out, so that's most of the intel they would have been gathering in the execute now deleted. The Yana can still help out a little bit in that department, being played by Rampy, but obviously he's going to be worried about other things, mainly on the entry duties once we get to that point of the round, so probably won't be of too much assistance there. Either way, SSG now refocusing up, getting ready to pop open the hatches and start working their way down through the back stairs.
Very nicely placed by Hot and Cold. Take out the deployable shield inside of Laundry. With a minute to go, SSG does have enough time to break this up. And oh my, here we go, John. I better stand up for this one. SSG with 3 people dropping in, and they're going to immediately flood. They'll take down one. Can't get the second. It's an immediate trade from Oxygen as they shut down SSG. Stunted for growth here. Not too much to do past that. Skies will get taken down by Foxay on the rotation. I love the idea, but that doesn't mean that it's going to work.
Even got them a little bit at the beginning there, surprised them for the first few seconds, but very quick adjustment from OXG to make sure that they shut that down before it gets too far. Thankfully, a few key members able to get in the way of the clear on the interior portion of the site and take control for themselves.
I almost want the buck there as well, if you really think about it, right? You're in that CQC moment right around that bomb chassis. Slap a buck in there, you got the secondary hard breach with that skeleton key for those closer range engagements. Maybe it doesn't trade out in the same way, but the big thing is that Oxygen quickly identified what was going on with that hatch drop, and they didn't let it get too far. Obviously, only ended up losing, I believe, Vertical inside of the freezer hallway there. So, bang up job by OXG, and they'll throw themselves to the heavens as they'll take control of the top floor.
So, Oxygen going to get their site back under their control now downstairs and shift, of course, as Tokes was just mentioning, onto the second floor. Once again, things are not going to be too surprising here in terms of what we're going to be seeing out of the team. Fox is going to go for a little bit more of a comfort pick here in the alibi, so that'll give him a bit more freedom to roam around and potentially pick up some early frags for himself. Other than that, though, it's exactly what we expect to see. Newarch as well, adding the Cade into this one, potentially going to slow down the execute from SSG a bit. They are aware of this. They're not necessarily going to bring anything that will immediately counter it, so we'll have to watch out for that. It'll be nades primarily, but thankfully in a position where they can be caught out from down below, so should still be able to work their way through areas like walk-in should it become relevant to SSG's execute. Aside from that, though, they're going to make some pretty small changes too. Just Bosco changing up the style of hard breaches. We'll go over towards an ace, and Skies, of course, bringing the Nomad in to counter out some of this roam game. That's been a problem for OXG, but as you can see, SSG quite aware of that and now already working to counter it, as Vertical will lose about half of his HP trying to make a play in Yellow Hall.
I don't know about you, but I've been truly loving how Oxygen is holding the building at the current moment. They're constantly out towards the fringes of the map and forcing SSG to take their time inside of this opening minute to push OXG onto their back foot. It's making things really complex to where they don't exactly have the time they want towards the end of the round. Oxygen not going to be doing it in the exact same way we saw it initially as they've backed off of some of these more forward positions, but Vertical still downstairs inside of Freezer Hall. He's been discovered, so he'll move his way back into the stairwell. SSG starting to make some headway on the side as the Summon Charge will go down on Master, but past that, it's silence. SSG trying to discover more of what's going on inside of the site and try and get some of these Rotero drones in to remove some of this utility.
Things go a little bit quiet now because of that. Neither team probably going to want to try and step themselves out into a fight too early on here. We'll actually see as well that Rotero drone going to get interrupted for just a split second. I think it'll still end up making its impact in a moment, though. But we'll have to see. Actually, no, it looks like it did actually successfully get mute jammed out there by Laxing. So we're going to be able to get rid of that one. Another one will be taken care of as well. So Fultz not having the best of luck right now when it comes to these Rotero drone runs, as 2 of them at least have been mitigated.
Oh, Rampy's going to pocket the nade. Was so very close to a kill there. See if he lines it up again. Has to be hopeful about the alibi. Oh, and it's going to down Foxay. Fragmentation luck going his way as it bounces back, and he should be able to secure it with the second one. He will. The Vertical's found Fultz in the process. Laxing still holding on to security. Looking to start swinging the door as well, just trying to make his presence known and get them to try and focus on his positioning that would give Vertical some opportunities at the end of the Z hallway. Rampy now trying to look to see if he can sneak his way onto site because he knows that SSG needs to start making some headway, but Laxing, he's not paying attention to the hop here, and Bosco's now planting inside of dorms. Looks back up to the window, but the damage is already done, and now he has to go searching through the sea for this man, but it's open ocean. Oxygen can't find him, but Laxing finally takes down Bosco. Most of the control, though, over to SSG. Vertical does have some presence inside of the site now, but he's the only Oxygen member alive, and this is looking like SSG's got the round in the bag.
Super tough retake here for Oxygen to even start to pull off. Obviously, this wrap from Hot and Cold is going to immediately take down Vert and end the round there, but unfortunately, as soon as we saw Rampy get that first entry, which allowed them to go for the plant, the members of SSG were set up nearly perfectly to just slowly back up away from that plant position and crunch out any opportunity that Oxygen might have had to try and take down those those players on the way out. So beautifully done from SSG. A little bit relied on that entry happening to make it work, but once that was done, it was easy sailing from that point forward for the squad, it seemed.
Yeah, really difficult situation there for Oxygen, because it's not exactly a misplay, but it's one of those decisions that you wish you could pull back.
They were also they were like super split up was the big problem for Oxygen too. Like you mentioned there with Laxing not being able to catch the window hopping because he was worried about the 2 players trying to push up white stairs.
This is exactly where this goes. If Vertical doesn't rotate out of Z, somebody's there to watch the door, and you're able to watch that window. It's one of those things where, like, exactly what I was saying. It's nobody's fault, but you wish you could go back and change that decision.
Yeah.
You know, so it's just one of those things. They get a call on site. Vertical's one of the guns downstairs. You got your site set up split where you're 2 upstairs, 2 down. You want to try and reinforce that site setup. Make sure you have all of your guns for the most part there. Laxing can try and play out a situation downstairs because, well, that's what he's supposed to do. He's supposed to play till death inside of security. But unfortunately enough, it was death for the rest of the team as it did not work out for him. Also, just another note there for SSG. It was kind of awkward initially what they were going for on the master side with everybody over near small tower. It ends up working out in the end. But
I think it was by design though.
Yeah, it was just a little weird because most of the time whenever we see a setup like that, just because the Soniqs were doing that for so very long with a security or like a security kitchen setup, a lot of teams just started taking that top floor quickly and forcing those players to try and come back through other means instead of trying to use the big window. But SSG, again, they just get away with it. Bosco hopping the window, Laxing can't watch it, and everything else in between that we saw there for round 3. But that's old news. New business now as round 4 is on the docket. And we've already started things up, but as you guys know about Oregon, not too much has happened just yet. Have an opportunity here for Newers. He's going to tag up Fultz right in the knees. Have fun trying to walk after that.
Pretty much right when he was pulling his phone out to check cameras as well. So really unfortunate timing for Fultz as he pretty much is going to be locked in an animation there. Has no way to avoid that damage since it was thrusted upon him. So easy 50% HP drain. Going to go out onto one of the members of SSG. Obviously Fink is banned, so no redeeming that at this point of the game. And away from that, things going back to the slow clear from SSG. But there's reason behind this. As you can see, Sky's still working on opening up attic access. They're not going to make a move until that's completed. A few other steps need to be checked off the list as well here, like some action downstairs. Looks like they're building up to, so we will have to wait for SSG to complete that before they're going to be in a good position to make this play happen. Trying to take out as well, I think, the Mute Jammer as well as the Electric Claw on the walk-in wall, and they'll finally be able to do that after dumping a boatload of utility on top of it, but nicely done from Foxay to immediately counter it out with one of his impacts.
So if you ever want to impact trick that wall, you got to do is break up the flooring there, and you need to throw your impact on one of the fan blades that are to the left and right. If you throw it too close to you, then obviously the fragmentation won't be able to get the breach, but if you're able to get it out towards that other side on any of the other 3 fan blades, then you're able to destroy any hard breach on that, unless Abana wants to set her stuff up too high, or you try and slap a Selma really high as well. But anything like an exothermic or stuff along those lines will be removed from play, and now SSG worse for wear because of it. Concussions in from Rampy. He'll be able to discover a player at the top of white, but this timer is dwindling, and SSG really needs a pick at the current moment.
Sky's sitting back, waiting for the opportunity to work himself forward. Here, a 1-to-1 trade from the main team trying to work their way in, and Vertical now pinching from small tower. All the white stairs pressure is dead. It's all being pushed in from Attic's side now, and unfortunately not going very well at the moment for SSG, but finally downing another member of the squad. Dream gets knocked out inside of Kids, confirmed by Skies as well. That'll warrant some respect to come in from Oxygen. They're actually going to back up, allow Hot and Cold as well as Skies to get in, and even get the plant because of how far away they've backed up now. An attempt to rotate back around. One player still going to keep their presence on the white stairs push here, but as well, Vertical dashing past the air jabs. As you can see, now getting hit by a second one. Hot and trying to line up for the double kill, but it won't work out. The repeats from Oxygen are just far too strong, and they'll claim another second round for themselves.
I am distraught at the fact that Vertical won that repeak. Oh my, so unfortunate there for Space Station. A really, really good opportunity to win that round there, but it goes to the wayside. Auction able to pick it up on the retake. Big shout out to Vertical there as well for winning out that engagement. I mean, honestly, once I saw the repeak, I was like, oh, there's not a snowball's chance in hell that he's able to get this, but able to shut down that member, and then the rest of SSG obviously faltering as well. Hot and Cold not able to get it done. and that's going to mean that Oxygen can go back downstairs. So far, they've been neck and neck through the first 4 rounds. It's 2-2 at the current moment. Oxygen at least playing up to snuff, I would say. They've been having a pretty good day thus far. SSG, you could say more of the same, especially for Rampy, who hasn't been having the best of stages. Who's kind of touched on that during the analyst desk. -9 before this game started with a .91, so definitely not playing up to his capabilities, but showing off exactly what he can do here today.
So since we obviously have played out 2 times on each site, Oxygen have already re-unlocked Basement for play, so they're going to be making a quick return to that one and try to lock in a 3rd round for themselves. I've already learned their lesson from the initial execute coming in from SSG, have been able to solidify it, but now does SSG change up their game plan to try and negotiate a 3rd round, a 2nd win on this specific site? Or is Oxygen's adjustments going to stay strong and continue to hold well for them to be able to claim their own 3rd round? Maybe even a 4th coming up after this as well here. Either way, it's a very close matchup right now. Neither team in control of the game. As a result, we continue to wonder how exactly things will evolve. Noor's going to be the one to try and play things out aggressively this time in the event. We see a clear coming out from the small tower side, and Vertical, as usual, still going to be messing around with things upstairs by Master.
Well, there's one thing I know about Rainbow Six Siege. It never evolves, John. It usually devolves into chaos, and that's what I am awaiting. We'll see what happens here as the drones will be brought back to showers and picked up from the Yana of Rampy. Fultz in tow as well to try and help with this info game. They obviously know that Foxy is going to be inside of securities. He's constantly pelting the showers hallway with that MX4 Storm. The Valkyrie has been discovered, and that's going to force them back into the freezer hallway. They're going to hold on to that for some time. And Vertical actually work his way across the field as well, over towards Big Tower. And actually, him and Foxy seemingly wants to try and hold on to this tower area for a longer period of time. And this could really get in the way of SSG's clear once they start going for this big tower take.
This is a very proactive attempt to counter out the usual play we've seen from SSG, which has been relying on at least one player working their way down through back stairs. Obviously, we saw a bit of a hot drop in through meeting room this time, but even going back to the first round's play, SSG did send the majority of their forces in through the back stairs and construction avenues. They're hoping by putting some presence here, they can get in the way of that, stop the execute of the usual strategy from SSG and force them to change up their hand, possibly make some mistakes along the way that they can then abuse. But obviously, heavy commitment of their forces here from Oxygen just to make this possible. So it could end up coming back to bite them if SSG have a secondary plan ready and they can get into the site quickly enough to make these players in Big Tower a moot point.
SSG has to focus on these hatches right now and start accomplishing these tasks. Otherwise, they're going to get punished simply by Oxygen's presence. They don't need to do more than that, as they've constantly been soaking up this clock. Noors will finally go down, but it's inside of the last minute, and hot and cold. I mean, he's an inch away from death. Foxy will drop back down. He'll get discovered from Yana's clone, and looking to see if he'll try and work his way back through Attic. He'll make this decision as he propels himself forward. Frag grenade out now as we get on board with SSG and Vertical, trying to hold things down around the construction area. The frag grenade out, won't be able to do it. It rolls back towards him as it hadn't been cooked. What an unfortunate circumstance for him, but what a fortunate one for Foxy as he takes down the case holder. Some help here from Dream, but doesn't really get too much. Case back in the hand of Rampy. Laxing has to work his way back through, but Foxy, they put all the weight on his shoulders, and SSG will knock it off. His head, that is. His SSG will be able to take the round.
Foxy just so close to clutching it out by being able to snipe out the planter from the back stairs, but the exchanges are just too quick and too strong from SSG. They're able to take control of it instead, so they get their 3rd round on the board. The lead is now theirs again, but will it stay there? Oxygen not going to be feeling potentially transitioning over towards the 2nd floor hold, mainly because that's still going to be locked away, unfortunately, so they can't even do that. Going to be forced onto their tertiary site now inside of meeting halls. They do not feel the replay on basement, given what they just executed towards the previous round.
Absolutely, and when it comes to the kitchen sites, this is the preferable one, I would say. A lot of teams going for kitchen meeting over kitchen cafeteria. It's not that cafeteria isn't played, it's just that it's a little bit annoying whatever you do. You really have to focus and try and buckle down on shower and make sure that the offense can't bowl you over and get an easy plant inside of cafe that could lead to one of the easiest post plants inside of the current map pool. So we'll have to see what SSG can potentially do now that we're looking towards this other site. They're going to be bringing the Thermite because of this, more than likely focusing on a stage take, and the more and more we see from this blue, the more and more I think that's exactly the case. Foltz, this is locked in. Whenever you see the 3 seconds on that timer, no one can change a single operator, so that means that we have glass for our last round of offense for SSG.
Indeed we do, so we'll see what exactly SSG are going to be able to work towards on this. There is a lot of very long crosses that can be established on this site execute, so I can absolutely see an area where Foltz will be able to work this, especially if he's able to get those smokes down in the correct position, which he shouldn't have a problem doing, because not only does he have his own smoke grenades, but Bosco's carrying 2 in the pocket as well, so they should have more than enough to get the job done. Even looking at the defensive side, they have gotten rid of most of the mitigation. Sometimes they've been working with Wamai alongside the Melusi, or rather the Amaru, but not going to be seeing that come out here for Vertical this time. So go for the laser gates instead. So that should be pretty easy for SSG to be able to work their way past.
Oh.
Set up for a plane side. This will be a dirty angle from Oxygen, though, if they're going to be able to work it.
And you got Fox and the counter angle all the way over at Small Tower as well. This is just disgusting. I don't approve of any of this. Unless they get a kill, then obviously I'm very about it, but we'll have to see. Oh! First headshot right there, right with the DMR.
Casual one tap as
Literally a singular bullet out of that DMR, and it just blows Newer's head off of his shoulders. No longer Valkyrie is allowed to exist inside of this map, minus her cameras. Laxian will get discovered by a drone, but none of the SSG members are there to actually be able to capitalize on that. But they've got to be happy with how far they've already gotten inside of this opening minute and a half. They've gotten a pick onto a pretty influential player, and they still have access to all of their own utility to try and get a plant down.
Vertical, though, getting the counter against Foltz. You may have seen it getting cooked up there at the top of the laundry stairs at the start of the second floor. He was just about to peek the window. Foltz did not check for it, and as a result of that, obviously we could assume that Vertical went for the peek and found success in getting the trade against Foltz.
Yes, indeed. That's exactly what more than likely happened, my friend. Have one of the Going Sixes out, be able to destroy one of the Banshees on the floor. Speaking of Banshees, Foxy is going to reposition himself as Melusi in towards meeting in behind the sandbags, a position that we've seen in recent history here on Oregon grow into infamy. And actually, what a position right now from Fox, as he is literally directly under the stage. What an angle for him. Has found one up on the stairwell, but now he's going to drop down low, and this could honestly be a make or break moment there for him, as I'm more than likely going to have the potential to rotate back up into tower stairs. Frag grenades out for Rampy. Oxygen, they still have a very solid delivery system when it comes to their util game. There's really nothing that SSG can do with the stage just yet, and Dream still has a smoke in his back pocket, and that's not even to mention laxing down low with the Nitro cell.
Last Toxic Babe gonna go out. Attackers now trying to brute force their way past it, going for a kitchen execute, but as you can see, Dream's here with the SMG-11. Quick switch to the shotgun. He won't be able to get the kill, however. Rampy trades it back out. We're in a 2v3, but he needs to get this plant down, and thankfully, he'll throw it down on the ground just in time. Problem being, though, he has 0 support on that position, so it's an easy trade out for Oxygen to lock in one more round of their own. It's a dead heat at halftime, as the score is locked at 3-3.
You know, I just realized I had been standing ever since that hatch drop from earlier, so I'm gonna take a seat here. And speaking of taking the seats, my God, Foltz, what a shot from downrange. That's the beauty of having some bananas to be able to shoot at whenever that scope does turn itself on. So it's gonna be tied game here between Oxygen and SSG, and I would really say it's neck and neck at the current moment. Both of these teams having answers for each other in a lot of different ways. I enjoyed a lot of SSG's kind of theory crafting that we saw with like stuff like that hatch drop and kind of the glass pit coming in and things along those lines. It was just a really fun half to watch, especially with the way that Oxygen was able to counter out a lot of those moments. So we'll see if they can get more done now, as Oxygen will be switching gears over to the offensive end, and they've got a little bit of a different look when it comes to their lineup. Not the most crazy thing when it comes down to it. We saw SSG using some line on their side as well, and everybody else making quite a bit of sense for a map like this.
Yep, Thunderbird's going to be added into the lineup for SSG. Shout out to Console Siege there. They remember that tournament for a few months ago?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, that's right. You weren't even with me on that one.
Was I not with you on
No,
that
was when I did one with Demo. Me and Demo got a nice picture of the Console Siege meta, and it's just Thunderbird every setup.
Well, it's almost like she has an assault rifle on defense that doesn't have a ridiculous amount of kick.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just like the Spear 308 shoots wherever you want it. You take the 416C, and you're looking at the sun. That's just it's just how it is. So a little bit of a better gun, and you really can't argue that, especially from a console point of view, where controlling recoil isn't exactly the easiest thing in the world. So definitely making quite a bit of sense there, my friend. And you know, this is making quite a bit of sense. This denial from SSG, but they don't know that Vertical's actually pushed his way into T2 already, and Rampy's going to go down because of it. Dream, he's taken a lot of flack, but he's not dead just yet. So there's a frag grenade in his pocket, and SSG looking for their answer in round 7.
I'm going to slowly start to back away from the current position, hoping for maybe one more member of the Oxygen roster to hop in through that window up into T2, but it's just not going to happen here. He'll have to give up the position sooner rather than later, or face potentially being executed upon. There's a possibility he might be waiting this out too in the event that he doesn't get cleared, so maybe he could have some sort of late flank, but he's going to get cleared in just a second here. As you can see the drone roll up. There you go. He's been cleared. So now has to get his butt the heck out of here before he gets hunted down by the large majority of Oxygen players that are slowly surrounding him at this point.
Yes, indeed. Hutton has one inside of Attic. That's going to be Vertical. Svolts takes down Foxay, and that's really good news for SSG because technically at the current moment they're ahead. Dream does indeed have some low HP, so they'll be looking at that to see if they can try and fight back and try and get something done there. Vertical is going to fall off of this top floor. Just remember that we do still have Hutton inside of that area at the time being, so has the potential to try and get a flank off, but it's so very quiet as of now. Bosco, he's going to move his way up into the back stairwell. Has one, but it's just going to be the clone. As you can see, it gets dealt with accordingly, pushing down the staircase. And Nitrocell out off of those stuns, and Sky's actually going to be the one to get a kill. He's all the way upstairs as well, and that's going to be onto Laxing. Again, Dream's still very low, and it's gotten down to this. It's a 2 versus 4. We're going to have Newers be able to pick up 1 and make it a 2 versus 3, so still doable, but the positioning of SSG is so strong as of now.
Very desynced execute coming in from Oxygen due to the multitude of issues they faced over the course of this round, and they're just not going to be able to make it work with the remnants they have left. SSG shutting it down with much better prowess in terms of their capability to execute. They're on the first round of the defensive side, and as such, they will take the lead once again here, just barely though, at 4-3. 3 rounds to go, and they will lock in a regulation victory. Keep in mind, this is an area where SSG absolutely would want to have a regulation victory, as the 3 points are going to be in the world for them. If I remember our graphic from earlier, I think it was a 29% chance of them qualifying if they take a regulation win. If it goes to overtime, it goes down to like 10% or something like that. So
yeah,
definitely going to be wanting the 3 points instead of the 2 here.
Ooh, what do we have here? Oxygen timeout. Okay, we just had to check the chat logs real quick, folks, as I was just staring so deep into Bluo's eyes while he was talking. That's on me. I mean, why you got to be so attractive, man? What are you doing?
Sorry.
It's the jacket. That's really what it is.
All right, so we're going to give Oxygen a moment to figure out how things got so discombobulated on the first round, as well as figure out a few of the other problems that have been surfacing that are going to apply more universally to this team. You can see Coach giving his input now. We'll be ending fairly quickly, though, and be getting our players back into it, as OXG do have some makeup work to do. Thankfully, it appears that the leadership has an idea of how to correct it, and they're going to use the pause now to quickly try and get things on the right track.
Yes, indeed. I think it's a pretty solid call here from Redeemer. Need to try and talk to the squad and make sure that they're ready for the rest of this offensive end. And just as a reminder for everybody at home, Oxygen, in order to guarantee themselves a spot at the Berlin Major, all it's needed, 6 rounds. Don't need to win the game, just need to guarantee overtime, and they're going. So we'll have to see what happens with that. But looks like we're going to have a little bit of an issue, so we're going to get that fixed, and as soon as we get it done, we'll be back into game. But thus far, SSG playing a pretty strong Oregon up against Oxygen.
Yeah, definitely the case here. Definitely bringing some new things to bear as well, such as we saw with that hot drop working its way in. At the same time, Oxygen giving us a little bit of a different look compared to what we've been normally seeing on Oregon. Mainly the exploration that we saw on their defensive side of trying to roam on their basement holds up into the second floor. Generally speaking, that's not what we have been tending to see out of a lot of our teams. They've been keeping that mainly in the security and freezer stairs area where they try to level that aggression. Maybe a bit of an extension into kitchen too, but Vertical bringing out something a little bit new here today. It's been working really well inside of that first half. As you can see, it was a menace on those basement executes. It's taken away so much of the time bank from SSG, and that's just one of the things that we saw out of the Oxygen camp inside of that first half.
Well, Hot and Cold trying to get some more hot hands. You know, honestly, why is that not his just first sponsor? I'm so lost. Somebody is really lacking in this department. We need to get somebody out here.
He's the head up the Icy Hot company.
That's what I'm saying. There's so many different trademarks for this man. Like, come on. All right, well, get these hot hands activated, and hopefully we'll be back in soon enough. Lycan's got him on deck, too. Look at this. I mean, we're just throwing him around. Oh, my goodness gracious.
There's a Silicon Valley scene about this.
Man, this is just... what a Wednesday. I'm just going to leave it at that. What a Wednesday. This is game one, too. We still got 2 games to go. By the way, I don't know what's been going on with this either on a side note while we're still on the fun stuff. What's been up with Bosco and the hats recently? Anybody know? You aware of this?
I haven't even noticed.
You've been noticing this?
To be completely honest with you, I haven't even noticed.
This might just be my ADHD brain noticing the dumbest things that, you know, are out in just general area. But yeah, he's just got a hat on.
Maybe just really like SteelSeries.
Yeah, I mean, you know, to be honest, we were talking about this yesterday. Sometimes you just need a lazy hair day. You just slap the hat on, you slap the beanie on, you slap on whatever. Just as long as there's no visible hair on your head, you're good to go.
Production, are we allowed to wear hats?
No, apparently not. That's
okay.
That sucks, actually, man. I wanted to wear my Bulls hat.
Yeah, I've got a new beanie. I want to rock it. It looks cool.
You look like a blue-collar worker with that thing on, by the way. It's amazing. Takes me right back to my Iowa corn boy days. Little Carhartt action there. But either way, folks, we're going to make sure that everything is right as rain inside of this lobby. Before we throw you back in, don't want to try and bait you before we're fully confirmed on what's going on. I'm also trying to impale John on the desk at the current moment. I accidentally chucked my Apple Pencil across. So, by the way, why do these things have to be like $100 per thing? Like, it's literally a pencil.
It's got to ask Tim Apple.
Just... Mr. Apple will be rolling over in his grave right now.
All right, so I think that we're good, guys. You know, obviously, Fingers crossed.
I'd knock on wood, but the monitor's
pretty sure we fixed it, so I think we're back in game now and getting back into this match. For anyone who did just join us while we were out of game for a few minutes there, it is SSG versus Oxygen. Obviously, you're getting yourself spoiled right now because the score is on your screen, so I am not going to hold back. It's 4-3 in the favor of SSG at the moment here, only up by 1 round. Now, this game has been very back and forth if you missed the earlier rounds and, of course, the previous half here. Almost a teeter-totter with these teams going back and forth at each other, so we have no clear winner projected yet.
That's how a teeter-totter works?
Does it? I don't know.
I don't know either. That's what I was asking you.
What is a teeter-totter? I just use it as a phrase of speech.
I've never seen a teeter-totter in my life.
I've never even been to a playground.
Playgrounds don't exist, John. They're a figment of your imagination. Your parents lied to you. It's like Santa.
That's the same thing Santa Claus told me.
All right, well, past that, though, and past the memes from our kind of technical timeout there, folks, we're finally into another round, so we have some fresh things to talk about, thankfully. And it looks like we're going to have double hard breach here for Oxygen. Obviously, it's going to be a top-floor defense from Spacestation as they've been building up to this. They're going to have the Warden along for the ride as well. That'll work around the stun game that we could see working its way out from Oxygen, but more than likely just here for the burn. Now, the good news is there's really not much burn that they need in order to gain access to a lot of these portions of the map that they're looking into, as laser gates will be the only thing blocking those. So not that much of a tax when you think about it that way, as Fox 8 will swing into Armory and start applying pressure in from the east.
Fox 8 patiently back, waiting for his opportunity to jump out here and swing into action.
So unfortunate.
Not going to be able to find it here.
I thought Fox had it there for just a moment, but instead he went for the Rotero drone with the concussions coming in and everything else in between. Could have ended up taking out the Valkyrie of Hot and Cold, but I mean, beggars can't be choosers. They've gotten control of Trophy now, and they can start working for Master.
Newers as well, waiting for potential opportunity for him to try and push further into Master itself. As you can see, a lot of resistance built up from the SSG camp, both in terms of Hot and Cold and Bosco's position. Rotate a little bit deeper into games. Hot and Cold's progression into the connector will be noticed, however, so he's going to be forced back into a more default position. Bosco, though, still holding presence here, despite the fact that we have the walk-in closet breach. This is going to be a tough cookie to crack here for Oxygen, but they're ready to push past anyway. Sky shuts down the first bit of resistance, but Noor's able to trade on the inside of Attic. Hot and Cold now low, but with the trade, he has to run. Unfortunately, won't be able to get himself out of there. Still ends up going down. Bosco picking up one more exchange. It's still very close, though. Brought to a 2v1. Now a 1v1 as everything is coming to bear here. Rampy versus Dream to settle the round as both teams end up in almost opposite positions to where they started. Dream, though, still needs to get the case down on the ground. That's the biggest issue he's going to be dealing with. Tries to go as far away from from Rampy as possible to mask the sound. Believe he's still going to catch it, though, as he's now racing up to try and stop this plant from happening. Won't get the opportunity to interrupt the plant, but he will still have the opportunity to clutch out the round. The flank coming back around here doesn't have the right angle, but he's going to be trying to correct into it. Loses a lot of HP, but can't get the win versus Dream. He clutches it out instead, and Oxygen tie us up again at 4-4.
That was, and I mean in the most literal sense, a clown fiesta of a round. That was incredible. Just so many millisecond decisions being made by all of these players inside of this round. Back and forth we go, but finally Oxygen able to get it done inside of the 1 versus 1. But I mean, even then, Rampy having to do so much damage to Oxygen there at the very tail end of that round to even get that situation. So very well done from both of these teams. But Oxygen able to edge them out in the clutch, and now round 9 rather on the board, and it looks like we're going to have another little drone issue, folks. So we're going to throw it to a tech pause, and well, let's see what we can do about that. We'll get everything fixed up, and then we'll be back with you momentarily.
All right, so give us a moment, folks, and we'll quickly restart the game yet again as we try this one more time here. Oxygen, though, getting themselves a little bit of a boost there by being able to close out on that round and bring themselves back into the game here. SSG's momentum, unfortunately, not building up to a breaking point just yet, so still need to wait and see how they're going to evolve into that, though. Like you said, though, absolutely crazy execute. Really just came down to the individuals at the end of the day because things were thrown for a loop there in the middle of the fight. No one had really any control over any semblance of that gunfight, so really just came down to the raw skill of it at the end of the day.
You ever see that movie Jumper? You the one where the guy's got the superpowers and can like jump across the whole world and everybody's chasing him.
Oh, the one with Darth Vader in it.
Yeah. Yes, exactly that one.
Yeah.
But that's basically what that round felt like from our point of view, because it's like jump die, jump die, jump die, jump die, jump die. Oh, now it's a 1 versus 1. Like
yeah,
it's
pretty much
so crazy, so crazy. The frags that we saw from both of these teams for round 8. But as we were saying, round 9 is next up, and they are neck and neck. I know I was messing with you about the teeter-totter earlier, but that's truly what we're on at the current moment. Neither one of these teams can really gain an overall advantage. And I mean, honestly, it's just down to the talent that are on both of these teams. This is why I've been so disappointed at SSG. I feel like a disappointed father in a certain sense. Because like this has been like from a biased point of view as a commentator, as a fan, SSG's just been one of my favorite orgs to watch in Rainbow Six for practically the entire time that I've been watching this game. Like I remember SSG when Redeemer, the coach of Oxygen, was playing on that team. You know what I mean? So it always really sucks when you see one of the OG orgs just not doing very well. And this stage has been kind of difficult for the SSG fans, but the big thing is that this is proof right here. The proof is in the pudding. They have talent. They know how to play this game. It's just that it really hasn't been coming together how they want to. And I think going forward that we could see another really good stage from SSG. I'm just got my fingers crossed here that we could potentially still see them in Germany.
Keep in mind, though, what this teeter-totter is potentially doing to their playoff chances. I know I've brought it up before. I'm going to bring it up again because it's the storyline right now. So I'm going to remind you guys of it. Oxygen needs a regulation win here to really keep their hopes alive of going to the major. They still have a chance, whether they close this out in a regulation loss or even a regulation win, but it's much, much less compared to if they just outright win this game. Oxygen, but to be real with you, they really don't need to care about this game too much because they've already got a 100% chance if they win this match outright, win it in overtime, or lose it in overtime. Even if they lose in regulation, they still have a 99.9% chance of going, so they're pretty much going regardless. So like I said, this game is more so just kind of keeping themselves in tip-top shape, making sure they give their opponents a good game as well here. It's all about that, because they've already managed to get themselves qualified to the major pretty much, and they're just looking for SI points more than anything.
Exactly. For Spacestation, high-octane match. For Oxygen, just breathe. That's all you need to do. Exactly. You need to go out there, play your scrim, relax, take your time, and that's what Oxygen have been doing. It's been a slow roll from them, and, well, it's gotten them this far, hasn't it? And just to remind you guys again, only 6 points required from Oxygen to go to Germany. So that means that as of right now, as we sit 4-4, SSG really wants to start making a stand right now. They don't even want to let Oxygen get close, because if there's a simple mistake that's made inside of a round, Oxygen now take exactly what they need from SSG, and it's all over. So with that being said, in the round we go, and past that, Newers with probably the most interesting pick that you and I have gotten today.
Absolutely the case here. Slingshot is going to engage at some point in this round for Newers as he's bringing the Gara hook to bear. We have seen this used quite often by, actually, I think SSG used it a few weeks back as well to try and combine it with Sense as well once they were added into the lineup, but didn't really end up working out too well inside of that single round from SSG, so let's see if Oxygen can make better use of the guard hook by itself without the support of those smoke walls.
I'm just putting this out there. You know, if you hear Shake and Bake during the play-by-play of the section, it is all Blue's fault. And it is now. Here's the requirement. We're going to need 2 people to do something on the same team. Otherwise, the phrase, well, it just doesn't work, does it, Blue?
Oh, no.
Does not. Well, Oxygen has worked their way in towards Kitchen. They've gotten control of this for some time, so we'll see what they can get done with the frag grenades from underneath, but SSG aren't giving them a single look in that regard. No one playing around the kids' dorm space. Volt's downstairs inside of security, but he's not going to be making too much headway. And Newers?
This is bold if he goes for it.
This is an extremely bold strategy, Cotton. You are 100% correct on that. I don't know how the cross is going to work here. They really want to repel on the window, maybe get some attic pressure, and then big window. That's what they really want to hold on to here. And the case is on Newer, so we're looking for a very similar play to what we saw from something like Consulate out of BC earlier on inside of, I believe this stage might have been last, but either way, that's exactly what this play is building up to. And you can see Oxygen, I mean, they're taking their sweet, sweet time. Bosco could have an answer to this as well, and also I'm a little worried because as soon as he hightails it into here, we could see him die from underneath the actual bed frame, and that's the big part that, oh, there it is. Skies is actually going to get into the wall, and that's going to be the case down inside of sight, and now Oxygen have to answer for their sins.
Did Oxygen swing anyone else in among the chaos of Newers going down? That's the question, as we did have a player on Repel. It does not look like it, though, given how quiet everything has gone, and yeah, Foxy didn't have this anywhere near breach enough to be able to swing in for the hop, and worse than that, Bosco more likely would have immediately counted him out on trade. Vert, though, doesn't even care about the laser gate, just pushes right through it and finds the kill. He'll be immediately exchanged. Laxing and Foxy, though, on their upstairs entry, are able to get interior site control for themselves, evening it out down to a 2v2. Now case control maintained as well. Laxing given a little bit of a gift of life there, is allowed to stay alive against that cross, and a second time, Bosco can't find the kill on the second engagement either. Rampy now finally picks up the first of it, but Foxy will trade it out. Now he needs to find the clutch, though, and Bosco, he's got a shotgun to win this one out with. He's going to go directly for the engagement. Will he find him? Yes, he'll kneecap him, knocking him out, and giving SSG yet another round.
Nothing quite like Boss Goat on an SAS operator. You love to see it for Space Station Hot, and you keep those hands going. You keep them warm. Keep on running those miles, my boy. SSG will be ahead by 1 round, but if we know anything about this series, that does not mean a damn thing when it comes to Oxygen. More than likely got one loaded up themselves, right in the chamber, ready to send back across the bow of Space Station.
Does not change the state of this game, as Stokes was just mentioning. They're only 1 round ahead still for SSG, so Oxygen need to keep this teeter-totter swinging. It is their turn to ascend into the sky. If they can close out on yet another basement attack, that's going to be the problem, though. SSG heavily reinforcing the interior of this site. Look at all the trap operators as well as just mitigation operators that are coming to bear here. We've got the laser gates, we've got the ADSs, we've got the Goyo canisters to hold things back. We've got the smoke canisters. We have got as well the thorn grenades that are going to be thrown out here also. SSG is bringing everything they possibly can, except for like, sorry. Except for, I just like lost my train of thought there really poorly. Yeah, except for obviously the big LMG operator here, which could bring in the incendiaries as well. Tachanka, that's really the only thing we could potentially be missing for SSG. Just couldn't remember Tachanka's name for some reason.
Yeah, Chunk. I mean,
there is so many operators now. It's starting to get me. Like,
53 with sense.
I think we've passed my brain's memory limit, so I'm occasionally lapsing on these now. I apologize for that.
Let me introduce you to a little thing called League of Legends. Let me tell you, I'm almost level 150 in that game. I still have no idea what's going on. But anyways, Oxygen warming things up inside of these first 30 seconds. And as you said, no LMGs coming to bear for OXG, which is a little interesting, especially with the current meta as of right now, but mostly leaning into the util that Oxygen is bringing to bear here. And this could be extremely useful at the end of the day. Have a lot of frag grenades in tow, especially with Dream bringing up Maverick. Have one of the laser balloons going off. Newers won't have his life removed from him as he'll quickly work his way out of the freezer stairwell, but he does have Bosco on the receiving end if they want to try and deal with this again.
Well, Bosco moving up just to try and knock out any presence that might have been waiting behind that drone. Not going to be able to find it, but he chucks out a Toxic Bait for good measure anyway, just to keep things safe and keep things, more importantly, delayed away from any potential execute that OXG could play into here. So they're going to take things nice and slow for the reasons that we had already been mentioning. There is a boatload of utility to work their way past. They're going to have to hope that these Rotero drones make impact on this round, as if not, things are going to be going very bleak very quickly for the potential execute that Oxygen will want to work in towards. Starting off with this one right here, which will not be able to knock out the presence of that deployable shield here. Still going to stick in, so Foxy needs to use a second drone now to fully get rid of it.
Yes, indeed. And that's going to be the only deployable shield instead of elbow for Sky. So he's going to play the angle for some time and still has the opportunity to fall back when he so chooses. They have one reinforcement still in their pocket as well, so more than likely intended for that rotation hole once he does fall back more towards stock. Another Rotero drone out will discover Ramby's position inside a freezer hallway, but this is all just collection at the current moment, and a kill for Newers. Tries to hit the flick on the pillar player, but Rampy swings perfectly into that area. Takes him down. Fantastic answer from SSG as they're holding Oxygen at the gates.
Rest of Oxygen here, as you said, being held back, not going to have the confidence, even with the flashes assisting them to swing down on the inside. Rampy as well, getting eaten up hugely here by Incendiaries. He'll be brought down nearly to half HP as a result of that, but the rat works out, unfortunately. Too quick on the exchange, though, from Laxing, only able to put together one. Keeps us down into a 2 versus 3 now, as Bosco has been able to knock another member of the OXG attacking force. That's going to prompt Laxing to try and take his teammate's place, but Bosco still here, ready to knock them out. It's another quick shotgun kill for him, leaving everything onto Vert in a 1v3. Not looking good for him as he tries to move in. There's a cross already established by Houghton. He's going to be able to shut it down from SSG. Another one more round away from locking in the regulation victory that they so desperately need to stay in the race for the major.
This is incredible from Space Station. They're playing extremely well as of right now. And you know, it's really, really interesting as well because SSG has been a team that throughout the stage, they've been kind of backed into a corner. That's where I'd say they're at as of right now, right? And for Oxygen, it seems like they're really on the receiving end of a fight or flight version of SSG, and they are fighting for sure. They've basically gone feral as of right now. We've been seeing them just take it to Oxygen time and time again throughout Oregon. It's been handled extremely well. See if they can continue to do so as they are now eyeing up Kitchen and Meeting, a site that was quite the debacle between these two when Oxygen was the one taking it. SSG not having the best clear of tower initially and also having to deal with quite a few bodies inside of Meeting overall. Once we got near the tail end of that round, complicated things for sure. So we'll see if SSG can do some of the similar things to Oxygen's offensive side.
So SSG sits at the precipice here. They've only got 2 opportunities to close it down, but hey, it's better than 1 considering the way that this game has been going. That was almost the expectation of how this game was going to play out. Regardless, though, SSG giving us some great defensive stances. They are going to be forced onto a tertiary site, which is going to be probably a little bit worrisome for them. However, things have been looking good these past few rounds, and Oxygen has been crumbling a little bit in terms of their own capability to attack here. So with that window being left open, there's a great chance here for SSG to shut it down now. Get themselves a definitive 7-4 scoreline. It's going to be a quick clear from Oxygen, though, over here towards the bathroom side. They'll be able to make their way in, get small tower cleared out, as well as cafeteria and the showers without any conflict from SSG.
Now, on a side note, if SSG does end up taking this, I am blaming the rest of the talent pool for all of my mispicks this stage.
That is true.
Because a majority, and I'm not even joking, a majority of my picks that I've gotten wrong, all of you have picked with me. So therefore, it's everybody else's fault, not mine, and that's how we're going to go about that.
Couldn't any of us say the same exact thing?
Yeah, but your pick chance is just, well, your pick percentage just isn't nearly as high, is it? That's just
like 3% less than yours. We got a push coming out from Volts, though, in the depths of the basement, and he catches Foxy with his pants down, trying to entry in through a garage. He'll be knocked out. That'll be the Lion removed as well. So at least one part out of the 2-piece Intel game taken out of this attacking lineup.
Yeah, see, that's a difference between like 4% right there, John. That's a win or a loss, isn't it? And now, speaking for Newers, he's looking for the dub, and he'll take down Skies, making it look easier and easier as they'll get their first kill. He'll continue to hold on to security, have some frag grenades to try and throw up and into this top floor cloud defense. Also try and work the angles above security, but this could be ill-advised depending on how Oxygen tries to negotiate for the site. We're gonna have some nice kills going on to SSG yet again from Oxygen. A frag grenade out, but nobody home as of now. To fall back here for Space Station's sake. They know that they're trying to work their way through the kitchen hallway, but they're still all upstairs. Oxygen hasn't found an exact spot to put this case down yet, but they're going to have to try and fend off a lot of the stairwell play here from Space Station.
Fultz continuing to wait for that potential cross out. As you can see, there is a member of Oxygen just waiting in the wings there. I believe it might be Vertical potentially trying to make a play, and indeed it is going to be him, but he seems to be hyper aware of this big tower positioning, so he is going to wait it out here. It's a good thing too. So Fultz is going to start to back away. Comes back though when he hears some noise going off, and he's going to need to. Nuris has picked up another kill now, knocking out Rampy, leaving all of the defense down to just Fultz as well as Houghton. Oxygen should be going for a plant relatively soon here, as they've got every right to work into it, but Houghton from up on top still able to make his impact. Steals away one of the members of Oxygen, as well as finally stops the rampage that Nuris has been on so far in this round here. Won't be able to hatch drop. There's already a cross established to stop that. Houghton's still going to take a position next to it here, but absolutely zero interruption on the plant. Goes down smooth as butter for Oxygen, as now we are thrusted into a 2v3 post plant where Oxygen seems to have most situations. Red, there's the drop. That'll be countered, and now just the Stairs player, which also as well has been read into Vert, and Laxing shut that down incredibly quickly and push us to the final round of regulation.
Well, you have one shot, one opportunity. I'm not going to finish it.
The reference game is just out of control today.
It is indeed. It is indeed. But, I mean, it's true. Space Station, they really need this regulation win as of now. They cannot allow Oxygen to go to overtime. This is it. If it does go to OT, you're probably going to see quite a few heads held pretty low from that roster, as SSG has definitely had the opportunity to take this game away from Oxygen. Oxygen now looking to see if they can propel themselves to overtime and guarantee a punch ticket to Berlin, Germany for the very first time in Rainbow Six's history, I do believe. So it's going to be pretty interesting to not only have that event, but also have Oxygen there with how strong they've been playing.
Well, let's see. This is SSG's last opportunity. Of course, going to be a little bit more comfortable in terms of the site choice here, as they won't have to be as mobile to make their defense work here, as they'll be returning to the upstairs hold. But for Oxygen, things are going to get a bit more difficult as well, as they have less room to wiggle inside of their execute, and we saw the problems with that when they tried to go for that heads-up play with Nuris going to Gar hook in, trying to work his way in through the below hatch, which didn't really work out too well for the squad. Aside from that, though, they are going to return to a more normal attacking lineup here. Formulation of hard and soft breach, as well as the capability to take out the utility deeper in the site with Fox's Rotero drones. And we have to see how they can clear out the extended game from SSG and force them back into the bunker upstairs.
I'd say it's a pretty based chemical makeup, you know? I'm going to work out for Oxygen. They have everything that they need to break down a map like Oregon. So past that, SSG on an extension as Skies is all the way over inside of Big Tower, but he's by himself, all on his lonesome, and Oxygen looking to exploit that fact quickly. Starting to apply pressure all around the area, including the windows as well as the doors. So Sky's smart decision he can make, try and get inside the stairwell. Unfortunately enough, Rampy has actually came to assist him. This is going to allow Skies to work his way out of the tower. But Bosco actually going to get a big pick onto Newers? Question mark? How did he even get that all the way outside? Not even on the balcony, folks. He's on the rooftop past the balcony, and the M590 rather still gets Newers.
So a nice shot regardless coming out from SSG. Will delete one of the main stands here from Oxygen. One of the big players has been allowing for this team to continue to surge forward inside of the rankings in the NAL. Not going to be able to help out this time, however. Thankfully, just on the Zophius, utility losses at a minimal. That's pretty much can say that for most members of OXG, there's not one key member of this team that's going to severely detract from the squad strategy if they go down. So that means deaths like this are a minor occurrence here, especially if they can make up for it quite quickly with an exchange against one of the members of SSG, which is bound to happen at some point here. But at the same time, OXG need to build up the confidence to be able to pinch in. That means they need positioning to do so as well. You can see Foxy starting to establish that on the inside of Trophy. Sky seems somewhat aware of this push, though. Just doesn't have the right read, but the distraction works out regardless. Skies is caught trying to throw that Nitro, and in the process, Vertical will push directly into Attic, take the control away, and knock out another member of SSG.
Now, Sky is trying to do too much in that position. You really want to see him lean back and try and use that Nitro cell for something a little bit later on, but thought that he could potentially punish a player that could be under the default cam, but ill-advised, obviously, with the players inside of Attic, as well as the one up near Trophy. More than likely wouldn't have worked out for him. Bosco will double back and take down another Oxygen member, a Space Station Gaming. They're looking to make sure that they still have an opportunity to go to Berlin. They'll take down Foxay. Vertical, he's the last one up and alive here inside of the 1 versus 4. Can he be the one to get it done for OXG? Has a yellow ping through, but nobody home on that. Case out here on concrete. Knows one has to be playing inside of games, but that's all she wrote. Space Station Gaming take away the game from Oxygen inside of regulation, and no one's set for Germany just yet.
Yep, not going to see anyone get locked in, although once again, just the caveat to that, OXG is indeed very, very close, but won't be able to get full confirmation out of this game just yet. That does mean that SSG still in the race as well. This season of the NAL continues to be one of, if not the closest we have had yet. As SSG stays in the fight, like we said before, with about a 30% chance to make it, still pending the results of our final Playday and the rest of today's games as well.
Yes, indeed. And I mean, honestly, for the majority of the NA fans, you have to be as happy as a clam. The games have just been amazing this entire stage. And to bring it all the way down to our second to last Playday, and we still don't have anybody locked in for a major.
It's crazy.
Truly incredible stuff, and just shows you how talented a majority of these rosters in North America are.
Absolutely the case here. NA is one of, if not the most competitive regions right
well, definitely
now.
Better than Europe. So.
I mean, I'm just trying to not name names.
No, I will.
But okay.
Don't worry.
Go ahead.
No worries.
Take it away. Take it away.
Europe bad, we good. And that's going to be it for the first game for Blue and I, folks. We're going to send you to a quick break. We have an analyst desk to break down Oxygen versus SSG right after this.
Hey, we're back here at the Rainbow Six North American League Analyst Desk. Your host, Noah, here, along with Caliber Jacob and none other than Tommy, and over in Vegas, just waiting to be interviewed as none other than Spacestation Gaming's own Hot and Cold. How you doing, man? You got the win. Your hopes are alive for Berlin. It's been a long road for Spacestation, though, not just this stage, but last stage as well. You know, it was a big win to get over Oxygen. Do you feel like the team is finally kind of coming together at a point where you have a good shot at Berlin yet?
I mean, I wouldn't say having a 30% shot's a good shot, but we definitely have a shot, and we know that. And I wouldn't say like everything's clicking in place. You know, our defenses, I think, are last in the league. I don't know after today. I think we won a couple there, but we still got to get our defenses ironed out. I mean, we're all good players. We all know that. So it's just on us at this point.
Yo, how's it going, Matt? How's it been? Hope everything's
What's
been
up,
well.
Tommy?
How's it been? Listen, man, first of all, happy that you won, but I'm pissed. My prediction is going down. Like, bro.
I don't see much sympathy on his side.
No, he doesn't care.
I will say,
what's the Tommy percentage at right now?
It's
'Cause
like-
the coin might be higher. I
No.
don't know.
I think,
might be.
Come on, man, we're all falling together.
Genuinely think the coin's above Tommy now.
Listen. I just want to say this. Listen, back then you didn't like Oregon, right? And now somehow you have a grasp on it. What did you do in order for yourself to like, all right, like I could work with Oregon now and, actually have some type of numbers on it than before? Because I do remember your only good game on Oregon was TSM and probably now this.
Did I have a good game? 'Cause
You
I'm
didn't
pretty
have
sure
a good
not.
game, but you had some numbers. You had some critical kills.
Yeah, I mean, I just played my role this game. I still don't like Oregon. I never have. I've popped off on Oregon. I really don't know how. But I think it's just like the flow of the map in matches is like where I thrive in Oregon. I would say like FPL or ranked, Oregon's it's a free win against me. I'm auto banning it.
So I don't necessarily mean this as like a diss at anybody, but I was curious about something. When you have a game like you had yesterday against TSM, and it doesn't go the way that you want, you come close, it's hard fought, but something still doesn't click. And then for there to be like that kind of, I guess, emotional response of, oh my God, I suck. Oh my God, we suck. And there's very clearly like something within you guys that doesn't feel like it's meant to be working the right way. How do you then correct course and 24 hours later come back in the right mentality and then win a game off the back of it? How do you make that mental fix?
I mean, honestly, I think we have the right mentality going into the TSM game. They're just a very good team. We're a very good team, and we lost the close rounds. I think our game plan could have been a little different, and it kind of just costed us in the end. I think every round was just like a last like 20, 30-second execute. So, I mean, sometimes you win those, sometimes you lose them. Today, we went in with a different game plan. Uxie's a little more aggressive, so I also don't think they're as good at executing. I think TSM might honestly be the best executing team in NA right now. So we knew that Oxygen wasn't going to be as well or as good, and it kind of played out that way, in my opinion.
So before we let you go, I've got one more quick question. And this is more about the NAL in general. Obviously, as a player that's been around for a long time, you've seen the landscape kind of shift from season to season. It seems like right now, the league is just very competitive. It seems like there's a lot of teams able to play each other closely. I was curious why you think that is. Do you feel like it's a lot of new blood coming up? Do you feel like it's a change in the meta that's enabled some players to find things that they weren't able to do before? How have things changed, in your opinion, from, say, last year, even last stage until now?
In my opinion, 100% it's the meta. I think the meta kind of makes a lot of these players good. I do think they're good players, but in my opinion, the meta right now, a lot of the time, it's just about like who's winning the gunfights, and I mean, a lot of players can do that. If you play ranked right now, I mean, any ranked player is shooting. So I think the meta is just it's kind of that 50-50 style, and I mean that it's not as like outsmarty as old metas, in my opinion.
Okay, so more shooting, less positioning than in the past, would you say?
Yeah.
Interesting.
Welcome to the run and gun meta.
Well, there you go. All right. Well, I want to hear it from one of the best. Thanks for taking the time to sit and chat with us a little bit about that. Good luck in your match next week, and we'll see if we see you in your Berlin.
Appreciate it, guys. Have a good one.
Take care, big dog.
See you, boy.
All right. There you go. Always good to get the insight on the meta shift as well. I love hearing that kind of stuff from top players. Let's take a look at the stats for that last series between Spacestation and Oxygen. They got the win, and they did it in regulation. So that means Oxygen is not a lock for Berlin yet. They're nearly there.
They're still not there. They need
They're
one
nearly
more
there.
round.
Are we gonna have any teams qualified today?
Suddenly,
I don't know.
It's no longer a guarantee for anybody based on their results, and it comes down to what they do and what other teams don't do. That's what we're looking at now.
I know we're supposed to be talking about the numbers here on this page, but I can't help but talk about the standings. We'll get to that a little bit later, though. Tommy, what do the numbers tell you after that one?
You got to applaud Rampy. That's number one. He had a horrible game yesterday. Let's just be honest. Straightforward, shooting right out the blanks. Rampy goes from 4 kills to 14 in the next day. Even though Hanko might have 4 and 8, I feel like everyone on SSG had critical kills today. It does not matter what it was. They were winning their gunfights, winning those fights that needed to win, and like it's just crazy. I will say, Vertical, you stepped up the game, but it looks like the teammates kind of needed a little bit more, needed to help them out a little bit more. And there you go.
No, I'm most impressed by Rampy today. I think he was the one that I was talking about having that emotional response, and we saw how he tweeted after that TSM game earlier. And hey, if you're gonna change course in a positive way, that was the single best way of doing it. So hey, clap for Rampy, bro, because what he had there looked dire yesterday, to a point where there were a lot of people being like, what's next for Rampy? He's still here, still competing. That just has to remain a constant, and it only has to keep getting better from here.
There you go. Well, Spacestation 8 Gaming obviously getting that win. And we've got a couple rounds to break down in that last one, because there was some interesting stuff that happened. We've got some positives for both sides. Oxygen obviously did have a couple good rounds here. So Jacob, why don't you head over to the telestrator?
Sure.
And as you go over there, lead us into round number 8. What are we going to see here?
I mean, round 8 was just weird, mostly because there was so much stuff that was happening in such a very, very short span of time. It was a 5v5 on a Dorm's defense that turns into a 1v1 in probably about the span of 4 seconds. And then when this site got played later, it felt like SSG had more of a counter for it, so that we didn't end up finding ourselves in this exact same situation. But just as an intro, just take a look at where everybody's already positioned. It's Dream and Vertical who are playing, trying to push down from Attic side. Foxay has already pushed back up Armory, so he'll take trophy control. And then you've got Newers pushing with him from up from Master side. Everybody on SSG already has some kind of defensive fortification. They're already on their way. So watch how it plays out a little bit. As we get into it, there's more of a cohesive push. Laxing's back down here outside Master, but Foxay and Newers want trophy control, and they're not about to let anything stop them. So as we progress through, we'll keep on playing it for a little bit longer. Watch the push. Immediately, Skies swings from pit, finds the kill, immediately gets vertical, and then gets downed himself because there is still a cross being held by Foxay and Newers as they come back and swing towards Attic. Let her play for a little bit longer. And there's the trade back. So now immediately, Hot and Cold is the one still trying to come into a position where he can trade back onto this spot. It takes a second for it to get going, but then the Attic pressure gets even more nullified because Dream now has to find a way to come back through. And Hot and Cold is still playing this pit position, but now Foxay and Newers can both hold the angle. This keeps on getting layer by layer even more complex because of all the trades that come out, but pay attention to the last 2 guys that actually remain alive in this scenario. Rampy, playing up the Armory side, is about to make a push, and he's going to get both Newers and I think Foxay, depending on if Hot and Cold dies here, and then Dream is the other guy to pay attention to. So it's both Rampy on Armory and Dream up in Attic. Watch it play out. Hot and Cold can't get anything. Boss goes right there, kills one. Newers has a trade. Dream still holds the cross here. And now all of a sudden, because Rampy has the push up, we find ourselves with just Dream looking for Rampy, and now they're going to play a little game of Ring Around the Rosie. Rampy's going to back off a little ways, and I think he almost backs up a little bit too far, because by the time Dream grabs Diffuser, there's a couple different spots he can plant, and he can come back here behind the bomb. He can plant back behind the reinforced wall here if he wants to move back around to this end, but he doesn't know if someone's about to make a rotator play underneath this kill hole, so he doesn't take that option. Instead, he'll come back to the reinforced wall and go for a plant there, but he doesn't know the exact spot he wants because he's not sure how far away Rampy's still playing from the bomb site. He has already moved off the Armory position, and now he has so many different things he has to focus on, but he definitely should know at this point that he's not trying to play anywhere back around towards the A site. He should be playing closer to B. So now we let this 7th chapter of the round play out, and it's just a matter of who comes around the carousel at the right moment. This is the Ring Around the Rosie thing that we always see in 1v1 scenarios. Wait for it. Dream gets the kill. It's a very, very close round. Ultimately, you have so many things happening in that very, very congested early part of the round. But hey, if it comes down to a 1v1, Rampy just needs to win those.
I mean, that's the thing. Yeah, a little bit of ring around the Rampy, as it were. But like you said,
Rampy, okay.
He had a good day, but there were still those positive moments for Oxygen as well. And, you know,
Yes.
Dream, every once in a while, even being the support player, can come up clutch there. That was a good one. Those 1v1s, you need your team to be able to come through. You know, obviously, Oxygen not able to quite get the win there, but positives.
Still.
Yep.
Yeah, that's right. So we got one more round to take a look at. That's going to be round number 9. And speaking of clutch, there's a couple things that went on here, but it really kind of is about Bosco clutching out at the end of the day, isn't it?
Yeah, I will say it is always nice to see Bosco clutch. It brings back a lot of fond memories and a lot of Bosco moments.
Warms the heart.
As you can see right here, Newers going up the hatch. I was just praying he would go up and plant already. He is free to plant. Even the rotate that's up there, Skies, if he goes prone, he won't be able to see him. Newers tries to take a gunfight to Skies, loses the fight, and now the bomb is stuck in Kids. Skies right there gets the most crucial kill of that round in order for them to win this round. As we see, OXG is trying to struggle to find a way back into Kids to get the bomb, and sooner or later they do. But as we see, they're setting up. You got Dream outside of big window, Fultz underneath, you got Vert going through, and then there you go. Vert gets a kill, they trade out, Fox repels in, it's a 2v3, Lax and Fox in a 2v2. So look at SSG playing this like crazy. Rampy doesn't peek before the bomb goes down, Laxing getting in order, as well as Bosco. Bosco shoots and waits. They wait for the bomb to go down, bomb doesn't go down, Laxing rotates, they shoot Laxing. Laxing gets killed by Rampy, and now they played a 2v1. Rampy kind of gets swung by Fox, and now Fox and Bosco in a 1v1. Bosco could have shot him through the wall, but he wouldn't take that chance, so he goes towards the Kid's door, takes the fight, shoots him through the leg, kills him, wins the round. Bosco go.
Trust the M590, and it will deliver results.
Yep.
It will. Every
Bosco go.
Bosco, Bosco.
It's good to see it.
The only goat that matters in Siege, dude.
Bosco.
Bosco.
Spacestation still, obviously with some life in them. And this is crazy, right? Because remember, we came into the day thinking that we were going to have maybe 3 teams, at least 2 qualified for Berlin. We may end the day with 0 teams qualify for Berlin. Yeah, that's right. But we still got a couple games to go yet on the day here at the Rainbow Six North American League. Next, we have Parabellum taking on TSM, another high-impact, high-important match for Berlin hopes for both of these squads. Do not go anywhere. We'll see who takes that one right after this.
addicted to you. All of my attention I've been giving to you. Caught up in my feelings, I got feelings for you. Caught up in my feelings, I got feelings for you. On my mind, I can't lie. On my mind, I can't lie. Pull you down till you dry. Pull you down till you dry. All the time, ease my mind. All the time, ease my mind. I know that you're dangerous, I'm addicted to you. I might rent the Lambo and go drive it like it's stolen. I've been living wild, I'm just going through the motions. Stumbling out the Uber, grab my hand, gave me the notion. Swimming in your water, but it feels just like the ocean. I can't lie, I've really been addicted to you. All of my attention I've been giving to you. Caught up in my feelings, I got feelings for you. Caught up in my feelings, I got feelings for you. On my mind, I can't lie. On my mind, I can't lie. Pull you down till you dry. Pull you down till you dry. All the time, ease my mind. All the time, ease my mind. I know that you're dangerous, I'm addicted to you. I was sipping more for 2 years straight to the face. Champagne belly bubble still won't go away. Last year my best man.
3 games down, 2 to go here in the penultimate day of the Rainbow Six North American League Stage 2. Dewey, your host here, along with Caliber Jacob and our guest, Pro Gamer Tommy. And you know what? We're about to get started with, you're waving to our people, that's right. We're about to get started talking about Parabellum versus TSM. But before we get there, let's go back and look at who's been eliminated so far. Because, you know, it's the second to last day. We must have some results. Nope, it's just Mirage so far.
That's
and
it?
no one is qualified.
I was eliminated?
Well, I mean, that was before the stage started. Sorry. Sorry.
You're getting your
You set yourself up. You set yourself up for that one.
I did. That was a twofer.
Jeez, man.
You were asking for that.
That was a good one. That was a good one.
And I thought the unemployment jokes were bad. Now Doa's getting in on it.
I couldn't help.
See, listen, he's fine to do it, but you're a goal too.
That was T-ball, man. Like, I couldn't miss. I couldn't miss. Let's take a look at the standings, because we got a lot to talk about. Obviously, that graphic we just saw, you know, no teams qualifying yet for Berlin, but it's going to happen soon. It's going to happen soon.
I am not happy. You guys promised me like people to be eliminated. It is the 4th game of the day. I'm expecting elimination today.
There's probably still a way in which it can happen from this game.
Is there? Maybe.
I'm more surprised about the fact that OXG still haven't qualified. Again, they needed 6 rounds in that game against SSG and still didn't find it. So, funnily enough, the way that they get to Berlin can actually still happen today, but it's dependent on 2 other games resulting in a certain number of points going to both Parabellum and the Soniqs, and it's not something that they necessarily control. In this theoretical future, if the Soniqs got a regulation victory, which already puts them in a pretty decent spot to qualify themselves, and Parabellum get an overtime win, that is the only way in which OXG do not qualify. You need the Soniqs to get 3 points, you need Parabellum to get 2, and then suddenly that actually pushes OXG's chances back to tomorrow or to next week. So there is a very good chance that we see the Soniqs qualify today, if nothing else, but the sure thing that we thought was going to happen of OXG making it today is still hinges on a couple of other scorelines.
Yeah, it is something that we like to see, because you know what they say, the end of the season is either boring or really exciting, and I think it's getting exciting.
Watch Beastcoast still somehow make it, but it's literally a 0.0001% chance, I think, right now.
I mean, there you can see them down there, right? About 0%. It's like 0.001. So it still exists, but it's extremely unlikely. But let's start talking about our match we're going to do. Parabellum versus TSM. Now, we were talking about this during the break, but Parabellum has never beaten TSM.
Yep, that is.
If they were going to do it, this would be a good time to start.
It's not even a case of them not beating TSM. It's a matter of they've never won a map against TSM. Any series, whether it was SI, the SI quals the year after, anytime they've ever faced each other in the NAL, which was just last stage, there has not been a single time a Parabellum roster, regardless of composition, has defeated TSM in any competition. It's made more interesting by the fact that you could theorize Parabellum as a more put-together roster currently than TSM, because TSM's strengths on attack but weaknesses on defenses are something that Parabellum have a little bit tighter right now, but still, this is a very close race.
Yeah, but I will say that you have to give props to both teams before we get into specifics on each.
Sure.
Both of them have made huge improvements this stage. TSM, we've said it yesterday, and I'll say it again, from coming from stage 1 to stage 2, have been amazing. Parabellum picking up Gunnar and Blaz, amazing. So, what will happen?
Well, here's the thing, too, is that TSM's one of those teams that it's at 0 map differential, right? So one of the best things they can do is win and win hard to get that number boosted a little bit. Let's talk about Parabellum in depth first, though. Like you just mentioned, Tommy, Parabellum is a team that made some big improvements this time around. They came into the stage adding Gunnar and Blaz. They were meant to add some kill potential, some kill pressure to the team that maybe didn't exist as much as they wanted it to before. And we just heard Hot and Cold say that it is a Gunnar's meta. And he's not just talking about the players, talking about running and gunning, clicking heads in general. These two additions for Parabellum have been fantastic at that.
To say, you're not speaking facts, no, you're speaking hardcore facts, man. Gunnar and Blaz. Gunnar is plus 26 KD on his team.
Yeah.
Blaz, 4 kills, positive. So you have a 22 kill differential between the top player on PB and the second top player. So right now, Gunnar and Blaz are the only two doing good. We need the rest of the team, well, actually, hopefully the rest of the team can step up and help Gunnar because right now, Gunnar needs them.
I mean, with the exception of that last Playday, it did feel as though Kool-Aid's performance also kind of sat about mid-tier for where the rest of the team has sat, like statistically in the NAL. But until that game yesterday, Kool-Aid suddenly, he's exploded now. That Mirage game gave him a fantastic scoreline overall, 11-1 with one of the highest overall ratings and KD differentials that we've seen in the league so far this year. And it's nice that we see guys who are traditionally on the back end, he'll be the one playing a Thermite, playing a Hibana, usually lurking someplace. If it's a mute, he's got the ability to also make these big roams elsewhere, but he's a nasty shot. He has one of the highest headshot percentages so far in the NAL, which is something that you don't very often see. And it's a case where I wish he was utilized in maybe a different way. If Penguin's the guy that is usually the one calling the shots, but somehow from a flex IGL position, it doesn't really feel as though it's working, what happens if we let a guy like Kool-Aid off the leash a little bit more?
Yeah, I mean, it also depends because not a lot of people can perform well as like Kool-Aid can on his role. So that's why I think Penguin hasn't been transitioned into the hard support role, and that's why he IGLs more so from a flex role, which IGL traditionally used to be.
I mean, it's true, but yeah, I guess like Parabellum doesn't operate in the same way like a Mirage does.
Yeah.
I don't think in the case where, even though there is one guy who's meant to be calling the shots all the time, it's still not happening from one person. It's not always one guy big braining trying to work around everyone. This should be a case where multiple people on this team are calling, right?
I will say this. The reason why Parabellum got better as well in callings is because of Gunnar. Gunnar, even though coming from T3, had an idea and strategy while calling.
Right.
So even though it was T3, T4, whatever you want to call it, he still had an idea. And I mean, there's a reason he's on Parabellum, and there's a reason why he's doing good. So.
He's providing intel and they're acting off of it.
Yeah.
I do think a guy like Penguin should be the one to then take that and figure out how they need to push forward, especially in the late game.
And apply it.
Right, but I think that's almost the thing. Sometimes it comes down to those executes that we're a little bit confused about how they're meant to finish a round. So again, it's a case where almost like XSET, the longer a round goes, sometimes it doesn't really, that hinders Parabellum's ability to win a round if it goes on for a long time.
Yep. Yeah, that said, things starting to come together a little bit lately, so they got to keep it going if they want to have that shot to go to Berlin, because the team on the other side of the stage, TSM, would love to get back to a major again. They won SI earlier this year.
Yeah.
Stage 1 was a bit of a disaster, but a lot of players saying they hadn't quite adjusted to the new meta. They needed a break, frankly, but here they are back with a vengeance in stage number 2. That said, they are not a lock for Berlin by any stretch. They still have some work to do. They've looked better, but they haven't quite looked like the world beaters that they were earlier in 2022.
I will say, even though they don't look like how they were during Invite, it is way better than they were on stage 1. And like you can just see it like how it is.
Oh, Joe, you good?
Geo and Merc, both playing amazingly well, especially Geo. Plus 15 KD wise, plus 3 entry on Ace and Mute, top of the team. And then right below is Merc, plus 16, plus 4 entry, Finka Oryx. you just can't deny it. Merc had a little leap yesterday, as well as Achieved, as well as the rest of them. And this is the TSM that we would like to see. 4 people fragging out while the hard support has to take a little bit back and start playing the bombs. And that's a typical hard support where you're usually negative in KD, but plants are positive.
Yeah.
They're having a really good performance this stage so far. If they were to get 3 points against Parabellum, it puts them at an 82% probability for qualifying, but that is not finalized. They then have to go forth and do the same thing and get 3 points, or maybe even 2 in their game on Playday 9. So it's not set in stone, even though they've had some massive strides so far this stage. Their job is not done. I love the fact that Gio is playing as well as he is. I love that Merc is kind of pioneering what it means to play Oryx more often than any other op on defense and really show what it means to be crazy on rotates. But as far as everything else goes for this TSM team, it's a matter of locking in this level of consistency long term, because we've seen it in like short bursts here and there, and with the exception of that one game where Gotcha had to sub in, it was. So it's a matter of keeping that through for the entire rest of the, for these last 2 games, and then when it comes time for Berlin, seeing if that same mentality that won them SI can also break out at another international event.
I just want to say this, even though Gio and Chala kind of like switching off and on roles on support, you got to show Gio the respect and the appraisal, because he used to be the best player in North America 3-4 years ago within the flex role. And then moving to hard support and him doing this is bringing out the best player in him.
That's right. Let's talk Bolo, too, because that's a player, of course, everybody wants to know when he's playing.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, he's playing just a few minutes here, of course. But he's also a player that's been putting down some numbers, too. It's a bit of a rough start, but he's kind of started to bring it around. And they need him to put up those numbers if they're going to win and win big and improve that round differential as well.
Yeah, I will say this. Bolo last stage, he was pretty much bottom of the leaderboard in KD. This stage, I think he's getting a little bit better. He's not at where he wants to be, but he's getting there.
He had a monster game specifically yesterday against Spacestation on Clubhouse that got them that dub in overtime, and he was a massive reason for why. We didn't really call his name very much. He hasn't had that many flashy plays, but he's been one of the most solid players on this team, catapulting them back towards that success. And you're 100% right. In stage 1, bottom of the scoreboard, he was minus 28, minus 12 on entry alone, and he was the guy playing Finker who you expect to do a little bit better there. We can call stage 1 a wash for TSM all we want, but as far as I'm concerned, I also kind of want to forget that stage 1 happened, if only because it's not indicative of the way that this team plays. We've already seen that. It's the same case with Soniqs. Forget that it happened for TSM, because what they're doing right now is kind of rewriting the book about what it means to be a world champion in the modern age. They're still playing fast and heavy. They're still giving Gio the opportunity to do what he does. Even if it means they have to clutch very frequently, it's still indicative of how they play, giving themselves at least one opportunity to win. The clutch factor exists with all of the guys on this TSM roster, to a point where if one of them is still alive, the chance for them to win the round is still there, even if it's dire odds.
Agreed?
Yeah, exactly. I think the big concern is that, they need not just to get to the major, but also those SI points that come along with it. Like, if they want to make the next invitational, they need to start racking up as many points as possible right now. You know?
And
can't wait any longer.
They didn't get any SI points, I don't think, from stage 1.
I don't believe so.
No, they did. They did. 10th place.
Maybe a little bit.
Yeah.
Did they? Yeah.
10th place is the only place you don't get.
10th place
10th
and 9th place.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
That's right.
Never
So
mind.
I'm not so sure, but
that's the difference.
One thing I'm sure about is that it's time to find out what map we're going to. The bans are in. Let's see where we're going to play this one next. See that final huddle from TSM taking place. First bans are in. That is Bank and Skyscraper.
So, I mean, just as a reminder, Parabellum have not won a single map against this TSM team at all. So you might want to go to a battleground you've not played before unless you're super confident in something different.
And they played Chalet last stage and lost 4-7 to them.
That's true, and that's a map that Parabellum usually have always liked. I mean, they loved it back in CL, and then all of a sudden they come up to the NAL and realize they're not nearly as hot on it. Their Villa is something that has, I think, persisted over time. That's always been a map that Parabellum have liked, especially at a tier 2 level. So if they bring that out against TSM, who have yet to play at this stage, I believe. Nope, they played it once, but they lost it earlier. So that'll be interesting if we end up going there. As far as Parabellum is concerned, they are anti-Clubhouse, anti-Border, anti-Bank, all of which are now off the board. So when we get down to these last 3, it's an option between Chalet, Oregon, or Villa. So 2 maps that Parabellum historically have liked, one of which they haven't really liked so much this year, but it's always kind of been in their back pocket. They'll still ban it. They're not confident in it. TSM don't like Oregon, so we're back on this Villa play.
Yeah, I mean, it's like you said, Parabellum is a really good Villa team, especially when they're in T2, but you got to give appraisal to TSM. TSM is one of the best Villa teams. I don't care what their track record says. They are one of the best executing teams. I remember vividly when Hankel was on DZ at one point and he was left in a 1v5 against TSM. Instead of them pushing them one by one, all 4 of them stopped and he was in memo and one of them droned while all 4 of them pushed at the same time. It was like throwing food in a pile of ants. It was so amazing to watch.
Do you like that analogy? Does that
is an interesting analogy. I mean, so you're saying they took it apart very quickly over time, but each one did their part?
Yeah, exactly. Like 4 of them just like spread around him, and then the guy with the drone was the bread. Because they shot the drone and they all killed him.
Oh, okay, I see. I thought you meant like they picked him up and carried him away to their home later. It's
not to the hill.
I kind of like that. I'm still trying to digest it.
How about
digest?
Getting tossed into a swimming pool of piranhas?
Piranhas?
I've never heard that word.
Piranhas. Piranhas.
Piranhas.
Piranhas?
You say piranhas,
Yo,
I
Bart,
say piranhas.
put a pie and then a piranha. Add a pie face to a piranha.
I don't like what's happening.
You say bolo, I say bulo. I say bolo now.
I say boblo.
Or about it, Pablo. There you go. Well, let's get our predictions in for who is going to take this one. This one's a bit of a tough one to call. Our casters have the first obligation to decide, though. Blue, Stokes, have you made up your minds?
You know, though, I have. It's piranha.
Thank you.
Just want to make sure we get that right.
That wasn't the question I was asking. That was not what I was interested in.
Listen, though, it's the important one. Anyway, yeah, I still think this one's going to be close, especially considering that we're going to Villa. I agree with Tommy, though, in saying that despite while the recent results haven't looked great for TSM on Villa, I still think that they're a really good team. And I also think there's too much on the line for TSM for them to be willing to drop this one. So my vote's going to go to TSM for this matchup.
All right.
TSM, yeah, there's really no other way to put it. He kind of just took the words right out of my mouth. I think that coming into Villa here, it's definitely going to make things a little difficult for Parabellum. I always have a lot of faith in TSM, and they've been really warming up here in stage 2. And really, I think they're back to form. So it's going to be an exciting match.
All reasonable takes, no doubt, except for the Piranha one. But we'll get back to that later. We'll get back to our casters
just
as well.
accept that you're wrong, bro.
In just a moment. Not important. Forget I brought it up. It's hard to pick against TSM, given that Parabellum has yet to win a map against them, isn't it?
It is, and I look at PB and think, not only are TSM on the upswing, but so are PB, to a point where we wouldn't even be talking about them still being in major contention or calling them a dark horse on the pre-show if it wasn't applicable.
Yeah,
that said, I do like what Achieved said in the interview from yesterday, talking about taking more chances in a best-of-1 environment, feeling more comfortable in the way that you play, and it's TSM on Villa. When they've got the pressure on them, they don't have any reason to lose, nor have they lost to a point where I don't think they're going to win. So I'll give it to the boys in black and white. If you let me down, I swear. I don't know what I'll do, but I will swear. Off camera, preferably. For production's sake.
What a threat.
Listen,
Tommy, what do you got?
Listen, my prediction is going down the drain. But I'm not going to do it and say no and not vote for TSM. I'm voting for TSM. But listen, bro, I am very, very angry right now. Like, I am very, very angry. I'm about to cry like a little baby. Like, I need TSM to win.
Oh, no.
I need TSM to win. Listen, bro, Achieve, I want you to go crazy, bro, like crazy. like, wow.
This is turning into like a wrestling promotion at this point.
Are you cutting a promo? What are you doing?
Yeah.
Come on, TSM. Let's get it, brother.
Tell us about the cream of the crop now. But let's see what the coin has to say.
Vitamins or something.
Everyone's picking TSM so far. It's going to be heads Parabellum. It's going to be tails TSM.
So,
Coin, please say Parabellum. Coin, please pay.
It needs to pick Parabellum here.
Please, don't give me the curse. Please, please.
It says Parabellum.
Whoa! So we've had 2 straight games today that were completely on the board for one team and the other one won. So now the curse isn't here. We've done it.
It's true.
Watch Twitter vote for Parabellum.
GG, go next. TSM won.
I mean, obviously the fan vote is going to TSM. They will just click the TSM button no matter what it says.
True.
Yep. You could say, like, who's the worst team on planet Earth and be a TSM and something else. TSM fans will be like, ooh, TSM.
Oh, another known fact, by the way, TSM is one of the known teams that will pretty much probably get a 7-0 every now and then.
Pretty much probably get a 7-0 every now and then.
That was the least committed I've ever heard.
Listen. I got 7-0 many times by TSM.
How many negatives can you throw into a sentence?
I'm about to fly away.
They maybe will, not might, probably could.
This is why you're unemployed and homeless.
Got it.
Ooh.
Community poll. What are we going to talk about?
Irregardless, 0.73 KD.
Irregardless?
Yes.
I've lost control. What's our community poll? It is
Is there any English left here?
Who would win a banana eating competition, Kool-Aid or Bolo? Well,
Pojo will.
Should have been Pojo. Yeah, he should have put Pojo there.
Yeah,
and
I mean,
Bolo's going to win because it's a TSM poll.
Yeah, I want to zoom in on this real quick. Like, I just want to zoom in on this.
On what?
Just zoom in on this real quick.
Can we do that?
What does that even say?
You know, it says, achieved is my prodigy.
Wait for the zoom in. We'll get there.
Achieved is your prodigy? What does that even mean? Maybe. Well, you taught him how to nade.
I taught him how to nade, you know what I mean?
But only how to nade.
Only how to nade, only how to nade.
Right.
Right?
Slow zoom in, hold it steady.
Oh. Ooh.
Say.
This is so
Ooh, don't get my fingernails.
Achieved is my prodigy. I taught him how to nade. He's good at that.
And then guess what? It says, where's the Never mind, I've tried so hard.
Where's the what?
The digest. You know, I cut it off in half.
Oh.
You know,
we're really calling him out. When was the last digest? After SI 2020, I think?
I miss it, man.
Well, we all have a lot to digest.
Oh.
That's right. Going into this next break, don't go anywhere. And when we come back, a crucial match, much more serious than we maybe made it out to be, between Parabellum and TSM. Major hopes on the line. It's going to be great. We'll see you in just a few.
But if my man can't head into a meeting, we're familiar with no briefcase. Just my mind in a free state. I got a plan through a vision, but it takes time. I'ma make mine. Summertime and then why? Summertime and then why? You know the drill by now. Summertime and then why? Get everything together, get the squad together, get the gang together. Summertime and then why? Summertime and then why? Started in the back office, now I run the front. Call the shots, make the deals, know the deal, know what's up. Too much for the books, then I put it in a tuck. Too much for the tuck, then I give it to my love. Once I make $1 million, man, $1 million won't be enough. Watch me fake the struggle while I get it off the hush. Now it's JetBlue miles, Rolex dials, frowns turn to smiles. Summertime and then why? Now as you come to an end. Summertime and then why? And the fall's upon us. I want you to bring that energy. Summertime and then why? And run that thing back. Yeah. Until next year. Summertime and then why? Summertime and then why? Yeah. We gone.
Bolo, and this is the NAL.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back once again to the NAL. It is time to get into our second to last matchup of the week. Like we said, for a lot of our other ones, bound to be a close one. As you can see by the league standings, we still don't know who is going to the major, and we only have, what is it, like 6-7 games left to play in the entire stage. It's absolutely bonkers here at the NAL, but we are finally getting closer to locking in at least 1 or 2 teams here inside of this matchup here. It's going to be TSM going up against Parabellum. Parabellum has made some massive strides of their own inside of this stage, especially when compared to the first one. But TSM has done the exact same thing. Bit of an arduous stage 1. They have bounced back truly to their old form and are looking to take one of the 4 spots heading into Berlin.
Yes, indeed. TSM especially coming back to form, like you were just mentioning. For Bolo, out of all of them, the biggest holder of this title, as he's finally gotten back into the positive ways that we'd seen him before and having quite a bit of influence over these games for TSM. But the real player to talk about on TSM past Bolo bouncing back has got to be Geo and what he's been able to accomplish for stage 2. More inside of a flex role now. It's made it to where he's got access to some better weaponry and some other things along the lines. But I mean, the real thing to touch on is just how potent he has been across the board, whether it be his cost or his survival rating. It always seems like Geo's there to pick it up for TSM.
That's right, Geonidas has come back, and especially since we're going to be on Villa, expect him to be given a lot of free roaming capabilities. This is a map where if you look at historically at Siege, he has gone absolutely crazy inside of a few situations here. So at least if I were on the leadership squad for TSM, this is a map where I would give him a little bit more aggressive freedom to play out his own game. We'll have to see, though, as that did not necessarily ring itself to be true when we saw TSM play against XSET. This is a point we need to bring up here as well. Yes, me and Tommy both think that TSM have a very fine Villa. The most recent results haven't actually looked that great. If we recall back to the game versus XSET, they lost that one 4-7. We're struggling a bit with their capability to get initial map control on the attacking side, so we'll have to see if they've gone back to the drawing board and worked on that for today's game versus PB. We're getting into it now, though, folks, so let's find out who takes the cake in our second to last matchup of the day.
It'll be a fun game, and really what I'm looking into is what's going to happen in this ban phase. TSM's already locked it in. I'm feeling a Finka here, Blue. Let's see what we get. Yes, we get the Finka, and there's a really, really good reason as to why I knew this was probably going to happen, and it's Gunnar. You have to take this Finka away from Gunnar. He's currently one of the best players in the entire region. Second best at the current moment, actually, as he's a literal single decimal point past Grixer, rather, not Rexen, but Grixer for the Soniqs at a 1.21 at the current moment, and also has the second most kills in the NAL at 86. This is definitely going to put a damper on his Villa performance. And, you know, just for the sake of conversation, I thought that this would be fun too, because I just saw this stat. But did you know that the top 3 players currently in the NAL all prioritize using Finka on offense?
That's
pretty
crazy.
Interesting. Never would have guessed that one.
Never would have thought that in a million years. But obviously not going to be able to get the comfort pick of Finka this time around. She'll be knocked out along with a lot of our other power players, Azami being one of them, as well Valkyrie will be removed from play at the same time too. Been seeing her still stay pretty high in the ban pool, specifically for Villa. This is a map with a lot of prop clutter, a lot of even ceiling clutter as well, so there's a lot of places to hide those cameras, and it's just a bit too pesky to be dealing with, so it's going to get knocked out by TSM.
I think the biggest thing you could really talk about at the current moment is the fact that we have the Thatcher banned out, and also we have the Kaid in. But the good news about Villa is that there's not too much hatch play to go around, where Kaid is going to make things just really complicated for the offense when they try to work their way in. So we'll see what Parabellum can possibly do with a majority of the defensive utility on the board. Obviously the Valk cams, like Blue was talking about, going to be lacking, but past that, pretty plain Jane at the end of the day. Gonna have a full extension all the way over to the AVG side for TSM. It looks like they really want to hold on to the full breadth of this top floor, including the stairwell, as Bolo will apply his deployable shield accordingly.
We're just sitting back, waiting for a spawn peek opportunity. Not going to get it, though, so quickly move away from that position. It looks like the large majority, if not everybody from Parabellum, ended up spawning on the north side of the map anyway, so wouldn't have been an opportunity even if we had players over there. So not going to be able to catch that happening. He'll more than likely fall back into a safer position afterwards here. Still going to see the extension into AVG, probably stay alive for a bit longer into the round until we get a better glimpse of what Parabellum's executing in towards. They'll start to change that over the next few moments. As you can see here, members of PB starting to work their way in through the windows surrounding the master bath and a bedroom. That'll cause an alert on the side of TSM, and they'll start to draw more attention to this area themselves.
It's a slow roll for Parabellum instead of the opening minute. Achieved the only one home right now inside of statue and trophy, but might not be known by Parabellum just yet. And actually, Chala is inside of astronomy at a second glance, so doesn't have to be too worried, at least about this far-reaching area, unless it gets frag grenaded right now, and it seems like that'll be fairly straightforward, and it will be. Blaz with a frag, an immediate tag of Chala. So it'll be our first death here on Villa. I'll put Parabellum ahead, at least for this moment. Achieved will continue to be able to hold on to Trophy, or rather Statuary, as it'll be Geo inside of Trophy. Some smokes down now, and Bolo with a missed frag on the Windows swing, as Geo will actually be the one to pick up Penguin.
Get ourselves back into color here now as well. Geo continuing to wait for more challenges to come his direction here. Bolo will now be able to spring into action from the top of the stairs, but Blaz trades it back out into his own team's favor. Kool-Aid also picking up another kill, putting PB back in control and nearly pushing the envelope that much further with a near second kill. Going out against, I believe, Merc in this scenario here. Not going to be able to make it happen, and the impact does make its mark against Blaz. Hope it brought down incredibly low. Plat now coming onto the board here for Kool-Aid. It won't be interrupted by that Nitro, but it will finish off Blaz. He's now down, but at the same time, the case is down, and we're locked into a 2v2 post plan.
Oh, could be a 2v1 pretty quick, and it will be. Kool-Aid maintaining movement, wants to make sure that he's not stuck in the mud inside of statuary, and it's a beautiful move as he goes for bench and is able to take down the TSM member. It's up to Achieve now to try and clutch things out, but beautiful stuff from Parabellum inside of this post plant, abusing this bench rotation that was made earlier on. They'll be able to hold on to this for some time. Achieve tries to flick back with the SMG-11, but Kool-Aid has an SMG pistol of his own. It'll take him down with the bearing. Beautiful round there from Parabellum that they built up pretty early on, able to start applying pressure to a lot of TSM's on-site setup and immediately getting Shala out of Astro, making it a fairly straightforward affair from that moment on.
So we're going to go rotate after this, since TSM does not feel the replay on the second floor and hold, nor do they feel a retreat to the AVG, which is generally where C teams tend to start out. This is a site as well where TSM had a little bit more of a bumpier time they played against XSET, so instead they're going to go downstairs into Kitchen, where things have been working out a bit better historically so far in the stage for the squad here. Not the greatest start to things for TSM, but they're looking to get a quick rebound. At the same time, Parabellum going to adjust their lineup accordingly and probably going to see a few more repicks, considering they're now going to be going up against a downstairs take. The Twitch, for instance, on Blaz going to get ditched for a Nomad. Wyan is back in the fold here for Penguin to be able to isolate out the positions of any mobile members of TSM. And aside from that, a fairly standard lineup.
It should make it pretty easy for Parabellum to work the map the way that they want to. We are going to have some Electro Claws down low they might have to worry about, but Penguin's immediately shifting back over to the Twitch, and that could be simply because that they want to get rid of these Electro Claws. But as we talked about earlier, this could make it a little difficult because you can see Chala's got the mute here, so he's probably going to end up mute jamming a lot of the drone holes as well as doors and everything else in between that would allow Parabellum to sneak a Twitch drone in there and get rid of that Electro Claw that's actually downstairs inside of Kitchen. So with that being said, PB have to find will and a way to work around this if they so choose to go for Master. Otherwise, they have to try and funnel to the concrete statue side or go over for Astro, which could be some easy kills for TSM depending on the situation, but it's going to take some time to get there first.
Although still sitting back, waiting for his first opportunity to make impact. Going to be pressed upon him relatively soon with PB wanting to leap in and take master control. Unfortunately, Bola will lose the element of surprise from his position here. It's going to be just thrown out not just once, but twice as well. With the drone working its way through the doors, kind of reconfirming his position and making it very, very hard for him to do anything from an aggressive standpoint here. So he'll still keep the position, thankfully, as he's got a lot of teammate support in the area. Achieved as well, trying to go for a bit of a bold pre-fire. Just a bit short on the angle swings, not going to be able to get the full damage out, but this is a powder keg being built up really on both sides here, and it's all up to Parabellum about when they want to light it, if they even want to light it. There's a lot of TSM members ready to fend off this aggression should they decide to go for it.
Kool-Aid's going to get the pick onto Achieved. It's going to be, I believe, the Astro player down. So Bolo and Merc, the only two left alive on the top floor. But Merc will be able to reinsert himself over towards the trophy and does still have impacts to be able to try and reclaim Astro if he so chooses. And actually, speaking of which, Bolo might be the one to do so after Merc goes down to Blaz. It'll be an immediate trade out of the MX4 Storm. And Bolo looking for more, looking to show exactly why we say this man's name constantly and want to know when he's playing. Well, he's got a 2K for himself on the top floor, and he's stunted Parabellum. They couldn't get that triple wall earlier on, even though there was an angle in it. The Electro Claw made it to where Parabellum couldn't give themselves more angles to try and work with, and now TSM are decimating them as they try to clear the map.
Well, here, count his lucky stars. There's no one waiting for him at the bottom of laundry as well here. Usually that's an instant trade, but unfortunately Parabellum don't have the positions made up at that point in the rounds. They're not able to find him, and things continue, unfortunately, to fall apart past that point. So it's a very one-sided defense, all in the favor of TSM being built off of that great play from Bolo.
Absolutely. That top floor defense is really what did it for TSM there, and it's all due to the utility game. Yes, some amazing shots from a multitude of the TSM members, but, you know, if that wall isn't set up the way it is upstairs, then Parabellum more than likely have control of trophy and statuary. Lickety-split. There's nothing else you're really going to do. That Electro Claw being downstairs and preventing any of the Parabellum utility from affecting it is what helped lock down that round. So the strategy, sound, and the gameplay truly influential from TSM. Now they've gotten themselves one round, but a long road ahead of us here for both of these teams, as it feels like both of these rounds so far have been pretty grueling. We're going to work our way into round 3, and it's bound to be an exciting one as we head into living room for the first time in quite some time.
Let's see here how TSM will fare as they go for a second first floor hold. Once again, moving away from the kind of general expectation of site rotations, but giving us something new here, as we're also going to see an Oryx come out for Merc, which is not something we've generally tended to see out of TSM specifically. Obviously, we've gotten a bit more play from him in the past, but...
Actually, a little bit of a caveat to this. I do believe Merc actually has the most Oryx played this stage.
Okay,
yes, indeed. Cool. Yeah, and that was more or less what I wanted to point out, because we were talking about it on the analyst desk.
Yeah.
And this is the thing that Merc has been playing routinely. I mean, Oryx is a pretty interesting op when you look at him, just because the rotations and stuff that he can make, really not that great. You take damage for doing it, not something you're exactly looking to do in a game of Rainbow Six. But there is one big piece of his puzzle that is just amazing. It happens to be his passive and the fact that you can jump up hatches, and that makes it to where you're a whole different kind of beast on the roam in comparison to some other ops that you could put inside of a very similar position. And speaking of positions, Parabellum, they have the whole flank unit, the entire enchilada of this utility game moving its way through Piano. Penguin actually going to go all the way downstairs. Could see an air jab set up just for the flank to make sure that nobody's going to come through red. But what is Gunner supposed to be doing here? Do you believe he still has all of his track stingers? Yes, indeed. So more than likely holding on to those just to guarantee that none of the TSM members have a good bead on Parabellum.
As time continues to tick down here, we still have that very, very slow potential duel being built up at the bottom of the red stairs position. Obviously, you can see Geo that might be able to support this a little bit, assuming that the wall is soft. I'm not sure if it is or not, though. I was unable to catch the best glimpse of that. Either way, Eska, a little bit closer to the front of the building, has already snuck his way into Library. He's going to be able to check out Art Vault as a result of that. And I mean, we just got a free plant being built up here for Parabellum. Where's the resistance? We don't see any of it coming from the top-down angles either. There's a drop, but it's set up for Parabellum to stop exactly that. Chala goes down inside of that drop, and TSM are seemingly none the wiser to the fact that this plan even happened.
I mean, we're all so focused on what's going on Red Stairs and Parabellum. They've got the real info game, and it's what's going on inside of Library, which is absolutely nothing for the defense. Not a single person there to try and stop Parabellum from putting a plant down. No angles to support it either, and that's why this post plant's been so damn easy. It's going to be a free wash of the board for Parabellum as he'll take down TSM all by droning properly.
Nicely done here from Parabellum. Catches members of the squad with their pants down in a gaping hole in the strategy, and the fact that they had virtually zero Library defense at that point in the round, so they quite literally walk right in, even get free post-plant positioning because of the walk-in too, so an easy round ultimately for Parabellum since discovering that problem, but a big blunder from TSM to let it happen in the first place.
Yeah, definitely a weird one. I'm trying to mull over the operator lineup here for TSM. They just really didn't have that much denial for, you know, the downstairs area. You don't have anything like a yokai drone or anything you could try and work off of to potentially manipulate things from the top level. And that just really sucks for TSM because they don't have an answer for anything over on that end of Library. They have no information to know when it's going on initially. They have no answer for if a plant starts going down behind that bookshelf. It was just a very distraught moment for TSM. We'll more than likely won't see them going back to Library. For the remainder of this half, they'll probably stick to the very plain Jane site triangle that we usually see, which is that kitchen AVG and trophy statuary setup. And speaking of which, we're back in a trophy statuary with Mira along for the ride.
Mira indeed was allowed into play. We've seen her banned out a little bit today, but she's been able to evade the ban pull for this game just because of the way that the new meta has been shaking up. There's bigger priorities than her in the current state of play in the game, so we're going to see her knocked out, or rather left in this time around, and she's going to be utilized for this next upstairs hold coming in from TSM to deny a bit of that master pressure.
Yes, indeed, and this is a position that we've seen achieved play a numerous amount of times here for Master. The deployable shield on the Master bed, and then he likes to play right inside of this concrete door. He'll be able to prevent any of the drones that roll in as well if he can land a shot, then he does with that very last one. Very nice achieved, able to fix things up, and able to deal some damage to Parabellum's drone game, but past that, though, he's really just planning to try and slow down Parabellum's take of the Master area and potentially get a kill if he can muster it. So stun grenade in, frag grenade out. Just looking to get rid of the deployable shield now, but it's going to be Chala to get rid of Blaz instead.
Achieve now waiting for pick up the second kill, and he should be able to get it here. You can see Penguin trying to juke around the spray, but unfortunately he just sets himself up for his own death there, going for the premature hop-in. He'll go down. Another frag will come out from the side of TSM as they're looking to quickly correct on the mistakes from the third round here, already bringing Parabellum's execute down to just 2 players, and I believe both of them are members of the kind of downstairs clear here as well. Eska, I believe, to correct myself real quick, is going to be left alive upstairs, and now a very well-placed nade from Gunnar will at least take out Achieve. The second one could sing too. Gunnar, both of them locking in shots, and Holy being open, hopefully a bit more room for Eska to play out his own game in a few seconds.
Everybody's afraid of what lies in the depths, John, and it happens to be 2 frag grenades in the pocket of a Nook. Now it's a 2 versus 3, and strangely enough, this round is palatable for Parabellum. They can actually get this done, and the craziest thing is that Gunnar really has the kit for this. He can sneak around the whole map and avoid all of these cameras, so Achieved, as much as you want to try and sit and force your will on this camera, Gunnar can just immediately circumvent that. He can just go right around it or through it as long as he has his utility on. Now, this has slowed up the round quite a bit as Parabellum does not want to try and miss out on this clutch opportunity. Eska's worked his way up towards the triple wall here. He's got a soft panel next to him, but obviously is not going to want to breach into that. It'll be a telltale sign of what is going on, and it'll more than likely be gunned down at a moment's notice. He's awaiting Gunnar to rotate all the way across the map, but, well, with that being said, after Eska goes down to Geo, more than likely not going to be the round here for Gunnar. Unfortunate circumstances have befallen Parabellum, and this second round, or rather fourth, going to be TSM's second.
Respect to Gunnar as well as Eska for playing this out in the 2v4 as well as they could have, but ultimately the round was too far gone by the time it had reached the 2vx, so just no real hope for them to be able to bring it back despite the well-placed nades there when we still had 5 players up and standing for TSM. Either way, very solid defense from TSM, just kind of shutting down the early advances from Parabellum and not leaving them, despite the well-placed nades from Gunnar, with much of an opportunity to do anything inside of their clutch. So it's an easy site locked away for TSM. The game now tied once more, and they'll finally shift over to AVG for the first time in this entire game on the 5th round.
Absolutely. AVG, and usually the site that we see right off rip when it comes to Villa, not played until round 5. And not only that, TSM will not be bringing the Mira setup that we see pretty often when she is in play, so they'll be trying to lean on some other forms of denial past being able to see through that mirror. We'll have some nitro cells as well as some smoke babes coming out of Chala. Potential with some impacts as well from Bo if they so choose, but that could be a pretty interesting fold later on. We could see him even potentially get underneath the planter and open up a hole to remove them from play. Lots of different ways you can try and work this site overall from the defensive end. And speaking of which, it's exactly why TSM are going to throw themselves over towards the master side and try and slow down Parabellum's initial take.
So let's see here if TSM can once again spread themselves out and find themselves a much better hold as a result of that. We've already seen, though, on the downstairs living room hold how spreading the team out can potentially hurt the overall game plan for TSM, as unfortunately led to a gaping hole in their library play that allowed Parabellum to waltz right in. Shouldn't be too much of a problem here, though. This is an extension that is played out much more commonly by defenders, so should be something that TSM is much more familiar with executing into. And obviously, we still have some presence actually left behind to defend the entire site this time, so not expecting the events of round 3 to repeat themselves. Either way, Achieve now patiently waiting for the first bits of aggression to befall his position here, namely in the form of drone, so that he can knock that out. Force back a bit, so there's going to be a Twitch drone, I believe, assuming we've got Twitch on the lineup. We do. So the Twitch drone is going to spot him out, force him downstairs, and make him unable to prevent these bits of entry coming in from both Blaz, and I think a few other members of the squad as well. Push through, knock out at least Bolo. Should be able to open up the rest of the clear here. Merc, though, challenging against the master push. He's able to get an exchange, and another one on top of that as he finds Eska as well. The repel still could get him back, but it's going to be Blaz instead in the connector that's looking to wrangle this control back into the hands of Parabellum, and it'll work. Gunnar finds a kill, but Giannitis back in the fight as well. He rolls up the red stair, steals another kill out of the hands of PB, and keeps the numbers even.
You always got to be worried for a split second when somebody's hitting shots like that and they turn to their teammate. Oh my, Merc almost losing his head there if Geo so chose, but both of these players playing so very well, and Geo almost getting caught in the crossfire of a frag grenade down low again! Oh, this time it's Gunnar, still the same op though, it's the Nook that's able to deal a death blow to Giannitis, and now it's down to Merc. He's been good for 2, but he's got to get another 2 in order to maintain an advantage for TSM.
Merc just going to say silent as a ghost right now, doesn't want to move an inch Obviously, hasn't been droned out from this position just yet. That drone should not have been able to see him unless his shoulder was peeked out for some reason. He as well, though, oh, he's only just now noticed it, but it's just in time as the peek was about to come out. May have very well saved his life as a result of spotting that drone, but now he'll be pinched from both sides. Can't survive. Penguin will knock him out, and PB gets the lead again at 3-2.
Super unfortunate stuff befalling TSM initially in that round with the way that the stun lock worked out over on the Astro stairs. No one having enough audio really to know that Blaz is flying in through the astronomy window, and he deals so much damage to Parabellum, or rather TSM early on for PB. Just complicating quite a few different things. And yeah, you know, it happens to all of us, Gunnar, so no worries about that. But still making good on his promise when it comes to the frag grenades from underneath. And Parabellum making good on their offensive half as they've guaranteed an at least split side.
Absolutely the case. Chance to push the envelope one step further and lock in a 4-2 attacking side Villa. Certainly alive and well here too. Going to see TSM try to deny intel here to a pretty extent as they'll be putting the mutagenerator down directly next to the laundry door. I'm sure we'll have a few others sprinkled around here too as we'll be back on the kitchen hold for TSM.
I found that Electroclaw too. It's actually right above the bomb chassis on the arch there for dining. So if anybody at home wants to apply an Electroclaw that's pretty cheeky, that's how you get what Bolo is reinforcing. No, there it is, electrified, just like that. So, a little cheeky one there for you folks, and make sure to apply it in your ranked game so everybody can call you sweaty and that they hate you and that they wish that your elo was theirs, but instead, obviously, it's on the other foot. So, deployable shield here for the top floor, past the memes and everything else in between. Parabellum really want to get up to this top floor and start working for Master. They do have Aska on the sledge, so they'll be really looking to try and use him to break up quite a bit of this flooring.
Away from that, things will go fairly quiet after the first 30 seconds have transpired. Mainly just Parabellum setting themselves up for the initial clear, but obviously not ready to pull the trigger on it just as of yet. Going to be continuing to wait out until they have appropriate intel, or they can find a play they can realistically make here. And it may very well fall to players like Achieved or Bolo that become that target for the initial execute here on PB's last attacking round. Drone starting to flood in here. It's going to reveal the positions of these players too, but as we have seen over the course of this half, TSM are not going to necessarily fear the revealing of their positions. They'll stick around for a little bit longer, ready to challenge the initial hop-ins. Here's going to be the issue though. As they lose players, they cannot maintain these positions anymore because flanks become a very viable way to kill them. But the drone going to be thrown over here at Bolo. Even though Chala has gone down, Bolo stays stalwart in his position behind the wall and is going to be able to exchange the kill back against Blaz, knocking out the Nomad before they can put down any of those air jabs inside of the building too. So that's a pretty big piece of utility now knocked out.
A huge piece from Parabellum removed, and Penguin now taking a lot of heat. Bolo is going to go down for the top floor, and that's going to give the man advantage over to Parabellum, but this timer could start eating at them depending on when they're able to transition this downstairs. They got the sludge in already, and he'll begin making it complicated to play inside of dining. Achieve still holding on to Astro, and the remaining members of TSM locked into sight. Gio be playing behind Tetris, has a beautiful shot on Gunnar. Nitro sell out, won't take out the sledge, but Gunner's now dead. It's a 3 versus 3. Aska can't find the angle onto the Tetris player as Gio. He somehow found the singular safe spot in the entire site, but now he's dead to Kool-Aid. Achieve trying to retake upstairs. He's found himself a sledge, but Aska wins out the fight. Achieve is going to want that one back as he's going to lean it all onto Merc's shoulders, and he can't get the kill either. It's Penguin from the rear for Parabellum to win out their offensive side.
BB make it work in their favor, and this is despite TSM being set up in quite a few power positions where they could have brought the round back under their control, whether it was Gio playing on the interior position in the site or the last second flank that we were seeing rotate its way upstairs. Unfortunately, the members of TSM just not able to make their shots land in that scenario, which left far too many opportunities for PB to excel their own game forward open, and as a result, they take control of a fourth round. They now have the lead at 4-2 here, being able to isolate out one final defense. They get their own opportunity to jump on the defensive side here and win some more rounds.
All right, well, this is where the rubber meets the road. Parabellum now with the defensive end and arguably the better side, but that doesn't mean that TSM can't start getting things back into their own good graces. They only need 2 rounds to tie things up, and it all starts here with AVG. Parabellum's going to be leaning into the Mira setup that we were talking about previously. We actually have some reinforcements going on downstairs, so we'll have to see how that affects things when TSM attempts to clear this out later on. They are bringing quite a few frag grenades. They have 4 of them, as they'll have Geo on the Nomad, and their overall offensive lineup really looking like they want to try and prioritize master side.
Attackers must locate and defuse a bomb.
Here comes TSM for the first time on their attacking side now. No surprises on the operator lineup, very similar to what we were seeing out of PB, if not the exact same thing, with maybe a few stylistic changes at best. PB also bringing out a very similar flair to what we saw from TSM. We are going to see the Maestro come out for PB, though, which I didn't see TSM use too heavily. That's going to be equipped by Gunnar, obviously inside of an AVG round, too, and you're going to want that all to be able to play out from the inside of Gun Vault or another power position.
Well, TSM's actually going to start setting things up over on the study side. Whenever you see the Nomad work her way in, you can always kind of bank on the fact that you could see a full clear, but not exactly just yet here from TSM. They could have seen that mirror setup and just called it back instead. The air jab's still amazing when it comes down to just preventing angles like just simply the study door from the top of main or things along those lines are always acceptable in a lot of different scenarios, so it's still going to be beneficial for TSM at the end of the day. Parabellum going drone hunting, but for Kool-Aid, he won't find too much. TSM are trying to drone out this setup as they've realized that the setup for Parabellum is decently complex, especially as it reaches farther over towards the master side with a thing like the mirror window and things along those lines. But for PB's sake, the majority of their forces are right around the site, and in fact, Gunnar currently holding the top of red. Bolo and Merc trying to work their way through Trophy and Statuary. Merc right outside of the bore window, so they could press upon Gunnar's location at a moment's notice.
Gunnar ready to move up and challenge some of these quick entries against him, but not going to be able to find the challenge this early on in the round. TSM still building up the confidence to move forward over towards Death's Door. So we aren't going to see an early duel come out from either one of these squads. Away from that, however, Gunnar still keeps a very aggressive position alive just beyond the edge of that doorway, ready to immediately challenge should the opportunity present itself. Good drone denial coming in from deeper in the site, too, means that they are not going to be aware of Gunnar's position until they're able to potentially get another one a bit deeper into it. Bolo, though, will be the first to be found out on this round. Penguin ready for the challenge sent out against him. There's the peek from Gunnar, but it's a whiff. He goes down to Merc. Thankfully, Penguin has the exchange, and he makes sure that Merc can't go any further out of this situation. Penguin, in the meanwhile, nearly being knocked out by a nade. We'll see if the second one finishes the deal for Achieved. It will, as we see Penguin's foot falling to the floor for a second there. He gets knocked out with the destruction, and that will be an advantage to PB as we go into the final 30 seconds of play.
What a cheeky setup with the barbed wire on the maps table, though, making it to where you have to have that singular angle to see through it and see Penguin in the first place. But obviously, since he's able to just sit there, he can sit right inside of it and see all of the other players around the area. The smoke out to try and prevent Geo. He's going to have to hightail it out of there before he dies, especially after the impact nade from Eska. I think TSM have finally realized just how bad this situation is. Geo finds a hole, Blast finds a kill, actually no, Kool-Aid rather finds the kill, it just wasn't immediate. The SMG-11 will down the player in study, and there's the remaining members of Parabellum to take it to TSM and push us to a 5-2 lead, and a pretty strong one at that. This is Parabellum playing up to their absolute best caliber.
Gonna echo your thoughts with regards to that map table setup there. Wasted a huge amount of quintessential time for TSM to actually get into the site and be able to clear it with a bit of a time bank cushion so that they could set themselves up for a post plan appropriately. That pretty much immediately removed any additional bank they would have had going into that site and away from that too. Even though, yeah, Gunnar's position in the corner didn't play out well, Penguin got the immediate exchange, and we weren't really able to see any additional follow-up from TSM, so it still worked out brilliantly for PB as they now continue to lock in even more of a lead over TSM here at 5-2. Just 2 rounds to go now. Parabellum will be able to excel more likely past TSM's position currently in 6th. We'll have to wait and see where exactly that leads them. As keep in mind, folks, we still have one more game to follow this as well. That quite honestly is probably going to change up our rankings as dramatically as this one will, given how close all of our teams are right now.
Absolutely. And speaking of changing things up, Bolo, Geo, and Merc all eyeing a different op. And Geo with the quite interesting one, at least initially, with the Blitz pick. But Blitz, really not the best op when it comes to trying to clear out a site like this. There's a lot of different ways you can sit pretty Oh no,
Man, the
Blaz.
timing.
That is probably one of the worst spots.
Gio doesn't even know, I don't think.
One of the worst spots to run through inside the first 15 seconds on any map is probably Mudroom on Villa. I'm not even joking. That's like immediate crossfire, right off the first 10 seconds.
I don't think Gio managed to see the fact that
he probably doesn't even know that he did it. He has no idea until somebody draws the blood stream there.
They're going to have no idea that someone's 80 HP down right now on the side of PB. But either way, huge advantage at TSM once they figure it out. Blaz as well was probably going to end up being one of the more aggressively leaned out players. Obviously, that's not really going to be the case anymore. He's still
say that.
Yeah, he's still going to try, but unless he gets an outright flank, his chances of coming out on top of any sort of even gunfight are slim to none right now.
Yeah, nice little gust of wind will take him out, huh? He's working his way over for the pantry stairwell. Awkward here, to be honest with you. This positioning for Blaz is really make or break. It's a pretty big coin flip. It just really depends on how TSM drones this out. He's worked his way back in, but oh, this is gorgeous here. No info downstairs, and this door actually has some holes in it that he doesn't have to make himself. So Blaz can just occupy this angle, and I can almost guarantee you that not a single member of TSM is going to check this when they walk in kitchen, because it's something that you just get used to. I mean, there's going to be a couple holes in some doors. Yeah, so there's really nothing to worry about. Achieved. He's looking back and forth. A phone call. That's a big one there, but they might not be close enough. Bolo's actually taken a lot of heat, and there it is. Yeah, that's what I was saying. With the phone call even going out, with that door being there, it muffles things quite a bit just with how Siege audio works. So that hole's got to be big enough, and then it's got to transfer through there. And also TSM is pretty far away from his location inside of Pantry there. So, I mean, given the circumstances, Parabellum, they're firing on all cylinders. I mean, they even have the stars aligning for him in a certain sense with, plays like that.
Pretty sure playoff contentions are still alive and well for PB as well, so there's a lot
everybody
to fight for inside of this. Yep, like you said, everybody except Mirage still has a chance. It might be a bleak chance, but it's a chance indeed here, as TSM's Bolo nearly is lost to the Toxic Bay, being placed just as they were ready to swing into Astro. This will give the PB members a few extra seconds to analyze the scenario and potentially line up some flanks too. Oh nice. No, though, Kool-Aid has a belief that the downstairs part of the map is under their control, drops into it thinking he's going to be safe, only to walk directly into Achieved here. Another kill found by TSM as well. Gio finally able to take out a player fully as he knocks out Penguin, but responses from Gunnar are strong. He gets 2 trades, and now while Parabellum are heavily injured, they still have all of the angles needed to win out and shut down the execute from TSM as they forge yet another round. They're only 1 away now from getting the W finally against the world champions. If you guys remember, during the analysis desk, we talked about this. PB has yet to find a win versus TSM, so this would be a huge deal for them, not only in terms of their playoff contentions, but overall as a team to finally push past TSM and win a series against them.
Oh man, those player cams, John, that's what Esports is about right there. You see the smile on Blaz's face. Man's never been able to touch a stage like he is right now, and he's just so pumped about it. 1 more round, he keeps saying to everybody on the bench, and that's all they need to seal the deal up against TSM, who Pojo has to have a conversation with at the current moment. They're lacking when it comes to the frag department, nothing really coming together, and the big thing is that the refrags aren't there. Parabellum has been able to bowl them over in a lot of different instances when it matters most as well. That's the biggest thing. It'll be like 1 minute and 15 seconds left, and all of a sudden Parabellum pick up 2 huge kills, and then TSM has to try and clutch it out near the tail end. That's not how you want these sides to be going, especially with the offense being able to control a decent amount of the pacing, especially once they get that foot in the door. So it's been fairly unfortunate for TSM, and now it looks like they'll have to try and attack a kitchen dining setup. This is potentially our last round between PB and TSM FTX. And speaking of TSM, Geonitis, back in what we saw earlier, the Blitz, but it wasn't locked in. We'll see if it actually goes through this time.
I have a pretty big feeling it's going to end up staying, just because of the fact that we saw it get switched to in the middle of the pause.
Pantry rush?
No,
Pantry rush?
They got swapped out. Yeah, it's going to be a Dokkaebi instead. Gio always does this. There's like a few players keep doing this to us. Like
disappointment is miserable.
They bait these crazy picks when it like makes sense to actually do it, and then they don't do it. And it's like, man, I'm starting to get frustrated by that. But yeah, no, obviously we're not going to see him use that. Is going to be switching over, I believe. It won't even end up on the original Switch either. He's going to end up on a Nomad at the end of the day. And we'll see Bolo switch over to a Twitch.
I mean, if you really want to talk to him, I mean, you live in Vegas, so you could just, roll on over there and have a very strong-worded conversation with Gio.
I know where he lives.
you do. I know where you sleep, Gio.
I actually don't.
Well, that's probably a good thing. I think Gio probably feels a lot more
I've been at
safe.
most of the team houses, but I ended up losing the addresses so quickly, I probably couldn't find my way back there if I tried.
Dude, the OXG house is a pretty good time. Had a pretty good time there when I was there. That was a long time ago, actually. Oh my goodness gracious. That was the Vegas Miner. Oh my gosh. That's when Rain Day was our host. What a guy, by the way. Amazing individual, and still doing some amazing things for esports as well, so shout out to him. But past that, this first opening minute really wasn't all that action-packed, folks. TSM has decided to start clearing through Study and try and get some control over AVG. Now, the big thing is, did they clear it correctly? Answer, no. Gunner's still here and behind the bar, and oh my god, Bolo, you're dead as right.
Surprised he didn't go for the melee kill there.
Dead as a doornail, and Gunner, yeah, just sit here. There's really nothing more to do. Just sit around, impact things out, be annoying, try and get another kill. I mean, you're probably gonna die. Yes, I was good. I swear to God, if he would have gotten out of there, John, I would have put the headset down and just left. There's no way that TSM can allow somebody to do that. You are one of the best teams in North America in the history of Rainbow Six, and you cannot allow something as simple as Gunner impacting out of the game's bar to let you not get that kill inside of Study. But big thing now for TSM, this timer really starting to eat at them as Gunner's eating up quite a bit of this.
I would have been curious to see if Gunner could extend that a little bit further if he went out onto like balcony or something, but either way, that's a topic for the analysis desk as Merc is going to be able to make another impact frag here against PB. They have the player advantage now, but can they work it into the site? That's going to become the big issue, as keep in mind, we're in a downstairs hold right now. They still need to make that transition. That's going to be the biggest part of this, is now we got Blaz directly contesting only for one, though, gets the confirmation on the Geo. There's a small opportunity for Blaz to escape and get res by Penguin, but I don't think Penguin wants to take the opportunity on it, so he's going to stay nice and tucked away inside of the bathroom. Merc will get that confirmation in as well. Achieved will knock out the only remnant of the defense remaining downstairs. It's all up to Penguin hiding in the bathroom, and he'll get found out pretty quickly too. TSM get a very one-sided round in their favor, aside from the shenanigans with Gunner, of course, and that's going to start to make up the difference here as they try to come back.
Yeah, Gunner's got to be a little salty about that. Doing so much for them inside of that opening moment. The missed drone from TSM that bags Gunner the kill, but past that, almost able to make it out as well. So now TSM able to stave off elimination as Parabellum still need one round to close things out. TSM 6-3 at the current moment. They're going to be shifting things up for the Mott team now here. As Gio will be tossing that in. Not going to be having too much of a change-up across the board, though. Just the two French ops coming in. Bolo was already on the Twitch previously. The SAS op of Sledge in, as well as Ace and Yana. So, fairly straightforward affair when it comes to the take for an AVG site. And with that opportunity presented in front of them, it actually seems like TSM wants to try and shift some things up. The Ying will come in. We saw her banned earlier on Oregon, but obviously ready to be played here for Villa.
Garhub's going to work its way into the lineup as well onto Merc, so very curious to see what exactly TSM want to build up, whether it's more of an aggressive swing into 90, being supported by the Ying Candelas. We had obviously a Montaigne teased from Geo, but that's been re-picked away as they needed to keep the composition a bit more mobile, and they needed some anti-roam, so that's why they're going to bring the Nomad back into the fold one more time here to potentially bolster up the lineup a bit further. PB showing us very much the same thing we've been seeing out of them for most of this half so far, so they're looking to still lock in round number 7 here and now, what would be a huge victory for them. At a 7-3 upset against TSM. Some big points going on the board too that should surge them at minimum past TSM. As you can see at the top there, they have the same exact record right now, potentially into the top 4 as well.
Yes, indeed. First minute, TSM using this for most of their info game, seeing what's going on this base floor. Gio's going to apply an air jab to, I believe, the bottom of red, right up inside of the arch, so no one will be allowed to work their way towards piano any longer. TSM trying to set things up around the site for Study. They'll have to deal with Eska around the main stairs in Kool-Aid that's playing on the bookshelf with his smoke nades. Be able to get rid of at least one of the drones here, but still plenty in the back pockets of TSM. Kool-Aid will continue to be able to take those down, but that doesn't mean that the offense has to propel themselves anywhere. In fact, they can just wait things out and see how Parabellum want to try and fix things up near the mid-round. TSM really hasn't pushed themselves in any one way, so still extremely malleable as of now.
Half the round gone, however, so time will start to get into the way of TSM's greater plans if they don't have the additional time to set up whatever they want to go for here. You can see TSM starting to build up the confidence to go for the swing on main stairs. Candelas will make impact here, force the player into the corner, but oh no! They're not going to see Kool-Aid hiding out directly in the corner. He'll be allowed to just pump one right into Bolo. Now he can get in the way of the stairs execute too. A huge blunder from TSM, and it might very well cost them the game. Chala is the last player left standing, and that's it. Kool-Aid for one more as PB get it done and lock in the regulation victory against the world champs.
Sometimes it's the little things in life, folks, like misdroning somebody in a corner before you go for your execute. That's exactly what we see from TSM. Parabellum getting one over on the Titans of North America, as they'll take it to the house. Blaz and Kool-Aid especially showing up today. 12-6 for Blaz, and 11 kills on the board for our smoke main.
The hopes stay alive in the playoffs for PB, but now we have to ask the question of where they sit for TSM. The stage has been so close, and a win like that is certainly going to shake things up in terms of who our top 4 will eventually be. Either way, a massive win here today for the Parabellum squad, and for TSM, another hard look needs to be taken. This is the second loss on Villa in a row after dropping it 4-7 to XSET just about a week or two ago.
Yeah, and really completely different showcases of what could be going on with TSM. This one a little misled when it comes to some of their offensive plans, and the last one, XSET being able to get quite a few clutches that we saw out of that unit. But past that, that's going to do it here for Parabellum versus TSM. We got one more game here to go yet again today, folks. And of course, we all know you want to watch it. It's going to be Mirage that is going to be deciding who will lock in initially for Germany, so do not touch that browser, as we have an analyst desk just after this break.
This cold case. I wake up with pain sometime and never go away. Wonder why I balance to my knees when I pray. In my city gritty, gotta keep it on your waist, or you might be a victim, they'll find you DOA. I can't lie, I've really been addicted to you. All of my attention I've been giving to you. Caught up in my feelings, I got feelings for you. Caught up in my feelings, I got feelings for you. On my mind, I can't lie. On my mind, till you dry, pull you down till you dry. All the time, ease my mind. All the time, ease my mind. I know that you're dangerous, I'm addicted to you.
Welcome back to the Rainbow Six North American League Analyst Desk. Doa, Tommy, Jacob with you, and over in Vegas, we have from Team Parabellum, it is Eska. That's right, getting the win today over TSM, pretty huge. I mean, Parabellum has been making strides all through stage 2. I feel like there's been some ups and downs, but beating TSM, beating the reigning world champions, and if I'm correct, beating them for the first time, it couldn't have come at a better time, huh?
Yeah, for sure. It feels good, especially after that loss in the SI qualifier last January, when they eventually win the SI. But it feels good to like come back and beat them on LAN.
Yeah. How's it been, Eska? Long time no see.
Yeah. Been a couple months.
Yeah, it's been. I got a quick question, man. Obviously, lately or during the stage, you haven't been having your best performance, but recently you've been, bringing it back up. And I know on Twitter you've said that after a team talk, after you guys' lost one of the losses last week, has helped you. What other things have you been doing, excluding TDM, and helped you to get better?
I do play a lot of TDM, but no, it's just focusing on like helping each other more, like listening to like teammates and what they need, and also asking like even me, like just asking what I need to be able to perform better. So basically, we just like we're making sure that our cohesion is way better as a team, and I think it's showing. It's showing.
Good, good.
Is it crazy having a guy like Gunnar who didn't have any Pro League experience prior to now showing up on the team and providing this much impact? And how has it been so far with Spacestation behind you guys?
Spacestation like brings a lot of like info and like his analyst is really good, and like just having Gunnar on the team, his vibes, like you cannot ask for better vibes on the team. Like always like good like constructive criticism like to help the team be better, and like he's just performing so well. He's like so confident in his gunfights, and like he wins a lot of them and like opens round for us. And we saw it today like with the nades he hit, like kind of blind, but like they're hitting, so we're just taking it and opens round for us.
So at this point, one more question before we let you go. At this point, looking ahead to possibly going to Berlin, I mean, you're doing everything you can. Obviously getting the wins will, especially in regulation, get you the most points to get towards that. But looking ahead to Berlin, if you make it, what do you think is going to be Parabellum's biggest asset in terms of going deep in the major?
I mean, I think playing like against like North America, we're like pretty good against a lot of different styles. Just from like in the past, I mean, we played at like XSET Invitational a year ago, and we did pretty well. And we love playing against international teams. Like I don't know, we're able like to adapt very well and like fit their play style to counter them. So I think if we make it to Berlin, we're gonna make a lot of noise.
All right, awesome. Well, best of luck doing that. Good luck with your game next week, and thanks for taking the time to chat with us.
Thank you very much. Have a good one.
You too.
So.
All right, well, there you go. Eska from Parabellum helping his team get the big 7-3 victory over TSM. The funny thing is we were watching that backstage, right? And, TSM wins that game, wins that round after Parabellum gets up to round 6, and we're like, oh, here we go again. It's going to be another one going to OT. It's been happening all day, but no, the very next round, Parabellum shuts the door on TSM. Their major hopes are not gone yet, but they are certainly diminished by a loss like this.
Did they have to make this any closer than it already was? We finally have a team qualifying, by the way.
I love it.
We got that, but we're still at a point where TSM's future is uncertain. Parabellum has suddenly shot back up into second place with this victory, by the way. Nothing about this is certain anymore. We finally have something happening, but it took until game 4 on this day, with only 5 games remaining in this stage, for us to get a definitive answer on elimination or qualification. If you're TSM, this is one of the most disappointing results you're going to have all year.
Honestly, Jake, I'm going to be honest with you. You sound more angry than I am.
I am, because not only is this an upturn for a TSM team that had problems last stage, that looked like they were doing considerably better. I wanted the only time that they suffered a loss this bad to be when they weren't playing with their whole team. But now, you have everybody completely healthy, and you'll lose to PB, and you'll lose by 4 rounds?
Hey, Parabellum coming up. What can you say? What can you say? There were some mistakes there, but PB playing it pretty great. But by winning in regulation, Parabellum has also helped out someone else. In fact, they have secured Oxygen their spot in Berlin. We have our first qualified team from NA going to the major. It is going to be none other than Team Oxygen. And it's going to be cool to see because Oxygen looks so strong in Charlotte right up until they ran into Astralis in the semifinals. You know they want to come back. They want to prove that they can get a bit farther than that, not crumple a bit like they did in Charlotte towards the end. And I got to say, with the way this Oxygen team is playing, they've got a good shot to do it.
You know, Dream qualified. Let's just get a Dream clap going on real quick. You know, just a Dream clap.
We'll get that. Good job, Dream.
But I will say, I'm happy for Dream as well. That's the second major being on this team, 2 stages in a row.
Where he wasn't on Mirage.
Yep, exactly. Wow. I didn't even need to do it. Sheesh.
No, I'm not even going to touch that one. But there you go. Speaking of Mirage, they are still our only team eliminated from major qualification possibilities. Meanwhile, Oxygen, again, our first team qualified. We thought coming into today we might have probably 2 teams qualify at the end of the day. We may only have this one. We'll see what happens in our next game, but it could just be it. It could be just an epic final day of Stage 2 to decide a lot of teams going to Berlin.
It totally could. However, we now have something a little bit more definitive, because at the beginning of the day, you might have noticed that the Soniqs only had like a 99% or so chance, and it was dependent on how a couple of other games went. Now, a little bit different. If the Soniqs were to win in regulation, regardless of what the actual score is, then they'll qualify. They will also go. We will have 2 teams locked in, which I did say at the beginning of the day, I thought we were going to have 2 times, so don't get mad at me again, but we may very well also see the Soniqs.
You said the same thing.
Yeah.
No, I said, hey, at minimum 2 today, and I thought that was wishful thinking, because I honestly figured 3, but we're not seeing that.
You just
Soniqs can still do it if this game upcoming actually goes their way. We'll see.
You just sound more angry than I am.
I'm angry at TSM. I'm not angry at anybody else but TSM.
It sounds more like passion to me. It sounds like passion for esports.
I'm upset. I don't look at this TSM team as having that many problems. And then a team like Parabellum takes them to task and picks them apart. That spells a lot more problems that maybe we behind the scenes don't fully understand. You got to fix it if you're going to go to Berlin. If this TSM team were to go to Berlin, who's to say that they don't fall apart again?
True enough. Well, if you'd like to talk a little bit more about that kind of topic, we've got some rounds to check out from that last map. Round number 5 is the first one we're going to look at. And I think one of the best things Parabellum did in this last series was show poise. They showed a methodical approach to how they were playing, even in high-pressure situations. Round 5 was an example of that. Could have gone for the plant, went for the pinch instead, went for the guaranteed win.
Yeah, as you can see right here, Merc's in a 2v1. He's playing 90. You can see Gunner right now underneath, but he's going all the way up blue. Penguin is just waiting. Gunner actually, instead of going up blue, goes up red. Penguin waiting, sets up a drone for bench, which is right there top red. Gunner, instead of pushing the guy 90, he's droning he's pushing up on the drone. The drone here gets shot in about a couple seconds. Gunner is sitting on red. Penguin getting his drones set up. Gunner now in sight. Penguin, notice the drones get shot in a couple seconds. Shot, instead of rotating around to go through wrist table, Gunner just pushed through sight, and they're just like, hey, let's pinch him, let's kill him, and let's end the round. You got to show an amazing round to Parabellum for doing that, because instead of going for the plant, they went for the kill, instead of taking a 1v1 while the plant.
Yep, it's the right call, and I also think a Parabellum team still would have been a little bit more prone to face checks at times like this. If it's an unwarranted swing or a time where maybe they get a little bit too kill hungry, but something about the way that they play with a little bit more composure here said, let's take the safe bet. Let's go for the play where we actually coordinate on the same guy, unless, for some reason Merc were to get aggressive and swing out of 90 and do something crazy. He didn't. He stays isolated in the same position, and even by the time Nook comes out, tries to swing him, ducks back in, it looks like he might even be able to kill Penguin. Penguin's just better in that moment. So that kind of coordination is the exact thing we need to see more from Parabellum. And if they do that in their matchup on Playday 9, maybe there's a chance they go to their first major ever.
Yeah, quite possible. They looked good in the final round of the game as well. Obviously, that's the round that won them the game. But there was another side to it, too. TSM, despite their progress that they've made in stage number 2 as far as looking more like that team that lifted the hammer at SI earlier this year, the mistakes are still present, and it costs them. In this case, it costs them the map. Let's check that one out.
This one's a problem. This is a real problem, I think, overall. Not only because we've demonstrated TSM having some droning problems in the past, but I look at this and think, how often is this exact mistake going to rear its ugly head yet again? So all of these are pretty standard defensive positions for PB. It's the Eska back down on the stairs. Kool-Aid has a quick rotate to get back behind bar. Gunner's the one playing inside 90. And everyone on TSM is trying to take a different part of this attack one by one. This usually has the tendency to work, but you probably need to double up, especially on something like a main stairs push, which is why there's so much smoke being tossed at it. So now watch as Geo and Achieve both try to make this push all the way up top. Eska is going to look to make the stop solo if he can, but the push is still going to work. Eska is still prone. That spot is something you have to calculate for, but look at how many kills happen just on the main stairs push, and you still have one down in that spot. Kool-Aid gets 3 after rotating back around with the Mossberg. He's still playing up top, finds the 4th on Shala. That's just the kind of power you have when you make a calculated swing, not a reckless one. We've talked about PB being the team to do that. Not the case here.
While being blind.
While being blinded. He just kind of presses mouse 1 and hopes for the best, but it still works.
I mean, he kind of put himself up in a position to know where the person would be, right? Once it wore off, he had the shot lined up pretty much already, and that was a shot that gave Parabellum a much-needed win to possibly help them go to their first major, like we were talking about a little bit ago. But our day's not done yet. We got one last map to go here at the Rainbow Six North American League. It's going to be Soniqs taking on Mirage. Can Soniqs be the second team to qualify for Berlin? We'll find out when we return in just a few.
Been on it, drum on the rail. I wrap it, I bag it, I pack it for sale. Got feeling on speed out, I hit me to chill. I give it a thrill, I put it on film. Facade get applaud, that ain't real. Come to my section and flex, we can tell. I got a show and she dipping them nails. I'm flipping my L's, I know they can tell. I did it too major, they hit me for favors. Been him since the cable was cut in the cradle. What's up, only right that I do it. Colossal until I'm a boss, so they want me to fail. Look, we prevail. Jump on your tail. Know that they talking, they telling them tales. Just know how to tell, that for the sale. Hey, they talk like they got it, but they need to stop it. I'm leading with logic, my heartbeat is frosted. I seen it, got optics I needed from Shawty. She mean with the top and it's obvious. They need him a target, I'm dodging their darts, make them reach for the stars. I'm dumping, I'm forcing the punt off the runs. I'm moving with caution, I'm saucing my nigga is nothing. From nothing to something they'll never be. Tycooning, I'm Dre with the thizzle face. I'm nothing my section has ever seen. Run the ice so I'm clutch, I don't need a screen. I'm Curry, I spit it from 30 deep. Do the pin in the pad like it's surgery. She been curving you just to flirt with me. Totally tucked out, but the jewels out. I just in a home with a full mouth. I'm a rare breed when the moon out. I'ma stop playing by the rules now. I been ran plays, need a new route. Queen said she needs space in a new house. Mom told me that she pray for the kid every day. No wonder I'm getting paid for the tunes now. It ain't ass, bitch, I'm on the rail. I wrap it, I bag it, I pack it for sale. Got feeling on speed out, I hit me to chill. I give it a thrill, I put it on film. This facade get applaud, that ain't real. Come to my section and flex, we can tell. Really outside with it. Run with it. Run with it. Run with it.
Bring around the rosy, pockets full like OD. I can move just how I move, cause don't nobody know me. Low key, still do more numbers than your fate. You can hate, but you can't say that I've been missing any place. Any fool, what it do? Moving quick, bustin' moves, steps ahead, cause I'm not working while you tryna catch a snooze. Keep it smooth. Not concerned with other dudes or what they do. Keep it true, I kick the truth. I'm not in so I can lose. Yeah. How'd you like it back to the bank? Tell her on us. Put in overtime so I do what I wanna. Yeah. Alright, yeah. Okay. Hey. Alright. Yeah. Okay.
Hey, we're back one last time for a pre-show here on Rainbow Six North American League, Week 4, Day 2. I can't believe it. We have only 1 day remaining after this. It is crazy, but it has been equally crazy with the results we've had today. 2 teams qualified, a team eliminated, and well, I guess 1 team qualified, a team eliminated, and maybe more after this next one. Let's check out the standings to see where we are at with all of that. Soniqs is the one we're looking at right now. They are the ones that have a chance to punch their ticket to Berlin with a regulation win over Mirage, which is our next series of the day. But, you know, I'm looking in the middle of the pack here, guys. I mean, everything's still so even. Map differential could be very important. TSM in trouble, though. -4 now.
It's totally possible. I think we looked at the beginning of the day and we were asking what is the minimum points threshold. It's not that 16 is, because theoretically there could be somebody who cracks into it and they don't quite meet that same threshold, but we're also looking at a field that is so stacked from second all the way down to, I'd say, 7th probably, that have actual realistic chances now of still qualifying, and they might only do it at like 15, or maybe at most it could be 17 in terms of who qualifies. It's actually nutty how close this can all get. The guarantee is that OXG are fine and that Mirage are going nowhere, but if we look at the probability, you see exactly how small of a chance these teams still have. Look at this one, 14% now for TSM. That loss was so detrimental, you don't have to worry about the round count even. They're -4 on round count at this point, which means even if they were to get the same amount of points as a team in 4th, they're at an extreme loss in terms of how far they'd be able to make it. For this matchup, the possibility of the Soniqs qualifying is huge, and the possibility for Beastcoast getting knocked out is all dependent on how that result goes.
Wow. So you're saying Rexon has Drip's fate in his hands?
In a manner of speaking.
What is it with members of that team always coming back in some way? That 92 Dream Team. Oh my.
Well, I mean, you see right there on your screen, like we talked about, Soniqs are winning in regulation. They're going to Berlin. OXG, I mean, they're already qualified. You can see even if they lose their next game, they're still going. Doesn't matter. It's all a matter of seeding really at this point. But let's talk about the final series of the day, the one that we're about to go into, Soniqs versus Mirage. Now, on the surface, this looks elementary for Soniqs. This looks like an easy win. This looks like, 7-3, 7-2, whatever. Mirage has been struggling, but you got to also take into account that when a team has zero pressure, like a team like Mirage, sometimes that kind of unlocks an extra level of skill that's kind of like hidden away by some of the onstage jitters that you get when you're still trying to play for something, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's like you said, when a team has no pressure, it's either they play like the best they ever have, or they just play like they don't care.
Yeah.
So, which one will we see today?
I feel like last stage we saw Mirage that played like they were just having fun, like you were on that Mirage team. Yeah, exactly, and you guys were winning, right? So do you feel like this squad is going to be the same way? Do you feel like they're going to just be like, well, pressure's off, let's just play, let's try and see what happens?
I feel like they will, but they'll also try their hardest. I know Nick will still like go crazy with the IGLing, and I think they will have a good chance. But like I don't know. Last time we've played them, like I was on a team. It was Villa at 7-2, and like it just felt like we didn't have the fragging power to get them one by one. You know what I mean? So like,
Here's an argument. They already know that their stage is lost, so why not play for the opportunity to somehow gatekeep Super from making the major in the first place? You have you have to like make your own motivation in moments like this. And for a Mirage team that's got some skill, there's still some things to figure out, but they play extremely structured in a one IGL system, why not get a little experimental and then see if what you do gatekeeps not only Beastcoast from earlier, which they effectively did.
Weak Coast,
Least Coast. But why not try that with a team like the Soniqs? You have to make your own motivation.
Well, speaking of the Soniqs, it's going to be very difficult, I think, to do that because this Sonic squad has been playing extremely well lately. Obviously, we saw at the end of stage number 1 last time around, they started to kind of show some signs of life. They obviously, had a big slump after coming back from SI, but they looked good at the very end of stage number 1. Now in stage 2, sure, there's been some bumps along the road, but for the most part, this team is starting to look like a team that wants to go to an international event and do well.
Burst overall on attack now, 100% confirmed. It was a battle between them and SSG for a little while. SSG obviously had a very good day, but the stat at the moment coming into today still skews in the Soniqs' favor. That's the thing that Super has been preaching, that they've always found a way to really reinvent themselves coming into Stage 2. They understand attacker repick. They're comfortable on a wide variety of maps to a point where they still have opened up the possibility of playing Border all the time. They've never banned it. They'd love to play it. They did it once in this stage, and they're bound to try to do it again at some point. But it's a matter of growth. This team was stuck in their ways with only a couple of maps played, and they would be back behind guys like Grixter to really be that spearhead. We haven't talked about him very much this stage, but he's still doing fantastic. This is shades of the old Grixter that we saw, I say stage 1, stage 2 of last year. It's not that long ago.
History.
I mean, even though everything in Siege moves at like a lightning pace, Grixter still never felt like the kind of guy who ever fell off on this team. Kansan might have the flashy moments, we might talk about super statistics, but Grixter's always been there and he's always been solid.
I think we kind of like joke too much on super statistics because he is, you know, the guy, Mr. Villain, Mr. 1.6. But we have to give him a break. You know, it's hard support. You're not going to get the kills. You're going to get the plants down. And I think with this stage, he's proving himself just like they did in year 1 or NAL year 2021.
Last
stage
year, yeah,
exactly. Where they were at every single major event and went to invite and were top 6. So you got to give him credit. Mr. 1.6 might not be 1.6 in KD, but he is positive on going to the majors.
See, that's great, but the graphic was about Grixter, not about Super.
Well, you know, I just make sure, like, you know, we, got to show Super some love.
Objectivity. I like it. And the fact is, at the end of the day, as we see Soniqs warming up there on stage, that it's a team game, right? Yeah. I mean, even your weakest link still has to be good enough to put you above a lot of other teams in the world, right? And I mean, even though Super Stats, might not have the greatest numbers in the world, his other teammates are there. He's doing his job. This Soniqs team seems like they're back in action here. A decisive win over Mirage would certainly solidify that. Because again, Mirage, lowest team in the league right now. They're outright. They're out of major contention, but you still need to take them seriously. I'm going to keep saying this. These teams are sometimes the most dangerous. So if you're Soniqs, you're thinking twice about this one. You're not going to approach it frivolously, I think.
Yeah, and especially for this squad, who in particular still love their objective-oriented gameplay. This is something that we touched on when Joe was here. The Soniqs are one of the teams that have the highest amount of attempted plants, even though they don't have the most number of plants of any team in the league. That goes to guys like Forest on Astralis and Dream on OXG. But this team still prioritizes on attack, ensuring that the diffuser can go down, even if it doesn't actually. If it doesn't manifest in a plant statistic, that might mean sometimes the guys who have a lot of plants sometimes force the issue, even if it means the team isn't completely ready for it. But this team always understands exactly the way that they want to play. And on attack, so far, it has manifested in the single greatest attacking win rate that we have seen in quite some time.
It's been impressive. Meanwhile, on the other side has been a hard road for Mirage here in Stage 2. They have not been doing great, and we talked about how the pressure may be off in terms of results, but there's also other pressure as well. I mean, there's pressure that, will you, forgive me, Tommy, will you be on the squad next stage? Essentially, do you think some of these players have that in mind that they're kind of playing for their jobs too?
Listen, I don't want to be biased because I came from Mirage, but I feel like there needs to be a change because right now, I've mentioned this many times, but I look at players in a 1v1 scenario against other teams, and I compare them. I'm like, all right, will Kento win a 1v1 versus Grixter? That can go either way. I feel like Kento's the only guy on Mirage right now that can play with his confidence and such. Ben versus Rexon in a 1v1, I feel like Rexon will take that. And I keep on valuing which one will beat which, and it always leans towards the other team.
Sure.
And right now, a statistic that I just want to say real quick, all players on Mirage are in the yellow and red zones for stats KD-wise. Not one green in sight.
Yep, everyone is below a 1.0 on the CGG scale or lower. But
all negative KD.
None of it's good. Aside from Benji, who is at least 4-4 on entry, so he's at least even.
Yeah.
Here's the question, though. Even though this Mirage team's not doing that great, would you prioritize in this moment having everyone continue to do well with the intent to use it as a proper rebuild and then go into stage 3, having changed some things up after you've kind of gotten through this stage? Is this a survival mentality, or do you do what you can here and then if you're unsatisfied with it, blow it up for stage 3 and try something different?
I think something needs to change. Just coming from me, since I was on a team, I feel like there's in-depth into the issues within Mirage that, like, obviously I won't go into full depth, but I feel like there needs to be some sort of like rebrand or like ideology changing, in my opinion.
So you're saying the problem is systemic enough that if they don't meet it at the root and sooner rather than later, then they're going to keep failing?
Yeah, because like the stats show themselves, like I'm not there and they're still 10th place.
Right.
So there's obviously an issue.
So you're saying that if you were there, it wouldn't have been a problem?
No, because I was still 10th with them.
Sure.
It doesn't matter because I was there 10th and I'm not there and they're still 10th. So there's obviously an issue at hand that people are just like going over because, oh, they've only had a couple weeks to fix.
Maybe we got to blow it up. I think one more thing we got to blow up is that slogan. It's not an illusion.
No,
that's
I
exactly
agree.
what a Mirage is. So I think if anything, we need maybe a new slogan for Mirage because just doesn't make sense.
It doesn't make sense to me.
Mirage is literally an illusion.
There is a funny thing going on Twitter. Every single pro team right now wants Mirage to win, and they have a hashtag going, and it's called hashtag in Knicks We Trust, and I think it's a good one.
Yeah, there you go.
Well, take that spam in chat. Hashtag in Knicks We Trust. And
Here's our map ban.
There's a very good reason for that.
Yeah.
If you're any team that has yet to qualify for the major, you don't want Soniqs to qualify now, and you want most of those chances to come in Playday 9, so everyone is ferociously rooting for, if nothing else, this team to at least take Soniqs to overtime, and the battleground is going to matter quite a lot. So as we dive into these, there's a couple things to focus on for Mirage. There's like some that they've never liked playing. Your Banks, your Chalets, your Oregons, even though they've tried some of them, they've never seen as though they've worked. So if we see them remove all these from the board, Bank coming up next makes perfect sense. The issue with this is that the Soniqs can really tailor this ban phase around the things that Mirage don't like if it were to fall with all 3 of these bans in sequence for Mirage, which it has. So it means that the Soniqs really get to control the way that this ban phase goes, and they're going to decide between the final 2 maps. So Mirage ban Club, which means it's down to Cafe and Villa. We might see our 3rd Villa on the day.
Dude.
But this is what we saw earlier from a Mirage team that tried to be a little bit more creative on Villa, and it didn't work. And it's left up to the Soniqs to decide it because the Soniqs will never play Cafe. That's never going to happen, so we're down to Villa. This was all orchestrated to give the Soniqs the best possible chance on a map they know Mirage have never demonstrated any fluidity on.
I'm surprised because, you know, going back to Mirage from all the way back to stage 1 of 2021, they were always a good clubhouse team. And I know with Nick's back, he's a really good clubhouse, like IGL and player. I'm surprised they banned it. But I will say, Soniqs did get them to the point that, you know, they thought Mirage is going to take them to the Cafe, and then they banned it. So Villa now is 7-2 last stage. What will it be this stage? Will it be in Mirage's favor, or will it be in Soniqs? And if Mirage wins this game, apparently there's a new statistic that they go to Berlin right away.
Yep, but they have to do it in regs. Wait, are you saying Mirage will qualify?
Yeah, Mirage qualifies for Berlin the moment they win this game.
Oh, yeah, true. Yeah, so if the Soniqs lose, then Mirage are going to congratulations.
It doesn't work like that.
Wait,
there's no
actually,
invites.
They've already qualified. Congratulations to Mirage. You're going to Germany. I'm kidding.
Wow. Misleading. Fake news.
Fake news.
Yes. Let's call that one right there.
I am Fox.
Yeah, there you go. Let's talk about predictions here. Might not take very long. Desk, Blue, Stokes. Who do you think is going to win this game?
I'm going to be going with I'm not going with Mirage. I assume that you probably already knew that, Doa, and that's why you were talking about that initially. So I'm going to go with the Soniqs.
Right.
Big shocker there. I'm sure everybody at home is quaking in their boots.
I do think it's going to be like somewhat close. I don't think
No,
that,
you don't.
I don't think we're going to go overtime,
John,
but
really?
I think like 7-5's in the cards here, mainly because it's on Villa. I think there's like a wild card effect on Villa that we can see Mirage get a few rounds off of, but I still think Soniqs can ultimately win.
All right, well, 2 for Soniqs. Not too shocking. We'll check back into their casters in just a moment. The Desk, I would imagine we're all thinking Soniqs as well. Now, twice today, everyone, the coin, the fans, the casters, the analysts,
we don't need
one
reminding
team,
of this, man.
The other team has won. I feel like we might be headed into another scenario. This is the least likely, but it's Soniqs, right?
Listen.
What?
I'm literally looking at my prediction right now. There's a computer in the table.
Lower than the coin.
33%.
Wow.
I can hear a caster laughing right now. It's not funny.
This might be the worst guest percentage we've ever seen.
I can hear a caster laughing right now. It's really not funny.
It's been a tough
I'm
day.
very, very angry.
It's been a tough day for predictions, but I'm assuming you're going with Soniqs, yeah.
Yeah, I am going with Soniqs. That's the safest bet, and I think like it will be like a 7-3, 7-4, but I feel like it won't be a complete blowout.
I disagree wholeheartedly for one very specific reason. Name me a time where we saw a Mirage game on Villa actually matter for Jack's squad. Back in stage 1, they played it twice, lost it twice, 16% on attack, 33% on defense. They've played it once so far this stage, and according to these numbers, it was the XSET game, and they have yet to win a single round on attack. So I don't know where John's confidence in this is coming from. I don't know where Tommy's confidence in this is coming from. So it's probably going to be Soniqs in what I will consider a 7-2, maybe.
All right, well, we'll see. The coin has yet to decide as well. It's going to be heads, Soniqs, tails, Mirage.
We needed to pick Mirage here. Badly.
You know what? All stage long, the coin is like the Mirage. It's not going to stop now.
Oh.
The coin liking Mirage is not an illusion. It does. There's tails. The coin says Mirage.
Good.
What's the fan vote say? I'd imagine it says Soniqs. But hey, Mirage fans out there, Mirage players out there, parents, whatever, at least the coin has consistently, nearly always picked Mirage as sage. So there you go. You got a big fan. Let's see what the community poll looks like going into our final game of the day. Who would win in a boxing match?
What?
Tommy or Jake?
Listen,
we can answer this right now.
Hold up, let's just be honest.
We can answer this right now.
You'll win in a boxing match, but a wrestling match, I'll pin you down. You will not. Don't let me do it.
Yeah? Yeah? We can settle this right now.
We have EMTs on site,
I know
right?
who wrote the poll, but we can have the cam back out. Like there's space on the floor, like right here. We can do this.
Yeah, we've done.
Don't test me, bro.
They've done like
I'm gonna rip my blinds
streamer
open.
boxing and things like that.
I'll take my shirt off right now.
So, you know, the producers are telling us no way.
Yeah.
No physical altercation.
No, thank you, she said.
On the desk.
John W. Ubisoft
but then again,
is screaming in my ear saying, don't take your shirt
I gotta say, production, you put that question up there. Tempting fate. I'm just saying. Well, we're going to go to break real quick,
poll, right?
And when we come back,
you're going to win the poll.
We'll see if these two are still alive, and we'll also see our final series of the day, Soniqs versus Mirage. Don't go anywhere. Rainbow Six North American League begins, or the final game, that is, begins right after the desk is, dudes are, we'll be back. You guys are so distracting.
Trippin' Aquafina, I'm sippin' 15, kept a weapon on me. Blow make digits, I'm on my business, stack chicken like what it's gon' be. Crew in the cut, hey, you want us, red run when I tell a peace. Love is love. Love is love. Adios. Bendo with the switch again. Boy deliver like he heffinin'. Core with digits, give him estimates. Somersaults for my Benjamins. I got what you need, baby. Skirt the Chevy, make a scene, baby. LABB been the team, baby. Been Papa, word the G, baby. Look, lab till I'm finished. Had a handful of lemons through the hand. Got a bag, now the hands in the business. For my hand, it's a ticket. Talking Mazda for the biggest. That's a comma and a comma and a comma. Gotta get it. I've been playing with the minutes that they been shoulda gave. And I'm flipping every digit that they been shoulda paid. Had to find a way to get it. No, this isn't what you made. If I ever wanna dip, then I'm brink with the blade. And I'm brinking a blink on the brink of some dumb shit. Watch how I move, cause I know the brink's coming. Watch for the blues, cause I know that they dumping. Nothing in my view, so it's hush on discussion. Hush on discussions, you know what you need to. I keep it in the fam to let you know that I don't need you. Y'all cats be see-through, head not the piece. You been king, I'm regal, got it in my Abisu. Came through tripping Aquafina, I'm sipping 15, kept a weapon on me.
I'm Marmalade, and this is the NAL.
Welcome back to the NAL, ladies and gentlemen. It's dinner and a show here as we've got the final game ready to go. Should be a good one here as the Soniqs are looking to qualify for the major. We've got some really good tiramisu, by the way. This is fantastic, isn't it, Sto? Wait, do you have a second one? They only gave me one.
You're asking way too many questions.
Why did you get 2? Either way, we've got a good game coming up here. We're going to be chilling out for it, though. Welcoming you, ladies and gentlemen, to it, though. It's bound to be a fun affair. Welcome to the final game of the day, as we have Mirage up against the Soniqs here, going to Villa as well here. Now, Jacob was a big disagreement from me on this point, but I personally think that this has the potential to go, like, the half distance. I wouldn't say the full distance all the way into overtime, but I do think that we could get, like, 5 or 6 rounds out of Mirage here, because Villa's been a little bit of a wonky map for a few teams this stage.
Yeah, see, thank you for giving me enough time to finish my
Yeah, no problem. I had
appreciate
to
it.
ramble on for a moment, so hopefully
Of course.
people were getting me. But you go ahead now. I'm going to finish mine.
All right, so, I think the big thing is, Blue, I'm going to have to disagree with you here. I don't think that we're going to be going the full breadth. I don't really see, a 7-5 or even a 7-4. I think the maximum that we're going to see out of this game is a 7-3 for Mirage. But obviously, I've been proven wrong before, and I'm ready here to do it yet again. Mirage has had a pretty interesting stage, you could say, back and forth, especially with some of the sicknesses that they had initially for stage 2, where they were just locked into their home for a few of their games. So fortunately enough, we will have them here in the venue for our very last game of the day, Mirage and TSM here on Villa, and it's bound to be a fun one.
Let's get into it, ladies and gentlemen, and see if we can get that upset from Mirage. Got that hashtag trending. What was it again? Something from Nyx?
Hashtag pulling for Nyx, shooting for Nyx, something like that.
I'm gonna find it.
Either way, basically everyone needs Mirage.
Nyx we trust.
Everyone needs Mirage to beat the Soniqs. That's really what the tail of the tape is. You guys have more than likely seen some tweets out of quite a few different people. The big one, Canadian, tweeted about it as well. So Flores and Finka are going to get removed from the offensive side past all of the social media stuff. And now we'll have to see if Mirage can put their money where their mouth is and get a game over on the Soniqs here for Villa. Soniqs will remove Zami on the defensive end. And what is Mirage thinking?
We'll find out in just a moment here. Already some interesting things to talk about with regards to the bans and how it's kind of developed over the course of the past week or so. Finka has been a mainstay, specifically in today's games as well. We've been seeing her banned out like crazy.
You know what I say?
What?
Good.
Just full chaos for
yes,
you. Just
absolutely. Full on Elmo on
you're just
fire.
You're just like, good. Let's get some more of that.
Good. Now kill her. I want Finka's next change to be that she just doesn't have a gun. She's actually a pacifist, and she just adrenal.
She's the medic
people.
waiting behind the scrimmage line outside of these training exercises.
Exactly. And you know what, Ubi? You can give her 1 extra drone so that it equates. It's perfect. Fantastic.
She could just be the new recruit.
There you go. But besides that, into the map now, past those bans, and our very first defense is actually going to be Mirage, setting things up over inside of Trophy and Statuary. We just got off of a pretty hotly contested game. Well, I mean, you could say that, just depends on really how you look at it, but Parabellum with a pretty heck of a showing when it came to their Villa match up against TSM just moments ago, and now we get to see it all over again. Mirage going with actually a pretty similar setup to what we saw with this extension over towards AVG, but the Mira is going to be here for Marmalade to try and assist with some vision and to study.
To get the Amaru teased, obviously, but it's been swapped out, so no Gar hooks this time for Yeti. That's going to be removed from play. Other than that, the only real change-up that we're going to be seeing on Mirage is Kento going over towards Mozzie. We have been seeing Mozzie trend down a little bit in terms of the pick rate recently.
You could say even more than that, my friend.
Yeah.
I don't even remember the last time we've seen a Mozzie.
So this is going to be actually a pretty far cry from what we've tended to expect inside of this slot, but it'll combine quite well with the usual addition of a mute to assist with him. So big emphasis from Mirage here on trying to deny the intel game. Like Stoke said, though, it's not really the way we've been seeing the game played recently, so this is going to be interesting to see how it plays out for Mirage.
Yeah, indeed. And the big thing is that Soniqs have access to a lot of different utility pieces that can completely circumvent both of their utilities, the big one being Yeti. Any of these EMPs will allow them to get open walls as well as get into rooms completely unimpeded, and that's exactly what we've seen. Kansan slides into Statuary and knows exactly where Marmalade lies, but do they know that Nyx is inside of the bathroom awaiting their arrival, swinging out for the window, but he's going to back off slowly. A Twitch drone's actually discovered another MRG location. It happens to be Marm again, as she shifted over towards Concrete and is trying to hold things down on Master.
Away from that, still seeing things build up to a pretty slow broil here for the Soniqs as they're waiting for the first mistake to come out from Mirage, an aggressive peek or something else such as that they can use to springboard themselves into the site. Have not been able to get it working yet, although a nade's going to be thrusted upon Marm, forcing her out of the safe statue position, but honestly into another engagement here, at least for a second or two, until she rotates back out into the connector, leading into Statuary to group up with some of her teammates.
This is so awkward for Mirage, especially since they have so many bodies, but really the only one being on site was Nyx up until Melted walked his way back in. They've been able to slow down Soniqs, but is it going to make good on this promise of draining the time bank? Case now down, as Kansan had that in his hands. Marmalade will be able to pick that up from bench, but with this last minute, this looks like potentially Mirage has actually done it. They might have delayed long enough. Soniqs were just draining out Mirage's utility, and they've gotten Nyx down to nothing, and only one Nitro Cell remains, but Mirage have hit their mark when it comes to the frags.
Grixer just sitting back, waiting now, hoping for someone else on Mirage to peep up. Mainly Melted in this scenario, but he's not giving away anything. Soniqs have to work for every inch from this point forward, and unfortunately, don't have a whole lot of time to try and work it themselves. They're still going to be able to get Yeti to the interior part of the site, but again, no peek. Finally, we get one from Melted, and since pretty much everybody on the Soniqs was paying attention to him, they're going to be able to melt him pretty quickly. He goes down. Now the focus from Yeti shifts over towards the red stairs, where they're going to catch Mar mid-transition, but Benji also ready for an immediate exchange. He takes Yeti right back out of the fight and still keeps a +1 advantage alive for Mirage, and oh no, a bad turn of events for Grixer as he walks into an area the map he was not expecting to find anyone. Goes down with the case in hand, and unfortunately for Super, there just really isn't enough time to find these last two players or get the case down on the ground, so Mirage will win it on the 0 timer.
Very well done from Mirage, leaning into their site setup and forcing the Soniqs into a time sink as they constantly try and get the utility out of the MRG defense, but I mean, it's like trying to get blood from a stone. It just doesn't really work out for them. Eventually, Soniqs has to go for something else. They push themselves forward for a couple of the frags, a big piece being Yeti, as he tried to get control of bench and top red, and he accomplishes that, but Mirage even have that set up for a refrag, as Jaeger is all the way inside of 90 to take down Yeti for that situation. The Soniqs haven't been able to get their round just yet, but at least for the first round, it's looking like Blue might have a leg to stand on when it comes to the amount of rounds MRG gets.
We'll have to wait and see just how far Mirage can push this envelope, as it's a promising first round for them, even though we see things get a little bit close towards the end of it. I don't really think that Mirage were ever not in control of that situation, so still a confident win from them ultimately by the time the round is closed.
Got my eye on you, John Mullen. We'll make sure to keep you all updated as to how that's going as well. Mirage is going to throw themselves into kitchen and dining to potentially pull another one over the wall or over the eyes of the Soniqs, as they will be out and about now here. And Grixer actually will be bringing in the Nook. Mirage is really loving this setup over here inside of AVG, and honestly, it's not a bad one. You really only have to give up a single reinforcement panel and a mirror window to try and slow things down on that study side and force the Soniqs clear if they want to try and go for that top portion of this section of the map. So honestly, not that bad of a setup to routinely be placing, but oh, this is getting pretty hairy, isn't it? Grixer currently downstairs in Art Studio. A very well-placed frag grenade could be the demise of Melted, but fortunately enough for his own graces, he's going to end up hightailing it out of there, and he'll maintain his HP value as well. Grixer and Kento on a crash course here. Potential to meet, but it's actually Benji that could be on the receiving end, and it will be, as, oh no, he's going to be able to skirt back up the staircase, and Grixer will be discovered on the mid-floor.
Still no frags coming out on either team's side. However, already a minute into the round. There's still plenty of time for the Soniqs to play into. Just a little bit unfortunate as they are not able to grasp that initial kill until finally the patience from Grixer pays out. He gets that rotate from Benji down through the Art Studio hatch and takes him down, but just as quickly, Nyx is going to be there for another exchange to keep Mirage on even footing with the Soniqs, bringing it down to a 4v4. Melted, in fact, will even push it a step further now, finding Super and eliminating the hard breach from the lineup.
Well, things quiet now. Soniqs pretty decently spread, all except for Kansan and Rexon, who are both working this far end of the map currently, right outside of Laundry as well as the Pantry Stairwell. This is going to allow Mirage to slow things down for their end as well. They just need to make sure that they know where the entry points are coming in from the Soniqs, and they definitely do. Rexon getting lit up quite a bit via Nyx, I do believe, but he's going to back up and be taken down inside of Kitchen. Grixer now has to look for some other pasture to work his way through, and it has the potential to be Bike. Kansan's still holding on to the pantry here as well. Lots of time to try and figure out this puzzle, but could be quite a few missteps from both teams here, kind of on a knife's edge, especially after Melted goes down to Grixer, and Soniqs could potentially get this done. There is no way in hell that that just happened. Kento, I think he swung too far, but now Marmalade's been able to get one, and a little bit of damage back onto her, actually, as in fact there's two people down low. She was getting shot from the other way, and that was going to be Grixer, but Rexon now down as well, dancing back and forth, but Marm, she's going to occupy the angle while she has the mag out of her gun. A simple little misstep at the very tail end of that clutch is what punishes her, and the Soniqs get their first round.
Marm, they're getting way too close to the clutch. The Soniqs definitely need to clean things up there a little bit, as without her mistake, as you said, of staying in the open mid-reload, there's a very good possibility she is able to close out on that third player as well, mainly due to a lack of time, as we were encroaching on around 20 seconds remaining there. That player would have had a choice to make of either stick it in a different part of the site, which would have involved crossing into Marm's POV again, or just directly rotating back upstairs to contest Marm, where she probably would have been able to close out on the timer if she played it correctly. So a little unfortunate there. Mirage looking down the barrel of a 2-0, just barely to lose it, but the Soniqs again, some good stabilization in the mid-round there as they're running into a tough time getting access to the site. Called off the aggression, backed up, and aside from the missteps with Marm, did a pretty fantastic job of clearing the insight setup.
Yeah, you can definitely say that for the insight setup. I think what Mirage has been doing that's really been getting into the way of the Soniqs' progress is how they've been holding the entire map. Because if you've noticed, Soniqs really like to try and get a player in on these far-reaching areas. Whatever site we're on is obviously going to be the opposite. So if it's, Trophy Statuary, you might try and get somebody in at the bottom of main or Art Studio or something like that, just like we saw with Grixer. The Soniqs really enjoy doing that. When you have a full map hold like the way that Mirage has, there's a lot of different complicated things going on all at once, and they all require an answer, some more than others, and the bigger ones more than likely are going to be the thing that gets you the dub at the end of that round. So it's kind of seeing your way through the thick of it and knowing, okay, we really don't have to deal with some of the stuff that's going on over here inside of AVG as long as we accomplish these tasks more near sight and play it a little bit more tight-knit. Soniqs are kind of getting out there off in theory land sometimes over here on this portion of the map, and it's letting Mirage not only dwindle down that timer, but punish them in some certain moments that we've saw already. But fortunately enough, the Soniqs, I mean, they've been playing well. There's no if and or buts about it, and they're looking to do even more inside of this round with Yeti and a Gara hook in his hands, prepared to fly through 90 window.
Waiting for this Toxic Babe to fade away. I'll have to be careful, as I believe there's going to be a few more in the pocket. The defenders, never mind, actually, as Kansan just killed the player that would have had those in his very same pocket. Yeti now with access to the site. He's using it to immediately try to harass the setup, but not paying attention to the gun vault position. Benji will counter him out. Marm will find another pickup against Rexon as well. Things are looking a bit more bleak here for the Soniqs all of a sudden, as well. The actual execute was good with a kill behind it. The follow-through has left them a player down.
Ding, that's exactly what it is, John. We have Yeti pushing all the way through site, but not a single other Soniqs member is there to even try and assist him. They're still all in rappel or near the top of main stairs. It's just mistimed, and now Mirage have somehow ended up with the man advantage that should have been the Soniqs in the first place. Kansan has a cross here for gun vault. Mirage needs to play as patiently as humanly possible. You cannot give Soniqs a frag right now. You want to make them work for it. They have 0 grenades here, Benji. Just do not overswing.
Mirage have been very, very cautious so far inside of this round, and with good reason too. You can see how torn apart their site setup already is. Gun Vault's been open for a solid minute, and still the Soniqs unfortunately have not been able to build up a confident enough position to work their way in. What a shot from Benji as he goes directly for the contestant against Grixer and is able to knock him out, despite Grixer having full intel about the play that was about to befall him. Beautifully done. Now Mirage are in complete control, bringing this down to a 4v2. Soniqs only have the top stairs position to play from. Super's going to try to start working this through study, but it's just not happening here. Kansan, though, starting to change things up for the Soniqs. He at least finds the pick onto Marm and gets the team some interior site access.
Super as well as Kansan working their way in behind the games bar. They've started at the plant, and Kansan, no, he doesn't have the kill. Instead, Super's Overwatch has been gunned down, and Nyx will secure that kill as well. All trust lies on the shoulder of Nyx for North America up against the Soniqs as he'll take down Super, and Mirage leads the Soniqs at the current moment. 2 rounds already secured. That's exactly the round count that Caliber Jacob said that Mirage would more than likely get, and they've already done it inside of 3.
It's beautifully done from Mirage here, already taking control of 2 rounds back-to-back here, looking to try and claim a third for themselves. Keep in mind, they are going to have a slight advantage here on Villa playing into the defensive sides. They're going to want to try to claim as much as possible, but already things are looking good. If they can replicate this ratio all the way up to the 6th round, they'll be potentially, yeah, I know, I said it.
Can you replicate this ratio, John?
Hey. Go away, I got this right.
All right, okay, cool. Anyway.
Mirage will potentially be able to set up a 4-2 scoreline if they can take it all the way there. That was what I meant by ratio.
Can you hold this?
Yeah,
can you hold this for me? I may or may not.
He just showed an L to my face. So. Yeah.
Hey, to be fair, we're in between rounds, okay? You can't get mad at me, all right? All right? Either way, Mirage still sticking to this defensive setup with the Miro window. And like I was saying before, this is just a really nice setup for the AVG area if you're trying to slow down the take from the Soniqs. And it's really been getting inside of SQ's head because they don't know how they want to try and open up these rounds. They've just gotten to the point where they're like, all right, well, we know what the end game should be. At the initial part, we're just trying to reach that point by any means necessary. So I'm hoping that inside of this first minute and a half, we have more of a central vision going on for our offensive side.
Let's see if that will come to bear here, however, as the Soniqs have been struggling to get themselves with the right footing. The good news is this site was one of the brighter ones for their attacks. They're going to have to see if they can replicate that same degree of success with obviously having the Soniqs out on the board. Now we can already start to see a few of their players beginning to surround those upstairs positions by Master, but at the same time, Melted still holding some downstairs presence. Won't really be able to do anything wild with it, like running out the door. Obviously, the map layout just doesn't really allow for that, but still can cause some issues here, as more than likely, Soniqs would like to send 1 or 2 players down here for the clear, and at the moment, just not going to be able to do that with him in the way.
On a complete side note, but I completely forgot that the side of the Rick and Morty shotgun for the M590 has a big sticker on it that says fake gun. It's just so very funny. And speaking of funny things, a NitroCell more than likely to answer for this plant here. Kento, that was a little late there. They're going to have the smoke instead to stop it. I think Kento should. Let's see. He actually has barbed wire. What in the hell is going on? He's now dead to Rexon as they try and rotate up. Kansan gets the plant down. As I was talking about previously, I'm very happy that the Soniqs have a more central vision of what's going on inside of these opening moments. It gets them a plant, and now Mirage has to try and work their way back into this. Marmalade right outside of Boar at the current moment, but Super awaiting her arrival. Nyx is going to go down next. That's a dead Marmalade, and it's all left up to Benji.
Benji gonna have to contest directly on top of the case. Even he'll get that pick, or at least get the down, but won't even get credit for it as he doesn't get the full kill, unfortunately. The round closes out, and the strategy for the Soniqs to give a complete lack of respect to the interior site defense works out beautifully as they brute force their way into a plant and another round victory.
That is a no respect zone, sir. You can't respect the defensive end when you're trying to get in there and get done with some of these dirty jobs. But I will say this, I really enjoyed what we saw out of the Soniqs for that round because that's the immediate answer that we needed for a setup like Mirage's with such an extended play. I mean, there's no real reason for them to try and clear the full breadth of this map when they can use their full, man count actually towards the site and apply so much damage and just pressure to this defensive end. It makes it super difficult for them to really accomplish anything. I would like to point out just the opening moments of that execute there from the Soniqs, where we see the rush in from Grixer to get the plant down, or Super, whoever it was for them at that current moment.
I think it was Grixer.
Yeah, I do believe so as well. But past that, the rush in with the immediate smoke answer, but the NitroCell to follow it up as well, you can tell that Mirage was a little discombobulated that was going on in that current moment. They thought the Soniqs were going to take their time and try and mess with some of the setups around the map, but obviously not. And, oh man, looks like we're going to have some more fun here on Villa. This is exactly what I was pointing out there, Blue, as Kento is back on the dock. This time, though, we're not going to have the French shoddy, so I'm a little disappointed.
Yeah, we did see a dock stock pick yesterday. Apparently, that was a complete accident from what I was told after the game. And we just had an accidental 3K on the Doc shotgun yesterday. So what will the rifle give us? Is obviously that's a bit more capable in terms of its capabilities across the map. Obviously not going to see any runouts or direct peeks into spawn because we're kind of past that point in the round, but still a lot can be built up by Kento here, specifically at long-range angles. So we're curious to see what he's going to be trying to play into specifically, whether it's going to be the cross-played from Trophy or another position.
Absolutely. Now for the Soniqs, they work their way in upstairs. Rexen taking some heat, but Nick's downed in the engagement that they just had through the floorboards. On top, well, that'll be Nick's getting recovered. Fortunately enough, Kento exists, and he's Doc. So it's going to be the very first time in a very long time, Blue, that we're going to be able to say somebody got docked up, and we actually meant Doc. Very crazy. We're usually worried about adrenal boosts and Kona stations. Never Doc when it comes down to it. And Melted knocking the head off of Kansan. Beautiful shot and a beautiful kill because of it. That's going to be the sledge down, and oh my, Marmalade disrespects Rexen as she hops into Ivy.
Over the top ropes to get that one done. Bye-bye to Rexen. I don't realistically think Super's going to want to try and go for this res. He's actually got a lot of freedom to move right now, so he might end up going for it at the end of the day.
There's not a soul around him.
Yeah.
He's got like 100 yards of clearance.
A little bit lucky in that respect here, since thankfully this was the last of the extended game for Mirage with Marm hopping back down, and no one wants to take the challenge on re-ascending that staircase, as more than likely someone from the Soniqs would be waiting on that angle. So they just have to be okay with the 20 damage that'll be left on Rexen now that he gets himself back up. A little bit of a cautious battle right now. They both know they're there, but at the same time, neither one wants to fight. Nyx is going to end up backing away from this, just like his opponent does.
Yeah. Quite the challenge there from Nyx, but the big thing is because of all these hotly contested moments that really haven't built up anything for the Soniqs, the timer is so very low. 45 seconds, yes, they have top floor control, but really doesn't mean all that much when Mirage have their full man count at as many angles as they can possibly muster holding down the site setup. Even all the way down to the basement is a Mirage body, so they're trying to make sure that no one is allowed to try and find safe quarter around the site. Soniqs will try and apply their last frag grenade out of Grixer, but it lands on deaf ears. And with 20 seconds remaining, Soniqs have to push themselves forward. It's looking like an IV hop here for Super. The more and more we look at it, but he's going to actually shift on over to Ivy. Back we go. He'll jump right into the open arms of Benji, who now has case control, and they'll back things off. This is looking like a flawless round, unless Yeti can get a kill here, and, well, he's not going to die at least. So a makeshift one for Mirage as they play it out perfectly for their defensive end.
The loss is symptomatic for exactly what you said in the middle of the round. They're wasting so much time in those individual gun duels on the extension up by Trophy that they never really had time to build up a solid strat for the actual execute into the site. As a result of that, just tried to kind of hop over the banister, get themselves in there. Super immediately drops the case, and that's the end of the round right there, pretty much.
Yeah, I think the best way to put it is kind of the thing that I said earlier. The Soniqs know what they want to do at the end of the round. They just don't know how to get there. And that's been the big issue, is that they can't work through a lot of Mirage's defensive setups, and it's proven to be pretty problematic for them.
So Mirage continues to maintain the lead as we reach the bitter end of the first half here. One final defensive round potentially coming up on the board. If they can swing it, of course, it's going to be here inside of AVG. The delay element's already being set up, mainly on the main stairs. You can see one of the Goyo canisters being deployed. Plenty more of usual spread will be deployed up top on the stairs as well, such as the shield, the two ADSs. I wouldn't be surprised if we see a second Goyo somewhere in the neighborhood, but they do need to save a few of those for the actual site, so going to be looking for that as well. But regardless, the prep time is now over. We did see a few repicks for the Soniqs there. As you can see, the Nook as well as the Jackal, and even the Ace is going to be swapped in here for the top 3 players. Soniqs want to add a little bit more sneaky capability to this, and as well, Kansan apparently trying to catch the more mobile members of Mirage.
You know, the more and more that I think about it, with how this game is starting to build up and kind of the storylines that we've had throughout this year.
I should have predicted Mirage.
I mean, you
honestly,
really should have.
At this point in the game.
You really should have.
I was thinking about it for a second, but I was like, no, I got to be objective here. Like, on paper, the Soniqs should be winning this game, but
yeah, by like
as usual in Siege, what's on paper is never the full story by any extent.
It's any given Sunday, brother. You already know that. Come on, come on. Yeah, are you telling me that you made a decision and you thought that it was going to be automatically right because somebody else told you so? Disgusting. Frankly, I'm appalled, Blue. So, Soniqs, they're going to open things up like they had been for quite some time throughout these rounds. We're going to have Yeti actually on the Nook this time. Instead, as it's usually Grixer that we see over inside of this position, but he's going to be working a very similar space inside of Art Studio. They'll have Kansan here as well. He'll have the Jackal Inox, so he'll have the capability to track down some of these defensive members and see if they can get a pretty cheeky pick here, at least initially. As for Mirage, though, it's just been awaiting the Soniqs, really. They've been really leaning into this info game and making sure that they're not going to get punished for trying to take control of these areas around the site.
It's going to make its explosion at top. Unfortunately, a little bit too late, as the intended target, you probably noticed, evacuated the room about 5 seconds prior to it being thrown. So no significant damage coming onto anybody there. Might have bled a little bit on the Knicks, but I'm pretty sure that came from a separate battle. One more chance at this coming out here for Grixer. Never mind, it's actually Grixer's first nade. What we were seeing before was Yeti's usage. So Grixer going to try and line up one of these, but he's lost the target. And he's correct about that assumption that the target has moved onwards, although one of them still ends up going out to relatively non-existent damage on anyone from Mirage. We'll see if that second one comes out now or if they'll potentially save it for the site execute. Either way, Kento lining up for a big swing here, but he's going to have direct contention against him. He's got to time this right. He'll find the right timing. It moves in. That's 1, 2. The third player didn't even seem aware of it for a moment, but Super, thankfully, is given the time to catch it and trade out the play from Kento.
Soniqs, yet again, 45 seconds on the clock. This seems to be the time that Soniqs get punished over and over again. Not able to find an opener that is exactly something they can push themselves forward with, and always somehow making its way down to these dying moments. Grixer will be able to at least equalize with the kill onto Benji, but Super taking a lot of heat inside of that last engagement is going to complicate things as he's the case bearer. Nyx is going to hold things down inside of Study, and a beautiful shot out of Marmalade. She has been lights out here today and making things so difficult for the Soniqs when it comes to the frag department. She's looking for even more. There's going to be 2 built up around the area. Another kill soon to follow, but it's going to go to Melted again, and Mirage put 4 defensive rounds together.
Mirage beautifully done inside of the first half, and it's kind of be frustrating for the Soniqs. Mirage are playing so unpredictably on their defensive side right now. They don't know when they're going to go for a passive hold and just sit in the site and wait for the execute, or plays like this will end up coming out from guys like Kento. They don't know when they're going to go for a wild swing. They don't even know when plays like this are going to be happening, when there's going to be an aggressive position postured out from the site. You just don't really know what to expect going into these site attacks for the Soniqs, so they struggle tremendously to get their rounds on the board, only 2 being translated in the first half. They need to make up for it now as Mirage, going into the second half, are only 3 away from locking out this game.
If we were only allowed one word to break it down...
Hold on, wait a second.
Who would win in a boxing match? If you guys...
Important update.
50 Cali Jakey.
Who put that in there?
That's amazing. Anyways, give
What's
us the results. It's Tommy, yes, yes. I literally said right after they got out of desk, everybody, that, you know, if this were real, Tommy actually has a pretty serious advantage. Like, we're talking like straight like MMA. Like, this man, he's built for this, dude. He's got that low center of gravity. I bet if he throws a fist at you, it's like a canned ham. Like, I mean, Tommy's built for this, man.
Siege fights coming to you soon. Not actually. But anyway.
We got commentary for it. I bet
true.
Parker would have a great time.
We're standing by if you need us. But as we get into the next round, in the first of the second half, and it's time for the Soniqs to show us what they can do on the defensive side here, and as well, looking over on the attacking side, indeed, we
Love
are
a little Benji.
We are going to get that buck on the Benji here. You were talking about in the last game how it might have been good. That was, to be fair, on an Oregon matchup there, about how we could see it potentially utilized. Buck has not really been an operative and seeing a whole lot recently, so it's good to see Benji bringing that into the fold.
He's just an amazing jack of all trades. You have stuns as a secondary or secondary hard breach, an amazing assault rifle that a lot of people really enjoy using with the C8. Access to magnified sights and the skeleton key that you can use not only from a top down, but from a down up POV when it comes to breaking up soft destruction. So that skeleton key is a very special tool inside of Rainbow Six. The way that you and I were talking about earlier was more the CQC situation inside of stock, that the skeleton key could have helped with just a little bit. You know, having access to that underbarrel shotgun could have definitely helped. But I mean, that's neither here nor there. More than likely with this setup, it's going to be down low where they'll try to break out underneath a lot of these Soniqs members in places like Gun Vault, as well as behind the game's bar. But as you've seen, Mirage has already gotten their initial frag onto Kansan, of all people.
Rough start to the round for Kento, but as you said there, they quickly make up for it with the outright kill against Kansan. Gonna see here if Kento can do this correctly this time. There we go. And the nade actually creeps through. Oh, and Super, how are you alive right now? Just barely sneaks himself behind the top rope of the stairs and is gonna be able to keep himself preserved here. Gets the Toxic Babe out as well, so that warrants the respect from Nyx or whoever it was that made the play there. Unfortunately, not gonna be able to re-peek that to take Super down outright.
Nope, definitely not the case. But now the Mirage running into very similar issues like what we saw from the Soniqs. Yes, they've gotten the initial kill, onto Kansan, but past that, haven't really accomplished too much. Need to start looking for more map control here because this has actually allowed Rexen to work his way in through a different means over towards Trophy. And now the Soniqs starting to accomplish way too much for this Mirage onslaught as they're going to pick up 2 quick kills onto Kento and Melted. Soniqs starting to make a stand when it matters most.
Keep in mind how important this game is for the Soniqs. They, too, are looking to lock themselves in for a position at the Major, but they're definitely going to want the regulation win, especially against Mirage, to be able to do this. Mirage, unfortunately, has sat at the bottom of the barrel so far in this stage. Good recovery being made by Benji prevents this from going down to a 1v3. Unfortunately, Nyx only going to have that 20 HP to scavenge after he takes down Super, so this is still going to be a rough task when you, again, consider the time that's remaining as well. Grixer, more than ready for the challenge from Benji, makes quick work of that, and for Nyx, not really any play capability for him. Gonna try to go for the Hail Mary nade, hope it lines up. Won't happen, he'll make this play and immediately get knocked out, so it's a quick win from the Soniqs to start out the second half.
4-3 as the Soniqs start to bring things back. Mirage not making any headway towards the site at all. A lot of those kills coming through different means, whether it be through verticality or just challenging members off-site. That's really all that came to bear for the offense. They couldn't get a single foot inside the door of AVG as Sonic stood steadfast, especially around main stairs until Super went down in those dying moments. Now within arm's reach to reach out and grasp a hold of Mirage in that 4th round to tie things up. The Soniqs, with that opportunity in mind, move on over to Trophy and Statuary. Not feeling kitchen just yet, feeling like this upstairs area could provide some better defensive setup for them.
Well, we've got an update from our admin team, ladies and gentlemen, on potentially who is going to be making it to Berlin as a result of the Soniqs.
For a second, I'll be honest.
No. Nothing happened in this game. The Soniqs got a 3rd round on the board, and as a result of that, unfortunately, Beastcoast now out of the running for the Major.
Oh, just like that?
Yep. Because I believe it would have involved a tiebreaker, and I think like head-to-head stuff or round differential stuff makes it play out that way because the Soniqs got a 3rd round here. So,
well, it's drip or drown, and yikes.
So unfortunate for the Beast Coast fans out there. We have knocked out 2 teams from contention now, but we still have every single other team with a possibility to make it to the Major. So still a very, very close season, ladies and gentlemen, as we have 8 potential teams to make it and only 4 slots. So half of the remaining teams are still going to get knocked out at some point between today and next Tuesday.
We'll say this before we get too deep. There might be one good thing, and it's the fact that Drip is more than likely going to be co-streaming the Berlin Major, which might be even better than him being there. So past that, though, Mirage, they're looking to get something done here inside of this opening minute. Really, it's just been a setup around the outside of the building and trying to get these drones in, poke and prod to see where the setup of the Soniqs is. And quite a few bodies upstairs, but one also downstairs inside of Library. That might be why Kento's starting to move in. I don't know if he actually knows that this player was around the space. He'll be able to get rid of at least the Mozzie pest, but it's going to require a little bit more heavy lifting from MRG to actually discover this player.
Still relatively inactive from both teams. You can see the respect starting to grow amongst both of them. Grixer,
Fire that droner right now. Cut the contract. Get him out.
Just knocks out the utility and works himself forward to catch Kento. No idea that Grixer was even in this position. Free as day right now here for the Soniqs. The good news, though, once again, this has always been the case, kind of for both teams, but Mirage very, very quick on those trades. They're going to prevent this from going too far south and trade it back down to a 4v4.
If I have to watch a pro player miss-drone another player again today, I'm actually just gonna.
It's like 3 times today now.
Like,
I think.
Oh my goodness, great! It's like the first thing they teach you in Rainbow Six. Check your corners with your drones. I mean, but you do kind of have to give them the benefit of the doubt in the same breath, just because, like you were talking about, whenever we do come to Villa, this place has so many spots to sit. So does end up happening a little bit more often than not when it comes to a map like this. Just unfortunate circumstances either way befall Mirage, as they'll be lacking attacking their Nook now. But nice frag grenade, or actually, excuse me, shoe on the other foot there. Nitro Cell from Grixer to take down Melted, and the Soniqs is pulled ahead here inside of the last minute.
Soniqs looking good indeed to try and tie things up, but they need to push it one step further here and deny the outright execution. The good news is that they've limited the options for Mirage severely. Not going to be able to work their way in through Master Bath until these Toxic Waves fade away. Should still, actually no, they're completely out, so they are going to be clear to move forward after this one goes away. But aside from that, only moving in from this bedroom side is generally speaking a very easy execute in most situations to shut down. So we have to see if the Soniqs will bring that prophecy to be true. Already have knocked out Marm on the push forward. A nice shot from Super as well. Sneaking the pellets in against Nyx, and finally Kansan to close out. That's a consistent win from the Soniqs, and they've now tied the game up.
Dude, those shells are not regulation. That was like 00 buckshot inside of that thing.
It snuck one of the TCSG shots in there.
Yeah, I just walked up. He's like, hey, Kai, do you mind if I borrow these real quick?
3 of these.
Boom, boom, boom. Like, oh, a little rough there. A little rough. I can't, oh my goodness gracious. I can't remember the actual full skit right now, but Dave Chappelle's got a pretty good thing about like shotgun rounds. Like at the very end, it's Jamaican. Buckshot, buckshot, buckshot. It's great. But either way, though, Mirage, they're going to get tied up with. And now here's the thing, folks. For a team that has not been playing the best for a little amount of time, this is where your mental really starts to come into account. Things have tied up. You no longer have that kind of cushion of rounds that you can potentially make a mistake and the lead isn't going to be ripped away from you. So now Mirage really have to lock things down, focus up, and try and maintain at least an equal round count to the Soniqs. Now, this is more than likely looking into how Mirage is going to try and handle some of the initial strategies that Soniqs have been using to delay out a lot of their time. I'm excited to see what the answer is going to be because we've had a lot of just like little one-off things happening from Mirage. A single player creeps in down low at the bottom of main and then goes into library or something like that. Not really a full breadth team play at the current moment just yet. So could see some pretty interesting stuff building up for this kitchen take.
Got Rexon with an interesting operator choice as well. The Capcan going to show up, try to capitalize on these haphazard executes that we've generally been seeing throughout the course of the matchup. I will say Mirage has been a little bit more cautious with their play, so I don't necessarily know if this is going to work. Rexon's bid to potentially catch a few players in the dying moments of the round. It's that specific scenario. When we get down to like 10 to 15 seconds, that'll probably work out the best, but like I said, Mirage has generally been pretty good with their clears so far, aside from a few small gaps like we saw in the previous round, so should be able to get past these EDDs without too much of a problem.
So, a few traps built up for the Soniqs. Good intel game here as well, coming out from Grixer. Those evil eyes will be applied accordingly around the actual site. But for the rest of this, it's built up upon what's going on upstairs. More than likely be holding on to this for some time and trying to play off of their traps. Have quite a few members, actually Yeti and Rexon, all the way over towards the south end. This has actually made it to where there's a little bit of a soft spot up top, but not exactly soft, as Super could end up punishing out any of the players from Mirage that want to move up through that floor via a Nitro Cell. And speaking of moving through floors, Melted, hot to trot when it comes up this far stairwell, right underneath Astronomy at the current moment. Could try and sneak his way in through China, right outside to his left, right in where Grixer's playing at the current moment.
Well, once again, a minute gone from the round, and for the most part, just utility usage coming in from Mirage so far. Not taking any huge steps forward to try to steal away map control from the Soniqs, but I believe that is about to change. Melted, oh no, gonna try and lurk back in. It's close, but he gets the opening kill. Problem is, he's got no intel. You can see him searching for targets like crazy. So it's gonna be a quick exchange from Super, a 1-to-1, but what does it lead into here? Is Kento is only just now trying to sneak through Laundry. Super and the rest of the Soniqs reading this play like a book at the moment. They knew the follow through was gonna be coming. Unfortunately, it was way too slow from Mirage, and they're not paying the price for it. But starting to course correct here as Benji gets another frag against Kenzen.
Some beautiful fights here, and Benji doing the most right now from Pantry. Kento to take down Super, and it's left up to Yeti. He's somehow gotten back into sight and found himself a Kento, but Nyx discovers him from China. And Mirage maintain their advantage, even though it just got tied up from the Soniqs. It's now 5-4 in favor of MRG.
+1 for Mirage. The hopes of the upset still alive and well here if they can claim 2 more rounds out of the next 3, including the 10th coming up here, where we're going to see the Soniqs fall back on AVG after having success, pretty easy success too, earlier on in the half. We need to see some big improvements made here for Mirage because this was a rough take back in the first round.
Yeah, initially that didn't really look like it was going to go Mirage's way, but then out of the blue, literally out of the ether, we have somebody work their way up pantry stairs and Benji able to secure not only the first kill, but assist in the second one that I believe we saw Melted pick up. But either way, an amazing round there from Mirage and working together, John. That's the biggest thing. A lot of team play there that made it very difficult on a lot of the Soniqs site setup players to try and fight back. When you have a multitude of different angles to try and occupy at the exact same time, you're more than likely going to run into some pretty big issues. And, well, past some big issues, we have one that could be pretty interesting for the Soniqs, depending on what they've brought to the table. And, well, they've brought not a single piece of utility that sees through Sense's wall, John, as we will have them for the first time in quite some time.
Yeah, we've been seeing a few teams kind of toy around with Sense for the most part, but they haven't seen a whole lot of use inside of the league here. Just a few Far Cry strategies that, for the most part, haven't really worked out that well as of yet. So time to see if another one will potentially come to bears here, as quite a few teams trying to make this new operator work. Because obviously this is the first operator to be directly added into the competitive pool. We don't have that 3-month quarantine period anymore, so they've been allowed directly into play. Teams have been struggling, though, to find proper uses in the long term for this operator.
We'll have to see how they try and apply them, as Sense pretty unique in the way that they handle things. Wow. I am actually flabbergasted that killed Super there. I assume that a lot of the deployable shield would eat most of that explosive up, but he's dead as a doornail.
I think
Super
he
now
may be
down.
Maybe he backed up like slightly too far.
Oh my God!
That from Nyx,
oh my God, Nyx! Disgusting scene inside of AVG. Yes, well, the smoke doesn't exactly work out, does it, John? But the gun, oh, that thing works pretty damn well.
Whereas the distraction, anything, he throws it out, gets his opponent, be like, ooh, pretty colors. Oh, wait, I'm dead. And now Nyx makes his entry into the site. Kansan ready to try and challenge. Grix are trying to do the same thing, but he also falls to a member of Mirage. Benji knocking him down, leaving only Kansan in the fight here. Not going to be able to stop the plant realistically, and Nyx as well rushing forward to get one more as a flawless round comes up on the board, and pretty much instantly the Soniqs will call for a tactical.
I straight up cannot even believe my eyes at what I'm
So once
watching.
again, the actual utility, useless. The gun, great effort.
Fantastic, fantastic. Which is hilarious because the gun is what everyone was talking about. They're like, has so many bullets, but the recoil is so bad.
That's the second time now where we've seen Sense get brought. The utility is either not even used or virtually does nothing, and the gun just frags out.
I mean, honestly, though, dude, I mean, if you really think about it, Nyx is a hero that we deserve. He's not the one we need right now, but, you know, I think that he can take that. I think that that's the big thing, right? I'm not going to finish the rest of the quote.
Yeah,
You're welcome. If you didn't get it from that moment, then you know what? We can't be friends.
I think Canadian stole that in a tweet, probably.
Did he steal that?
To be fair, it was like 2 minutes before the game started, so I don't blame you for not catching
Did
that.
he really? Oh, dude, not the Dark Knight quote.
Yeah.
Someone right out from under me.
Yep.
It is what it is. But hopefully, Nyx can try and finish up this, you know, kind of pseudo revenge tour up against the Soniqs.
We will have to see if the Soniqs can rebound. Keep in mind, guys, again, the Soniqs do want to try and get as many points out of this game as possible. Yes, you're going to see here in the top of your screen in a second, they are inside of our top 4 currently, but with teams being so close to each other, it's very, very easy for them to be bounced out of it. So while we may not see an immediate effect on their position as a direct result of the loss from this game, it may come out in a huge factor when we get to next Tuesday and the final games are played. That's what people have to keep in mind here as the Soniqs continue to stay in the top 4 to try and earn a spot at Berlin. For Mirage, though, like we said before, they've been out, and they unfortunately were the first team to get out. They've known that for quite a few days now, but it seems that freedom, not having to worry about the pressure of qualifying and a few other things as well, has freed this team up a little bit, and they're playing fantastically today against the Soniqs.
Absolutely. You know, it really seems like Nyx, ever since he's rejoined this team, he's kind of starting to be the glue of this squad. They're starting to play off of each other more, a little bit more malleable in some of the different plays that they're looking to make. Really, it's been very, very solid. I'm excited to see what they can try and do for Stage 3 once we reach that. But first things first, we have to close out their second to last game of the stage. And we could do it all right here with this Soniqs defense that Mirage is looking to steal away inside of Trophy and Statuary.
One final round, one final successful attack is all we need to get out of the members of Mirage here, and they will complete the set. But for it, the Soniqs Two are looking to bring things back under their own control, and they are going to be able to get in the way of this initial clear by having a pretty hefty presence in the inside and near the Astro stairs. This will prevent the members of Mirage from having the confidence to swing forward immediately here. They're still going to be able to get pretty free access to Master as well as the walk-in, though not going to see any contest there made by the Soniqs. So the first step is completed by Mirage without them having to do all that much.
Oh, that is so unfortunate. Gonna have an impact go through, but it won't get the other Soma charge. So now there's a massive hole in the very middle of that wall, and Benji's set up the entire bathroom to make it practically impossible to rotate through. I'm a little worried. Okay, cool. Nyx did not end up breaking that shield there. Breaching charges sometimes just interact really weird with their environment, so you always gotta be a little wary about where you place those things in accordation to the rest of your team's utility. Kento, not quite as accommodating as we saw up top, as he'll nearly gun down Grixer, but and I'm not even joking about this, if he didn't have the suppressor, that man is dead as a doornail.
So probably going to be regretting the attachment choice, but no time to worry about that right now. They're still getting more damage on other players in this team, but Kansan as well, running back up. Nyx to quickly correct against Super and bring it back down to a 4v4. Keep in mind, too, look at the amount of HP on the remaining members of the Sonic. Grixer's one shot away from dying. Rexon's at about half. Yeti's at about half. This is not good at the moment for the Sonics. They didn't bring a Thunderbird this time, nor do they have a Doc, obviously, so there's no way to boost these players back up. This is going to be incredibly tense, and Mirage have to know it because they've taken a moment back to reset themselves here before probably going for the final all-in execute. You can see here too, Grixer still maintaining a bit of a lock-in to stop the swing up through Astro stairs, and that's incredibly pivotal. As long as he stays alive here, the Sonics will more than likely be able to maintain some control over this situation. Benji, though, with the first pickup of the next engagement. Rexon and Grixer both succeed in picking up their kills, but Marv coming out potentially in the clutch yet again. However, Grixer left alive downstairs. I told you he was the key piece of this puzzle, and he may have just saved the round for his team. Nyx is now alone in the 1v2. You've got to put your trust in him in a big way now, as this will be a massive clutch if he can make it happen. He'll be pushing forward. Saw that Tracer, so he knows that someone's sitting outside of the connector. They don't seem to realize he's wrapping around, but at the same time, he's not going to notice this player at the bottom of red stairs. Grixer is the hero that saves the Sonics and pushes them into one more round.
Oh, the tiniest speck of tunnel vision on the player inside of Bench's blue. He just doesn't think about the red angle. So unfortunate there for Mirage, but fortunately enough, they still have an opportunity to close it out before we get to overtime here. This is going to be our last round of regulation. It's taken us up to this moment to decide who is going to take this game, and Soniqs have decided to take us to an AVG defense for possibly our last round as of now. So with that being said, we'll see what they can potentially muster. They've had some strong showings thus far, but these openers have not really been the greatest when it comes down to it. Even that last round there, although they were able to slow down Mirage inside of Master, if that little situation goes just slightly into the favor of Mirage in those dying moments, like for instance, maybe the Twitch gets the kill downstairs on Grixer, that's a Mirage round. So it's just so very close, on a knife's edge in between these two, and now Mirage with another opportunity. But unfortunately for this round, we're not going to have the sense like we did the last.
No, we are not. We are going to see a small change up though in the hard breach, as we're going to go from an ace over towards a Habana instead for Marm. So we'll see what she can work with that. Type 89 going to change up the gun a little bit, still just as proficient as that AK can potentially be on ace, though she shouldn't be lacking of anything. They're just going to have to back up to reload a little bit more often now.
Very good call on that. Lacking a couple of bullets, that's about it. As the Type 89 actually one of the best ARs for damage in the entire game, and it just so happens to be beat out by, get this, the AK-12, which is the best one in the entire game. So, with that being said now, Soniqs be holding things up inside of the building. Grixer will be over inside of the long hall. Mirage haven't really made a decision as to which portion of the map they actually want to start working through. They've got some drones down low and a dead Grixer who doesn't...
that nade even
just doesn't move.
Did he just chuck that casually from down below?
You're damn right he did, my friend. he chucked that right through the window and just blew him sky high. And wow, what a moment there.
Here's the big problem too. Look at the scores. Grixer,
oh wait, no, that was from the outside window that bounced in.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. Nyx was just chilling down there and just chucked it in and it banked off the window and killed him. Beautifully done. And again, to push the point home, Grixer is a massive heavyweight at the moment for the Sonic. He's 15-6. The next most proficient player on the entire squad is 6-7.
He's a pretty slender guy. I don't know how he fits all of the Sonics, especially Yeti, on his back, but he's doing a great job of it at the current moment. Kento, oh my, what a shot from Kansan to take down Melted there. A little bit of an awkward situation, but it works out for the defense either way. Still got some frag grenades down low to try and use, and Nick's not really knowing where the home of that one should be, and now Kento with a pretty aggressive look through this smoke, and he makes it all the way through, able to take down the smoke. Need to confirm that before you could try and swing any farther, my friend, and he will indeed. It's a 2 versus 4 now as Mirage are able to take full control of this after another kill onto, I do believe, Super. It's up to Yeti and Rexen now, as they'll be occupying games. Rexen will be inside of planes, a drone spooling up towards his location over there, as a majority of the Mirage members are around the study area.
It's going to be a push almost entirely from that side. We're going to see as well Thatcher utilized here to try and deal with some of the utility on the walls. They'll use that to actually mask flashbangs as well. Rexen will get blinded out for a second, but he does expect this play to come from the backside of Red. I do believe one of the 4 members from Mirage sneaking around there. Important kill from Yeti as well to knock out Marm, deny additional hard breach from working its way in. That means Case goes down on the ground also. Time quickly running out here as Yeti gets another kill, but he'll lose his only other teammate. It's all on Yeti, and he can't do it. Mirage pull off the upset and deny the major berth here for the Soniqs. They've got to wait a few more days to try and confirm their spot, as Mirage once again is able to bring in the upset against them to find a massive victory at the bitter end of regulation time.
King Nyx is able to get it done for the Northern Org against the Soniqs. So stand atop the wall and stand with his squad here. We're surely so ecstatic about getting that dub over Soniqs on Villa, nevertheless. So what an amazing game we just witnessed. And Nyx, I mean, he's got to be so very excited about how this matchup went.
You guys trusted Nyx, and he delivered with a massive win. We won't sugarcoat it. This stage has been a rough one for the Mirage roster, but it seems things are finally taking a turn for the better here with Nyx coming back in, and of course with the team overall improving their performances massively. Just looking at games at the halfway point, we've seen this team starting to surge, and finally they get a massive win against a team that has been doing quite well inside of this stage, also in the form of the Soniqs. Beautifully done and well deserved from the Mirage roster here today.
Yes, indeed, and pretty interesting map, I'd say overall. A big thing for the Soniqs there is that the offenses were not coming together. If they have a better offensive side there, I really see overtime being in the cards, but unfortunate situation. They really can't deal with a lot of Mirage's setup, especially initially where they constantly were getting caught off guard with how stretched out the defense was, trying to take control of the entire building all at once from a bunch of different points, and it just really wasn't working for them. Once they finally started centralizing their forces and actually taking the fight to Mirage, that's when we really started to see them get their legs under them, but past that, obviously just couldn't get it done on the defensive side. So it is what it is. Unfortunate circumstances befall the Soniqs, but the good news is this is not the last Playday. So they still have an opportunity next Wednesday to see if they can go to Berlin, Germany.
We'll have to see if they can do it, but for the two of us, that'll do it for right now, ladies and gentlemen. I'm going to throw you guys to a quick commercial break, and when we do come back, we've got your analysis desk ready to break the final game of the week down.
Well, what can you say? You know, results are results, and we just witnessed Mirage taking down Soniqs. It's amazing. Doa, Jacob, Tommy here with you at the desk. And over in Vegas, we have, no doubt, a very happy Nyx waiting to chat with us a little bit. Nyx, congrats on the win today. I mean, it's big, right? Soniqs have been looking good all stage. Mirage, seems like things are finally coming together here. A win over Beastcoast, now a win over Soniqs. It's been a long road, right? It's been a rough stage, but it's got to feel good to have things start to sort of coalesce here at the end here, even if the major plans aren't going to happen, huh?
Yeah, I mean, definitely. Obviously, we know that the major for us is, just kind of out of the question. We had the Hail Mary 0.01% last week, but that 7-1 performance against PB kind of stomped that one. But yeah, I mean, I'm just really proud of the guys. I think we've been putting in a lot of work, and I think a big problem for this roster coming into the closing weeks was actually, just due to motivation, just because it's really hard to kind of come out and try your hardest when in reality, you are the worst team in the NAL. Statistically, you're at the bottom, but I'm really happy with how the guys came out and played today. I think everyone really left it out on the arena, and I think it showed.
Yeah, for sure.
So yeah, obviously, what's up, Nyx? How's it been?
What's going on?
Nothing much. I will say, due to Garrett's tweets, you guys have been having a bad week of practice. What led it from having a bad week of practice and, obviously losing SA, but then coming out and winning versus Soniqs today? I say
Soniqs, yeah. Yeah, I know what you mean. And I think there was a lot of things that really affected the team's mental, just stuff that was kind of out of our control, things that I won't really talk about on broadcast. Well, one thing is that we all got sick. Everyone in the house has been sick for a long, for various weeks, and now we're all starting to all feel healthy and obviously testing negative for COVID. So that's all great. And that was a big problem. But I think overall, just to answer your question about the practice week, I think our practice week wasn't super beneficial just because we were just not really focused. We were kind of lazy. We were just not really focusing on the things that we focused on going into SSG and OXG, going 5-7, 5-7. And I think a lot of people undermine us in the sense that they say, oh, Mirage is the worst team in the league, but we're going 5-7, 5-7 with the top teams. And I think that right now the NAL is just the most competitive region, so we have to make sure that we're just staying consistent in our practice weeks, because if we're not, then we're just going to come out and get smoked like we did against PB. So
I mean, your stage obviously isn't over yet. There's still one more game left in this whole mix. Yeah. Even though you understand that, yes, the major isn't going to happen, what does it take to concoct, I guess, your own motivation to stay in it for something like this? Was it a matter of you not wanting to lose to the Soniqs in particular? Is there something personal happening? How exactly do you keep yourselves in the game long enough to still play these last couple of games out to the best of your ability?
I mean, for us, it's just we want to get better. We want to improve as a team. We know that we only have ourselves to we have the entire community against us. We have a lot of people against us. Granted, if you look at the standings, it's self-explanatory. So the biggest thing is we just have to make sure that we're staying in it mentally, staying in it as a team. And I think the biggest thing that's really pushing us to want to just be better, want us to keep improving, is just to really shut up the haters. I think people have talked trash about us for a long time, and I'm tired of it. People say I'm a bad player. I'm tired of people saying Mirage is a bad team. I think that we can contend with anyone. So I just want to prove that.
So you'll have a chance to prove it again, obviously, next week, and then obviously next stage as well in stage number 3. There's a bit longer of a break now between stage 2 and stage 3. I'm curious, during that break, what do you think it's going to take to kind of get Mirage from 5-7s, those closer games, into the win category?
I think just reps with the team. I think we just kind of need to learn to gel together. We're talking about our calling system. I'm the main caller for the team, but the way that the meta has really developed in Siege is you have to make sure that you're playing with 5 shot callers. So we're trying to implement a 5-man shot calling system. So there's just a lot of stuff that's in the work for us. Getting Tyler up to speed. This is Tyler's first rookie season. Shout out to Kento. I think he's been playing absolutely lights out. I think that guy is an incredible player. Lucky to have him on the team. So trying to just get him incorporated into our system and just really work out the kinks. I think with time, I think we'll really come out in stage 3 and show people that we're a top contending team.
All right. Well, yeah, you've certainly got some time to jump in the hyperbolic time chamber and go for it. So best of luck next week. Best of luck in the off season as well. And thanks for taking the time to chat with us.
I appreciate it. Thank you, guys.
All right.
In Nyx, we trust, baby.
That's right.
Nyx, we trust.
It was all over social media. It's all over the stats as we look at this one. 7-5 victory for Mirage. I don't think any of us really believed it was going to happen, but here we are. Here we are.
Listen, I want to say two things. First of all, I'm very, very upset and angry because of my predictions. That's number one.
I mean, we'll get to that later. We'll show exactly what your percentage is later.
And number two is, even though Grixer did everything he could, he still couldn't win. He is the saving grace of Soniqs, and it's just kind of sad to see because, you know, obviously we did the little pregame about him, about how positive he is, and then just a little bit more help from his teammates, just a little bit more help, and it gets them into OT and/or not in this position.
Yeah, no, nothing about Grixer's play, I think, was a problem, especially given his stat line, and he still is. Probably, like, I think at this point he might have already like surpassed Kansan as the highest performing player. He was coming into the stage, believe it or not. He had a 1.2 and Kansan was a 1.16. But still, I love that the Soniqs are putting together overall good performances just in a couple rounds. That's the only real reason why they didn't lock it in for this game. Because Mirage got all 3 points, the Soniqs now have to wait until next Playday to have any shot to qualify for Berlin.
It's really interesting, actually, because the Soniqs are still a team, even after today, that I would love to see go to Berlin and compete there. I think they're going to be really good. But, you know, obviously they got to avoid performances like this. It's a little bit rough. You know, Rex and Kansan not showing up today, it seems like numbers-wise, and, you know, we'll see what happens from there. But you know what? You know what everything means? You know what all this means? It means that it's time to say goodbye to another team. That's right. So long, Beastcoast. You have been eliminated along with Mirage, and it kind of feels like Mirage is sort of like the Grim Reaper of the NAL now. Like
what is going on?
That win against Beastcoast kind of boomed them out of the league a little bit, as far as boomed out, not out of the league, out of major contention. Now it's official. You know, Soniqs still very much in the hunt for a spot at Berlin, but now questions sort of start to come up. Besides the fact that I think they still again look like a good team, but you know, I'd be afraid of Mirage. If I was you, if I was a team that's going to be playing them, it's true. You never know. You never know.
Something about Mirage and Beastcoast, just there's something in the water. Something has happened to a point where every time they play, even if Beastcoast somehow wins, Mirage always gets the last laugh. It's very strange.
Pure chaos is how I would describe NAL this week. That's pretty much it.
Today especially. How many predictions did I get wrong? I think I got 4 wrong.
The coin's
I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear it.
How many did you get wrong?
I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear it.
Was it also 4, Tommy?
We'll get into that a little bit later. But let's take a look at round 10 from our game we just saw. Now, we haven't seen Sens put to great use yet, but this was probably one of the best rounds that kind of show what this operator can do.
It's probably just like the most effective round, I feel like. It's not even that it was used in that crazy or like intuitive of a way, but just see what happens. Nyx is the one playing it, back out on Study Palk, and it's a matter of, I think, throwing these walls at moments where it's going to cut off not only the holes made in the wall, but also providing a little bit more cover, and then he smokes Rex right as he vaults in the window. And like, that gun is already something that has caused a lot of contention in the community, but still, Nyx fries him as he jumps in, and all that cover is providing a little bit more around the edge of the doorway and cutting off those holes made in the wall looking in towards Study. And now, as soon as Nyx has done that, he can go back outside. He's kind of done his job at this point. Does he need to do anything else after he's done that? It's just a little bit more cover, like protecting a vault in, and while the rest of Mirage move back in through Study. That's all it really has to do.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, you guys saw it right there. He just jumps in, smokes Rex in, has all the cover.
You should have seen the POV from that one too. It was a clip.
5v1.
Pretty sweet. Well.
And then, sorry to cut you off.
No, go ahead.
Troy, Canadian, or comedian as Kino says that was the best Sens play he's seen off stage.
It's hard to disagree. I mean, it was a very effective use of the operator. And, you know, it's a small sample size, but still, you know. Let's take a look at our standings after, our MVP, actually, of the day.
Has to be
going to be?
It has to be Nyx. Because in Nyx we
he had a good day. He had a good day.
I'm not going to say no to Nyx, if I'm totally honest with you.
Like, I'm not even trying to
There were other really good performances,
There were.
So we aren't that, it may seem like it sometimes. We're not 100% focused on the memes here. We do take the serious competition into account sometimes when it comes to the awards we give out at the end of the day. So let's see who the MVP is. It is none other than Space Station Gaming's own Rampy. Having a great day. We talked about him needing it. He came through.
This is good to see. This is really good to see. I was concerned about his mental after that loss to TSM just yesterday. And then he bounces back, and he does this. It's a two-pronged thing. Obviously, this kind of performance in a vacuum looks fantastic, 14-8, and then how he's creating impact as the SSG successfully moves through Oregon and kind of dismantles OXG bit by bit, slowly over time. But it's also the fact that it comes off the performance that he had from yesterday. It's a two-pronged thing. I love this MVP selection.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of people seem that whenever we talk about players and or like bash into them, like we just do it purposely. I think that's what we need to do as analysts. Well, sometimes some people do it purposely.
Sure.
But as analysts, you need to be straightforward as possible.
Yeah.
And I think like if you're an actual good Pro League player, you don't take it to heart to an extent, but you use it as motivation to, hey, I'm going to prove this guy wrong. And let's be honest, Rampy proved us wrong.
He did.
Yeah.
And I'm very happy that he did.
I'm very happy as well.
I think you look at moments like that and say, even if you don't use it as motivation, you still don't want people to be talking ill of you, regardless if it's like a warranted, justified, actual bit of criticism or just someone slandering you. We didn't do that with Rampy.
We didn't do it.
But
Yeah.
I still look at this and think, you don't want somebody to be talking about you like that.
Yeah.
And look at what he did today.
It wasn't even necessarily an instance of proving someone right or wrong. It's more, here's what the situation is. Can this person improve? Rampy did that. He did what a pro gamer does.
On its head.
Yeah.
His performance from yesterday to today is literally the inverse of what it was.
Yeah, that's right. Well, we'll see if he can keep it up. Let's look at the standings, though. In the meantime, see where, after 4 weeks, the standings rest. Soniqs still in third place, still at +8, still very much in the hunt for the spot in Berlin. And I said it before, I'll say it again, I'd love to see them there. But it's a little bit more shaky because we do have other teams sneaking in here.
Oh! I'm not sure what I'm hearing in my ear. I think what I look at is this PB team that has a fair amount of, like, what do I call it? It doesn't feel real that they're up this high, and the chance of them actually slipping out of this position is, it's not very likely, but you still don't really, I don't really know what I'm looking at, honestly. Because like, you figure a team like DarkZero might still have an opportunity. Somehow XSET's been pushed out of the top 4, which is something I did not expect coming into today. In spite of them not getting any points, it still means Astralis jumps up there, Soniqs jumps back up there. This is a crazy field. Even TSM themselves, who were within, like, they were so close to just cracking into it, suddenly that Parabellum game happens and they plummet only 2 points above Beastcoast. Like, you don't have that many chances left if you're any team from, like, Astralis all the way down to TSM.
Yeah. Well, let's look at the stage schedule here because this is also going to show what we've got to look forward to next week. You can see this is the first half. What we've seen so far, I'm more interested in the next page. There we go, because you can see day 9, next week, the final day of Rainbow Six NAL Stage 2, and it's a big one. I mean, Beastcoast's chance to play spoiler against TSM, Parabellum versus Soniqs, now suddenly much more meaningful. DarkZero versus Mirage. DarkZero with a chance to get another 3 points and put themselves in contention to go, but Mirage looking deadlier than ever. Oxygen versus XSET. Oxygen obviously through, but still a chance to knock XSET down a couple pegs, and if nothing else, Oxygen still playing for seeding. Now Astralis versus Spacestation Gaming, 2 teams that want to prove themselves. Spacestation obviously a lot more to prove. Astralis just trying to get back to the major again, trying to rectify the situation of losing in the finals that we saw in Charlotte.
Yeah, I mean, I think day 9 is and will be probably the best day of the stage, and I really wish I saw a lot more eliminations today. But day 9, I will be watching from home.
We got a couple.
You got 1 elimination,
Got a couple
one qualification. Quit your whinging. Stop it.
There you go. Well,
I don't know what that means, but okay.
I'm just curious if we have, do we have updated probability to look at?
I mean, I don't think right now, but we can.
No, I hope we do, because there are some stakes that we have to set for this bad boy.
We can talk about it a little bit.
Steaks
but,
with like mushrooms and potatoes?
No, steaks with laxing.
Oh, okay.
All right. Well, we've got a little bit more to look at. Here we go. Yeah, we got it. All right, there's a probability. So you can see a lot of teams can get in with a win, but they got to get that win. And that includes, you know, Astralis right there. We just talked about it. If they can beat Spacestation, they can go to the major. XSET as well, obviously. A Parabellum, though, is the big one, too, that suddenly jumps out as one of the teams with the higher likelihoods of making it through. And even DarkZero, if they get a win, still put themselves in a position to not get there right away, but a better chance than they had, you know, coming into this week.
Okay, so here's the important thing. We do have one game that is a guarantee. Win and you're in, lose and you're gone. Parabellum and the Soniqs. Winner goes in, loser doesn't advance. That's our second game of the day. That is insane. Because if they both have a 100% chance of going either in regulation or in overtime, then if they lose, their opponent then gets that exact same criteria met. So that game, the second one of the day, means it's winner take all.
Regardless of what's being said, let's be honest, next week will be an amazing week for a lot of teams, and it will be one of the worst weeks for a lot of teams. And, you know, hopefully not a lot of them get, you know, emotionally hurt from it, because that is the major they will be missing.
True.
Yeah. Well, there you go. You know, before we close out the day, though, we like to look back on things. We like to look back on fun events we've had over the course of the week, and I feel like Jacob's had a lot of choice words.
Yeah.
Over the week. Let's revisit some of that real quick.
Please, I'm waiting.
Choice words for what?
Yeah.
Please, I'm waiting.
So let's do it. Got it.
Ooh.
Community poll. What are we going to talk about?
Irregardless, 0.73 KD.
Irregardless?
Yes.
Where at the very least there is some form of communication happening, kind of irregardless of what exactly it is in a moment like that. Here's the problem. If the Soniqs aren't able to get a win here, irregardless form factor it happens in.
Irregardless? Yes.
So
sour.
So apparently,
sour.
He who has not said
I don't know what I just
irregardless
watched.
tasked the first irregardless.
What did I just
Remember when you said is irregardless a word? You used it twice before me.
It's no, okay, you know what? I'm gonna spin this differently. It's not that I have a problem with you saying irregardless. That's my word and you're copying me.
You know, I didn't even know
I'm
it was your word.
copywriting this thing.
Oh, he's so mad RN right now.
Somebody
he's
edited
so
that.
mad
So,
RN
okay,
right
look,
now.
it's one thing when it happens live, but to make an edit out of that and download those clips is another thing entirely.
We just had a blooper.
You know,
this day is amazing.
It's good at the end of the week.
Listen,
This entire thing has turned into a clown
Listen,
fiesta,
ever since
and I
Tommy
love it.
joined the desk,
was that?
ever since Tommy joined the desk, everything's been going crazy good.
It's been a week. It's been a week.
What is happening?
We've learned that you can mess up a word, call someone else for messing up that same word, and decide that you're going to copyright it so that it's okay.
I really appreciate.
We got random people
I
walking
really
on here.
appreciate him walking in front of the camera to
they just
completely
don't.
take
I don't
away
know
from
what's
my use of the word irregardless. Oh, shut up! You know it. Never mind.
Hashtag NA Esports. Well, there you go. It's been a good time. You know, and speaking of everyone doing everything perfectly, let's look at our prediction scores.
Please
at the
don't.
end of the week.
Please, man.
There you go.
What's good with
There you
y'all,
go.
man?
Oh, you know, Thomas, the coin back up to 40%.
Bro, listen, y'all
30%?
Y'all,
Hey.
listen, bro. You guys invited me to be a guest pro analyst,
Yeah.
and this
And you failed
Today was a
miserably.
calm fiesta. Every team that was supposed to win didn't win.
You're right. I mean, but you're also still wrong.
You know who did really well today? This thing right here. Coin. Let's get a close-up. There you go. True professional analyst right here.
So what I'll say is, technically,
1884.
we
Morgan
have
dollar.
a higher chance of getting a pure coin flip right on these predictions than the actual coin does. I'm at 48. Intero's at 50. John's at 48. Sam's at 52. Twitter is not even at 50%.
If you compare,
He was not even here more
if you
than me.
compare the prediction percentages this stage to last stage, it's gone way
Dude,
down.
it's dropped by 20 to 25% per person.
You know, and it's not that see, people don't understand predictions sometimes. They want to use predictions from like casters and analysts as like a litmus to like how much they actually know about the game. That's
true.
wrong. That's actually incorrect. What you do, what a prediction is you take the data you have and you make an educated guess on top of that. It's not about if it's right or wrong. It's about the interesting facts that come out when you're explaining it to the viewership during the broadcast. So there you go. There's why we do predictions, because it's entertainment. This is an entertainment show at the end of the day, right? Get through your heads. But anyway, that said, this has been a crazy stage because it's been so close that even when we have that data, from day to day, the results just change wildly.
Yeah,
Data's on
Parabellum
TSM.
wins.
I blame Tommy for being here for this entire thing going awry.
Yeah.
Listen, you said data on data, but like data's on TSM.
I'm leaving.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
I can't stand
I
this.
think it's time to close out the show. You know, I would just like to end it here, but I'd be remiss to not give our guest one last chance. Your final thoughts it's been a couple days, hasn't it?
It's been a couple days. I appreciate you guys for inviting me here. Warm welcome. You know, I got to give a shout out to Jazz and Adam, the whole background crew from Simon and all of them, Luca and all of them. And then
You're not accepting an Oscar, man. Just.
And then Doa, Jacob, Parky, Jesse, you know, Blue, Stokes. But honestly, like
the Academy.
Honestly, like with Jacob, it's been a good run. You know what I mean? Like, you know, we had a good pass.
Are you saying I'm retiring?
No. Like,
what's going on?
You know, we had a good pass. You know, you casted me when I was in CL.
Yeah.
I think the vibes there was good. I think it made it better for me, and I enjoyed it a little bit more. And then, you know, actually, I was honored to be roasted by, you know, Doa today after, like, you know, I gave him it.
Nice,
you know, he was like, yeah, you gave it to me. I was like, you know what, Bren? That's an achievement.
You're welcome.
Oh, and this desk. Oh.
You like the desk, huh?
So.
Isn't it the coolest desk you've ever seen in your life?
So hot.
This is getting very strange. This is getting very strange.
Tommy, it's been a pleasure, brother.
I assume Jacob would say something like, wow, NAL, so close. Oh, the coin, I don't like that. Oh, Twitter. Oh, Beastcoast. So we'll leave it there. I'm going to say thanks for watching, everybody. That's going to be it for week 4. Thanks for production crew behind the scenes. Stay safe, take care of each other, be excellent to each other, play some Rainbow Six. We'll see you next week for the final day of Rainbow Six North American League Stage 2. See you then.